Li Meng received a delivery today from SF Express. She looked at it and saw it was sent from a place called Huawan Snack Shop. Strange, I didn't buy any snacks, she thought. Curious, she opened the package. Inside was a beautiful small gift box. Wow, even snack packaging is so fancy these days. So impressive. When she opened the box, she was even more surprised. It was a set of traditional-style doll clothes. The fabric was layered and delicate. The outer coat was in a pinkish lotus color with embroidery, and the inner garment was gray-blue with dark red trim. The skirt matched the outer coat and looked light and soft like clouds. The dark red waist sash was a perfect finishing touch. The embroidery on the coat and inner garment was especially exquisite. The coat was embroidered with golden clouds along the edges, and the inner garment had subtle gray bamboo leaves, showing off fine craftsmanship. Li Meng touched the doll clothes, loving them very much. She took out her doll, dressed it in the new clothes, and took 7 or 8 photos to share in her group. Everyone in the group exclaimed in surprise. Wow, so beautiful. I want one too. I really want to own it. Where did you buy it? Li Meng hesitated and replied, It seems to be sold at a place called Huan Snack Shop. Li Meng generously shared the second-hand website account for Huan online shop in the group. At this moment, Huan was arranging medicinal herbs in the display window. Huasheng jumped up and said, Sister, you've suddenly sold a lot of doll clothes. Huan took Huasheng's phone to check and saw that the orders were indeed booming, with over 50 private messages asking about the styles and embroidery patterns of the doll clothes. Huasheng, write down their requests one by one and deliver them to the embroidery workshop tonight. Huasheng was very happy and excited. The doll clothes made by the sisters are really popular. Huan watched the increasing orders, feeling both happy and worried. She was glad that their livelihood was secured for now, but worried because there were only a dozen people in the embroidery workshop. Could they finish so many orders on time? That evening, Huan went to the embroidery workshop and found that, even though it was dark, everyone was still busy making doll clothes. When they heard about the orders from Huan, they all felt very excited. I didn't expect my clothes to be liked by others too. Bah. Is that all your credit? It's everyone's effort. In my opinion, the biggest credit goes to Boss Huan. Exactly, without Boss Huan, we would have frozen to death a few days ago. Boss Huan is like a living bodhisattva. Seeing how exaggerated everyone was getting, Huan quickly interrupted, It's because everyone works carefully and makes high-quality products that so many people like them. But there are too many orders now, and I worry we can't finish on time. Don't worry, Boss Huan. Even if we stay up all night, we will finish. Yes, just go out and take more orders. We definitely won't let you lose money. Lin Yang comforted Huan, saying, Making these doll clothes isn't hard. Once you're familiar with it, making a set doesn't take much time. The embroidery is simple too, so it's not difficult for everyone. She added, I still have some energy left. I want to embroider more fans and sachets. Please help me sell them, Boss Huan. Lin Yang's thoughts were simple. She had been helped by Huan before, so she wanted to do more embroidery work to earn more money. Huan said, Sure, as long as you don't overwork yourself. Your embroidery is so good. I'm sure it will sell for a high price. She took out a bag and paid everyone's wages for the day. Then she said to everyone, To celebrate our embroidery shop getting a big order, I will treat you all to a late-night snack tonight. The expected cheer did not happen. The people looked at each other uncertainly. Boss Hua, we don't need to eat anything. We don't want to trouble you to spend more. Yes, this workshop belongs to you, the fabric is yours, and the work is also from you. We are still receiving your wages, so it's not right for us to take your food. Exactly. We all know your snack shop has great food, and so many important people line up every day. We are just refugees and don't deserve to eat. Huan said, Everyone is equal. You all work hard with your own hands to earn money. There is no difference in status. And now that you have settled down, you're no longer refugees. Then she called Huasheng to go with her to the snack shop and get the late-night food. Thinking they probably haven't eaten meat in a long time, Huan took about 30 meat buns and a big pot of red bean paste, all steaming hot, and brought them to the embroidery shop next door. The embroiderers still stood there nervously. When they saw Huan return, they hesitated to speak and quietly lined up. Sit down. Why are you all standing? Huan said as she handed out the buns. No one moved. Over time, they had gotten used to lining up every time they received porridge. Lin Yang was the first to react. She told everyone, since Boss Hua told us to sit, let's all find a place to sit. Everyone then sat quietly. Hua Sheng placed the buns and red bean paste in front of each person, but no one moved. Huan had to say again, everyone, please eat now. Only then did they start to eat the buns. Mother, it's a meat bun. Smells so good, so fragrant. A girl's voice broke the silence. Really a meat bun? It's even more delicious than the ones we had before. Ugh, I finally get to eat meat. Someone started crying, and everyone wiped their tears. The journey had been so hard. They had eaten wild vegetables, tree bark, and even dirt. They saw many people collapse from hunger along the way, and some never caught up with the group. Only after eating this meat bun did they truly feel that they had survived. Suddenly, outside the tent, there were voices. Someone called inside. Such a delicious smell. Why don't we get to eat? An older woman lifted the curtain and shouted, this is our reward. What have you done? How dare you beg here? The man outside laughed and said, hey, we also found some good things today, right? A group of men replied, yes, we dug up ginseng and lingji. Boss Hua, we also had a big harvest. You can't favor some and ignore others. Huan smiled happily and said, of course. Today, everyone gets to eat meat buns. When Lu Mingli returned to the snack shop with his team, he was stunned. It used to be a lonely shop in the wilderness, but now there were tents on both sides surrounding the shop. If he hadn't seen the signboard, he would have thought he was in the wrong place. Even more strange, the tents nearby had different signs that read Huan Embroidery, Huan Herbal Processing, and Huan Kindergarten. Men and women came and went, looking busy. Children played outside the tents. Lu Mingli was amazed. He had only been away for a few months, and so much had changed. Huan already had side businesses. He entered the snack shop, and luckily, not much had changed inside. There were just many new faces helping to serve food and clear tables. Huan saw Lu Mingli immediately. He was tall and straight, standing out clearly among the customers at the door. It was hard to ignore him. She smiled happily and walked over, asking, General Lu, you're back so soon? I thought it would take several more days. Lu Mingli looked at Huan's smiling face and felt his heart soften. Yes, the reconstruction in the disaster area is going smoothly. I'm here to report back to the capital, he then asked. I almost don't recognize this place. Why are there so many tents around? Huan briefly explained what had happened during this time. Lu Mingli listened, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding. Finally, he sighed and said, you are quite different from other women. Huan didn't think so. She just considered herself lucky to have a special talent. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Lu Mingli smiled. I don't know why, but when I was in Qingyan County, I kept thinking about that bowl of instant noodles from that night. Does Huan have more? Maybe because it was the first time he had eaten food from a snack shop, he would never forget the amazing feeling of that first bite of instant noodles. Actually, no matter who eats it for the first time, that first bite is always the most surprising. Of course, I can't say for sure about everything, but instant noodles are definitely filling. Lu Mingli took out a silver ingot from his pocket. If there's any extra, could you prepare some for my subordinates? They've been traveling all day and are quite hungry. Huan took the silver ingot. Don't worry, I promise everyone will be satisfied and well-fed. She turned and went into the kitchen, bringing out 3 boxes of instant noodles and 2 pots of hot water. The snack shop was full of customers. Lu Mingli's subordinates sat neatly at the door, each holding a bowl of noodles. They were all dressed in armor and military clothes, which looked a bit intimidating at first glance. The nearby refugees shrank back to the edges, not daring to speak. Lu Mingli and his team enjoyed their noodles and kept praising how delicious they were. These noodles are really amazing. Yeah, I haven't had such tasty food in a long time. Seeing their happy faces, Huan also felt very pleased. Suddenly, Lu Mingli stood up and walked over to Huan. Miss Huan, thank you for your hospitality. I might be busy when I return to the capital, but I will come back early. He paused, looking a bit awkward, and said, in a few days, it will be New Year's Eve. The city will have a market, and I hear there will be many interesting things. Do you have time to go shopping together then? After saying this, a faint blush appeared on his face. Luckily, the shop's lighting was dim, so it wasn't obvious. Sounds good, Hwan thought for a moment. She hadn't yet tried going into the city to see what fun things the market had. She came up with a good idea. How about you come to the snack shop for dinner that night? I'll prepare some delicious food, and after eating, we can go shopping. Loomingly was momentarily surprised. Did she mean to invite him to a New Year's Eve dinner? He felt a surge of happiness. There was a special meaning to that dinner. Usually, Loomingly would spend New Year's Eve with his grandmother, but she went to bed early, usually finishing dinner by sunset. It would be easy to come to the shop afterward. He nodded in agreement, hiding his joy. Huajuan's plans were simpler. She was preparing a New Year's Eve dinner with 8 dishes and soup for good luck. The more people, the better, of course. After the new batch of children's clothes was delivered smoothly, they received very positive reviews. Whether it's the curved hem, wide-sleeved blouse and skirt, chest-length shirt and skirt, or the horse-face skirt, each piece is made with great skill. From cutting to embroidery, they show high craftsmanship. So, when Hwan received this message, she wasn't surprised. Big sister, are you sure these children's clothes are handmade? They look so beautiful. Of course. I guarantee each one is made by our professional tailors and embroidery artists, not by machines. Many people had similar questions. Hwan created a chat group. That evening, she took her phone to a small workshop, filmed some videos, and shared them in the group to clarify. Unexpectedly, everyone loved these photos. Is the blue one my daughter's dress? I saw it. Wow, is that a lotus flower embroidery? It looks like my daughter's skirt. Why doesn't Big Sister have my daughter's clothes? Are they not ready yet? In the group, Hwan explained, the ones not shown are still in line. Our embroidery artists are working hard to finish them. Please don't worry, they'll be delivered on time. Don't you think watching these videos is relaxing? Can Big Sister do a live stream? Just set the phone over there. Hwan felt a bit helpless. Sorry, I don't plan to do live streams for now. If everyone wants to see more, I will make more videos later. Soon, her work became popular in the traditional clothing community. Many people asked if she could make full outfits, and she agreed. She set the price of the finished outfits at 3 times that of the children's clothes, with embroidery styles varying and no upper limit. On the same day, she received 20 orders for complete outfits. Among young people today, modified hanfu is very popular. It differs from traditional dresses, being more suitable for daily wear, focusing on comfort and simpler in design. Hwan researched a lot and discussed with buyers multiple times. Finally, she decided on a few styles and drew size charts. She handed the designs to Lin Yang and asked, "These dresses are a bit different from what you usually wear. Can you make them?" Lin Yang looked at the drawings. She had never seen such detailed pattern diagrams before. Every detail, like sleeve length, pleats placement, and shoulder width, was carefully marked. She nodded. "These patterns are so detailed. Of course, we can make them. These dresses are very strange and simpler than before, but is this a new trend among the noble ladies?" This remark made Hwan realize that although it's not yet popular, it might become so in the future. "Big Sister Lin Yang, please hurry and make a set of these. The embroidery should be the finest. Hwan plans to give it to Suwon to help promote it among the noble women. If it becomes fashionable, it could solve some of their money problems." Hwan is currently most worried about converting the money in her bank card into silver. Ancient items sell well in modern times, but how can she turn modern money back into ancient silver? She doesn't have a good solution now. She first used most of her money to buy rice and pork to share with everyone. Life outside the city in the refugee camp is much more comfortable than inside. Not only are they doing embroidery, but herbal medicine orders are also increasing. Their herbs are all wild-grown and processed by traditional handmade methods, keeping most of their medicinal properties, and they receive many good reviews after selling. As the new year approaches, Zhang Shuriwe and Mo Chuan's group have returned. Their return also means the epidemic in Qingyan County is finally over. Before anyone saw them, Hwan heard Mo Chuan's voice.
Hwan.
"I'm back. I've come back alive." He plopped down on a stool by the counter and sighed. Still, the snack shop is the best. I missed it so much. Jiang Shirue followed behind, shaking his head with a look of helplessness. But he no longer tried to stop him because he also missed the snack shop, just not showing it. He folded his hands on his chest and gave Huan a formal bow. Thank you, Miss Huan, for saving us. Huan was flustered and didn't know how to respond, so she just waved her hand and said, No need to be so polite. We're all friends. Jiang Shirue wanted to say more, but Mo Chuan interrupted. Enough. Don't stand here exchanging pleasantries.
I'm starving.
Is there anything to eat? Huan suggested. There's some beer in the shop. How about grilling some meat and drinking? Just a few friends, drinking and chatting. That's perfect. Huan set up a grill by the counter, took some pork belly and shoulder slices, and waited for the pan to heat. At that moment, she opened a bottle of beer. Huan brought a large beer mug, poured a full glass, and the white foam quickly rose, spilling over like a waterfall. Mo Chuan's eyes widened.
You.
I usually drink small glasses, and this big one will drown me. Huan explained, This is beer, not white liquor. It's low in alcohol, so it's fine. Jiang Shirue smelled the rich grain aroma as he leaned closer to the glass. Taking a small sip, the cool sensation was like mountain spring water. He took another sip, tasting the sweet malt first, then the bitterness typical of beer. Good drink, Jiang Shirue praised sincerely. Seeing this, Mo Chuan quickly took a sip. Not bad. Not spicy at all. This is the first time I've tried this kind of drink. I knew Huan had good stuff. Huan said, There's even better. We have a saying. When will the bright moon appear? Enjoy barbecue with beer. When you pair it with barbecue, you'll see how wonderful this beer is. Hua Sheng sat nearby, curious. Is beer really that tasty? Can I try some? Huan handed her a cup of milk tea. Be good. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol. We drink milk tea. It's even better. The grill started steaming. Huan was about to put meat on it when Mo Chuan took the tongs from her hand. I'll do the grilling. I think I have a special talent for it. How did I do last time? Hua Sheng said. Brother Mo Chuan grilled it really well. From now on, let Brother Mo Chuan handle the grilling, and sister can rest. Mo Chuan smiled. It's been a few days. Hua Sheng has become much more cheerful. The aroma of grilled meat was irresistible. The scent, after high heat, spread quickly through the snack shop. Customers started shouting, Boss, 1 plate of grilled meat for me too. Mo Chuan turned around and said, Sorry, this grilled meat isn't for sale. Some people started crying and complaining. You don't sell it, but we have to eat here? That's tough for us. Now everything tastes bland. We came to eat, not to go through a trial. Everyone burst into laughter, and the shop became warm and lively. After 2 glasses of wine, even though the alcohol content was low, the effects kicked in. Mo Chuan, with dark skin, looked fine, but Jiang Shirue's face turned pale, and a red flush appeared on his cheeks from the alcohol. Feeling the cozy atmosphere and thinking about his own experiences, he sighed and said, My family has a long tradition of martial arts, but I've always wanted to retire. After today, I've had a change of heart. Studying literature is not my way out. Even if I become top scholar, I would only be stuck in official circles, constantly scheming and managing, unable to do real work. I'd rather join General Lu's army, with a sword and horse, to protect our beautiful homeland. Mo Chuan said, Brother Jiang comes from a family of soldiers, so following the family path is natural. But I am different. I just want to live a simple life. I think running a small food stall is good, spending every day enjoying delicious food, serving customers, washing dishes, without any worries. He looked at Huan and said, If Huan doesn't mind, I'd like to stay in the food stall forever. I'm not afraid of hard work. Huan's heart skipped a beat. This sounds so familiar. Last time, after Hua Sheng spoke, a contract appeared out of nowhere in the food stall. Now, it seems another one might be coming. Hua Sheng asked, Brother Mo Chuan also wants to sign a contract. Mo Chuan was curious. What kind of contract? Hua Sheng said, It's a binding agreement. To sell yourself to the food stall and never leave. Mo Chuan had never heard of such a strange thing. He thought Huasheng was joking and laughed. Do you also have a selling yourself contract? Huasheng nodded seriously. It didn't seem like a joke. Mo Chuan's smile gradually froze, and the atmosphere became awkward. According to the contract, once signed, the person would be bound to the food stall. The benefit was that they could freely travel between two eras, but the restriction was they would always be an employee of the stall and could never leave. Last time, Hua Sheng signed the contract out of necessity. But now it was different. Huawan didn't want Mo Chuan to have a fixed life or be bound by anything. So Huawan told Mo Chuan, if you want to stay in the food stall, just stay. You don't have to sign a contract. She also said to Huasheng, your situation is different. It was to save you that I signed the contract. I actually didn't want you to sign it. Huasheng thought for a moment and nodded. Huawan, I don't regret it. As long as I can be with you, that's enough. Mo Chuan bit the tip of his chopsticks and fell silent. The next day, Jiang Shiriyue and Mo Chuan went to the capital to see the emperor. The emperor was very pleased. He and Lu Mingli were managing disaster areas and calming plagues, but both of them did not mention Huawan at the same time. They knew Huawan's special identity and didn't want her to attract too much attention. But after all, the emperor was the emperor. He had already heard from others about her. This time, it was thanks to a woman with the surname Hua. One question, it turns out to be the person who cured Jiang Shiriyue's loss of appetite last time. The emperor looked a bit unhappy. Why do both of you refuse to mention that woman with the surname Hua? Are you hiding something? This could be considered a serious offense against the emperor, so Lu Mingli and Jiang Shiriyue immediately knelt down. Lu Mingli said, I did not mean to hide anything. Miss Huan mentioned that she is just doing business and does not want to seek credit. That's why we didn't tell your majesty, the emperor nodded. Such a noble woman. Since that's the case, she won't be allowed into the palace. But Hua's family has made great contributions. Lu Qingjia, you are familiar with her. Tell me, what is she like? Lu Mingli replied, Miss Huan doesn't like yellow and white things very much. If I had to say what she likes, she prefers vases and teacups made by palace artisans. The emperor said, that's easy. He ordered the nearby, go and prepare my set of royal teacups, the jade rui I received yesterday, and 2 vases. Have them all wrapped up and send them to Hua's family. Oh, and also the palace just received a piece of fragrant cloud silk. Pick one to make a palace dress and send it over. Whenever Hua's family wants to enter the palace, they can just wear that dress. Following Huawan's perspective, we enter an embroidery workshop filled with colorful fabrics. The first thing that catches the eye is a busy yet orderly scene. Sunlight streams through a small window, casting dappled light and shadow on the ground. About a dozen embroidery women, dressed in ancient clothes, sit at their tables, fully focused on making new clothes. Some are working at embroidery frames, carefully sketching a beautiful peony with layered petals and bright colors. Others are waving scissors precisely to cut various fabric pieces. The whole workshop is filled with a faint scent of fabric and the soft sound of sewing, very relaxing. The women occasionally whisper tips about stitching techniques or share ideas about patterns, but mostly, they're immersed in their work, concentrating fully. Finally, her camera lingers on the women's hands. The needles and threads in their hands seem like lively butterflies fluttering over the silk, leaving behind delicate, beautiful stitches. Huawan's filming isn't fancy, but it feels very real. After returning home, she posted the video in a group chat, causing quite a stir. Frog fun, it's so beautiful. Look at the light and shadow. The atmosphere, absolutely amazing. The seamstress sisters are dressed so simply. Watching this video feels like going back to ancient times. Look at their movements, so graceful and gentle. Just thinking about how they made my clothes stitch by stitch makes me feel so happy. Who doesn't want their belongings to be treated with care? The video was quickly shared among Hanfu enthusiasts, and Huawan received many new orders. Busy days always pass quickly. When Huawan saw the streets decorated with lanterns and banners, she realized it was New Year's Eve. She put up a sign saying she would be closed for 7 days, and on a sunny day, Huawan took Huasheng to the mall to treat herself after a year of hard work. They walked and talked happily. Huawan excitedly told Huasheng about their shopping plan. We'll buy a few pretty new clothes, pick some tasty snacks, and then go see a movie. Huasheng was so happy she danced with joy. Finally, they arrived at the city's most upscale mall. The huge glass wall reflected colorful lights, and the place was bustling with people. Huawan held Huasheng's hand and first went to the women's clothing area. Beautiful clothes hung on racks, dazzling to look at. Huawan carefully chose clothes, occasionally holding up a piece to see how it looked on Huasheng. Huasheng was busy too, darting between shelves like a little bee, looking at this and that. Huawan picked out several outfits for both of them, all new from inside out. Passing by a watch shop, Huawan thought she should also buy some gifts for her friends for the new year. The shop was quiet, with few customers. When they entered, the staff greeted them warmly. "Hello, are you here to look at watches?" Huawan nodded. The watches in the display were many and varied, making her a bit overwhelmed. "Can you recommend something for me?" "Of course." "Is it for a man or a woman?" "About how old is he?" "A man, around 20 years old." The clerk took out several watches with different styles and placed them in black velvet boxes for Huawan to choose from. Huawan thought for a moment. "Do you have any mechanical pocket watches that don't need batteries?" The clerk then showed her a few mechanical pocket watches. Huawan picked the most unique one. This is a brass-colored pocket watch. Unlike other watches, its outermost dial shows the 12 hours with Roman numerals, while the inner ring displays the Chinese 12 traditional hours. It is a special blend of Western and Eastern design. "Miss, your taste is really good. This is a vintage-style watch. The case is made of gold-plated brass, with 12 rays on the outside matching the 12 Chinese hours. The design is very clever and the movement is clean and accurate. The inner plates are all hand-carved, making it very collectible." Huawan was very pleased. "Help me get 3 of these." The shop assistant was surprised. "Is she shopping for vegetables?" She didn't ask the price and immediately wanted 3. But seeing Huawan's eager expression, she suddenly didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. She kept a polite smile and replied, "Sorry, this pocket watch is a limited edition. There's only one in the whole country and it's not cheap." Huawan was a bit disappointed. She could only buy one, so she decided to give it to Lumingli. She felt strangely that this watch suited him very well. She made her decision and said to the shop assistant, "That's a pity. Just wrap this one for me." The young shop assistant silently wanted to shout, "Ask the price." "Why don't you ask the price?" She thought for a moment and chose a polite way to say, "This pocket watch is very delicate and it's not inexpensive." She didn't look down on the girl in front of her. She just thought she looked too young, about her own age, with black hair and pale skin, and her eyes looked confused, as if she didn't understand her hint. Huawan indeed didn't understand. She thought the shop assistant should have given a price, so she asked, and then the shop assistant straightforwardly said, "This one costs 2 million yuan." Huawan nodded. "That's a bit expensive, but Lumingli is worth it." The young shop assistant was a little disappointed. She had hoped to make a sale today, but she expected this result. Just as she was about to pack the watch, Huawan added, "Wrap it nicely, please." The shop assistant was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, Yes, I'll wrap it right away. People shouldn't judge by appearances." The young girl was very happy and immediately processed the order, worried Huawan might change her mind. After paying, Huawan went to the next counter to buy a pen and ink bottle for Jiang Shiriyue, then turned to the kitchenware store to buy a set of knives for Mo Chuan. Next, the two sisters headed toward the food section. A wide variety of snacks made people's mouths water: chocolates, chips, jellies. Everything you could want. Huasheng happily picked out her favorite treats, filling her shopping basket in no time. Huawan, on the other hand, was thinking about the New Year's Eve dinner. She chose a lively king crab and bought some other dishes. The two of them happily left the mall, carrying big and small bags full of their shopping treasures. When they arrived at the snack shop, it was just past noon. Huawan ordered meat and rice online, and the delivery person arrived just in time. He said to Huawan, "Happy New Year's Eve," after delivering the order. He was heading home to celebrate the new year. "Happy New Year's Eve." Huawan signed the receipt, watching the delivery person set the goods in the kitchen. She sincerely thanked him. "Thank you for your hard work." The delivery person scratched his head, hesitant to meet Hwawan's eyes. He felt that the girl in front of him was becoming more and more beautiful. He remembered the first time he came. Since today was New Year's Eve, most shops around had closed for the holiday. Hwawan cooked 2 bowls of noodles, and she and Hwasheng made do with that before starting to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Hwawan had already planned the dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner. She wrote them down on paper and prepared each one step by step. They included salmon sashimi, blanched lettuce, steamed king crab with garlic, a platter of marinated dishes, plain boiled chicken, sweet and sour ribs, spicy stir-fried pork, butter-baked shrimp, and a mushroom chicken soup. Most of the dishes were easy to make. She followed online recipes carefully step by step, so it wasn't too difficult. But looking at the still-moving king crab, both Hwawan and Hwasheng felt worried. Usually, Hwawan could muster the courage to handle small, but this king crab was so big it looked bigger than a microwave oven. Hwawan really didn't dare to touch it. After hesitating for half an hour, Hwawan finally gathered her courage, raised her knife, closed her eyes, and let out a scream, ready to cut.
Hwawan?
"What's going on?" Loomingly heard her scream and knocked the door from outside. "Huh, someone calling me." Hwawan opened her eyes and saw that it was already dark outside. She hurried to the door, opened it, and saw Loomingly standing outside, looking at her with concern. He looked her over from head to toe, then saw the kitchen knife in her right hand. His pupils shrank. He grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him. Loomingly carefully looked inside the shop. Hwasheng was standing alone in the middle, and he didn't see anything unusual. He turned his head, looking at Hwawan with confusion. Hwawan was suddenly pulled outside, without understanding why. She only felt that Loomingly was very tall, with a broad back blocking her in front, giving her a strong sense of safety. Loomingly asked, "Miss Hwawan, why did you scream just now? And why are you holding a knife?" Hwawan looked up at Loomingly and said, "Oh, by the way, General Liu, can you help me catch a crab?" Loomingly was confused. Why was there such a big fuss about catching a crab? He replied, "Of course, that's easy." Although he had never caught a crab himself, he had eaten them many times. He was very skilled at handling crab tools. Hwawan happily handed him a kitchen knife, saying, "Great. I'll leave this to you." Loomingly gripped the handle, puzzled. Why did it need to be such a big knife? When he entered the kitchen, he unexpectedly saw a giant crab on the counter. He was startled and instinctively took a step back. "Is this the crab you mentioned? It's so big." Hwawan and Hwasheng stood behind him, like protectors on either side. "Yes, it's called a king crab. It's a bit bigger than other." "Go ahead, General Liu. Not just a little bigger." If Hwawan hadn't said, he might have thought it was an alien creature. He looked back at the two, who were hiding far away, then steeled himself to go forward. He tested the knife in his hand. It felt awkward. Loomingly put the knife aside, drew his own sword, and swung at the crab. A flash of silver light, and the crab was cut in half. Hwawan and Hwasheng cheered, clapping excitedly. "Great job." Loomingly examined the crab and said, "It's probably dead." Hwawan followed a video online, instructing Loomingly to remove the crab legs. She opened small windows in each leg and filled them with garlic paste. She discarded the parts that couldn't be eaten, like the gills, heart, and stomach. She took out the crab roe and meat, placed them in the shell, mixed in an egg, and arranged the crab legs on a plate. Then they were steamed together. It took about half an hour to finish. Just then, Zhang Shuriwei and Mo Chuan came in. They saw Loomingly bringing dishes to the dining room. "Why are they here?" Loomingly was so surprised that he couldn't help but say what he was thinking. Hwawan smiled happily and said, "I invited everyone to have New Year's dinner together." Zhang Shuriwei and Mo Chuan nodded to Loomingly, saying, "General Liu." Loomingly snorted in response, as if to acknowledge him. He used to think he was special, but now he realizes he was just overthinking. Hwawan said, "You're just in time. The New Year's Eve dinner is ready." Mo Chuan washed his hands quickly and hurried to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Loomingly said, "I noticed there were no couplets outside the shop, so I prepared a pair." After saying that, he went outside with Jiang Shuiwe and they stuck the couplets on both sides of the door. The red paper with black characters read, "Joy and happiness fill the doors, bringing long-lasting happiness. All things shine brightly in this spring." This made the atmosphere feel more festive. Thinking back to childhood, Hwawan remembered watching her parents put up spring couplets on New Year's Eve. Her mother would always ask, "Is it straight?" Since her parents passed away, she hadn't put up any couplets again. "Is it straight?" Lee Mingli asked Hwawan, pulling her back from her thoughts. She quietly wiped away her tears and smiled, saying, "Yes, it's perfectly straight. Have you finished?" "Dinner is ready." Mo Chuan called from inside the shop. Lee Mingli looked at Hwawan deeply and said, "Let's go inside to eat." Although he said that, he didn't move, letting Jiang Shuiwe go in first. He handed a handkerchief to Hwawan, who took it and gently wiped her eyes. Neither of them spoke as they entered one after the other. Inside, Mo Chuan was chatting happily with Hua Sheng, making her laugh so hard she leaned back. Hwawan's mood also started to lighten. The five of them sat around the table. Hwawan poured white wine for the three men and coconut milk for herself and Hua Sheng. Hua Sheng had recently developed a liking for coconut milk, which had replaced milk tea as her favorite drink. Lee Mingli and Jiang Shuiwe ate quietly, but Mo Chuan kept talking nonstop, praising each dish as he ate. Soon, all the dishes on the table were finished, especially the king crab, which was cleared first. However, Lee Mingli didn't eat a single bite. Mo Chuan was still praising. "What kind of meat is this?" "Tender, with a fishy flavor but no bones." "Delicious." Lee Mingli said nothing, and Hwawan replied, "It's crab meat." Both of them paused and stared at the plate. Mo Chuan exclaimed, "So big." Hwawan had a new idea and asked, "Do you think this king crab sells well here?" Lu Mingli said, "Some high officials like to try new and interesting things, so they should sell well." Hwawan asked, "How much can they sell for?" Lu Mingli asked back, "Do you need money?" Hwawan nodded, "My 2 workshops still need to pay wages." Lu Mingli thought for a moment and said, "You should find more new and interesting foods." After the new year, have Zhao Zhizhou lead a citywide auction under the name of Hwawan Snack Shop. Many people will come to buy. Mo Chuan added, "Yes, Hwawan, if it's not convenient for you to handle it, I can do it for you. I will make sure everything goes smoothly." "Sure. I can get as many new and interesting foods as needed." "That's easy." They agreed happily. Everyone enjoyed the New Year's dinner very much. After the meal, Lu Mingli said to Hwawan, "The emperor has given you some gifts." Then he called his attendants to bring the items from the carriage into the shop. One after another, they entered. Hwawan looked at the items: bowls, cups, vases, brushes, and a set of fine clothes. Hwawan's eyes widened. She asked Lu Mingli, "Are these gifts from the emperor?" Lu Mingli replied, "Yes, all for you." And this set of palace clothes was made by the best tailor in the palace. "Try it on." Lu Mingli lifted the red silk cloth, revealing a pink dress that shimmered softly. Hwawan leaned in and smelled a faint, pleasant fragrance. She was amazed. This Shangyun silk isn't just beautiful, it also has a lovely scent. Recently, Hwawan had been looking at fabrics online and had bought some Shangyun silk, but it was very different from this. Modern Shangyun silk uses different dyes, feels stiff, and lacks this kind of shine and fragrance.
Exactly.
That's why it's called Shangyun silk. For the new year, people wear new clothes. Hwawan held the Shangyun silk and went back to her room to change. The palace dress was very hard to put on. Even with Hua Sheng's help, she struggled a lot. Feeling like something was missing, she put on the necklace and headpiece Lu Mingli had given her. She looked in the mirror. This suits her perfectly. When Hwawan finished changing and came out, everyone was stunned. The dress seemed tailor-made for her. 1 inch too big or too small, and it wouldn't look right. Her classical elegance was fully displayed. Standing there, she looked like a beauty from the palace, catching everyone's eye. Under everyone's watch, she felt a little shy. She handed her phone to Hua Sheng and said, "Please take a picture of me." Looking at herself in the phone, she couldn't help but be amazed. As expected, clothes make a person. Wearing such a fancy palace outfit, She almost didn't recognize herself. At that moment, applause came from outside the door. It was Shun Huaishu. He looked her over from head to toe and said, "Wow, I didn't realize that the shopkeeper now looks just as elegant as a palace lady. Well, since I have free time today, I will paint a picture for you." He added, "Don't thank me just yet. I'm doing this to return the favor of your paint." He is a great artist, willing to paint for her. Huasheng happily said, "Yes, yes, whatever you say is fine." Huasheng looked around and finally stood beside the central table, slightly turned, resting her hand gently on the back of a chair. She posed, and Shun Huaishu held his brush, sketching Huasheng's outline with just a few strokes. He was very focused, eyes intent, as if only Huasheng was in front of him. Time passed slowly, and the painting gradually took shape. Huasheng was initially nervous, but gradually relaxed. Finally, Shun Huaishu put down his brush. Huasheng shook out her stiff arms and eagerly ran forward. The painting showed her in an old-fashioned style, giving a sense of crossing different times. "Thank you. This painting is really beautiful," Huasheng said sincerely. Shun Huaishu replied, "It's just the beginning. I'll touch it up when I get back, and next time I'll bring it to you." "Okay, I look forward to your finished work." Huasheng nodded, full of anticipation. The door of the snack shop was knocked on. It was Lin Yang. She bowed slightly to Huasheng and said, "Boss Huasheng, we came to wish you a happy new year." Huasheng went to the door. Outside, the embroidery ladies from the embroidery workshop and the workers from the processing shop stood neatly. When they saw Huasheng come out, they all bowed. They had rehearsed this in advance. At this moment, they all shouted together, "Wishing Boss Huasheng a smooth year and all the best." Huasheng smiled and said, "You are so thoughtful. I also wish you a happy new year, with abundance every year and peace every day. By the way, I also prepared gifts for you." Huasheng pushed out a large box. When opened, it was full of red envelopes, each containing 8 taels of silver. Everyone was happy to receive red envelopes. They lined up, taking them with both hands, smiling happily. "Boss Hua is generous," Mo Chuan sarcastically said from behind. "Boss Hua, don't I get a red envelope?" Huawan smiled and replied, "Of course, you won't miss out." She went behind the counter, rummaged through some boxes, and pulled out a gift box, handing it to Mo Chuan. "Quick, see if you like it." Mo Chuan happily took it and examined the box carefully before figuring out how to open it. Inside was a set of knives made of stainless steel, very sharp. "These knives are very sharp. Why is there no sheath? This isn't a dagger. It's a chef's knife, used for cutting vegetables." Mo Chuan couldn't believe it. Cooking with such a sharp knife? That's a bit of an overkill. "Wouldn't a knife used for cutting people be even sharper?" Huawan said, "Kid, that's a dangerous thought." She then rummaged under the counter again and took out a light blue box. "Jiang Shiriyue, this is for you." Jiang Shiriyue smiled and said, "Miss Huawan, thank you. I didn't expect you to prepare a gift for me too." Inside the box was a delicate stick-like object. Curious, he asked, "What is this? A hidden weapon?" "No, it's a pen. It's a special kind of writing pen from our place. Look, you open it like this, then twist the back to draw ink." Very convenient. Huawan demonstrated and handed it to Jiang Shiriyue. "Just need to get used to holding it differently from a brush." Then she went back behind the counter and said, "General Liu, I have a gift for you too." At this moment, Lu Mingli's face relaxed when he saw everyone had gifts. He was worried Huawan might forget about his. When Huawan took out a small gift box about the size of a palm, Lu Mingli felt a bit disappointed. The other 2 boxes were bigger than his, but that was okay. As long as he had a gift, it meant Huawan was thinking of him. He said, "I'll open it when I return to the mansion." Huawan said, "No. Open it now and see if you like it." Lu Mingli looked at Jiang Shiriyue's and Mo Chuan's gifts. He liked them both. The chef's knife could be used for self-defense with a sheath, and the pen was very beautiful and easy to write with. He couldn't imagine going to court with a fountain pen. It would surely attract many admiring looks. He was also thinking that any of the 2 gifts Huawan gave him would be good. But the box was so small, it couldn't hold a knife or a pen. Seeing Huajuan's eager little face looking at him, Lu Mingli decided that no matter what gift he gave later, he would act very pleased. He slightly moved the muscles on both sides of his cheeks, opened the gift bag, then a box, followed by a small velvet pouch. Inside the pouch was an even more beautiful box. A round metal object lay inside, with a gold chain next to it.
This has a button on it.
Press it, Hwawan told him. He pressed the button as Hwawan instructed. The lid popped open, revealing a delicate surface. What is this? It's a pocket watch, used to tell time. See, it has 12 symbols for the hours, and the shorthand points to the current hour. No need to pretend to like it. Loomingly truly liked this pocket watch. It was 100 times better than a dagger or a pen. Mo Chuan also came over to look.
Wow.
This tiny thing can tell time. Loomingly couldn't hide his smile.
His gift was the best.
He said to Hwawan, "Thank you, I really like it." Loomingly and Jiang Shirua also prepared gifts for Hwawan and Huasheng. Hwawan received a jade pendant from Loomingly. Huasheng got a small wooden sculpture. Jiang Shirua gave both Hwawan and Huasheng an incense burner. Mo Chuan shyly said, "Today, I just wanted to come for a meal. I didn't prepare a gift. I'll pick something for you at the market later." Jiang Shirua said, "It's getting late. Let's go." Loomingly had a carriage, while the others rode horses. Hwawan naturally got into the carriage. There were no streetlights outside, only 2 lanterns on the carriage front, lighting only a small part of the road ahead. Inside was much more spacious than Hwawan expected. There was a low table in the middle, with fur mats on both sides. It was her first time riding in a carriage. She found it very interesting, touching this and flipping that. The cushions were soft and comfortable. There was a lantern beside her. On the table, there was a teapot, a small plate of snacks, and a book on the edge. Loomingly rode his horse beside the carriage, his deep, steady voice coming through the window. "There's tea and snacks inside. It will take about half an hour to reach the city. You can eat something first." Han finally noticed the window. She pulled aside the thick curtain and immediately saw Loomingly beside her. "It's very cold. You should lower the curtain," she said. Indeed, it was quite cold. Hwawan lowered the curtain, leaving a small gap to look outside. This was her first time leaving the snack shop for so long. She was very curious about the outside world, a real world from hundreds of years ago. Unfortunately, it was too dark to see clearly. Loomingly sighed and said, "Lower the curtain first. When we get into the city, I'll call you, then you can look." Hwawan obediently lowered the curtain and sat still. She looked at the small sweets in front of her and took a piece to eat. Not bad. "Huasheng, you should try some too," Huasheng whispered. "Sister, I've only seen carriages on the road before. I had to avoid them every time. I didn't know they were so big inside." Her voice was soft, but her tone was excited, and her eyes widened. Hwawan nudged her shoulder and imitated her tone, saying, "I've never seen one either." Huasheng pouted playfully. "Sister, you're teasing me. I'm not teasing you. I really haven't seen one before. This is also my first time riding in a carriage." The two sisters playfully argued inside, while Loomingly sat on his horse, never losing his serious expression. Not only Hwawan was excited, he was excited too. Finally, he could bring Hwawan into his world. He couldn't wait to show her everything. Soon, they reached the city gate. Hwawan heard the soldiers greeting Loomingly. "General Lu, you're back." After walking a few more steps, it felt like they entered another world. The noisy sounds burst into her ears, showing the bustling prosperity of the city. Loomingly said, "We're inside the city now." Hwawan lifted the curtain and curiously looked outside.
Wow.
So this is the legendary ancient marketplace. The streets were lined with all kinds of stalls. Vendors shouted enthusiastically, inviting passers-by to buy their goods. The carriage stopped in front of a luxurious restaurant. The shop assistant happily came to take the horses. Hwawan and Huasheng got out of the carriage one after the other. Walking along this busy, lively street, she saw all kinds of goods, silk fabrics, wood carvings, jade ornaments, and many special snacks. There were also many new and interesting toys she had never seen before. Everyone around was dressed in ancient-style clothes. Some bargained with the vendors, while others carefully chose their favorite items. Children ran through the crowd, laughing and playing. Sometimes they stop to look at something new and exciting, staring at it for a long time. It feels like filming a big historical costume drama, but it is very real and full of life. The air is filled with the smell of various foods. Hwawan pulls Hwasheng from one stall to another, while Loomingly follows closely behind. Soon, Jiang Shuriwe and Mo Chuan arrive. The freshness of Hwawan's excitement fades a little, and the five of them start strolling slowly down the street. Mo Chuan holds something and asks Hwawan if she likes this or that, making the stall owner smile and say, "This young master is really kind to his lady." Loomingly gets annoyed and stops Mo Chuan, saying, "Stop asking." Hwasheng sees a stall selling masks ahead. She jumps excitedly and runs over. Mo Chuan laughs and says, "Still a child. Let me pick one for you," then follows Hwasheng. Jiang Shirwe glances at the two people nearby, thinks for a moment, and also joins them, leaving Hwawan and Loomingly behind. Loomingly is quite pleased. He covers his mouth with his fist and clears his throat, then says to Hwawan, "Miss Hwawan, if you see something you like, just tell me." Hwawan sees a sugar artist stall. The sugar figures here are not like the simple ones in modern amusement parks. The stall owners are truly skilled. Hwawan chooses a figure of a noble lady. "Please make this for me," she asks the vendor. The vendor is very attentive. While stirring the sugar syrup, he says, "You have good taste, miss. This noble lady looks just like you." He glances at Loomingly and asks, "Would you like one too?" "I have a general style, which matches this noble lady perfectly." Before Loomingly can speak, Hwawan curiously asks, "You can make generals too? Then make one for me." The vendor smiles and agrees, "Of course." "Please wait a moment." Hwawan and Loomingly wait by the stall. Some children are playing and laughing nearby, getting closer and closer. Loomingly pulls Hwawan's arm and steps back to avoid them. Hwawan looks at her own hand and then at the children, understanding Loomingly's meaning. Watching those carefree children, Hwawan sighs, "It's so good not to have to go to school." Loomingly hears this and asks, "Is it really good not to go to school? No enlightenment, no learning about manners and integrity. You can only spend your days in this bustling market." Realizing this, Hwawan said, "Sorry, I was just joking." That joke was not very appropriate. She added, "In our place, everyone has the right to education. Children of school age who don't go to school can be held responsible." Responsible? Responsible for what? Parents, schools, the government. Oh, the authorities. Loomingly was confused. Education costs a lot of money. Was it affordable for every family in your time? Hwawan shook her head. Those funds come from the government. That's a large expense, but it's worth it. When a country can ensure every generation has equal access to education, it has hope. Loomingly said nothing. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "And you? How many years did you study?" Hwawan proudly replied, "I studied for 16 years. Loomingly smiled and said, "No wonder you're so exceptional in everything you do. Whether it's managing the epidemic area, rebuilding after the disaster, or handling displaced people." Hwawan modestly waved her hand. "It's not just me." That's thanks to the small restaurant. Loomingly shared his plan. "Speaking of food, the restaurant where our carriage is parked is quite famous. We can go try it later. It's just 2 streets away from my home, and you can see it too." Hwawan suddenly asked, "What time is it now?" "Time? What do you mean? Just what hour it is?" "Do you have a pocket watch?" Loomingly understood. He took out his pocket watch from his chest, opened it, and looked. "It's about the hour of high." Hwawan leaned over to look. "Oh, it's 10:30. I don't have much time. I need to get back to the small restaurant before midnight." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something and giggled. "What's so funny?" Loomingly didn't understand. "I just remembered the story of Cinderella." "Who is Cinderella?" Hwawan briefly told the story of Cinderella and asked, "See, I also need to return to the small restaurant before 12. "Isn't that similar?" he said. "A prince wouldn't fall in love with a woman just because of a dance. He must have seen her kind heart. Besides her beautiful clothes, she is also a person with charm." He looked at Hwawan with shining eyes like stars. "Just like you, even without a snack shop, you are still a kind and smart person."
Hwawan didn't speak.
She was lost in Loomingly's gaze until the vendor nearby called out, "Sir, Your sugar figure is ready. Hwan snapped back to reality and took the sugar figure. She looked closely and exclaimed, "Wow, the sugar figure is really well made. It was so detailed. Even the folds of the dress and the hair strands were crafted perfectly." The vendor chuckled. "That's an old family skill, not fancy work." Hwan asked, "You're modest. How much does it cost?" 5 coins each, 2 for 10 coins. Ancient labor was really cheap. Hwan paid and went with Lumingli to meet Huasheng and the others. The Manhwa Tower was decorated with bright lights and lively crowds. Lin Sayu sat bored by the window, watching the people coming and going in the hall. Her brother, Lin Mishu, suddenly said, "Hey, isn't that Suwon? She's dressed quite differently today." Lin Sayu lazily replied, "How different can she be? It's so cold. Everyone is bundled up like dumplings." She didn't hear her brother's words and looked up, noticing Lin Mishu still watching nearby. She turned her head and saw Suwon just entering the hall, chatting with a few friends. She was indeed dressed differently, wearing a thick red dress, a golden coat, very festive. Her layered clothes had a white fur trim on the outside, with embroidered maple leaves on the contrasting cuffs and a border of fur. A string of pearls decorated her waist, and her dress had large embroidered patterns. The fabric was thick and shiny, looking warm. After watching her carefully for a while, Lin Kayun sat up straighter, her eyes following Suwon's figure closely. "Whose new style is this? I didn't know about it," Lin Kayun wondered. She nudged her brother and asked, "You wander around the streets every day. Have you seen who made this new style?" Lin Mishu shifted his body and said, "How would I know?" While talking to her friends, Suwon moved inside, gradually attracting many people's attention. The clothes are thick but not bulky, with sleeves that are just the right length. When she lowers her hands, only a small part of her wrist shows, making her look neat and tidy. The white fur trim on the cuffs makes her hands look even whiter and softer. The skirt is also of different lengths, not dragging on the ground like usual skirts, but showing off her small, delicate shoes. The style of the skirt is unusual, with many pleats in the thick fabric. As people look more closely at Suwon, more eyes are on her. One woman asks, "Suwon, are you cold dressed like that?" Everyone else is bundled up, but Suwon looks elegant and proper. She smiles softly and says, "I'm not cold. I added fleece inside my top and skirt." Then she reaches out and says, "Feel it." The woman pinches her hand and says, "Yes, it's thick and soft." Someone else asks, "Suwon, where's this new style from? How did you find it?" Lin Sayu listens carefully. Suwon tells her, "It's from Hwawan Embroidery Workshop. They have many different styles." After saying this, she turns and walks away. Hwawan Embroidery Workshop? I've never heard of it. You should give the address. Unfortunately, Suwon doesn't stop and walks with her friends to the private room, chatting happily. "Where is it?" A girl asks the person who just talked to Suwon, but only gets a shake of the head. "I think I know where it is," another girl says. Many girls keep watching Suwon's back until she disappears at the top of the stairs. When someone says they know, everyone looks at her, waiting for an answer. "I know there's a snack shop outside the city. The owner, Hwan Lady, helps refugees and apparently opened an embroidery workshop called Hwan Embroidery. The snack shop also makes clothes?" The girl frowns. "I don't know for sure. I've been there a few times. I was going to eat there yesterday, but it was closed. I saw a new embroidery shop next door." The girl looks a bit upset. The snack shop was already hard to get into, with long lines every time. Now that the embroidery shop is famous, more people will be waiting in line. The girls have other ideas, and the crowd starts talking more. Refugees are poor and struggling. How can they make clothes worth wearing? Exactly. If we wear their clothes, we might lose face. With so many ready-made clothing shops in town, they should be able to make it too. Let's just wait patiently. Yes, maybe they'll have the same style tomorrow. But Lin Sayu didn't think so. Just the warm fabric alone was unique in the whole city, not to mention the proper cutting. Even if they made it, it would just be copying. She kicked Lin Mashu under the table. "Shall we go take a look tomorrow?" Lin Mashu was also curious. He admired her courage to shelter refugees. She was quite a remarkable woman. Plus, he wanted a set of men's clothes, so they agreed to go together. Near midnight, Loomingly and his group hurried in a carriage heading outside the city. They rode fast, dust billowing behind them. Hwawan clung tightly to the window frame inside the carriage, laughing happily. This is so Cinderella. Haha. But instead of a pumpkin carriage, it was a horse-drawn carriage. Hwawan didn't leave behind her crystal shoes, only a promise to meet again tomorrow, then disappeared inside the shop. The next morning, Lin's brother and sister took a carriage outside the city. They didn't need to look for the way or ask for directions. They knew they wouldn't go wrong, because the tire marks on the ground only led in one direction. As they walked, they saw several large greenhouses. When they got closer, they realized these houses were made of fabric. In front of one greenhouse, there were wooden shelves with dried herbs, the scent strong and fragrant. In front of another greenhouse, there were various fabrics hanging with a sign, Hwawan Embroidery Workshop. In the middle, there was a normal-looking house with a sign above the door, Hwawan Snack Shop. The shop was closed and no one was outside. They approached the embroidery workshop. Lin Mashu pushed aside the curtain and asked, "Can you make winter clothes here?" Inside, a dozen women were busy working. The tent was quiet. Suddenly, a male voice appeared, startling everyone. An older woman asked, "Are you here to make winter clothes?" She wondered if she heard right. The embroidery workshop had been open for some time, but no customers had ever come. Lin Mashu nodded. Lin Sayu looked around, thinking, "It's clean and tidy, not at all like the refugee camp I imagined." "I want the outfit that Suwon is wearing," Lin Sayu said directly. Suwon, the older woman, was confused. She smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. Our manager will come soon. Sit down and have some snacks." The aunt brought out 2 clean chairs, and she carefully wiped them with a cloth to make sure they looked nice for the important guests. Then she gestured for them to sit down. Next, she placed the jelly and cookies given by the flour roll in a plate, poured some tea, and served everything together. After finishing, she went back to her seat to sew clothes. The embroidery room was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Everyone was focused on their work. Only 2 young embroidery girls secretly looked at the guests. These were the first visitors and they looked very proper. Lin's brother and sister sat on the chairs and didn't dare to touch the snacks on the table. Who would want to eat food meant for refugees? But the smell kept drifting over, and the aroma of several things mixed together, filling the air. The strongest smell was of oranges. Lin Mashu thought silently, "There are no oranges on the table, so why does it smell so strong?" He kept looking at the food on the table. His eyes caught sight of a shiny, orange-colored snack that looked tempting. When he looked closer, he saw that the snack had a piece of orange inside. He glanced around, making sure no one was watching. He thought, "This looks so good. Maybe I can try a piece? Did that lady just want me to eat it? It smells so good," he decided to try it. Lin Mashu picked up a small fork nearby, aiming to poke the snack. But he pressed too hard and pierced the jelly, causing the fork to clink against the plate with a clear sound. He was surprised how soft the snack was. He felt a little embarrassed. Lin Sayu turned around, understanding what her brother wanted to do, and frowned, wanting to stop him. But Lin Mashu was faster. He quickly shoved the whole piece of jelly into his mouth. It was cool and smooth, sweet and sour, bursting with juice, full of orange flavor. It was 1,000 times better than real oranges. He never thought refugees' food could taste better than city people's. Lin Sayu looked at him with disgust and shook her head slightly, as if to say, "How can you eat refugee food?" Lin Mashu squinted and nodded hard at his sister. Lin Sayu rolled her eyes and decided not to say anything. Lin Mashu changed to another fork, picked up a jelly with a lychee flavor, and sniffed it. It was a taste he hadn't tried before. He kindly offered it to his sister. Lin Sayu was stunned. She whispered, "Are you crazy? Why do you keep giving me things to eat?" Lin Mashu glanced at the embroidery girl. Luckily, no one was paying attention here. He quickly stuffed the food into his sister's mouth as she opened it. Lin Sayu cursed silently in her heart. Her first instinct was to spit it out. She raised her hand to her mouth but stopped. "What is this taste?" A strange fruit aroma swirled in her mouth, as if trying to find an exit. The snack was soft and tender. When she bit into it gently, she found small, jelly-like pieces inside. She turned her head in shock to look at her brother. Lin Mashu nodded firmly. In translation, it means Lin Sayu. What is this? It's so delicious, Lin Mashu. See. I'm not lying to you. Both of their eyes quickly shifted to the table, where only one green item remained. Just as they hesitated, the curtain of the embroidery shop was pulled aside. A slender, graceful woman entered. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Mashu stood up and asked, Are you the shop owner, Hoan? Lin Yang shook her head. I am the manager of the embroidery shop, called Lin Yang. If you're looking for Boss Hua, you'll have to wait a few days. Lin Sayu said, No problem. As long as you can decide. We want to ask if the dress Su Wan wore was custom-made here. Lin Yang replied, You mean the cross-collared, horse-faced dress with fleece lining for winter? Yes, that one. The red and yellow one with maple leaves embroidered on it. Lin Yang bowed slightly. Yes, it was made by our embroidery shop, Lin Sayu said happily. That's great. Please, Lin Yang, make me a set too. Lin Yang asked. We have several patterns. Would you like to see more options? Lin Sayu was excited. More patterns? Bring them out, I want to see. Lin Yang took out a colorful catalog and let Lin Sayu sit and choose at her leisure. Lin Mashu asked, Do you have men's clothes? Same material. I want a set too. Lin Yang apologized. Sorry, we currently don't have men's clothing. That's a pity. Lin Mashu shook his head, feeling very disappointed. The catalog, like the menu, was printed in color. Lin Sayu loved it. She had never seen fabric made into clothes so clearly before. After browsing and comparing, she finally chose 2 sets. Just as she was measuring the sizes, there was a commotion outside the tent, noisy and lively. Hey, you said you look down on refugees, so why are you rushing here? I haven't said anything about you. Yesterday, you kept complaining, and today you're here too? I'm different. I just came to take a look. If it's dirty or messy, I wouldn't buy clothes here. Let's not laugh at each other. Let's go inside and have a look together. As the curtain was pulled aside, 7 or 8 young women entered one after another. The small tent quickly became crowded with people. Shopkeeper, can you customize winter clothes? Lin Yang took the catalog and said, Please, everyone, choose a style here. A few embroidery girls quickly stood up and moved their stools aside for the customers to sit. These designs are so beautiful. The first person to pick up the catalog was attracted by the colorful pictures before choosing a style. Hearing this, the other women also stood up to look. With such exquisite catalogs, this isn't a refugee camp at all. The catalog paper was smooth and sturdy, with vivid pictures that looked as if the clothes could be worn right away. No one was talking about refugees anymore. Everyone was busy choosing styles and colors. The noisy chatter was giving Lin Sayu a headache, so she took the order slip and, pulling Lin Mashu, prepared to leave. Lin Mashu said, Hey, wait. He shoved the remaining piece of jelly into his mouth and then asked the lady who was serving them, Madam, may I ask what that was we just ate? She looked at the table and replied, Oh, that was a little snack given to us by Boss Hua for the children here. Seeing the commotion, Lin Yang smiled and said, If young Master Lin likes it, you can take some back. Hearing this, the lady quickly handed Lin Mashu a handful of jelly. He was satisfied and left with his sister. As soon as they left, the girls in the embroidery workshop started talking. Isn't that the second son of King Runnan and the princess? They also came here to buy clothes. Just some poor relatives from the wild lands of the emperor, here to look for opportunities. That day, the Huan embroidery workshop received over 30 orders. Lin Yang carefully noted them down and planned to give the orders to Huan later that evening. Huan looked over the orders roughly and happily said, Great. This is perfect. It's the off-season for me, so everyone can focus on making these winter clothes. I have noted how much fabric I need and will place the order early tomorrow morning. Recently, Lin Yang had an idea. She told Huan directly, There aren't many embroiderers in the embroidery workshop. I want to select some young girls who are good with their hands and teach them embroidery. There aren't many young girls in the embroidery workshop. I heard that many refugees near Jiangdu City are selling themselves.
I want to go see.
If I find suitable girls, I will buy a few. After all, not everyone fleeing hardship can meet someone as kind as Hwawan. Hwawan sighed and nodded. She took 50 taels of silver from behind the counter and handed it to Lin Yang. I'll leave this matter to you. It doesn't have to be limited to girls. Do as you see fit. Lin Yang responded gently. The snack shop was still closed for the day. Hwawan decided to use this time to ship some stored goods. She went to the door and called out casually. A few young men hurried over. Boss Hwan, what do you need? She directed them to move the cotton clothes, quilts, rice, and flour into the tent. Just then, Mo Chuan came in. He was there to deliver a message. The auction is almost ready. It will be held tomorrow night at Manhwa Tower. Hwan said, Good. I'll prepare. When I open the shop tomorrow, you can come and take the goods. Mo Chuan added, General Liu said that rare items are more valuable. You don't need to prepare too many of each thing to get a good price. The next day, Hwan drove into the city. Her goal was simple, to buy some impressive foods that didn't exist in ancient times. She went straight to the supermarket, chose the largest and most active king crab, and also picked 2 lobsters from the neighboring tank. Then she went to the fruit section, grabbing a box of jelly oranges and 3 golden pillow durians. Passing by the bakery, Hwan was attracted by the variety of pastries. Having run a snack shop for a long time, she was very sensitive to these cakes. She casually took 2 strawberry cakes. These were newly launched, each with 25 fresh, bright strawberries on top. Everything was ready. When the shop opened that evening, Mo Chuan was already waiting at the door, as agreed. Hwan handed him the packaged goods, and he loaded them onto the cart. He immediately took them to Manhwa Tower in the city. At this time, Manhwa Tower was bustling. A large sign announced an exotic food auction for today. So many interested people were waiting at the entrance. Not everyone can attend the auction. Only those with invitations are allowed in. Loomingly selected some well-known people in the city and sent out invitations. Mo Chuan's carriage stopped behind Manhwa Tower. The shop assistant came out carefully to help carry the goods inside. Hwawan was at the shop, boredly playing a game of 5 in a row with Hua Sheng. Loomingly came in and asked, Do you want to go see the auction? I will send you back at midnight. Hwan jumped up from her chair excitedly. Yes. She quickly changed her clothes and got into the carriage with Hua Sheng. When they arrived at Manhwa Tower, the auction had just started. Loomingly led them directly to a private room on the 2nd floor. The view from this room was very good, facing the stage directly. The host was a young woman dressed in beautiful clothes. She gracefully walked onto the stage and loudly said, Welcome, distinguished guests. Today, Manhwa Tower is holding a special auction, featuring exotic foods. The host clapped her hands softly. 2 attendants carried a tray covered with a red cloth onto the stage. I'm sure everyone is curious. What is the first item up for bid? The host smiled slightly and lifted the red cloth. A gasp came from the audience. On a small cart was a delicate silver plate holding a strange-shaped item. This is a durian from faraway Malacca. It's not only incredibly sweet, but also has magical effects. Eating it is said to strengthen your body. Starting bid is 100 taels of silver. The guests looked at each other, puzzled. It didn't seem very sweet. The host explained, This fruit has a thick shell. After removing the shell, the flesh has a strange aroma. It's smooth and very sweet when eaten. Suddenly, someone patted their thigh and said, Durian. I once ate durian milfai at Hwawan snack shop. It was very delicious. I bid 120 taels. As soon as he finished, others started bidding. 130 taels, 140 taels, 150 taels. The price kept rising and finally, it sold for 300 taels. Hwawan watched in shock. She didn't expect these foods to be so popular. One item after another was auctioned off at high prices. Then the host announced, Next, we will reveal the highlight of today's auction, the imperial crab. The host's voice grew excited. This king crab comes from the deep Arctic Ocean. It is very large and has delicious meat. Not only that, it is very nutritious and good for health. Starting bid, 1,200 silver coins. The guests were all stunned. 1,200 silver coins is a lot of money. But when the king crab was brought out and the red cloth was pulled back, money was no longer the main concern. Everyone was surprised to hear how big the crab was, but no one expected it to be this large. Its body was bigger than a grown person's head, and its 8 legs spread out to cover the whole table. And it was still alive. Its claws moved slowly, making the host step back a little in fear. People whispered among themselves, "Is this a crab spirit? It's so big, crab spirit or not. Once on the table, it's up to the people to decide. Maybe eating it will be good for health. For some rich people, normal food is not enough." This king crab just fits their curiosity. 200 silver coins, a fancy-dressed middle-aged man shouted. 2,200, another person quickly raised the bid. 3,000, a young man joined in. The bidding kept going higher, and the atmosphere was tense and lively. In the end, the crab was sold for an incredible 8,200 silver coins. Hwawan looked at Loomingly with surprise. "Did you set the price?" Loomingly nodded. "The king crab is very rare. Even the rich can't buy it easily." They didn't spend too much. This auction surprised Hwawan a lot. She didn't know there were so many rich people in the city. Thinking about the many refugees risking their lives, she deeply understood the saying, "The rich waste food, while the poor die of cold." In our place, a king crab costs about 1,000 coins. But here it sells for 8,200. 8,000 coins? How much is that in silver? Hwawan said. "About 2,000 steamed buns." Loomingly nodded. "It really has increased many times." Hwawan was angry. "If I could, I'd sell King every day and take their money to help the disaster victims." Loomingly said, "Selling every day would make it less valuable. Maybe once a month is enough." Lotus Bun also understands this truth. She pouts slightly and thinks to herself, "It's okay. There are still many good things. I will sell them slowly in the future." The auction items were exquisite but few, and they finished quickly. The owner of Manhwa Tower entered, followed by 4 people carrying a large wooden box. He opened the lid, revealing neatly stacked silver ingots inside. "General Liu, this is the money from today's auction. After deducting Manhwa Tower's commission, there is still 11,000 taels." Loomingly nodded lightly and said calmly, "Got it." The owner then respectfully led his assistants out of the room. Loomingly said to Lotus Bun, "Manhwa Tower often holds auctions. They are experienced and careful. You can rest assured." Curious, Lotus Bun asked, "How come you know the shop so well?" "They seem very respectful to you." Loomingly straightened slightly and replied, "Oh, Manhwa Tower is my mother's dowry." "I see. It's funny. It seems the Liu family has a tradition of opening taverns." Lotus Bun chuckled unintentionally, quickly taking a sip of tea to hide her amusement. Loomingly leaned in slightly and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Why are you laughing?" Lotus Bun said, "Do you remember that person Liu Zhao? He also opened a tavern called Teleju. Does your Liu family have a tradition of opening taverns?" Loomingly also smiled. "It seems so." Teleju. That's a good name, much nicer than Manhwa Tower. Lotus Bun was stunned. "Don't change the name." "Hey." Afraid that the wheel of history might turn back and cause trouble for herself, Lotus Bun quickly shut her mouth and stopped mentioning those things. The 11,000 taels of silver. Lotus Bun kept 1,000 taels for herself. The rest, she asked Loomingly to give to Zhao Zhizhou, so he could use the money to help the refugees. The refugees around the snack shop didn't need government help, but many others outside the city gates relied on porridge to survive. Linyang was very efficient. The next day, when Lotus Bun opened her shop, she brought 15 children to wait at the door. She made the children kneel and bow to Lotus Bun. Lotus Bun quickly stopped them, saying, "No, you don't need to bow to me." The children looked pale and thin, of different heights, their fingers frozen like small carrots. They nervously tugged at their pants, staring at Lotus Bun with big, wide eyes. Lotus Bun felt a wave of sympathy. She asked Linyang, "Have they all eaten?" "Their clothes are also being made quickly, and they will soon be able to wear new clothes." Hwawan nodded and told the children, "As long as you study hard with Lady Li, you can become independent in the future." Hwawan then said to Lady Li, "You can take the girls and let my dong take the boys. Considering the many children who recently arrived, Hwan went to the warehouse and brought 2 large tents, 15 beds, and blankets to settle them. Among the refugees, there was a scholar who usually couldn't do physical work. He often ate and drank here and there. Hwan asked him to be responsible for teaching the children to recognize characters. The Hwan Elementary School was officially established. In the following days, after learning characters in the morning, the girls learned embroidery with Lady Li, and the boys learned about medicinal herbs with Mai Dong. The older children, who had experienced floods, fleeing, and being sold, had survived many dangers. They all cherished their current life very much. As winter clothes were delivered one after another, Hwawan Embroidery Workshop opened a market in the city. Especially on the night of the Lantern Festival, many noble ladies wore modified winter clothes, stunning everyone. Orders for embroidery increased greatly. Unfortunately, with limited staff, Lady Li had to politely refuse some orders. Other clothing shops in the city saw how busy Hwawan's workshop was and started copying their style to make winter clothes. They also sold quite a few. Hua Shen complained to Hwawan, "How can they make these clothes without your permission?" "That's just copying," Hwawan smiled. "It's not like our embroidery workshop has a secret recipe. If they can do it, let them try. We can't control what they do." However, although the appearance was similar, these copies could never match the warmth and fine embroidery of the original workshop. Customers soon noticed the difference and complained that the copies were not comfortable to wear and didn't keep warm well. In the end, it's hard to copy the spirit behind the craft. So, the shop owners started to think of other ways and began recruiting people. First, someone approached Lady Li, offering a high price to lure her away. "I heard you're working at Hwawan Embroidery Workshop, but you're only earning 30 coins a day as a manager. That's only 900 coins a month. Our Jean Shio Workshop is willing to pay you 5 taels of silver each month to come work for us." Without considering her feelings for Hwawan, she wouldn't care about 5 taels of silver. In addition to her fixed daily salary of 30 coins, Hwawan earns commission on each piece of clothing she sells, receives a year-end bonus, and can enjoy fine rice every day. Only a fool would change jobs for just 5 taels of silver. Linian outright refused, saying, "Sorry, Boss Zhu. Hwawan has helped me, so I won't leave the embroidery shop." Boss Zhu from Jinshio Workshop was confused. "I know you were fleeing danger, and Hwawan took you in, but you can't refuse money just to repay her kindness. Honestly, Hwawan has no business sense at all. Such good winter clothes, yet she isn't making them faster and is turning away customers." Linian explained, "Every piece of clothing in our embroidery shop is made with care and takes time. If we take too many orders and can't deliver on time, we would break our promises." He sighed deeply. "It doesn't need to be so detailed. The main thing is warmth. Who cares about the embroidery quality? If we were in Jinshio Workshop, we could double our earnings." Linian felt the conversation was pointless and stood up. "Sorry, Boss Zhu, I have other matters to attend to, so I can't stay." She thought Boss Zhu would give up, but he didn't. Boss Zhu failed to persuade Linian and then turned his attention to other embroiderers. He sneaked around the entrance of the embroidery shop, observing each person who came out. Despite many people coming and going, Boss Zhu's fat figure was very noticeable. He had to crouch low and hide in a corner. He found a good candidate, Lu Dajia, who was carrying an embroidery frame and walking out, talking to some young embroiderers. It was clear she was part of the management team. He watched Lu Dajia walk behind a tent, then quickly circled around to the back. Behind the tent, various fabrics were hanging in layers. Lu Dajia moved among them when suddenly she heard a sneaky voice behind her. "Ma'am, please wait a moment." Linian was startled and thought it was a ghost in the daytime. She instinctively raised her embroidery frame and swung it behind her. She heard a yelp. Boss Zhu was hit and crying out loudly. Because the fabrics blocked her view, Linian only saw a blurry shadow of a man. It turned out to be a person, not a ghost. She hit even harder. "How dare you, you dog, to follow me? Watch out or I'll beat you to death." Granny Lu suddenly got very angry and swung her embroidery frame again. Boss Zhu tried to dodge and begged, "Please spare me, Granny. I just want to talk to you about a business deal." "Talk business?" Granny Lu stopped her hand. What kind of business do you want to discuss with me? If you want to talk business, go find our boss. Boss Ju hurriedly nodded and bowed, saying, No, I want to work with you. Look, your embroidery skills are so good. If you join our Jinxiafang, you could make a lot of money. Granny Lu hesitated and asked, Me? You want to recruit me to your Jinxiafang? Boss Ju patted his clothes and said, Exactly. Your flower roll boss is just a kid. She doesn't understand clothing making, let alone doing business. You following her won't earn you much. Our Jinxiafang is different. We sell 7 or 8 winter coats a day, without trouble. Come with me, and I'll give you 2 silver coins a month. Boss Zhu pointed with his finger, showing a number 2, and looked proud. Granny Lu asked again, So, I should go with you now? Boss Zhu lowered his voice and said, Not now. Just bring a few yards of winter cloth and 2 pattern books tonight. I'll send someone to pick you up. Granny Lu sneered and said, Bah, I knew you had bad intentions. Are you trying to steal from our embroidery shop? She raised her embroidery frame as if to hit him. Let me tell you, don't even think about messing with our embroidery shop. As long as I, Lu Tsongji, am here, no one can touch Huan embroidery. Seeing this, Boss Ju was so scared he ran away, crawling and rolling. Lin Yang and a few others were talking when they heard noises behind the tent. As they approached, they saw a round-bodied man hurriedly running away. She asked Granny Lu suspiciously, Granny Lu, isn't that Boss Zhu? Why is he here? Granny Lu was also surprised. You recognize him too? They looked at each other. Lin Yang said, It seems he hasn't given up. He's tempted by the money. There might be more trouble ahead. Lin Yang nodded. We must tell Boss Hu. Tonight, we should also add more people to patrol around. As night fell, Huan and her team opened the shop as usual. Lin Yang and Granny Lu told her everything that happened during the day. Huan thought it was time for a group meeting. With Hua Sheng and Mo Chuan helping at the snack shop, she felt confident to go out. Lin Yang called over the people from the herbal processing workshop and the embroidery workshop. Everyone gathered inside a tent. Those without seats sat on the ground. Lin Yang led Huan to the front chair. After Huan sat down, she poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. The people inside the tent were silent, waiting for Huan to speak. Huan felt a bit shy. Suddenly, he had the feeling of being a company director. He cleared his throat and briefly explained the situation. Everyone was shocked. What? Such things really happen? That's so shameless. I saw someone sneaking around the embroidery workshop during the day. Turns out, they not only want to steal people but also steal things. I saw it too. I would have beaten him up if I knew earlier. A woman named Aunt Lu spoke loudly. Quiet. Let Boss Huan continue. The tent became silent again. Huan nodded and continued. We must always be careful. Usually, everyone here is our own people, so we don't need to watch each other. But now, since the embroidery workshop's reputation is spreading, some jealous or greedy people might show up. Today, Zhu's scheme was uncovered, but what if Yang or Ho also try something? Everyone nodded. A middle-aged man stood up and said, I'm willing to patrol around at night. It's cold now, and I can't gather many herbs. I don't want to just eat without working. Then, more people stood up to volunteer. Huan said, Thank you all for your help with the embroidery workshop. Sun Xiaocai, please write down the names and divide everyone into 3 groups to take turns patrolling. Sun Xiaocai responded with an, Oh, and went to write the names with a brush. Huan added, But patrolling alone isn't enough. We can't stay awake 24 hours a day. She looked serious and said, Spring is coming soon, and the weather will warm up. We can't keep living in tents forever. A few days ago, the local official sent someone to tell me that your land will be divided soon. It's time to build houses. Everyone looked at each other excitedly after hearing this. Although tents are warm, they're not a real home. Only with their own house could their hearts truly settle. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Huan continued, I don't know much about building houses, so I need everyone's help. Does anyone know how to build, what materials are needed, or if we should hire workers? The middle-aged man who was speaking earlier stood up and said, Boss Hua, don't worry. In the past, we built our houses ourselves. Everyone helped each other, lending a hand, and that's how the houses got built. Then he added, building a house mainly uses wood and mud. There are plenty of trees on the mountain behind, and mud can be dug up anywhere. As for furniture, I remember an old man named Zheng, who was our village's old carpenter. His family also came to escape and is now living in tent number 7. To make management easier, Huawan assigned numbers to the tents. Huawan nodded and said, "Let's all work together to build the house. Be sure to stay safe." During the construction, everyone's meals will still be arranged through the snack shop. Everyone listened and felt very touched. The herbs they could gather had already been collected long ago, and they hadn't worked much for a while. They had been living off odd jobs and embroidery work. Now, even for building the house, they had to rely on Boss Hua's help. They felt deeply grateful and said, "Boss Hua, don't worry. We will build the house well. We will remember your kindness in our hearts." At that moment, Hua Sheng hurried over, saying, "Sister, something's wrong. Someone is bringing a big crab to see you." Huawan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be a return of the item? She had already donated the money, so there was no way to get it back. She ran back to the shop with Hua Sheng. Inside the tent, someone said, "Boss Hua probably won't have any trouble now. Let's go and see." Huawan led the way, followed by dozens of people. When they entered the shop, a strong smell of fragrance filled the air. A middle-aged man, dressed in what could only be described as luxurious, was wearing rings with various gemstones on his fingers. He looked at Hua Sheng, followed by Huawan and the large group behind her, and asked, "Is this the boss Hua?" Huawan nodded. As soon as she entered, she saw 2 attendants beside the man carrying a large crab. It looked alive, but was with colorful ropes. All the customers were scared and pressed against the walls, afraid the crab might jump up and bite someone. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan was standing in the aisle with a kitchen knife, looking alert. Huawan explained to him, "The items you bought, if there are no quality issues, but you're not satisfied with them, we can't accept returns." A middle-aged man with a gem-encrusted hand scratched his beard and said, "Hey, Mr. Hua, I didn't come here to return anything. I actually have a favor to ask." Hua Zhuanxin put his stomach back inside. As long as it wasn't a return, it was easy to handle. "Please, just tell me." The middle-aged man sighed and said, "I am the owner of the fragrance shop, Pinxiangjai, in the city, with the surname Shengguan. Yesterday, I bought this crab, planning to eat it while it's fresh. But all 5 of my chefs said it was a crab demon and refused to handle it. I'm worried they might ruin this good thing, so I asked around and found out the crab came from your snack shop. That's why I brought it here, hoping Mr. Hua could cook it himself. Of course, just tell me how much you want for the cooking fee." "Price is not a problem," Hua Zhuanxin said. "I see. I can cook it for you, but I have one request. It must be done in my small shop." Lord Shengguan readily agreed. "Of course. It's all up to Mr. Hua. I want to rent the shop for the night and hope you can prepare a feast for my family. You're going to rent the whole shop." "Exactly. I am willing to pay 100 taels of silver to rent the snack shop for one night. I hope Mr. Hua can help us out." 100 taels of silver. As expected, a wealthy person is generous. "Of course, it's very convenient." Hua Zhuanxin asked again, "May I ask what your family members like or dislike to eat? Since it's a banquet, 1 king crab isn't enough. We'll need several dishes." Lord Shengguan said, "There are no particular dislikes. Just do as you see fit, Mr. Hua. My father used to do business in the south, so it would be great to have 1 or 2 dishes from that region." "No problem. Hua Zhuanxin can get anything. Not just southern cuisine. Indian dishes are also easy to prepare." He asked Mo Chuan to bring the king crab into the kitchen. Hua Zhuanxin and Lord Shengguan agreed on the time, then saw him off. Outside, the crowd saw Hua Zhuanxin and Lord Shengguan chatting happily, so they lowered their guard and returned to their tents. The customers inside the shop also stepped down from the wall and sat back down to continue eating. While eating, they whispered, "Who is that? So grand. You didn't hear him? The boss of Pinxiangjai." "Pinxiangjai? A spice shop that can be so generous. That is a royal merchant, specialized in delivering spices to the noble people in the palace. Of course they have money." Seeing Huan come in, they asked again, "Boss Huan, are you really going to cook that crab monster?" "It's too dangerous." "Exactly, I've never seen such a big crab." It looks like a monster from the classic of mountains and seas. Boss Hwawan, be careful. What if it uses magic to escape when you boil it? Hwawan smiled and explained, it's not a crab monster. It's just a type of crab that lives deep in the ocean. No magic, so you don't need to worry. Back in the kitchen, Hwawan, Hwasheng, and Mo Chuan had a quick meeting. Hwasheng, you are in charge of preparing all the desserts and drinks. Mo Chuan, before you leave tonight, rearrange the tables and chairs. Hwasheng, tomorrow you order the ingredients according to my list. Mo Chuan, come early tomorrow to kill the crab. Yes. Wait, what? Kill the crab? Me? Mo Chuan looked at himself in disbelief and pointed at his nose. I'm afraid I can't do that, Hwawan said, not just the king crab. Since you're good with knives, you also need to help me prepare the fish. For Jiangnan cuisine, Hwawan thought of squirrel fish. Mo Chuan was about to break down. Fish? What's that? I don't know how to do it, Hwawan confidently said. Don't worry, I have a tutorial. I'll teach you. Then she picked up a tablet and showed a video of how to prepare a king crab. Watch carefully and learn. Suddenly, everyone in the shop heard a terrified scream. What? What is that? There's someone inside this board. Shut up, don't scream. Watch carefully. Mo Chuan watched the video with a very frightened feeling. After 5 times, he finally calmed down and studied each step carefully. He watched 2 more times to make sure he remembered everything, then returned the tablet to Hwawan. Hwawan found another tutorial for preparing fish and handed it to Mo Chuan. Here, learn this too. Mo Chuan silently took back the computer and noticed that the person on the screen had changed. It was amazing. Someone's soul and deeds from their life could be recorded inside. Mo Chuan took 3 deep breaths, then lowered his head to look down. Crappie fish are quite difficult to handle and require skillful knife work. First, you need to cut along the fish bones to remove the meat without cutting off the tail. Then, you must remove the bones and fins, make decorative cuts, and ensure that after deep frying at high temperature, it looks like a squirrel-shaped fried dish. Mo Chuan studied very carefully. One hand held a tablet, and the other held a knife, as he gestured and frowned at Hwawan. He said, "This is a bit hard. I'm not sure if I can succeed." Hwawan thought for a moment and comforted him. It's okay. Tomorrow, I will buy 2 crappie fish and you can try with one first. If both fail, it's no big deal. We can just order takeout. But Mo Chuan didn't think that way. This was the first task Hwawan assigned to him, and he had to do it well. The next day, Hwawan sat by the window, holding a pen in her mouth, carefully planning the dinner menu for the evening. First, she decided to make 4 dishes with king crab. Then, she would prepare squirrel fish, add plum pork ribs, both of which are Jiangnan dishes. Next, she wanted a spicy dish, and mapo tofu was a good choice just by the seasoning. There was still snowflake beef in the fridge, which could be made into black pepper mushroom beef. Also, red date and ginseng black chicken soup. For dessert, she planned to make a tasty egg, and the sweet dish would be papaya milk bird's nest soup. There would also be fruit. It's cherry season now, and Hwawan planned to buy a few boxes so everyone could taste some. With the plan set, Hwawan and her sister started shopping. To keep the ingredients fresh, Hwawan drove with Hwasheng to the supermarket. They divided the work. One took fresh meats, and the other took fruits and pastries. A family feast costing over 100 taels of silver, so all ingredients had to be the best. They bought fragrant rice at over 20 yuan per jin, soaking it in mountain spring water first. The 5,000 yuan rice cooker was very professional. It used advanced technology to bring out the rice's aroma. They took the king crab from the fridge. Mo Chuan held a knife and started working. He had already practiced in his mind countless times before going to bed last night. But he was still a little scared. He confirmed with Hwawan, "Are you sure it won't spray out any poison juice or suddenly jump up and grab my wrist with its claws?" "It won't. General Liu already killed one before." "Haven't you eaten it?" Hwawan replied. Mo Chuan nodded and followed the video instructions, cutting all the crab legs from the base, and then having them. She used a knife to carefully pry open the crab shell, poured the crab yolk into a bowl, and removed the inedible parts. Then she cut the crab body into several pieces and arranged them on a plate. Hwawan sighed happily. Finally, it's not a messy cut of the king crab. She opened her tablet, found a lively music track, pressed play, and the whole kitchen became cheerful. Next was Hua-Wan's turn. She spread garlic paste evenly over the crab pieces and steamed them. This made garlic-steamed crab meat. Then she prepared steamed crab yolk with eggs. She cracked 2 eggs, mixed them well, and poured the mixture over the crab yolk. After stirring, she put it back into the crab shell and steamed for 8 minutes. Then she added another egg mixture and steamed for 3 more minutes before pouring soy sauce on top. For the crab legs, she removed half of the shell, sprinkled cheese over them, and baked them in the oven. The cheesy baked crab legs were ready in no time. The remaining crab legs were salted and roasted. She placed them on a baking tray, sprinkled coarse salt, star anise, cinnamon, and other spices, wrapped them in foil, and baked for 15 minutes. After finishing these dishes, Hua-Wan looked back at Imo Chuan, who was already slicing the mandarin fish. It went more smoothly than expected. Imo Chuan was skillful, and with a sharp knife, he successfully prepared the first fish. He clicked his tongue and said, "Hua-Wan, look at me. I'm practically a master chef." Hua-Wan praised him. "Not bad, not bad. Now, slice the remaining mandarin fish and we'll have it for dinner tonight." Sure, hearing about food, Imo Chuan was full of energy. With the rhythm of the music, he sliced the fish 1 cut at a time. Hua-Wan was amused by his funny movements and shook her head, then started making squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. The oil was heated to about 60%. Hua-Wan carefully slid the marinated fish into the hot oil. The fish cooked and turned golden as it floated up. Even Hua Sheng, who was preparing fruit nearby, was attracted.
Wow.
It really looks like a squirrel. No wonder it's called squirrel mandarin fish. The last step was the sauce. The sauce for squirrel mandarin fish was made with ketchup, sugar, and vinegar. Hua-Wan tried several recipes, had Hua Sheng and Imo Chuan taste each one, and chose the best.
She then made a new batch.
The hot sauce was poured over the fish, filling the air with a rich aroma that tempted everyone present. The remaining dishes were much simpler. Using high-quality ingredients and various brand-name seasonings, each dish offered a new taste experience. Outside the shop, voices of conversation could be heard. Customers had arrived. Hua Sheng opened the door and saw several people outside, all dressed in gold and silver, extremely wealthy. Lord Shengguan chuckled and said, "Boss Hua, I could smell the aroma from outside. It was worth coming here today." Hua-Wan smiled and replied, "You're just in time.
The food is ready.
Please sit down first, and the dishes will be served soon." The tables and chairs in the small restaurant had been cleared, leaving only a large round table made of rosewood in the center, decorated with carved patterns around the edge, and a turntable on top. There were 8 people from the Shengguan family: Lord Shengguan and his wife, 2 young concubines, and 2 young girls who were probably his daughters. Leading the group was an elderly man, about 60 years old. He had silver beard and white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, but glowing with a healthy red color, looking lively and spirited. This was likely Lord Shengguan's father. Everyone stood quietly until the old man sat steadily in the seat facing the door. Only then did everyone sit down. Hua-Wan and the others hurriedly moved around, bringing dishes from the kitchen to the table one by one. To keep the food warm, each plate was covered with a silver stainless steel lid. Lady Shengguan said, "I didn't expect such a small shop to have such delicate covers on the dishes. They even reflect my face." Aunt Zhou also exclaimed in surprise, "Really? They're clearer than the copper mirror in the mansion." Most of the guests at the table were women, quietly taking pictures of the dishes with their small mirrors. Soon, the table was filled with food. Hua-Wan slowly lifted the stainless steel lids, introducing each dish. Worried that her father might not hear clearly, Lord Shengguan explained, "This is the big crab that my son brought back the other day, made into 4 dishes." The old man nodded without speaking, his gaze falling gently on the salted baked crab legs. A maid immediately handed him one. He used chopsticks to pick out some crab meat, slowly put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. Everyone watched him, and the restaurant was very quiet. The crab meat is sweet and salty, tender and smooth. Very good." The maid then handed the crab leg to others. "Wow, The crab meat is really big. One leg is enough to replace the whole crab we saw that day. Mother, why are these crab legs so small? They're much smaller than the live we saw that day. Hwawan said, these are half of the crab. The other half was made into cheese crab legs. She pointed to a plate nearby. The senior officer looked at his father. When his father nodded, he signaled to the maid. The maid then picked up a cheese crab leg and placed it on the old man's plate. The old man took out some meat, bit into half of it, and was surprised by the rich, milky aroma mixed with the crab meat. Something quite special. I've traveled all over the south and north, but this is the first time I've tasted a dish made with milk. It's even better than salted baked crab. This comment caught everyone's interest. Milk-made crab meat. Such a unique way to cook. Everyone eagerly watched the maids serve the dishes, their eyes full of anticipation. A little girl finished her crab leg and asked Hwawan, Boss, besides cooking crab legs with milk, can you make other dishes? It smells so good. Hwawan smiled and said, Yes, this is called cheese. Besides crab legs, you can make desserts, mashed potatoes, pumpkin dishes, and many more. You can even make milk tea. Wow! Can I have a dessert too? Hwawan remembered there was a cheesecake in the fridge. She agreed happily. Of course, I'll bring it out soon. The senior officer asked, Chef Hwawan, I mentioned yesterday that my father. Hwawan understood. She pointed to the squirrel fish and said, This is a Jiangnan dish. Please try it. The senior officer finally noticed that the red dish was fish. He paused for a moment. I forgot to tell you, my father never eats fish. Please take it away. His father not only never ate fish, but this dish had never appeared on their dining table. Hwawan didn't expect this dish to offend the guest. She hurried forward to take it away. But unexpectedly, the old man stopped her. He looked a bit excited and asked, What kind of dish is this? This is called squirrel fish. Put it down, he said, waving the maid away. He then picked up chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and ate it. The golden-colored fish skin revealed tender fish meat underneath, with a tomato-colored sauce that was sweet and sour just right. He only took one bite, and tears suddenly fell without warning. Deep inside, the old man's memories flooded back like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes, and scenes from the past flickered like a lantern in the dark. He remembered that he had eaten this dish before. It was when he was just a boy. His family was poor, and he was very young, working as a traveling salesman, selling rouge and powder. He was quick-witted and strong, often going farther away to sell his goods. One day, by the edge of Tai Lake, he was passing a row of fishing boats with his cart, calling out as usual, Come and see, rouge and powder. Rouge and powder from the north. A young girl peeked out from a boat cabin and called to him, Hey, merchant, let me see your stuff. He looked back, and the sunset glow shone on her hair, making it sparkle. The girl was smiling at him warmly, her eyes curved happily. His face suddenly turned red, and he felt his ears get hot. Luckily, he was tanned, so it wasn't obvious. He set his basket down beside the boat, and the girl came over and squatted down, asking, Little merchant, what do you sell? He shyly answered, Rouge, lipstick, and powder. Powder, the girl said brightly and cheerfully. Yes, yes. He hurriedly opened his basket, almost knocking it over in his nervousness. Hey, hey, hey. The girl quickly helped steady the basket and giggled. Don't rush. I'm not in a hurry. He chuckled nervously to ease the awkwardness, and then found the powder. This one smells like osmanthus. It's really nice. Usually quick-talking, today he stammered and couldn't find the words. Fortunately, the girl didn't mind. She sniffed it and said, It really smells good. How much? He said. 5 coins. That's too expensive, she said regretfully, putting the powder back into the basket. She clapped her hands and stood up, asking, Little merchant, when will you come again? I'll buy it once I save enough money. The boy lied. I come here every day. The girl looked at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Can you save some for me? He nodded. Don't worry, I will. From then on, the boy stopped traveling far. Every evening, he would return to the boat and pretend to call out his goods. The girl always came out of the boat cabin after hearing his voice and greeted him with a bright smile. He also always took out that box of osmanthus powder from his basket and waved his hand to show he kept it for her. The girl shook her head and mouthed, "Wait a little longer." The small merchant thought again and again. One day, he stood in front of the girl's boat cabin and put some fragrant powder into her hand. This can't be sold, so I give it to you." The girl was surprised and happy.
"Thank you."
Then she thought for a moment and ran into the cabin. Soon she came out holding a fish. "Take this back and eat it." The small merchant hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. "This is too expensive, don't take it." The girl said, "This fish is dead and can't be sold." But it only died today. The merchant still refused. "I don't know how to cook." He had been living outdoors, staying in broken temples, and eating plain bread. Instead of cooking, he preferred to visit more villages. Moreover, he didn't know how to cook fish. The girl thought for a moment and asked, "Where do you sleep at night?" "Just at that broken long temple over there," he said shyly. The girl didn't mind at all. She cheerfully said, "Then wait for me tonight. I'll cook for you." The small merchant was even happier than her. His steps became lighter. He even tidied up the broken temple, swept the floor, and wiped the dust off the altar. Dusk to nightfall was only about an hour. The girl quickly found the broken temple, carrying the dead fish. The fish had been prepared, but it was cut in strange patterns. She skillfully built a fire and started grilling the fish. "Did you see the patterns on this fish?"
she asked.
The small merchant nodded. "When I deliver fish to the restaurant with my father, I see the chefs cut the fish like this, then fry it in oil. The fish meat opens up like flowers. It's so beautiful. I don't have that much oil, but I hope I can make it bloom by roasting." She giggled, focusing on the fish. The small merchant asked curiously, "What kind of vegetable is that?" The girl said, "I heard them call it squirrel fish. When I finish roasting it, you'll see, it looks like a squirrel. Maybe the cuts weren't right, or maybe roasting wasn't suitable, but it was a failure." The fish didn't open up like flowers. But the girl was not discouraged. She told the small merchant, "Next time I deliver fish, I'll look more carefully and make it for you again." The small merchant didn't know what a squirrel-like fish was. He thought the roasted fish smelled good enough. He swallowed hard and asked, "Can I eat it now?" The girl thought for a moment and said, "The squirrel fish tastes a little sour and sweet. Wait for me." She handed the fish branch to the young merchant and ran away. The young merchant held the fish, his stomach growling. He endured patiently and finally saw the girl. The girl brought vinegar and a small bag of sugar from the boat cabin. She said, "You need these two things to get the flavor of squirrel fish." Then she poured all the sugar and vinegar over the fish and said to the young merchant, "Eat it." She looked at him with anticipation. The strong smell of vinegar almost made the young merchant sneeze, but he still took a bite. It was very sour. He tried to hide his reaction and smiled at the girl, saying, "It's delicious." The girl was happy too. "Then hurry up and eat. Finish it all." The young merchant obediently ate the whole fish. His stomach felt a bit uncomfortable, but he felt very happy inside. He put down the fish bones and smiled, saying, "It's really tasty. I've never had such good fish before." The girl also smiled and then asked curiously, "Hey, you're not a stutterer anymore?" The young merchant's mouth opened wide in surprise. "Huh." The girl laughed and said, "It's okay." The next evening, the young merchant went to call outside the girl's boat again, but she didn't come out. He stood outside and looked inside. It was dark, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He had no choice but to walk back and forth along the lake, calling out. Finally, he saw the girl. She was standing at the boat's entrance and smiled at him. Seeing her cheeks red and swollen, he felt worried. He walked to the boat and asked, "What happened to you?" The girl still had a smile on her face and said, "Nothing. My father found out I stole sugar." Hearing this, the young merchant became even more anxious. "I'll give you sugar." The girl waved her hand. "No need. If I take the sugar, I'll get scolded for nothing." The young merchant was stunned. He didn't understand her logic. The girl comforted him again. "It's okay. You go back to your work." After returning home, the young merchant took out all his savings. He made a big decision. He would go find the girl's father and ask him to let her marry him. In recent years, he had been alone, with little expenses. He saved all the money he earned. He took out all his copper coins and counted them. There was nearly 2 taels of silver. He packed the money carefully and found a more decent set of clothes from his luggage to change into. Then he went to the girls' boat. This was still the first time he saw the boat up close. The boat was old and small, and the cabin inside was tiny, but everything was neatly organized. The girl was not there. Her father was drinking. When he wasn't fishing, he liked to have a little drink. As soon as he heard the merchant's visit, he suddenly became very angry.
Who are you?
Dare to think about my daughter? You lowly merchant. Get out of here. The social classes in this place were clear. Merchants were the lowest, and this merchant had nowhere to stay. The girl's father looked down on him. No matter what the merchant said, he didn't listen and just wanted to chase him away. The merchant shouted, "What do I have to do to make her marry me? I won't treat her badly. At least I won't hit her just for a piece of candy." The old man got angry. "Shut up. My daughter won't marry someone like you, a poor trader," the merchant said. "Don't look down on me. I can earn a lot of money." "Money? What's the use of money? You're just a seller of goods." The merchant clenched his teeth. "Just wait. One day, you'll be happy to see her marry me." He packed his things and went to the lakeside one last time at sunset. This time, he didn't call out. The girl was already waiting there. He said, "Wait for me to come back." The girl smiled and nodded. Behind her, the lake shimmered in the sunset. Her hair was blown by the wind, and she looked at him happily. He watched this scene for a long time, wanting to remember it forever. Then he turned and left. Over the next 2 years, he was lucky. He made a lot of money trading spices, and he traveled farther and earned more. But he always wanted to return to that small fishing village. On the boats, there was always a girl, facing away from the sunset, smiling and greeting him. Soon, he became very rich and returned to the small fishing village to buy an official position, managing fishing taxes. He proudly found the broken boat and ordered his men to destroy it. The girl's father was on the shore, from helplessness to kneeling and crying out. Then, a brand new boat slowly arrived. The merchant asked, "Are you convinced now? Does money make everything possible?" The old man hesitated for a moment, recognizing the merchant. Tears suddenly streamed down his face. "You came too late. Before the new year, she had already gone." "Did you go? Where did you go?" "She died during childbirth." Like a sudden thunderclap, the young merchant nearly lost his footing. He was helped to find the girl's grave. Only then did he learn her name. Yunyang. "I arrived too late." He knelt before the simple tomb, crying bitterly. After crying for a while, he felt lost and confused. He had done so much, yet still arrived too late. He resigned from his official position and continued his business, which grew bigger and bigger. But he never went back to the south. Every year on Yunyang's Memorial Day, he sent someone to deliver a box of fragrant powder, her favorite osmanthus-scented powder. As he remembered this, the old man sighed. So this is the taste of squirrelfish. Sadly, Yunyang would never taste it again. The fish, after being fried in hot oil, had crispy slices that stuck out, with the head and tail curled up, resembling a squirrel. The fish was golden and crispy, paired with a sweet and sour sauce that made mouths water. The old man shook his head with a smile. "Chef Hua, your squirrel fish doesn't taste like I remember. The fish is too tender, the sauce too fragrant, and it lacks the sharp vinegar taste." "It's much better than the one I used to eat," Huawan asked. "Since it doesn't taste the same, does it remind you of old times?" The old man sighed. "Yes, it brings back memories I had almost forgotten." "Thank you." Huawan nodded. "Please enjoy your meal." The old man ate the squirrel fish slowly, not touching anything else. His family saw this and quietly didn't eat the fish either. When he finished, only the fish bones remained. He put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and smiled. "It's been a long time since I ate fish, and I finished the whole fish," Lord Shengguan said. "As long as you like it." Huan went back to the kitchen. Mo Chuan and Huashen were very curious. "Is squirrel fish really that delicious?" That old man finished a whole fish by himself. Huan smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll make another one for you to try." When she returned with a cheesecake, all the plates on the table were empty. The maids were busy clearing the dishes. Hua Sheng and Mo Chuan took the dishes and wiped the table. Hua Wan arranged the cake and desserts. The creamy white cheesecake was cut into triangles. Just by looking, you could tell it was different from traditional cakes. The rich cheese flavor combined with the soft, moist cake makes it easy to cut a small piece with a fork. The tender, sweet taste is very addictive. Especially the three girls, who are now completely captivated by the cake, their faces full of surprise. Master Shengwan expressed his satisfaction with the feast. He paid the money as agreed and then took his leave. But his father stopped him. The old man took out a small wooden box from his sleeve and handed it to Huan. Huan was puzzled. "Sir, I have already received the money." The old man said, "This is my gift to you. Thank you for letting me taste such delicious food. This is agarwood incense. I used it to become a top merchant. Now that I have a connection with you, I want to give you this small piece as a keepsake." Huan refused, but the old man was firm. She couldn't decline, so she accepted it. After the guests left, Hua Sheng and Mo Chuan cheered and started preparing dinner. They washed the rice cooker and cooked a new pot of rice. Huan fried the leftover fish and made a sauce. She also stir-fried some greens and black pepper beef strips. The three of them sat at a small table to eat. After a busy day, this meal looked especially tempting. All three reached for the squirrel-shaped fish at the same time. Mo Chuan quickly gave his opinion. It's really delicious. Sweet and sour, with no fishy smell at all. Yummy. I've never had a dish that's both sour and sweet before. Hua Sheng nodded in agreement. Huan hadn't eaten squirrel-shaped fish before, but she had seen it online. It's not a common dish and usually only served in fancy restaurants. Watching the guests eat, she felt a bit tempted herself. Now that she took a bite, she was amazed. It's really good. I didn't expect fish made without heavy oil and sauce to have such a unique flavor. Hua Sheng suddenly remembered something and asked Huan, "Sister, why did that old man cry just now?" "I really like this dish, but I don't want to cry after eating it," Huan explained. Sometimes a dish can carry memories. When he ate the squirrel-shaped fish, it reminded him of the past, so he cried. Hua Sheng said, "I understand. I often think of the first cup of milk tea you gave me. Every time I remember, I really want to drink it." Huan smiled. "You're just craving milk tea. That's all." After eating, the three of them leaned back happily, not caring about their appearance. Mo Chuan was lying on the table, Huan was resting her head on her hand, and Hua Sheng was leaning on the chair, touching her stomach. Suddenly, Mo Chuan said, "Huan, what did that old man give you?" "Show me." Huan tapped his head and said, "No manners at all." Then she handed him a small wooden box from her pocket. She told Mo Chuan, "It seems to be called dragon incense." Mo Chuan leaned back slightly, opened the box, and inside was a small piece of milky white material that looked like wood. No need to get close to smell. A fragrant scent immediately wafted out. It smelled like wood, moss, and also had a damp earthy scent like after rain. Mo Chuan asked, "What is dragon incense?" "Is it the saliva of a dragon from the sky?" "Amazing, I know about dragon incense," a strange voice said from the doorway. A man and a woman stepped into the shop. Mo Chuan stood up. "Sorry, we're closed today." "There's a sign on the door," but the man ignored him and continued, "Long ago, fishermen found it when they went out to sea. At first, it smelled terrible, but after drying, it became very fragrant. Just a little is enough to make the whole room smell nice, and it can last for days," Huan exclaimed. "So, it's such a precious spice. It lasts much longer than modern perfumes." The man stepped into the shop, standing in front of Huan, looking at the dragon incense in the box. He said it was later offered as tribute to the emperor. "I heard the emperor liked to light a bit while reviewing documents to stay alert. Thanks to you, today I can see it up close." Huan nodded. "No wonder it's not sold on the market." Mo Chuan looked unhappy. "Hey, who are you? Can't you understand people?" "I said we're closed." The man was unfazed. He smiled and said, "My name is Lin Mashu. This is my sister, Lin Sayu. We come from the south. A few days ago, We ordered winter clothes from Huajuan's embroidery shop. An older lady there gave us some snacks. After eating them, we felt they were amazing. The lady said these were treats given to the children at the embroidery shop by the boss. If possible, we want to buy some to bring back to our family's children to try. Han cheerfully said, "Of course." "Do you remember what kind of snack it was?" Lin and Mo Shu and Lin Kaiyu exchanged glances, then spoke to Huawan, saying, "We forgot to ask your name. It seems to have a tangerine scent and is see-through." Huawan guessed, "Could it be jelly?" Lin and Mo Shu repeated, "Jelly? That's a good name. Very fitting. It looks like fruit frozen in ice." Huawan searched the kitchen for a while and found only 6. She told Lin and Mo Shu, "Sorry, today there are only 6 left. Let me know when you want more or how many you need, so I can prepare." Seeing the jelly, Lin and Mo Shu's smile couldn't hide. He no longer looked serious about explaining dragon's saliva scent. He took a bag, opened it, and let Huawan put the jelly inside, then happily tied it shut. Who knows how much he loved jelly? That sweet, refreshing feeling was simply irresistible. "Of course, I want as many as you have," he said with a big grin. Huawan chuckled. "You have a big appetite. First, tell me, how many children are in your family?" Lin Kaiyu said, "Don't listen to my brother's nonsense." "There are about 50 children in our family." Huawan was surprised again, thinking, "You seem more exaggerated than your brother." Lin Kaiyu explained, "We come from a big family, so the number is naturally higher." Huawan said, "All right, I'll prepare 300 jelly pieces for you. One child gets 6 pieces, so that should be enough." "No way." Lin and Mo Shu quickly protested. "Just joking, I can eat 3 at once." "I could eat 30 in one night without getting tired," he added. "It has to be at least 3,000. Huawan opened her mouth wide. 3,000 jellies? Just jelly? Lin and Mo Shu hesitated. What else does the shop have? Huawan felt a bit speechless. It was her first time meeting someone who came to buy without knowing what they wanted. Also, candies, cookies, spicy strips, chips, bubblegum. Since it's for children, she picked some popular snacks to make the kids happy and reported them to Lin and Mo Shu. Good. Lin and Mo Shu didn't catch everything she said, but with Huawan's shop's products, how could anything be bad? "Just give me 3,000 of each." 3,000 of each, or a total of 3,000. Huawan thought it was necessary to clarify. 3,000 of each. Lin and Mo, worried that Huan didn't hear clearly, repeated each word loudly. Huawan looked at Lin Sayu, who stood expressionless beside Lin and Mo, not stopping her brother. Huawan said, "All right. When do you want it?" "In 3 days." After confirming the delivery date, Huan wrote down the items to buy in her small notebook and planned to go shopping tomorrow during the day. After seeing off the Lin siblings, Mo Chuan said, "That Lin man is a bit strange. He only wants snacks, not anything else." Lin Sayu also felt helpless. "Can you control yourself?" "You can't resist when you see jelly," Lin and Mo confidently replied. "What can I do? I just like sweet food, and you're always telling me what to do." Lin Sayu got angry. "Look at you. You don't act like a big brother. You're even encouraging me to lie. There are only about 10 kids in our family. Where do all these 50+ come from? I can handle 20 kids myself. Haven't you heard? The snacks in the shop are limited. If I don't buy a lot now, I won't be able to get so many later." Lin Sayu had nothing to say. She waved her whip, urging her horse to run faster, to get farther away from her brother. Lin and Mo spat dust and said, "Phew, phew.
Hey.
Wait for me." He waved his whip and hurried to catch up. In the snack shop, Mo Chuan hesitated for a long time. He finally made up his mind and said to Huawan, "Huawan, I told you before, I want to stay in the snack shop like Huaxing. I've thought about it a lot and I haven't changed my mind." "You're already in the snack shop now," Huawan replied. "You know that's not what I mean. I have no parents. I was raised by my older brother and sister-in-law. Now, they don't say it openly, but I think they're annoyed that I haven't married yet and still stay with them. The snack shop is the warmest place I've ever been. I don't want to leave. I don't need wages, just want to have my 3 meals a day. If you think I eat too much, I'll start eating less tomorrow. Are you silly? Do I need your food that badly?" Huan laughed. "Can you take me in? I don't plan to get married. I just want to do what I love, like today, filleting fish and catching." I also want to learn how to cook and use those shiny boxes in the kitchen. Hwawan was silent for a moment. She felt she needed to explain everything clearly to Mo Chuan to try to dissuade him. Hwawan indeed found a brand new contract in the box inside the room, with Mo Chuan's name written on it. She took it back to the snack shop, spread it open on the table, and said to Mo Chuan, "If you want to stay in the snack shop forever, you must sign this contract. Then you can travel between two worlds with the shop, but according to the contract, once signed, you will share life and death with the shop. If the shop closes the portal, you can never return to your original world." Mo Chuan looked at the contract, his heart pounding. "Wherever the shop is, that's where I want to be. I long for your world." He imagined all kinds of unseen delicious foods, quick-acting medicine, tents to resist the cold wind, and tablets with strange images. Just the snack shop already showed him how different the worlds are. If he truly entered that world, he couldn't imagine what he would face, nor could he understand it. But whatever it was, he was willing to face it. His heart told him that if he missed this chance, he would spend the rest of his life in obscurity. Seeing that Mo Chuan had made up his mind, Hwawan stopped persuading him. Mo Chuan pressed his handprint on the contract, and it was done. "Is it that simple?" Mo Chuan ran his hand from his head to his feet. "I don't feel anything at all," Hu Sheng, who had been silently holding her breath nearby, sighed. Turns out, there's really no feeling. When she signed the contract, she was unconscious and remembered nothing. She had expected Mo Chuan to feel differently this time, but it was all a disappointment.
Montag Chuan also inexplicably relaxed.
He had thought it would be like in stories, with cramps and skin peeling, but nothing happened. Hwawan stood up, folded the contract again, and said, "It's getting late. Let's clean up and close the shop. I haven't prepared a room for you, Mo Chuan, so you'll have to sleep on the sofa." Mo Chuan said, "I can sleep in the shop and watch over it. I'll just set up the table and sleep." Hu Sheng said, "How can you sleep on the table?" "Just go with sister." Hwawan opened the door and went to the next room. Mo Chuan then noticed that, at some point, a new door had appeared on the wall. He followed Hwawan into the darkness. She reached out and touched the wall, then with a sharp sound, a bright light burst forth. Mo Chuan quickly adapted to the environment and found himself in an extremely warm room. The space was bright and open, filled with many colors and things I had never seen before. Hwawan yawned and didn't bother to pay attention to Mo Chuan, who was staring blankly. She went upstairs to get a blanket and a pillow and threw them to him. "Just sleep on the sofa tonight." Tomorrow. Hwawan looked at the two rooms upstairs. "Tomorrow, I'll get you a bigger sofa." The place was still too small. It seemed I needed to buy a new apartment. "Sofa? What's a sofa?" Mo Chuan looked confused, holding the blanket. Hua Sheng pulled him and pointed to something that looked like a bed, saying, "Mo Chuan, you sleep here." Mo Chuan touched it, pressed it, then sat down hard, sighing, "So soft. It feels like a place where fairies stay," Hua Sheng proudly said. "Of course. Following Hwawan is always the right choice." The next morning, as the first sunlight hit the sofa, Mo Chuan woke up. He stood by the big window, looking out at a view he had never seen before. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Before Mo Chuan could react, Hwawan ran downstairs quickly, calling for him to follow. It was the delivery guy at the snack shop. Last night, Hwawan ordered some snacks with her phone, and he had delivered them early this morning. The delivery guy looked at Mo Chuan behind Hwawan with a puzzled expression. "Is he taking photos in traditional costumes?" Hwawan said, "Hello, this is my shop assistant. If I'm not here, he will receive the deliveries." Mo Chuan nodded silently, observing the delivery guy's clothes. The delivery guy nodded back, feeling curious. Usually, no one comes to eat here, so it's strange to have an employee. After finishing the delivery and tidying up, Hwawan took the two of them out to buy clothes for Mo Chuan. Since Mo Chuan was a few years older, he wasn't as surprised as Hua Sheng was the first time they went out. He watched and learned quietly. He was quite open-minded, except he refused to cut his hair. Mo Chuan covered his long hair and kept far away, saying, "My body and hair are given by my parents. I will never cut it." Fine, if he doesn't want to cut it, that's okay. Hwawan thought, I wonder where he'll look when summer comes and all the girls are showing their arms and legs. They bought 3 sets of clothes packed in several bags and also got him a phone. Finally, they ordered a big bed and then headed back home. The 3 of them returned home carrying small and large packages. Hwa-shing chattered happily, teaching Emo Chuan how to use a phone. Hwawan was browsing online for men's winter clothing styles. Lin Yang had told her that recently many men had asked if they could make men's winter clothes, and Hwawan thought it was a good idea. In the evening, she showed the pictures to Lin Yang, and they discussed the sizes together. That night, as soon as Hwawan opened the door, Lin Yang pulled her outside. Hwawan said, Lin Yang, I have something to talk to you about. Lin Yang replied, Hwa boss, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a while. Hwawan then realized that outside, besides the people waiting in line for food, there were many others gathered around watching her. They were refugees who had escaped from danger, men, women, and children all together. She asked curiously, What's going on? Why is everyone outside so late? It's so cold. When she spoke, the crowd parted, and she noticed a pile of firewood among them. A strong man smiled and said, Hwa boss, our housing plans are ready. The materials are almost all prepared. We thought it would be fun to have a bonfire party tomorrow when we start work. Seeing how well everyone was getting along and how much they considered this place their home, Hwawan felt very happy. That's great. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll go get it for you. Someone said, We don't need anything. We've bought everything during the day. We just need you to light the fire. Me? Hwawan pointed at herself, still surprised. Before she could react, someone handed her a torch. Then, Lin Yang pushed her toward the firewood. Feeling a bit shy, Hwawan said, Well, I guess I'll light it then. Everyone watched eagerly. Hwawan brought the torch close to the wood, and with a whoosh, the entire pile caught fire. The flames soared high, illuminating everyone's faces. Everyone clapped and cheered loudly. In our place, lighting the bonfire is very important. We've decided that, even though we come from different villages and have different last names, from today on, our village will be called Manhwa Village. We will live here and always remember Hwa boss's kindness. Yes. From now on, we are all villagers of Manhwa Village. Hwawan suddenly felt her eyes sting and become hot. She blinked hard several times. Initially, she helped everyone simply because she had earned a lot of money in this era. She wanted to give back without expecting anything in return, only seeking a clear conscience. After all, she was just an ordinary girl who had recently graduated. Her parents had passed away early, and she had been bullied during her most vulnerable times. Feelings of inferiority never left her. Even after opening the snack shop, she was often anxious and afraid it was all just a dream. Later, after meeting many good friends in this era and receiving a lot of support, her heart gradually became more peaceful. She now considers this place her home. Now, it feels like her home has grown even bigger. While she was lost in thought, the villagers brought various foods, a whole sheep, beef hot pot, steamed buns, vegetable pancakes, and more. It seemed everyone was well prepared. Hwawan had a good idea. Since you have food, I'll provide drinks. Hwawan ran back to the shop, then crossed the house to the modern street and cleared out the nearby convenience store's stock of strong liquor. She asked Mo Chuan to help move the drinks to the bonfire party. Hwawan said, I have some strong alcohol. Do you dare to drink? Most of the men there said, What's there to be afraid of? We often drink to warm up in winter. Hwawan smiled and said, Let's play a game. Everyone drinks 3 cups, then crosses over a tree stump. She pointed to a pile of wood nearby, about as thick as a person's arm, used for building. If you can do it without falling, I'll give you 2 taels of silver. This excited everyone, and they cheered, eager to go first. Hwawan added, But I'll say this first, this alcohol is strong. You should drink according to your strength. Even if it's strong, I'm not afraid. Look at this bottle, so delicate. It's obviously for the wealthy to enjoy. Hwawan smiled. Earning this money wasn't easy. Ancient alcohol wasn't distilled and purified carefully, so its alcohol content was much lower than modern drinks. She asked, Who wants to go first? A man quickly raised his hand. Me.
Me.
I'll go first. Everyone laughed again. Changsheng, go ahead. But don't fall or embarrass yourself. Changsheng turned around, smiling and joking. Bah. My drinking capacity is not to be underestimated, for people brought over a large wooden post and placed it in the middle of the crowd. Changsheng picked up his cup and drank it all in one go. Wow, that was really spicy. Changsheng immediately started coughing and tears came to his eyes, and he kept coughing. Haha, I told you you can't handle it. Changsheng felt a bit better and argued. I didn't say I couldn't. I just wasn't ready and choked a little. He wiped away his tears, picked up a second glass of wine, but hesitated to drink it. Suddenly, his courage disappeared. He stared at the glass, still hesitating, and then the alcohol hit him hard. He felt dizzy, swayed, and put the glass back down, waving his hand and saying, No, I can't drink anymore. Everyone burst into laughter again. He stubbornly said, Don't laugh at me. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. This wine is really spicy, he was right. A few more people tried, but either they drank one glass and fell over or drank 3 glasses and couldn't even climb onto a tree stump. Huawan said, Come on, everyone. I haven't even given out 1 or 2 silver coins yet. One person pushed through the crowd, looking confident, and stepped forward. Boss Hua. My name is Akai. Let me try. Huawan smiled and handed Akai the wine. Akai didn't drink right away. He sniffed it and said, Good wine. Then he drank 3 glasses in a row, took a deep breath, shook his head, and climbed onto a tree stump. The stump was about 5 meters long on the ground. He stood on it, initially wobbling, which made others a little worried. But he wasn't worried. He paused for a moment, then with a burst of energy, took 3 or 5 quick steps to the end. Everyone clapped for him. He came back, took 2 silver coins from Huawan and bowed to her. Wow, Akai is really impressive. Indeed, Akai is not only strong but also has a deep tolerance for alcohol. Akai chuckled and sat back in his original spot. Encouraged by Akai, a few more people managed to pass the test. While everyone was excited and lining up to try, a young woman pushed to the front. Hey, you're a woman. Why are you pushing to the front? Are you going to try too? Our men can't do it, so you should stay back, haha. The woman ignored their words. She asked Huawan, Boss Hua, you didn't say women can't play, right? Huawan replied, Everyone has an equal chance. The woman said, Then I want to try too. I want to win 2 silver coins. Flower Roll smiled as he filled the wine cup and handed it to her. She took 3 sips quickly, then happily jumped onto a tree stump. She wobbled a little but managed to run past everyone. Everyone was stunned, and in an instant, they all moved to the other side. Flower Roll clapped his hands, and everyone finally realized what was happening and started clapping too. The woman held her head high, walking back proudly. Flower Roll placed 2 ounces of silver in her palm and said, Who says women are not as good as men? The woman thanked Flower Roll and pointed at the group of men on the ground who failed to pass the challenge. She said, Look at you all, such cowards. You're useless, and you're supposed to be men. The men on the ground were upset and started arguing loudly. The woman then said, If you have the courage, come and compete with me. They could only chuckle and lower their heads silently. Akai stood up and said, I'll compete with you. Great, the men shouted together. You and Akai compete. The woman looked him over and asked, Is your name Akai? Akai nodded. How do we compete? She said, Let's just drink and walk across the tree stump. Whoever falls first wins. After saying that, she looked at Flower Roll and asked, Boss Flower, is that okay? Flower Roll replied, Of course, the wine is plenty today. The men cheered, Go, Akai. Suddenly, a female voice from the crowd said, Sisters, let's cheer for little she. All the women ran out and stood opposite, clapping for little she. They cheered back and forth, creating a lively scene. Akai and little she were both full of fighting spirit. After drinking a cup, they ran. At first, both of them were very fast, but gradually they started to tire. In the end, Akai lost. He waved his hand and said, I can't go on.
I'm dizzy.
I give up. Little she was also feeling dizzy and almost couldn't stand. If Akai hadn't given up, she would have fallen too. Everyone clapped again, and someone said, I think you two are a perfect match. Both of you are like wine barrels. Why not just get married? Ha ha. That's a good idea. Akai's face, whether from the alcohol or embarrassment, suddenly turned bright red. He buried his head in his knees, pretending to be drunk. Little she loudly said, "My father makes wine. I grew up next to a wine barrel. When I was young, I told myself that when I grew up, I wanted to find someone who could drink even more than me. He's not good enough." Everyone started to laugh again. She waited until everyone was quiet and said to Akai, "Well, you're not bad. I'll give you a chance." "Good. Truly a brave woman." Applause and cheers kept going. Akai felt very shy. He pretended not to hear and lowered his head even more. She didn't care. She had always been carefree, saying whatever came to her mind and doing whatever she wanted. She walked over to Akai and pushed him gently. "Hey, say something." Akai didn't want to pretend to be drunk. He wanted to pretend to be dead. She said, "Are you still a man? If you can do it, do it. If not, just say so. Be honest." Akai nodded between his knees. She kicked him. "What do you mean? If you don't talk, I'm leaving." She turned around and looked like she was about to walk away. This made Akai anxious. He raised his head and said, "Okay. I say I can do it." Then he buried his head again. She smiled happily, feeling proud. She collected money from Hwawan and said, "Boss Hwawan, you must come to drink our wedding wine." Hwawan smiled so much he couldn't close his mouth and kept nodding. "Sure. Definitely. I'll give you a big red envelope then." Although ancient people were conservative, the people here seemed very honest. Li Nyam covered her mouth and teased, "Boss Hwawan, you're showing favoritism. Why didn't you set up a game for us women? We also want to win some silver." Hwawan said, "Oh, I forgot. How about this? For the women's contest, see who can drink a cup of wine and then thread a line through a needle's eye.
How about that?
The winner gets 2 taels of silver." "Hey, that's a good idea. Let's all try. Even if we fail, we get to drink a cup of wine, right?" Hwawan took a small cup, only as big as a thumb. This naturally made many people unhappy. "Boss Hwawan, you're showing favoritism. Why do we men have to drink 3 big cups, but women only need to take a small sip?" A middle-aged woman said, "That's not favoritism. You men probably can't thread a line without drinking, right?" The men thought about it. That was true. They big men never touch needles or thread. They usually did rough work. Just the thought of threading a tiny line through a small needle's eye made their scalps tingle. They shut up, and the contest officially began. Under the water at the flower roll event, 2/3 of the women received prizes. For those who didn't get a prize, Hwawan gave each of them 2 Swiss rolls as encouragement. As the competition was nearing the end, a child ran over and said to Hwawan, "Boss Hwawan, the roasted lamb is almost ready. Come quickly. I saved the best piece for you." Hwawan indeed smelled the aroma of lamb in the air, but it seemed like something was missing. She thought for a moment and then remembered. This era doesn't have cumin yet. Roasted lamb doesn't go well without cumin. It would lack a lot of flavor. "Wait a moment, I'll get some seasonings." Hwawan ran back to the kitchen. She didn't find cumin powder, but found some cumin seeds. She remembered a dipping sauce recipe she had seen before. She also found some black sesame seeds, roasted peanuts, chili powder, Sichuan pepper powder, some sugar and salt. Then she saw some peach crisps left by Hua-sheng. She broke a piece, added cumin seeds, and ground everything together into powder. Mixing these ingredients makes a delicious dip, even for shu sols. She carried the seasoning powder back to the campfire. A whole lamb was skewered on a long stick, roasting over the fire and sizzling with oil. Hwawan sprinkled some of the seasoning on the lamb, turned it 180 degrees, and sprinkled more. The aroma from these seasonings was already intoxicating, and now with the lamb oil and fire, the rich layers of fragrance filled the air. Everyone present was drawn in, unable to resist approaching the lamb. "Is that lamb? It smells different." Boss Hwawan added something. "It's even more fragrant. I've never smelled anything like this before." It's a perfect match with lamb. The cumin flavor masked the gamey smell of the lamb, elevating the meat's aroma to another level. After 2 hours of constant turning, the lamb was golden, shiny, crispy outside, tender inside. Everyone was so captivated by the visual and taste sensations that no matter what anyone called out, they wouldn't look away. Done! A shout excited everyone present. The person roasting the lamb was a middle-aged man named Ameo. He took a knife and started slicing the lamb. Everyone eagerly moved closer, small steps at a time, pushing forward. It was so crowded that Ameo, the one dividing the lamb, was almost pushed out. Everyone make way. Let Boss Juan go first to eat. This sound finally brought everyone back to their senses. They stepped back a little and watched as Ameo's knife aimed at the fattest part of the sheep's chest. With a swift motion, the knife cut through the meat, which gleamed with a tempting shine. It looked as if squeezing it would make the fat ooze out, then slowly slide along the meat's grain, filling everyone's hearts with desire. Huan took the plate and quickly stepped back, feeling that the people around her seemed to be glowing with excitement. If she stayed any longer, they might rush forward. Sure enough, the first person to get the meat was so eager that they couldn't even lift their plate. Hey, let me through. I want to go first, but no one paid attention to him. Everyone was focused on the meat. Seeing he couldn't get out, he worried the meat on his plate might fall, so he grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth. So tasty. He had never tasted such delicious lamb before. As he bit into it, the oil from the lamb squirted out with a pop, mixing with the fragrant cumin sauce. With each bite, the crispy outside and tender inside of the meat wrapped around his teeth, filling his mouth with warmth and happiness. He couldn't help but make a surprised sound, almost biting his own tongue. This was too good to be true. He was so glad he hadn't pushed his way out earlier. His eyes twinkled as he turned around quietly, pretending to join the line again. But someone with sharp eyes saw through his trick. Hey, old Zhang, you've already cut in line. Get out. Hearing this, others quickly pushed old Zhang out of the line. He was still confused but found himself outside the crowd. He could only touch his nose, then buy a small bun from the next stall, and eat the little bit of oil remaining on his plate. Huan stood at the edge of the crowd, took a small knife, and cut a piece of lamb. She tasted it and nodded. Yes, it's good. The cooking is just right. Juicy, salty, spicy, and flavorful. Delicious. A few people at the edge of the crowd jumped up excitedly to look inside. When they heard Huan's voice, they turned around. Isn't that Hua Boss? Huan looked at them and seemed different from the villagers. Hello, Hua Boss. We were lining up outside the snack shop when we suddenly smelled this wonderful aroma. We came to see what's cooking here. It smells so good. Hua Boss, are you opening a new shop? Huan said, Oh, they're eating roasted lamb inside. I didn't open that shop. You don't need to line up anymore. They're not selling lamb here. No, we won't sell it. They exchanged disappointed looks. Hey, Flower Boss, there's still a piece on this plate. Can you sell it to me? Huan immediately refused. That's not possible. But you can wait a bit. The barbecue stall is being prepared. Please look forward to it. After saying that, she jogged back to the snack shop, leaving the customers confused. What is barbecue? Is it the same as roasted lamb? It should be. Since it's Flower Boss's stall, it must be delicious. Let's wait and see. Huan pulled Mo Chuan and Hu Sheng, saying, Come with me to the kitchen. They didn't understand but followed Huan. She cut the lamb into 2 pieces and said, Try this. Mo Chuan sniffed it and asked uncertainly, Is this lamb? Huan nodded. Mo Chuan took a bite, chewed carefully for a moment and praised, Good, tasty. It's different from our previous roasted lamb ribs with a smoky flavor. Hu Sheng also said, Delicious. Juicy and tender. Mo Chuan asked, Are you thinking of starting to sell barbecue? He guessed Hua Zhuan's idea but knew the snack shop was busy and couldn't spare someone to handle barbecue. No, it's not barbecue. It's grilled food suitable for outdoor stalls, Huan explained. Mo Chuan still didn't understand. He had only tried roasted meat before, and Hu Sheng hadn't tried it either. All right, after we close, I'll take you to try it, and you'll see. After closing, Huan drove them to the night market street in the city. This place was lively and tempting, bustling with people. Various foods were available, and the aroma of different dishes mixed together. This was the true flavor of city life. The two ancient people stood there, unsure of where to go. Hwawan grabbed each of them by the hand and headed straight for a barbecue stall. Besides lamb, beef, pork, and squid, there were also vegetables like chives, corn, and eggplant. Since it was a tasting, Hwawan boldly ordered all the popular items. The stall owner glanced past Hwawan at her two slim companions and kindly reminded, "Little sister, you ordered so much. Won't you be able to finish it all? Maybe reduce some, and if it's not enough, you can add more." Hwawan responded with a sweet smile. "It's okay, boss. My friends can eat a lot." The vendor also smiled and said, "All right, as long as you can finish it, that's good. I'm just worried about wasting food." Soon, all the dishes were served. Hwawan cheerfully invited them to eat one by one. Grilled pork belly, lamb, chicken wings, cauliflower. The two of them kept eating one after another. Hwawan also thoughtfully bought 2 bottles of Wanglaji herbal tea for them. Hwasheng has a small appetite and was the first to give up. She sipped her drink through a straw while watching the busy street outside. Many students were walking by, looking like they had just finished evening classes, carrying backpacks and buying snacks. Hwawan asked Hwasheng, "Do you want to go to school?" Hwasheng should be in middle school at this age. Hwawan thought that even if she couldn't keep up with the school schedule, as long as she wanted to learn, they could hire a private tutor for extra lessons. But she didn't expect Hwasheng to shake her head in fear after hearing that.
No.
Learning to read and write is already enough trouble. I don't want to go to school with all the homework and difficult questions. I'm so slow. I might make you angry and give you high blood pressure. It seemed she had watched a lot of short videos. Hwawan thought, let her be. If she wants to learn in the future, she can just ask a teacher for help. Then she glanced at Emo Chuan, who was eating eagerly, and nudged him with her foot. "Don't just eat. Tell me how you feel." Emo Chuan, with his mouth full of food and a mark from a skewer on his lips, looked like his mouth was split open if you didn't look carefully. He said, "My feeling is that everything tastes good." Hwawan asked, "Pick the ones you like best." He thought for a moment and said, "Definitely the lamb skewers and the roasted buns. And finally, some garlic roasted eggplant." Hwawan considered it and thought it was a good choice. At first, they didn't need so many types, but they could add more gradually later. Emo Chuan then asked, "Do we still have enough people to run the barbecue stall? The snack shop is going to be too busy. We can hire help." That Mao was pretty good, but she wasn't sure if he was willing. Emo Chuan didn't think that was a problem. Who wouldn't want to work at a snack shop? Just ask him, and he'll definitely agree. "Do you think everyone is like you?" After finishing all the food, the 3 of them happily went home. Meanwhile, outside the snack shop, something strange was happening. Chongsheng had drunk too much wine last night and slept for an hour. It wasn't until everyone was asleep that he was woken up by the urge to urinate. He walked out of the tent into the dark, heading toward the outdoor toilet. Passing by the trash can, he looked at a grayish-white figure under the moonlight, rummaging through something. He couldn't see clearly, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again, but still couldn't understand. He thought it was probably a wild cat looking for food. He softly called out to scare the cat away, but the figure suddenly stood upright. Chongsheng was really startled, but he didn't run. He wanted to see what it was. The figure stood as tall as a person, but when he looked up, he realized it had no head. It had a human shape, but above its shoulders was a dark, shadowy area. No head. "Ghost!" Chongsheng shouted loudly. This time, he was fully awake. He started to crawl and run back to the tent. He didn't notice that his shout also startled the ghost, which hurriedly ran away in panic. The people inside the tent were also awakened by his scream. They quickly lit candles and looked at Chongsheng running in. Everyone asked, "What happened?" "There's a ghost." "A ghost? It has no head." "Ghost? Where?" Chongsheng tremblingly pointed outside the tent. Just now, it was rummaging through the trash can. An old man patted his head and said, "What ghost would be rummaging through trash? Are you drunk? I really saw it. It has no head." The old man stood up and said, "Come on, you lead the way." Holding a candle, the old man stepped out of the tent and just happened to meet the patrol team. The patrol team also heard Chongsheng scream and came over to ask what was wrong. The old man explained everything. The patrol team said, "We'll go check it out with you." Changsheng, scared, shrank into a corner but was pulled up by someone. "Come on, you come with us." He had no choice but to shakily follow behind the group. The old man approached the trash can and asked Changsheng, "Is this the place?" Changsheng nervously looked up and nodded, saying, "Yes, yes, yes, that's it. You guys don't know, it was really scary. It was just there, and when I shouted, it stood up, no head." The old man looked at the trash can, then shone his candle around the area. He found a piece of sheep bone on the ground and said, "It really was rummaging through the trash. The sheep bone has been moved. All the sheep bones are already cleaned by us. It didn't break the bones." "What is it eating?" The elderly man looked around and said, "There is a patrol team. They won't run far. They are probably hiding somewhere. Let's split up and look for them." Everyone quickly dispersed, holding torches and carefully searching every corner. "We found him! Over here!" A shout came from nearby, and everyone ran toward the sound. "Over here! Over here! It's here!" Following the voice, they reached the edge of a tent. The man who had shouted was holding a stick, cautiously pointing at a pile of objects in the corner. It was covered with grayish-white cloth, and on top, it looked dark and messy. Changsheng peeked past the person in front and exclaimed, "That's it. It was right there in the trash bin just now." A few braver people slowly approached with torches. When they got close, they could see clearly. It's a person. It turned out that the person was wearing a black cloth over their head. In the dark night, it looked like they had no head. The person on the ground suddenly jumped up and ran. Changsheng reacted quickly and kicked him to the ground. "I told you not to scare me. Let me see who you really are." He quickly pulled off the black cloth from the person's head. Under the light of the torch, he looked carefully. Changsheng was startled again. The person on the ground was barely breathing. They were wearing dirty, torn clothes, and it was hard to tell, but it seemed to be a woman. Her face, under messy hair, was covered with red-brown scars and foul-smelling, oozing wounds, making people feel cold inside. "Is this face a ghost?" "Don't talk nonsense. She's still breathing. She's a person. Who is she? I've never seen her before." "What should we do?" The old man spoke up. "First, tie her up and throw her into the firewood pile. When she wakes up, ask her clearly. Give her a blanket so she doesn't freeze to death." The next day, Han opened the door and asked Mo Chuan and Huashing to watch the shop. She went out and turned into the embroidery workshop. "Lin Yang, I found some men's clothing styles. Take a look and see if you can make them." Lin Yang looked at them and said, "Yes, just like before." "Should we make a sample first?" Huan thought for a moment and said, "Let's make 2 sets first." Just as they were talking, Han heard strange noises. "What's that sound? Did you hear it? It sounds like someone is calling." "It's the person caught by the patrol last night. He's behind the tent right now." "Did you catch someone?" "What kind of person?" "This person is a woman. Her age is hard to tell. Last night, she was found rummaging through trash at the garbage bin." "Her face," Lin Yang hesitated. Huan asked, "What's wrong with her face?" Lin Yang said, "Her face is covered with terrible scars. They call her the ghost face woman." Huan said, "Since she was rummaging through trash, she can't be a bad person." "Why did they tie her up?" "Because she looks frightening and she doesn't answer questions. She only makes muffled sounds." The patrol team didn't figure out who she is, so they didn't dare to let her go. "I'll go see." Han went around to the back of the tent and saw a few patrol guards guarding a person with ropes. They saw Huawan and said, "Boss Huawan, why are you here?" "This person is the ghost face woman. She's ugly. Be careful not to scare yourself." Huawan saw the woman lying on the ground. Her hair was dirty and messy, and her face was covered with uneven scars, like burns from fire. She also had unhealed wounds that were oozing pus because they weren't treated properly. Lin Yang saw this and gasped. Huawan asked her, "Did your face get burned by fire?" The woman opened her eyes, looked at Huawan, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She opened her mouth to say something but only made a hoarse, muffled sound. "Don't ask her anymore. We've asked all day, and she won't say anything. Her voice sounds terrible, like nails on a wooden board." Huawan looked at her wet eyes and her small body curled up on the ground, looking like a stray cat. She was so pitiful. He quickly tried to help her up, but she was too weak to support herself. Hwawan almost fell over. Lin Yang hurried forward and supported the other side of the woman. The patrol guards quickly said, "Boss Hwawan, what are you going to do?" Hwawan said, "Her wounds need to be treated quickly. Letting her lie here might be dangerous." Hwawan and Lin Yang helped her toward the snack shop. As they stepped out of the darkness, the woman suddenly burst with a lot of strength. She leaned back and refused to move forward. Hwawan gently asked, "What's wrong?" The woman pointed to her face with her finger, then pointed behind her and covered her face while crying softly. Hwawan asked the patrol guards, "Does she have any other belongings?" The patrol members looked at each other and said, "No, we didn't see her with any luggage. But last night, she had a black cloth on her head." The woman looked up at Hwawan and suddenly nodded. "That's the cloth. Please bring it here for her." The black cloth was handed to the woman, who skillfully wrapped it around her head, finding the 2 holes on the cloth and positioning them over her eyes. Hwawan asked curiously, "You're not a criminal, so why are you doing this?" The woman pointed to her face and made a few soft sounds. Hwawan sighed. She must have been discriminated against many times, feeling so insecure that she covered herself with this black cloth. But covering herself with the cloth didn't help. Hwawan took off her scarf, draped it over her head, wrapped it around her neck, and then around her face, leaving only one eye visible. "This looks good," Hwawan said happily, looking at her creation. Now she looked like someone going on a trip. Hwawan and Lin Yang helped her walk back to the snack shop. Mo Chuan and Huasheng saw them and were startled. Mo Chuan said, "Hwawan, you went out and brought back someone." Hwawan ignored him, helped the woman sit down, and asked, "I'll get you a bowl of noodles." "Wait for me a moment." The woman leaned weakly against the wall and nodded almost imperceptibly. Seeing her condition was very poor, Hwawan quickly peeled a piece of milk candy and put it in her mouth. Then she boiled some water, and once it was boiling, she added a handful of noodles. There wasn't much suitable for such a weak person in the shop, so she decided to cook the noodles until they were very soft and mushy for easier digestion. Hwawan used a spatula to push the noodles aside, then gently cracked an egg into the pot, waiting for it to set. When the water boiled again, she used chopsticks to loosen the noodles and heated a small pot of chicken soup on the stove nearby. The chicken soup was leftover from making plain boiled chicken, with only a slice of added. Soon, the soup boiled, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. The woman ate the candy and gradually regained some strength. She sat up straight and looked into the pot, her eyes full of an unhidden craving for food. She couldn't remember the last time she had eaten. She inhaled the delicious smell eagerly, reluctant to miss a single bit. Hwawan heard movement behind her and turned to smile, saying, "Just a moment, it will be ready soon." The woman gratefully looked at the flour roll, perhaps realizing she had been rude. She adjusted her sitting position and leaned back a little. She slightly lowered her head, trying to appear more natural, but her trembling hand betrayed her. The noodles were almost done. The flour roll added a little soy sauce and fine salt to the bowl, scooped 3 spoonfuls of chicken broth, and stirred to mix the seasonings. She scooped the noodles into the bowl, used chopsticks to stir a few times so each strand was coated with the broth, then carefully lifted out the poached egg and placed it on top. Once the noodles were soft and the broth was golden with chicken oil, with a plump poached egg floating in it, a simple bowl of chicken noodle soup was ready. The flour roll carried it to a plate and then placed it on the woman's lap. She eagerly grabbed her chopsticks, about to eat, but then seemed to remember something. She looked up at the flour roll, pulled down her scarf to reveal her mouth, and made a thankful gesture with her lips. "Thank you, you're welcome. Take your time eating. Be careful not to burn yourself." She nodded and slowly picked up a strand of noodles with her chopsticks, chewed twice, and quickly swallowed. She couldn't hold back anymore. She scooped the noodles into her mouth, abandoning her chopsticks. Careful. It's hot. Even though her mouth was burning, she didn't stop and kept swallowing. Fortunately, the noodles were soft, so she didn't have time to chew much before swallowing. Even the poached egg was only chewed briefly twice. Soon, she finished the bowl of noodles. She placed the bowl on the stove and nervously twitched her fingers. Hua Sheng quietly tugged at the flour roll's sleeve and asked, "What's wrong with her?" The flour roll said her face was burned. Hua Sheng, who had also experienced a fire, felt especially empathetic now. She walked over to the woman and said, "Don't be afraid. I almost died in a fire before, but Flour Roll's sister saved me. She's a very good person." The woman looked at the flour roll again and smiled slightly. That smile pulled at her wound, and her face changed color. She covered her face with her hand. The flour roll stepped closer and carefully examined her face, saying, "You need to treat your wounds soon." Since she didn't know much about medicine, she dared not use any medicine herself. She then said to Mo Chuan, "Mo Chuan, go get a doctor to help her." But the woman strongly resisted. She kept shaking her head and pulling at the flour roll's arm. "There is no way around it." Huan asked her, "Can I help clean your wound?" She looked down and thought for a moment, then nodded. Huan took a medical kit from home, used tweezers to hold a cotton ball, soaked it in alcohol, and gently cleaned the pus on her face. At first, she winced in pain and tried to hide it, but then she understood and clenched her arm, biting her lip to bear the pain. Mo Chuan said, "You need to press hard to squeeze out the white stuff." Hearing this, Huan made up her mind and pressed the cotton ball against the wounds until no more pus could be squeezed out. Looking at the woman, she was already crying heavily. Huan handed her a tissue and comforted her. "It's done. The cleaning is finished. Now just apply some anti-inflammatory ointment. It won't hurt. You should see a doctor." "I can only handle it temporarily," Huan advised her. But she was still very reluctant, shaking her head and mouthing no to Huan. Huan had to give up and silently pray that the medicine would work. At this moment, Lin Yang came in holding some clothes. "I brought some clean clothes," thinking she might need them. Huan turned to ask the woman, "What is your name?" The woman gently took Hua Chuan's hand and wrote her name in her palm.
"Ah, man."
"You are called Ah Man," the woman nodded. Lin Yang asked, "Ah Man, would you like to come with me to the embroidery workshop? You can earn some money there." Ah Man shook her head, holding onto Hua Chuan's arm tightly. Huan said, "Ah Man, the snack shop can't provide a place to stay. You should go back with Lin Yang first. Let her find a place for you to rest, and you can come back tomorrow, okay?" Ah Man looked at Huan, then at Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded at her. Ah Man released Hua Chuan's arm, wrapped her face with a scarf, and followed Lin Yang. Hua Sheng came over, wrapping her arms around Hua Chuan's arm, and said, "Sister, Ah Man is so pitiful. Luckily, I have Sister Huan, or I might end up like her." Huan gently tousled her hair. Hua Sheng pouted and said, "Sister, I also want to eat chicken soup noodles." Huan was surprised and asked, "Huh? You just finished a pot of clay pot rice tonight. Are you hungry again? I saw Sister Ah Man eating, and I got greedy. All right, I'll cook for you." "Is that okay?" Hua Sheng happily said. "Yes, I also want a fried egg." Mo Chuan suddenly spoke nearby. "I want 2 fried eggs." He had already eaten 2 pots of clay pot rice last night and finished half of a steamed bun that he hadn't eaten earlier. Before Huan could reply, feeling guilty, he added, "I'll go serve the dishes first. I'll eat when I come back." Then, he hurriedly carried the dishes and ran out. Huan pretended to be helpless and sighed, then started boiling noodles for the 2 of them. The small eatery was lively as usual in the evening, with customers happily praising the food, while those who didn't have to wait shook their heads and sighed, planning to come earlier the next day. After closing for the night, Mao came to find Huan. "I was just about to look for you," Huan said, walking over and signaling him to sit down. Mao shyly rubbed his hands and said, "Boss Hua, the roasted lamb last night was so fragrant. I've never tasted such delicious dipping sauce." Huan replied, "Your lamb was also well cooked. Do you know where you're working now?" Mao said, "I was with the others gathering herbs in the mountains, but there aren't many herbs left. I went a few times but didn't find much, so now I'm building a house." Huan nodded and said, "I'm thinking of opening a barbecue stall, similar to the roasted lamb from yesterday. I just don't have enough staff." Mao quickly responded, "I can do it. Boss Hua, I can help take care of the barbecue stall. I'll work hard." Huan said, "Don't worry. Here's the plan. I can provide the barbecue stand, charcoal, and some ingredients. You'll need to buy the lamb, and you'll also handle other meats. Mao said, no problem. I can ask my wife to help out. We just need to get paid from the herb shop. Huawan said, we'll keep it simple. Besides wages, you'll get a share of the profits. Mao was very grateful. He could build houses during the day and come at night to do the barbecue, saving money to buy more seeds in spring. In a few years, his children would also be grown, and they would need money everywhere. Huawan went online and ordered a set of barbecue stands, tools, and charcoal. He also bought several pounds of cumin seeds, roasted peanuts, black and white sesame seeds, essential seasonings. He found a familiar pork vendor and ordered 50 jin, about 25 kilograms of pork. Then he bought a basket of eggplants and garlic. We can't forget the beer either. Huawan chose to buy a large barrel of draft beer, pouring it into cups to drink, so we don't have to deal with many bottles. That is all the supplies for Huajuan's barbecue stall. The grill, charcoal, and skewers all came from the same local shop, so they were delivered that day. The owner gave a simple demonstration on how to use them. It's not complicated. The most important thing for good barbecue is the quality of the meat, the heat, and the seasoning. That evening, when the stall opened, Ameo was already waiting at the door with a sheep, accompanied by a strong woman. Seeing Huawan, Ameo hurried over and greeted warmly. Boss Huawan, this is my wife. Just call her Fat Aunt. Fat Aunt rubbed her hands together and smiled at Huawan, saying, Boss Huawan, I'm here to help Ameo. Ameo carried the sheep to Huawan and said, This is the sheep you asked me to buy. It was just slaughtered and is very fresh. He also took out a small money pouch from his pocket. Here's your change. Huawan took the pouch and said, Please go ahead and prepare the sheep meat, separating the fat from the lean. That night's sheep was delicious, but it was just too greasy. Also, this pork needs to be prepared too. Slice the pork and cut the sheep into small pieces. Ameo patted his chest confidently. No problem. We've got it covered. Then he and Fat Aunt started cutting the meat. A distant sight of Huawan made Ameo run over to her quickly. She had changed into a clean, fresh outfit, with a scarf tied around her head like Huajuan's. Ameo? You look much more energetic. Ameo nodded and made a gesture with his mouth to Huawan. Thank you. Huawan smiled and shook her head. You're welcome. Ameo looked at Ameo and squatted down, taking a knife to start cutting meat. Ameo was a bit surprised and immediately shouted, Hey, hey, hey.
Who are you?
Why are you taking my job? Huawan patted Ameo and asked, What's wrong? Ameo made a gesture with his mouth to Huawan, saying, I can work. Are you saying you can cut meat? Ameo nodded hard. Huawan thought for a moment and took her to the kitchen. Huasheng, do we need more help in the kitchen? Huasheng saw Ameo and happily said, Yes, yes. Brother Machuan is in charge of delivering dishes, and I'm the only one in the kitchen. She stepped forward and held Ameo's hand. Ameo, are you feeling better? Amon nodded, then pointed to himself and the stove. Huasheng said, Great.
You come help me.
I'm so happy. You can take off your scarf. It's hot here. Amon touched his scarf, feeling a bit hesitant. Huawan said, It's okay. No one will come into the kitchen. Amon relaxed and slowly untied his scarf. Huawan looked closely and saw that the wound on his face was starting to heal, so the ointment from yesterday must have worked. Boss who? Ameo called from outside the kitchen. Huawan responded and took various seasonings, then said to Huasheng, I'll leave the kitchen to you. Huasheng grinned and nodded. Don't worry, sister. The lamb and pork were cut into small pieces and placed in clean bowls. Huawan glanced at them and praised. Nice. Evenly sized. Fat Andy chuckled. That's easy. We used to cut radish into small cubes, then sun-dry them a few times, sprinkle some salt, and eat them with porridge. So tasty. Ameo pulled her aside. Talking about meat, where are you going with this? Huawan smiled. Her casual chat sounded very friendly. She started marinating the meat. She added fresh matsutake mushrooms, salt, sugar, cornstarch, and a few eggs to the chopped meat, then added some shredded onions. Wearing gloves, she massaged the mixture until each piece was evenly coated. After letting it sit for a while, Huawan took out bamboo skewers and began threading the meat. Like this, Alternating lean and fatty meat on the skewer makes the grilled meat taste better. Amao and Fat Auntie watched carefully, mimicking Huajuan's actions as they threaded the meat. Amao asked curiously while skewering, "Boss who? Why cut the lamb into small pieces for grilling? Wouldn't it be easier to grill a whole sheep? Plus, we wouldn't need so many bamboo skewers. Cutting it into pieces makes it easier to control the heat and sell. Customers can choose how many skewers they want to eat hot. Also, smaller pieces marinate better and absorb flavors more easily." Fat Annie said, "You're really particular. I see them grilling lamb. Once it's cooked, they just dip it in salt and it tastes pretty good." Amao said, "That's because they haven't tried Boss Who's grilling. Once you do, you won't forget it." Juan thought, "That's true. After all, it's all about technique." Fat Andy added, "Using so much sugar and salt. I haven't tried it myself, but I bet it smells wonderful. Though, haha, it might be a bit wasteful." Flour Roll smiled quietly. She saw some meat skewers and started a fire. She carried the barbecue grill to the entrance of the snack shop, placing it slightly to the side, then put charcoal at the bottom. Amao quickly got up to help. Seeing the charcoal, he exclaimed, "Wow, this charcoal is really good." It was shiny black, without any ash, and all the pieces were uniform in size and shape. After adding some alcohol, the charcoal lit easily with no smoke. She placed the grill over the charcoal and Flour Roll told Amao, "You control the heat yourself." "No problem. I've cooked with worse charcoal before, so this good stuff is no problem." He picked up several skewers of lamb and beef, placed them on a metal rack, then gently fanned them with a fan. People around had already noticed this area when Flour Roll moved the rack, and they gathered out of curiosity. "Boss Flour, what are you doing?" Flour Roll said, "This is a new barbecue stall." "Barbecue stall? What's that?" This was a new word for them. "It's grilled meat. Right now we have lamb and pork. Lamb costs 20 cents per skewer, pork 15 cents. How much?" Everyone watching was surprised. Even Amao stopped what he was doing, eyes wide, staring at Flour Roll. One customer pointed at the meat in the bowl and said, "Boss Flour, you're really good at business. You cut the meat into tiny pieces and sell it so expensive." Amao thought to himself, maybe Boss Flour didn't get the prices wrong. He bought this sheep for 1,600 coins, about 40 pounds, with bones, head, and guts removed. It should leave about 20 pounds. Looking at how the skewers are made, 1 pound of lamb can make about 10 skewers. So, 20 pounds could make around 200 skewers. Each skewer sells for 20 cents, so 200 skewers would sell for. How much again? Amao couldn't do the math, but it was definitely much more than 1,600 coins. It was several times more. Could anyone really buy this? Amao started to worry about Flour Roll. He thought he should remind her to set a new price. But before he could speak, Flour Roll confidently said, "That's the right price." The customer waved his hand and shook his head, walking away. "Too expensive, too expensive. I'd rather eat something inside the shop." "Who can't grill lamb? It's just too expensive and not worth it. I don't like eating lamb because it's too gamey. Let's go." The onlookers quickly dispersed. They dispersed, and Huawan didn't mind much. Amao got anxious. "Boss Hua, maybe the price is too high? What if we can't sell them?" He didn't mind if they didn't sell. He still earned his wages. But he was worried that Boss Hua might lose money. One sheep cost 1,600 coins. "It's okay. As long as the skewers are tasty, many people will buy." Amao suddenly felt the pressure shift onto himself. He was very nervous. "I'm afraid I won't cook them well." Huawan comforted him. "It's okay. Keep trying. It's fine to fail a few times." Seeing her trust in him, Amao thought he must not let Boss Hua down. "It's just grilling skewers. Boss Hua already prepared the seasonings. He just needed to control the heat. He had been grilling at home every day before, so this should be easy." He carefully turned the skewers in his hands, adjusting with a fan. Soon, the fat in the meat dripped out and sizzled on the charcoal, making a crackling sound, and small flames flickered up. The flames burned on the skewers, releasing the aroma of the meat, which turned into a puff of smoke. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant smell toward the crowd at the shop entrance. Someone turned to look. It smells so good. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Amao brushed some oil on the skewers, kept turning them, and sprinkled some seasoning powder, continuing to cook. The cumin, chili, and other spices released a unique aroma under the high heat, blending with the roasted smell of the meat, making everyone present feel hungry. One person couldn't resist anymore. He stepped forward and saw the skewers in Amao's hand. They were a tempting golden brown color.
Do
you sell these? He finally asked after watching for a while.
Amao said, not yet.
We're still testing the flavor. He picked up the skewers, looked at them carefully for a few seconds, sprinkled more seasoning, and handed one to Huawan. Boss Hua, try this. Huawan called Mo Chuan and Hua Sheng over. Each took a skewer, one lamb, one pork, and started tasting. Mo Chuan said, "It has a nice roasted aroma. The meat is tender and juicy, and the cumin and chili are just right. Delicious." Huawan said, "This is really delicious. I'll take 2 skewers for Sister Aman." Then she jumped and ran away happily. Aunt Fat and Amao ate so quickly they didn't have time to speak. After finishing the meat, they had to resist the urge to lick the skewers. Aunt Fat said, "Boss Hua, I've never had such tasty lamb. The pork is also very good." Amao nodded and said, "I should have trusted you. Selling for 30 coins is a good deal." Next to them, a customer grew impatient and asked, "Can I buy the next batch now?" Huawan asked, "How many skewers do you want?" He thought for a moment. The meat skewers weren't cheap, but they looked very tasty. Then he made up his mind and said, "1 lamb skewer and 1 pork skewer." "No, 2 pork skewers and 1 lamb. Pork is cheaper than lamb, so he could eat more skewers."
Huawan said, "All right."
1 lamb skewer and 2 pork skewers. "Do you like spicy food?"
Just a little spicy. Okay.
"Slightly spicy. That will be 50 coins in total." Huawan clearly announced the price. Aunt Fat listened carefully and took notes on the details so that when Amao grills skewers later, he can remember the orders. Amao grabbed a handful of skewers, some lamb and some pork, and started grilling them over the fire. After eating the skewers, he felt much more confident. Although he couldn't afford the 20-coin lamb skewers himself, he believed they were worth every coin. Missing even 1 copper coin would be a shame for their flavor. Huawan told Amao, "If there are no customers, the extra skewers can be placed on the edge of the rack, in a spot with no fire. When someone comes, you can reheat them." Amao listened carefully and remembered. Soon, the first customer's skewers were ready. Amao sprinkled a little chili powder on them and handed them over. "Sir, here are your skewers. Please take them." The customer took the skewers and turned to leave, but he was stopped by someone. "Brother, try these and see if the barbecue is really that good." The customer held a lamb skewer in his left hand and a pork skewer in his right. After thinking for a moment, he decided to start with the pork skewers, since he had 2 of them. Today, Huawan bought pork belly with 3 parts lean and 2 parts fat. After being grilled over charcoal, most of the fat had dripped off. When he ate it, it didn't feel greasy at all. The crispy outer skin, the rendered fat, and the fragrant lean meat created a rich, multi-layered taste that was very satisfying. The special seasoning's aroma was especially prominent, elevating the flavor of the pork to a whole new level. He couldn't stop eating bite after bite. The people nearby watched him anxiously and asked, "Say something. How does it taste?" He shook his head happily and kept eating the lamb skewers. The lamb was full of fat but not greasy or gamey, with a salty, spicy, and fresh flavor. Every taste was just right, even more flavorful than pork belly skewers. "Sir, are you sure you're not eating too much?" someone asked. He finished 3 skewers quickly, then licked his lips and said eagerly, "So delicious. I never knew meat could taste this good." "Really? It's that tasty? Or are you just pretending?" He ignored the comment, checked his money pouch, and sighed as he left. Lin Ma Shu was a lucky eater. Today, he came to pick up some jelly and immediately smelled a strange, wonderful aroma from afar. Ahead was a busy snack shop, and the smell definitely came from there. He hurried over and soon arrived. He saw Huawan standing next to a smoky stall. "Boss Huawan," Lin Ma Shu greeted warmly. Ah, it's you. Your order is ready and stored in the pharmacy. I'll take you to get it. No rush, no rush. What are you grilling? It smells so good. Hwan picked up 2 skewers and generously handed them to him. This is barbecue. Try it. Lin Mashu didn't hesitate and took a bite. He was surprised right away. He asked suspiciously, "Is this lamb or pork?" Hwan nodded. He could tell it was lamb, as cumin masked some of the gamey smell but kept the unique flavor of lamb. But this pork. He remembered pork having a bad smell, but now it was completely gone. Hwan said, "If you like it, I can give you a few more skewers." Since Lin Mashu was a big customer, he could have these skewers as a gift. No, I can't take advantage of you. How much do these skewers cost? Hwan replied, 20 coins each for lamb, 15 coins each for pork. Then I'll take all of them. It was obvious he was not short of money. As soon as he said that, the people watching nearby started to get anxious. They had been standing quietly, but the delicious smell had already made them dizzy. They were just hesitating over the price. Now that someone was taking all the skewers, they panicked. Wait. Sir, how can you take them all? We were about to buy some too. Exactly. If you buy them all, what will we do? The flour bun also advised him. Cold meat skewers don't taste good. It's best to eat a few skewers at a time to enjoy the flavor. Lin Mashu thought for a moment and said, "You're right. Let's have 10 skewers of pork and 10 of lamb." Fat Ann immediately asked, "Would you like some spicy food, sir?" Lin Mashu replied, "Add more spice. In this cold weather, spicy food is the best." Ma Chuan brought over a chair, and Lin Mashu sat down confidently, not forgetting to tell his helpers, "Go and take away the goods that Boss Hua prepared for me." Several skewers of meat were coated with chili, and he ate one after another, breathing out hot air from the spiciness. So spicy. I've never had such exciting food before. He was clearly someone who enjoyed eating. On a cold night, sweating from the heat was truly a wonderful feeling. "Boss Hua, do you have something to drink?" he called out. "Yes, just a moment." Huawan went inside and poured a glass of beer. Lin Mashu took a small sip. "The taste is a bit strange," Huawan said. "That's beer. You have to drink it in big gulps to really taste it." Hearing this, Lin Mashu drank a big mouthful, then paired it with a lamb skewer. It was incredibly satisfying. After he finished eating and drinking his fill, his people packed up snacks like jelly. Lin Mashu stood up and said to Huawan, "Boss Hua, tasting delicious food is my only hobby. Today, I don't think this trip was wasted." Then he threw a big bag of silver coins onto the table and said, "This is for the jelly. As for the lamb skewers, since you said they were a gift, I won't pay for them. Or maybe I can give you something in return." After saying that, he reached to take off the jade pendant around his waist. Huawan hurriedly stopped him. The pendant was engraved with strange symbols, and she was afraid it might be a token of some kind. "Let's forget the jade pendant. It's too precious. Can I have something else instead?" Lin Mashu paused, curious. "What do you want?" Huawan pointed to his carriage. "I want the footstool you sit on in the carriage." Lin Mashu was amused. "Boss Hua is quite interesting. All right, I'll give you the footstool." With that, he left quickly. Huawan placed the stool carefully, then weighed the silver bag in her hand, estimating it to be worth at least 100 taels. She felt a bit proud of herself. Her trading skills were getting better and better. At the barbecue stall, more and more people are placing orders. Most often, they order a skewer of lamb and a skewer of pork belly, which lets them taste 2 flavors and save some money. Aunt Fat speaks loudly and works quickly. She looks healthy and energetic, and she has a good memory. She doesn't need paper or pen. She can remember exactly who ordered what and who gets served first. Cutting in line is impossible. The people ordering meat skewers are mostly customers waiting outside the snack shop. After ordering, they go back to the line. Once Ah Mao finishes grilling, Aunt Fat delivers the skewers to them. Soon, the outside of the snack shop is full of people eating skewers. As more people order, the smell of grilled meat becomes even stronger. Who can resist barbecue? Even in modern night markets, its smell is the most tempting. Before long, the customers inside the shop smell the aroma and come to the door, calling out that their food is ready to be delivered to their seats. The snack shop's prices are not cheap. Some customers are quite wealthy, but most have saved enough money to come once in a while. Today's barbecue is an extra expense, so they think carefully before ordering. But after tasting the meat skewers, all worries disappear. The special smell is so tempting that it makes them forget about their tight budgets. Aunt Fat is the busiest. Besides delivering food, she also threads the meat onto skewers. Luckily, she has some steamed buns to help. Tomorrow, we can't do this again, Aunt Fat says. We need to prepare the skewers early, or it will be too busy. Hwawan still thought today was a trial run, so she sold fewer skewers. But she underestimated how popular the barbecue would be. Not long after the snack shop closed, the barbecue stall also sent away the last customer. Mao and Aunt Fat counted the money. Over these few hours, they sold nearly 130 skewers. They turned the small money box upside down and counted the coins, totaling 2,250 coins. Mao was so happy, he couldn't see straight. Boss Hua, we sold so much. They had earned back the cost of the lamb. Aunt Fat also said, we've worked in the fields all our lives, and now we see how fast you can make money from a business. Mao corrected her. TSK, making money from business isn't that quick. Without Boss Hua, how could we sell this? No wonder everyone says that following Boss Hua can help you eat well. Flour Roll took out the wages for Mao and his wife, handed them to Aunt Fat, and told Mo Chuan to keep the rest. She smiled and said, hardworking people can always have enough to eat. You can take these and we'll settle once a month. Aunt Fat stored the coins and said, we follow Boss Flour's instructions. We'll skewer the remaining meat tonight, so we won't be overwhelmed tomorrow. Aunt Fat was very energetic. Since they earned daily wages and shared monthly profits, it was a no-cost business. They only worked for 2 or 3 hours at night, and it was probably blessed by good fortune that their family got this chance. They needed to cherish it. Flour Roll waited until they finished skewering the meat and then put it into the fridge. There were still sheep bones, offal, and sheep heads on the ground. Flour Roll took some offal, and the rest was taken home by Mao. They grilled 30 more skewers of meat, and Flour Roll brought them into the shop, saying, it's time to prepare our dinner. Hua Sheng took the offal and carefully washed it under the tap. Flour Roll looked at the kitchen and saw that they had cooked quite a lot of rice today, with more than half a pot left. Let's have egg fried rice today, and also stir-fried garlic sprouts with offal. Yay! Hua Sheng clapped happily. She looked forward to mealtime every day. Mo Chuan also waited eagerly nearby. A man, who had been watching from the side, suddenly tugged at Flour Roll's arm. She pointed at herself, and then at the pot. Do you want to try making fried rice? A man nodded. Flour Roll handed her the spatula and made space. Unexpectedly, a man was quite skilled. She seemed to be on her battlefield, holding the spatula like a confident soldier. Flour Roll liked to cook rice with lard because it smelled better than vegetable oil. She reminded a man, the lard is on your left. A man took the lard can, scooped out a large spoonful, and put it into the pot. The hot oil melted quickly. She cracked in eggs and stirred them swiftly until they set. Separating the whites and yolks made the eggs look better when finished. Then she added rice, pressing and flipping it with the back of the spatula in her right hand, while holding the handle of the pot and shaking it up and down with her left hand. Everyone watched in amazement. A man was a real expert. Once the rice and eggs combined, she checked some seasonings on the table, added salt, white pepper, and a little soy sauce. Next, she quickly chopped some green onions, just until the green parts, and sprinkled them into the pot. After stirring for about 10 more seconds, she turned off the heat and served the fried rice. A completely different fried rice, with each grain separate. Every rice grain is wrapped in egg, topped with green scallions, making it both fragrant and beautiful. Hwawan was amazed. The way this fried rice was cooked was clearly different from what she saw online. With each bite, she could taste the egg, rice, scallions, and the aroma of pepper and soy sauce. Sincerely, Hwawan praised Aman, saying, "You're so amazing." Aman used her mouth to show Hwan that making fried rice is hard. It needs strong hands, the right heat, and constant stirring. Hwan then asked, "Can you cook lamb offal with garlic sprouts?" This was a bit unfamiliar to Aman. She used her mouth to tell Hwan she could try. Heat the pan over high heat, then add oil. When the oil is hot, add chopped scallions and garlic to release their aroma. Then, add the lamb offal. Aman skillfully stirs the pan up and down. The oil in the pan ignites with a loud pop, flames shoot up, and the dish quickly develops a strong wok aroma. Wow! Everyone clapped and cheered, giving Aman great encouragement. Aman smiled shyly. Hwan handed her some bean paste. She sniffed it, nodded in surprise, and added a spoonful to the pan. Finally, she added a little salt, and the dish was ready. Aman plated it, and Mo Chuan helped serve it to the table. Lamb skewers, garlic sprout lamb offal, and fried rice were all finished quickly and eaten up. After cleaning the dishes, Hwan applied medicine to Aman's wound. The wound was cleaned, and today it wouldn't hurt as much as yesterday. But Aman still looked frightened. At first, Hwan thought she was afraid of pain, but she soon realized she was afraid of people watching her face. Looking closely at Aman's features, big eyes, straight nose, small mouth, if it weren't for the scar on half her face, she would be a beautiful girl. While applying medicine, Hwan chatted with her to distract her. Aman, how old are you? Hwan asked softly. Aman pointed with her finger. 22. You're good at cooking. Did you learn it?
Hwan asked.
Aman nodded. Later, Hwan learned that her family used to run a restaurant. It was destroyed in a fire, which also took her beloved grandfather. After that, she became homeless. Then, Aman, would you like to stay and be a chef at the snack shop? Aman suddenly looked up, staring at Hwan with disbelief. She had heard the story of the snack shop these past few days, and everyone said it had the best food in the world. She couldn't believe she could become a cook at the snack shop. Once she realized this, she nodded happily. Then she remembered something. She grabbed Huajuan's hand and wrote in her palm, I was just an apprentice before. It's okay, take your time. The shop doesn't often have stir-fry dishes. For now, you only need to make egg fried rice, Hwan said, calming her down. While they talked, the medicine was already applied. Hwan handed the remaining ointment to Aman. Tomorrow, when I'm not here during the day, you can apply it yourself. Aman tightly held the ointment in her hand, tears streaming down her face. She felt so lucky to have met Hwan. Otherwise, she might have starved or been beaten to death. Since her face was burned, everyone who saw her either looked at her with fear or disgust. When did it become like this? She remembered one day walking on the street. A mother and her child approached, and her veil slipped off. The mother immediately covered her child's eyes and pulled him back, shouting in fear, "It's a ghost." Her cry attracted the attention of people on the street. Some held sticks, others pointed and stared at her. Since then, she never appeared in the sunlight again. She didn't blame them, and even she didn't want to look in the mirror. What right did she have to blame others? But why weren't the people at the snack shop afraid? When Hwan applied the medicine, Aman only saw the pain and concern in her eyes. Han Sheng also only cared about her. As for Mo Chuan, that man seemed only interested in food. Oh, why are you crying? Wipe your tears quickly, don't get the wound wet, Hwan said, handing her a tissue. Aman lowered her head and wiped her tears.
Don't worry.
Tomorrow, I'll buy some scar-removing ointment for you. If one doesn't work, we'll try several. There's always a solution, Hwan comforted her. In fact, I think these scars aren't ugly at all. They're your medals, proof that you bravely escaped from death, she added. Hua Sheng patted Aman's hand and said, Hwan is right. Aman isn't ugly at all. Don't believe me? Ask Mo Chuan. Mo Chuan, do you think Aman is ugly? Mo Chuan was playing on his phone. He didn't look up when called and simply replied, I can't tell. Aman felt warm inside. Sometimes not being noticed made her feel safe. When she got home, Han had just finished her bath and snuggled into bed, but she was startled by a warm body in the blanket. Hua Sheng peeked out from under the covers and cheerfully said, Sister, it's me. I'm helping you keep warm. Huan patted her chest and asked, Why are you so nice today? Hua Sheng leaned in and said, Aman's sister is so pitiful. Can you help her? Juan knew she was thinking about her past being trapped in a fire. She took out her phone, making an appointment while saying, "We'll go to the hospital tomorrow to ask." Washing happily said, "Yay. I knew sister is the best." The next day, Juan and her group visited 3 big hospitals, consulted several experts, and finally bought 7 or 8 kinds of medicine. Juan also stopped by an antique shop she had visited before. The shop owner was very happy to see her. "Little sister, long time no see. I've missed you. Why are you visiting my small shop today?" He then looked eagerly at the bag Juan was holding. Juan handed him the bag and said, "Please take a look at what's inside." The owner smiled and said, "I don't need to look. I already know it's good stuff." He lifted the bag carefully, noting its weight, and placed it gently on the counter. Wearing gloves, he slowly opened the bag. A small stool? He took it out and confirmed it was indeed a stool. "This is something wealthy people in ancient times used to step on. It looks like it's made from wangwali wood and it's quite old." He continued, "A wangwali tree takes 100 years to grow into usable wood and over 300 years before it can be cut for furniture. This stool looks like it's made from a tree over 500 years old." Juan thought to herself, "I knew I'd found something good. Just by looking at the young man's style, I could tell he wouldn't use cheap wood." "How much do you think it's worth?" The owner carefully examined it, turning it over and smelling it close to his nose. The pattern was clear, the color soft, and it smelled pleasant. "Wait, does it smell like grilled lamb skewers?" Juan said, "Oh, I ate lamb skewers before coming here." The owner didn't pay much attention at first. After thinking carefully, he realized that every item this girl brought was good quality. He couldn't offer a low price. If she didn't come back, it would be a loss. He clenched his teeth and said, "They're all old friends. I won't beat around the bush. I'll take 280,000, 280,000. Huh." Juan couldn't quite judge the price and couldn't find it online, so she pretended to hesitate and tested him. The boss was very eager. "Oh, little sister, 280,000 is quite a lot. I really didn't overcharge this time. If I ask for more, I might really lose money." This time he didn't overcharge, which means he had undercharged before. But Hwawan didn't take it seriously. Since she didn't suffer a loss herself, she didn't want to stop him from making a profit. Seeing his attitude, Hwawan found it funny and said, all right, 280,000 is 280,000. Fearing Hwawan might change her mind, the boss quickly took out his phone to transfer the money. He still had Hwawan's bank account details, and in less than a minute, the 280,000 was transferred. Spending the day wandering here and there, time flew by quickly. It was time to open the shop again. Hwawan opened the door, and Amao and Aunt Pang were already waiting outside. They moved the barbecue grill outside the shop. It was cleaned thoroughly yesterday, and today they just needed to wipe it down before using it. Aunt Pang was chatting with Hwawan while working. "Boss Hwa, that sheep's head yesterday was so fragrant. We added some water and braised it for half an hour. No oil needed, and the broth was milky white, full of oil." Hwawan asked, "That sheep's head doesn't look big, and there's so much oil. Did you finish eating it?" Aunt Pang shrank her chin. "How could we finish it? Last night, Mao and I soaked some rice in the sheep's broth. The sheep's head has other uses," she continued. "After boiling the sheep's head until it's tender, we scrape the skin and meat off with a small knife, then wrap it tightly in a clean cloth, press it with a stone, and leave it overnight." Hwawan was curious and asked, "And then, in the morning, the meat all clumps together. We cut it into slices, some with skin, some with meat. It's delicious with a bit of salt. I even brought some for you to try our method." Mao, hurry up and bring out the sheep's head meat for Boss Hwa. Mao smiled honestly. "It's not as good as yours, but it's pretty good too." Hwawan looked at the meat, which was about the size of a fist, carefully wrapped in oil paper. "How much meat can one sheep have?" It seems they gave all the meat to Hwawan. No wonder they only drink sheep broth. Hwawan said, "Thank you, Aunt Fat. I appreciate your kindness, but I am really afraid of eating sheep's head. Please take it back and eat it yourselves." Aunt Fat, who is quick-tempered, immediately stood up and said, "Open it and take a look. I've already removed the sheep's eyes. Inside, it's all meat. It's not scary." Hwawan smiled and returned the oil paper package to Mao. I'm also afraid, so you can keep it and eat it. Aunt Fat looked a bit regretful. For Hua Boss, she cleaned the meat very carefully. She didn't expect Hua Boss to be afraid to eat it. Mao looked back at Aunt Fat. She sighed softly, and he put the meat back into his pocket. The barbecue stall was set up, and soon a line of people formed. Hua Boss, I was too boastful yesterday.
Your meat is really worth that much.
It's so delicious. Of course. Our snack shop always offers the best. Lin Mo Shu got off the carriage and gave a good review directly. You're here. Are you having barbecue again today? It's on me, Huan said happily when she saw him. I have plenty of money. I don't need you to treat me, he replied. That's different. It's a gesture of kindness, she said, giving a gift worth 280,000 as a thank you. Lin Mo Shu was very clever. But does that footstool really suit Hua Boss's taste? Huan said, yes. I didn't expect you to use yellow rosewood for the footstool. I have plenty of this wood in my house. But jelly and barbecue are rare delicacies in the world. Huan thought, what's ordinary to you is a treasure to me, and what I see every day is a treasure to you. That's fair. Mao, prepare 20 skewers of lamb and 20 skewers of pork for this young master. It's on my account, she ordered. Mao responded with a nod and started grilling without hesitation. A few children ran around and came to Huan. They held up flowers in their hands and sweetly said, Sister Hua, these are wildflowers we picked for you. Wow. They're so beautiful. I like them very much. Thank you. They accepted the flowers and then jumped and ran off to play. Huan finally noticed that spring had arrived. She looked around. The snack shop was no longer the same as when she first arrived. There were customers lining up at the door and hardworking villagers on both sides. Children played nearby, and adults were busy building houses. Lamps hung every 5 meters, and patrol teams were patrolling around. It no longer looked like a wasteland, but more like a small town. Mao looked in the direction of the flower roll and explained, over there is the new embroidery workshop. We decided to build the workshop first, then the houses around it. Have they eaten? Yes. They ate at noon. They brought bread with them, so when they're hungry, they just nibble on it. It saves time and doesn't delay work. That's not right. This is hard work. How can they work on an empty stomach? Huan returned to the shop and asked Man to cook a big pot of egg fried rice, then asked Mo Chuan to deliver it. Man was feeling bored. She didn't know how to use the many buttons on the boxes, so she just wiped them with a cloth. When she heard she had a task, she happily put down the cloth and grabbed a big wok to start cooking. Although she cooked a large pot of rice at once, she was very careful and made sure to do each step properly. Mo Chuan brought a large wooden bucket with a lid, filled it with rice, and carried it away. The embroidery workshop was already set up with stakes in the ground, and the villagers were working together to build the wooden frame. Mo Chuan walked over and called out, Uncles and brothers, Boss Hua asked me to bring some food.
Take a break first.
If you're full, you'll have more strength to work. Everyone heard and put down their tools, gathering around. A young man smiled and said, Boss Hua is very kind. We all brought some food too. Another older man said, We're not building the workshop just for Boss Hua to feed us. We want to thank her. Plus, the embroidery workshop gives the women in the village work. We feel a bit embarrassed about it. Mo Chuan said, Huan is like that. Helping her build the workshop won't make you hungry. Just eat peacefully. As he spoke, he opened the bucket lid. The smell of egg-fried rice wafted out, and everyone stopped talking, staring intently at the bucket. They had worked hard all day, drinking porridge at noon and eating bread at night. Saying they weren't hungry was not true. Brother Mo Chuan, what's in this bucket? Egg-fried rice. Mo Chuan replied without looking up as he served the rice. Wow, it's rice fried with eggs. No wonder it smells so good. Everyone took bowls and ate eagerly. For them, no delicacy was better than a bowl of filling carbs, especially when it was this delicious fried rice. A bowl of rice was quickly finished. A villager happily put down his bowl and said, I've heard everyone say that Boss Hua is a great cook. Today I finally tasted her food, and it's really delicious. Mo Chuan replied calmly, Boss Hua is indeed a good cook. But today's egg fried rice wasn't made by her. It was made by a man. A man? Who is a man? I heard that Boss Hua took in a girl with a scarred face. Now she's working at a snack shop. A girl with a scarred face? Mo Chuan covered the wooden bucket with a lid, picked it up, and said, "Don't keep calling her a girl with a scarred face. She has a name, and her face was burned." Then he left. The villagers looked at each other, feeling a little guilty, but not saying anything. They had called the girl with a scarred face a girl with a scarred face for so long, and today they ate her cooking. Every time they thought about it, they wished they could slap themselves. Mo Chuan carried the wooden bucket back to the shop. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a man looking at him eagerly. This was her first time cooking for others. She was nervous and curious, wondering if they liked her food. Mo Chuan understood her look. He told her they all liked it. They finished everything. He then opened the lid for a man to see. Sure enough, nothing was left. A man relaxed and smiled at Mo Chuan. At the shop entrance, Huawan was introducing grilled food to customers. A cart was parked nearby. Zhao Zhizhou got off the cart and immediately saw Huawan. "Boss Hua, long time no see." Since Loomingly donated money to Huawan, he had been very busy. He used the money to help nearby refugees and was praised by the emperor. He thanked Huawan politely, speaking in formal words, and finally explained why he came today. "A minister from the Ministry of Rights in the court is a good friend of mine. Recently, his mother suddenly fell seriously ill and can't get out of bed."
Huan listened carefully.
She nodded, but thought to herself, "I'm not a doctor, and I can't cure illnesses with food. He told me this, but I really can't help." Zhao Zhizhou continued, "His mother is from Lu City. She has been with him in the capital for 30 years and has never returned home. The minister heard that you make taro milk tea and snacks, and he's very happy about it." He took a sip of tea and continued, "You should know that the specialty of Lu City is taro. He wants his mother to taste the local food to show his filial piety and to ease her homesickness. In Huajuan's memory, all the delicious taro dishes indeed come from Lu City. He knows I am familiar with you, so he asked me to talk to you, hoping to buy some taro milk tea and cakes." Huan was puzzled. Just like that? He could have sent a servant to buy them. "Why did you have to come here in person?" Zhao Zhizhou chuckled and said, "That's not all. Taro isn't common, and he hasn't seen his hometown in 30 years. But your shop has it, so he guesses you are from the same place. He wants you to prepare a meal of Lu City dishes for his mother." This was a difficult request for Huan. She had no connection to Lu City. She only knew about snail noodle soup from there. Zhao Zhizhou saw her hesitation. That might be a bit bold. "If it's too much, just prepare the taro paste." Huan thought for a moment and said, "I have a plan. Let him send someone to pick it up from my shop tomorrow night." Hearing this, Zhao Zhizhou was happy. He left 10 taels of silver as a deposit and hurried back to tell his old friend. Huan carefully stored the silver, then looked up and saw Lu Mingli smiling at her. She happily said, "General Lu, why are you free to come today?" Lu Mingli had been in the capital, discussing military affairs with the emperor. It was rare for him to have free time. He was initially worried she would face so many refugees alone, but now he saw a small village forming outside. He smiled and said, "I didn't know you could cook Lu City dishes." "I can't." Lu Mingli was stunned. "Then why did you agree just now?" Huan blinked. He said he wanted a table of Lu City dishes, but didn't say I had to make them. Lu Mingli was confused. "Are you going to have someone else do it?" Huajuan's plan was simple. She didn't know how to cook Lu City dishes herself, but she had connections. She said, "No, I'll go to Lu City myself and bring back authentic dishes." Lu Mingli was stunned. "You're going to Lu City? Can you go there and back in one day?" "We have a plane. We can fly there in an hour and a half." Lu Mingli, but the future is surprisingly convenient. If there were a war, wouldn't soldiers and supplies reach the battlefield within a day? Of course. Some wars don't even require people to be there. A missile can decide the outcome. That night, she booked the earliest flight to Lucheng for the next morning. Early the next morning, Han got up, packed lightly, and flew to Lucheng. When she arrived, it was only 9 a.m., and most restaurants hadn't opened yet. She hired a car and explored the city. Lucheng is a beautiful place with clear mountains and water, featuring unique karst landscapes. The scenery is lovely, and the people are simple and honest. She also asked the taxi driver where the best local food was. The most authentic Lucheng dishes? That has to be Rongrong Restaurant. Their oil-drizzled chicken and sour bamboo beef are amazing. But tourists usually love snail noodles, right? I'm here for a friend. She left Lucheng many years ago and has always missed home-cooked food. I'm helping her bring back a few dishes. Oh, that's thoughtful. I once went out of town for a week and only thought about Liucheng's noodles. I ate 3 bowls as soon as I got back. Leaving home means missing the flavors you grew up with. Exactly. Home-cooked food always comforts the heart. The driver took Juan straight to Rongrong Restaurant. Following his recommendation, she bought the oil-drizzled chicken and sour bamboo beef. She also ordered garlic sprout stir-fried intestines, steamed taro strips, snail and duck foot hot pot, and stir-fried leafy greens. Of course, she couldn't forget the snail noodles. The waiter carefully packed each dish, full of local flavor, into 7 or 8 insulated boxes, sealing them carefully. These boxes were neatly stacked together, ready to be checked in for the flight. Throughout the process, Juan kept checking each box to make sure they were sealed tightly, worried that even a small leak could spoil the food's quality and taste. After all, this wasn't just a meal, it was a way to bring back a long-missed hometown flavor for an elderly person. Once Juan handed the dishes over to the servants at the Shirling residence, they quickly prepared for the journey. By dawn the next day, they could arrive at the residence. According to the instructions Juan wrote, the cooks at the residence would open the packages and reheat the dishes with steam. The first sunlight gently shone through the carved windows, casting soft light on the floor. A maid softly woke the old lady. "Madam, it's time to get up and take your medicine." The old lady slowly woke up, slightly opened her mouth, and gradually drank the herbal soup. Once the bowl was empty, the maid wiped her mouth. The strong medicinal smell in the air gradually faded over time and disappeared completely. At that moment, a faint fragrance quietly entered her nose. At first, it was very subtle, but soon it became clearer and stronger. She couldn't help but close her eyes and take a deep breath, trying to tell if it was a dream or a reality. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Wasn't that the smell of Lucheng vegetables? The familiar and warm scent instantly brought back endless memories and longing in her heart. The old lady kept opening her mouth and reached out her hand forcefully, trying to sit up. The maid quickly stepped forward to support her and placed a thick cushion behind her back. "Child, child," she weakly called out for her son, but her voice was too soft to be heard in the room. Another maid hurried out to call the Minister of Rights. "Sir, the old lady is calling for you. Soon." The minister hurried into the room, looking concerned. "Madam, why are you trying to sit up?" I think I smelled something. Am I imagining things?" "Madam, it's not an illusion. I haven't had a chance to tell you. I bought Lucheng vegetables. The small kitchen is heating them up for you. They will be here soon." The old lady was a bit emotional, her eyes fixed on the door, silent. Seeing this, the minister whispered to a maid nearby, "Hurry up and urge them." The small kitchen didn't dare delay, and soon the dishes were ready. Since the old lady had difficulty getting out of bed, her son brought each bowl to her bedside. "This is the smell of sour bamboo shoots." "Let me try," she said, looking at the dish with moist eyes. She reached out her hand from the quilt to take the plate. "Yes, this is stir-fried beef with sour bamboo shoots. The doctor said you shouldn't eat these, so just smell them." The doctor's exact words were that the old lady was near the end of her life and should avoid foods that could irritate her stomach. She sighed and, feeling helpless, leaned in to take a deep breath. Then she said to her son, "Try it. Take a bite and tell me if it tastes like it did when I was a child." "All right," the Minister of Rights replied, picking up chopsticks to take a piece and put it in his mouth. The old lady watched eagerly. "It's sour and crunchy. That's the taste I remember from when I was young. Is it as good as the pickles I used to make?" "Not quite as good," The old lady relaxed and leaned back on her cushion, reminiscing. I remember when you were little. I had a jar of sour bamboo shoots. I just started pickling them, and you kept asking to eat some. I didn't want you to, but you were so mischievous. While I wasn't looking, you opened the lid and reached in to grab the bamboo shoots. The Minister of Rights also remembered that story and smiled. I was so young and didn't understand. You remember? The bamboo shoots weren't ready yet. I took a bite and spat it out, afraid you'd find out. I put the lid back on exactly as it was. The old lady gently patted his hand. You couldn't hide it. Your hand had water on it, and when you reached in, it was obvious. When I opened the jar, there was white mold inside. I got so angry I hit you with a bamboo stick. As she spoke, she started to laugh. The Minister of Rights also chuckled. She asked, Your hand swelled up from being hit. I felt bad. You needed your hands to write, but I hurt you so badly. It took 2 days to heal. Do you blame me? No, I don't blame you. I've never blamed my mother. If you hadn't worked so hard and saved so much to send me to school, I wouldn't be where I am today. He gently rested his head on his mother's lap, and she stroked his hair, feeling like she was back in his childhood. The old lady came back to herself. Quick, what other dishes are there? Bring them here so I can smell. The Minister of Rights quietly wiped his tears and smiled. All right, I'll bring several dishes one by one. He went to the table and immediately saw a snail and duckfoot hot pot. Mother, this has snails. Do you remember? When I was little, I often went to the fields to find snails. When I got home, you'd cook a pot for me. It smelled better than beef. He carried the hot pot back and turned around, only to see his mother smiling with her eyes closed. A bad feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He hurriedly set down the hot pot and went to check her breathing. His heart sank sharply, and tears blurred his vision instantly. He trembled as he held the slowly cooling body of the old lady, whispering, Mother, how could you leave like this? Despite his sadness, he felt grateful that he could fulfill her last wish before she passed away. That night, Zhao Zhizhou, on behalf of the Minister of Rights, delivered the final payment to Huan, and he also brought something else. Boss Huan, I see you're planning to open an embroidery shop nearby. I brought you the land deed. He took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. This land was originally wasteland. Although it now looks lively and prosperous, it's mainly thanks to small food stalls. Moreover, Huan donated a large sum of money in exchange for this piece of land, making the deal very worthwhile. Huan opened the document and saw it was indeed a land deed. She understood Zhao Zhizhou's intention, so she didn't refuse and accepted it confidently. Having the deed made things much easier for her in the future. With her and the 3 others, washing included, at the shop, she no longer needed to be stuck in the kitchen. She could think about doing other things. The embroidery shop was built over a few days, and a man cooked for them during this time. Eating only egg-fried rice could get boring, so sometimes a man made new dishes like cured sausage claypot rice. During days when clothes and food were scarce, just eating enough was hard. Now, they could enjoy different flavors of fine rice every day. The villagers worked hard in the fields during the day, then came back at night to build houses and eat well before going home. After a few days, everyone looked healthy and full of energy, not at all tired. Some wives even suspected their husbands might be seeing someone outside. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Some wives, more assertive, grabbed their husbands' ears and scolded them.
Well,
I work hard at home, sewing clothes during the day and cooking at night. And you? Out there fooling around? It's not true. I spend every day working with the villagers, building and farming. Where did you hear such nonsense? If you weren't fooling around outside, why do you look so healthy every day? Once they discussed it, they realized, apparently they had free delicious food every day outside.
what?
It's still that ghost-faced woman cooking? I didn't expect her to be good at cooking even though she can't speak. Hey, don't call her that anymore. She has a name, and she's also quite pitiful. Then they told a man's story, which made her wipe tears repeatedly. They all came from hard backgrounds and felt a strong sense of empathy. Look at you. I haven't even said anything, and you're crying so much. She's so pitiful. We were fleeing from danger, with family and friends. She was alone, running so far and still picking things out of the trash to eat. Did you hit her?
Huh.
Did you? Thinking of this, she got angry and started hitting her husband. Hey.
Hey. I didn't know back then.
I thought it was a ghost. Stop hitting me. Why are you settling scores now? No, I will go and apologize to her properly tomorrow. After saying that, she looked at her husband, who was rubbing his shoulders, and added, You should go too with me. Why? I'm a grown man, and I didn't do it on purpose. Why should I apologize? It's so embarrassing. Are you going or not? Stop pinching. I'll go. Isn't that enough? Who are you looking for? Hwawan saw a few villagers standing at the door. Hearing their words, she was a bit surprised. A woman nudged the man beside her with her elbow, and the man loudly repeated, Boss Hwa. We're looking for Miss A Man. Hwawan was puzzled. They usually didn't have much contact, so why suddenly want to find her? Is there something you want to tell her? I can pass on the message. The man hesitated.
This. Oh. Let me say it.
Boss Hwa. We want to apologize to Miss A Man. My husband was too shy to speak. Yes, we used to scold her, and my husband even threw stones at her. We want to apologize in person and thank her for cooking rice for this group of noisy men every day.
Hwa understood.
I see. I'll go in and ask her. Please wait a moment. A man was frightened and hesitant to see people. Hwawan thought she should ask her opinion. If she still refused to see others, then the matter would have to be dropped. But maybe this is also a chance. If she is willing to come out and feel that many people care about her, then she can walk freely in the sunlight in the future. Miss A Man, some villagers are looking for you outside. A man frowned and instinctively stepped back. Hwawan patiently explained, Don't be afraid.
They want to talk to you about 2 things.
First, they want to tell you that your cooking is very delicious and everyone likes it. Aman clearly relaxed, a slight smile appearing on her face, feeling happy. There's one more thing. They want to apologize for what they did before. Aman shook her head. She was now at the snack shop, happy every day, and no longer cared about the past. Do you want to go out and accept their apology? Aman hesitated. Hwawan tried to persuade her. They just want to say sorry, so just listen to a few words. Aman thought for a moment and pointed at Hwawan. Do you want me to go with you? Aman nodded, and Hwawan said, Okay, no problem. Aman took the scarf Hwawan gave her, covering her face tightly, then followed Hwawan outside. Usually, she hid in her tent or in the kitchen, rarely seeing others. Now, as they had to walk through the restaurant, she felt very nervous, her palms sweaty. She imagined herself running over with her head down, covering her face, just like usual. But Hwawan was walking slowly and she couldn't pass her, so she had to nervously follow behind. Hwawan walked calmly, which strangely made her feel safe. The customers were eating and talking, not paying attention to her. She quietly let out a breath of relief, but the next challenge was ahead. When they stepped outside, Hwawan stopped still. Aman hid behind her, glancing sideways. There were so many people. The villagers saw Aman come out and cheerfully said, Aman, we're here to apologize. Yes, we shouldn't have scolded you before or given you that silly nickname. We hope you don't mind. Aman, from now on, come to my house for lunch. It's just me there, and you can teach me how to make fried eggs. You're really bold, come into my house for lunch. What's so tasty about your bread? Aman, why not come to my house? I have rice stored. Do you really eat stored rice? 2 grains of rice with a bucket of water every day. I don't even know what's happening at your place. Everyone took turns talking, joking with each other, treating Aman like family. Finally, Aman's worries eased. She lifted her head and smiled kindly at them. Although the embroidery workshop was still being built, work hadn't stopped. Soon, the men's winter clothes were finished. Lin Yang handed 2 sets of clothes to Hwawan. Hwawan gave one to Mo Chuan, planning to send the other to Lu Mingli. Unfortunately, I don't know when he will come, and there are no phones in this era to contact him. Mo Chuan said, It's simple. I know where the general's residence is. I'll hire a carriage and take you there. 1 round trip should take about an hour. If you want to chat a bit longer, it might be too late. What is there to talk about? Hwawan asked back, then quickly put on her coat, picked up a set of winter clothes, and said, "Hurry, let's go." She could have asked Mo Chuan to send her, but Hwawan just wanted to see what Loomingly looked like in these clothes. Mo Chuan drives the carriage more roughly. His only goal is to finish this as quickly as possible. As a result, Hwawan was tossed around inside, feeling dizzy. She had to hold tightly to the window frame to keep from being thrown out. "Hey, we're here, quick." Hwawan, feeling dizzy, tumbled out of the carriage, her legs weak. She coughed a few times but couldn't bring up anything. She supported herself against a tree and pointed at Mo Chuan. "You are too harsh. I almost got thrown out." Mo Chuan looked surprised and then apologized. "Sorry, I was in a hurry and didn't notice anyone else was riding." Hwawan rolled her eyes at him and knocked on the door. The servant who opened it recognized Hwawan from her snack shop and didn't announce her, but directly invited her inside. As she walked in, he said, "Boss Hwa, what a coincidence. Our general just returned to the residence." Hwawan asked curiously, "Do you need to tell General Liu? Just let me in like this." "No need. The general already gave instructions. If Boss Hwa comes, just invite her in." "It's a pity you took so long to arrive." The servant led Hwawan through the twists and turns of the house for about 10 minutes until they reached a courtyard. He knocked on the door and said, "General, Boss Hwa is here." Another servant opened the door, exchanged a quick word, then led Hwawan into the courtyard and into a room. "Please wait a moment, Boss Hwa. The general will be here soon." After that, he left. Hwawan looked around. It was a study. She approached the desk and saw an open military book covered with dense notes and annotations. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and Loomingly entered. He was wearing casual clothes, his hair still damp. Flower Roll quickly turned around and handed over the winter clothes she was holding. "General Liu, this is a new winter outfit from the embroidery workshop. It's a bit different from usual clothes." Loomingly took it, and his eyes showed a hidden surprise. "Thank you. This looks very warm. Do you want to try it on?" Loomingly didn't expect Flower Roll to ask that. He looked a little surprised. Now, Flower Roll didn't realize her request might be a bit bold. She just wanted to see if the clothes fit well, and if anything needed fixing. So she nodded confidently. "Yes, right now." Loomingly hesitated, looking into Flower Roll's clear eyes. Finally, he agreed. "Please wait a moment." Loomingly picked up the clothes and turned behind the screen. Flower Roll thought of something and called inside. "Do you know how to wear it? Do you want me to teach you?" "No need." Loomingly quickly interrupted her, worried she might go inside. "Just wait outside for a moment." He hurried but kept bumping into the screen or kicking the box, making loud thuds. Flower Roll found it a bit funny. Why was he so nervous? Inside, there was still long-sleeved inner clothes. "Sorry to keep you waiting," a deep voice said behind her. Flower Roll turned around. Loomingly had already changed into his new clothes. Wow, not bad. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and narrow hips. His upright posture made him look like a perfect model for clothes. Flower Roll had chosen a white top and light gray pants for him. The collar had a thick rabbit fur trim, and the hem was decorated with detailed, elegant embroidery. The pants were gradient-colored, from white at the top to darker gray at the bottom, with bamboo leaf-shaped embroidery scattered on them, giving a refined and steady look. Flower Roll couldn't hide her amazement. She looked him over from head to toe, making Loomingly a little shy. He cleared his throat. "It's very warm, and the fabric feels different. Yes, it's lined with fleece inside, so it's warm to wear." The candlelight flickered, casting a soft glow on Loomingly's face, making him look gentle. He stood in front of a traditional flower window in his hanfu, like a painting. Flower Roll picked up her phone. "Don't move. I'll take a picture of you." Loomingly stood under the window, while Hwawan stepped back to the table and took the first photo of him. "Wow, it looks great. Come and see." Loomingly looked at his phone and was surprised. "How did you do this?" "Think of it like painting, but it's more realistic. Do your world still have artists?" "Yes, machines can never replace humans." At that moment, a servant knocked on the door. "General, there's a man outside saying." He looked up at Loomingly, hesitating. What did he say? He asked Boss Hua to hurry and leave. Loomingly frowned. What man? Huawan glanced at the time on her phone and said, That's Mo Chuan. He reminded me that I should go back. Oh, it's Mo Chuan. He was a bit surprised. I'll see you out of the city. Recently, he had been busy with many affairs, leaving early and returning late. Seeing Huawan today, he suddenly felt like walking with her a little longer. No need. The security guard at the gate said you've been busy lately. I can go back by myself. Loomingly picked up the sword on the table and opened the door for Huawan. It's okay. It won't take long. As he stepped outside, the servant hurried over with a cloak. He took the cloak, turned, and draped it over Huawan's head. It's still cold in spring. Be careful not to catch a cold. Then he strode quickly toward the door. Huawan didn't say a word. She held the soft, warm cloak and followed behind with small, careful steps. When they arrived at the general's residence, after learning that Huawan had fainted on the way, Loomingly asked Mo Chuan to sit in the carriage while he drove. Huawan returned the cloak to him. Since there was no wind in the carriage, and it was warm, Loomingly didn't refuse. He simply put it on himself and sat in the front seat. His horse followed alongside. He somehow managed to keep a steady, smooth pace, even though the speed wasn't slow. At the snack shop entrance, Huawan said, This outfit was made quickly for a trial. Once the new ones are ready in a few days, I'll send you a few more sets. Loomingly nodded. In a few days, I'll go north. I'll find some good jade stones for you to sell and have fun with. At that moment, a woman stood nervously outside the snack shop. When she saw Huawan, she took a few steps forward, seeming to make a big decision, and said, Boss Hua, my husband's family name is Liu. I used to work as an assistant in the embroidery workshop. Flower Roll recognized her. She had indeed seen her in the embroidery workshop. Mrs. Liu's family used to run a tofu business. Usually her husband made the tofu, and she sold it. Later, they fled from danger and lost all their tofu tools. When they arrived here, they started doing other small trades with Flower Roll. Her mother-in-law is clever. A few days ago, she saw Mao opening a barbecue stall at Flower Roll's place. She had an idea. Why not also set up a tofu stall? The snack shop has many customers. If they set up a stall nearby, each customer could buy a piece of tofu, and they would make good money. So, Mrs. Liu's mother-in-law pulled her aside and told her to quickly set up a stall nearby, as close to the snack shop as possible. Mrs. Liu felt it was not right to take over someone else's space, especially on someone else's land, and she hesitated. But her mother-in-law was firm. If you don't act quickly, someone else might take the spot. Besides, we don't use her recipes. We're just doing a small side business. What does she have to complain about? She even borrowed money to buy tables and set up the stall. Mrs. Liu thought hard and decided she should talk to Flower Boss. That's how this scene came to be. She was still nervous because it was on someone else's land, and refusing might be understandable. Fortunately, Flower Roll had no objections. In fact, she was happy to have another stall. But she still had concerns. Most people come at night, and most customers are here for dinner. I'm afraid not many will buy tofu. Mrs. Liu also thought that made sense. But her mother-in-law always made decisions at home, and she couldn't persuade her. So she said, I just want to try. As long as someone buys, my small business can keep going. Since Mrs. Liu said so, Flower Roll didn't argue further. She just suggested, then make a small amount first and see how it goes. Mrs. Liu nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll make 2 blocks to try. When she got home, Mrs. Liu told her mother-in-law. Mrs. Liu's mother-in-law was proud. I knew she wouldn't object. You really went to extra trouble. Mrs. Liu didn't think so. She believed Flower Roll was kind-hearted. If it had been someone else, they might have kicked the stall away. The next day, Mrs. Liu's husband, Liu Er, was about to go out to build a house, but Mrs. Liu's mother-in-law stopped him. Don't go build a house. It's not your own place. Why bother? Hurry up and go to the market to buy millstones and soybeans. Setting up your own stall is the most important thing. Liu Er has always been a gentle person. When his mother pulled him, he had no choice but to follow her instructions. He quickly bought soybeans and prepared the mill, then found some wood to make molds. In the evening, when Huan opened her stall, Lu's wife brought a whole block of tofu. Boss Huawan, this is the first block of tofu. Please accept it. As she lifted the cloth, a strong bean aroma wafted out. Huawan sighed. Stone-ground tofu tastes much better than machine-made. Huawan offered 50 coins to Lu's wife, but she refused to take them. Since they were doing business on someone else's land, it was important to show good manners. Seeing her insist on giving the tofu as a gift, Huawan had no choice but to accept. Lu's wife was relieved and went out to set up her stall. Mo Chuan asked, "So much tofu, how will we eat it?" Huawan thought for a moment and said, "Half will be used to make iron plate tofu, and I have other plans for the rest." She kept him guessing. Hua Shen listened and happily said, "That means more delicious food." Iron plate tofu is a must-have snack at the night market. It's very easy to make, just good tofu and various seasonings. It's hard to go wrong. She cut the tofu into small, thin pieces. In a flat pan, she poured fragrant oil, then asked a man to watch the pan while she slowly fried the tofu. Meanwhile, Huawan prepared the seasonings. She took a bowl, added barbecue sauce and minced garlic, poured hot oil over it to release the aroma, then added soy sauce, oyster sauce, sugar, and a little vinegar. When the tofu turned golden, she brushed both sides with this sauce. The flavor was amazing, one word. Wow. But that wasn't enough. How could she forget chili powder? Before taking it off the heat, she sprinkled some on top, then added chopped green onions. The iron plate tofu was ready. The tofu was golden, crispy outside and tender inside, with a perfect balance of salty and sweet. The green onions added a fragrant touch, making it smell irresistible. Mo Chuan reached out with his chopsticks toward the pan, but Han quickly stopped him.
Wait.
She took a paper wrapper, placed 4 or 5 pieces of tofu inside, and skewered them with a bamboo stick to give to Mo Chuan. "Go eat outside the kitchen." Mo Chuan obediently carried the tofu, walked to the counter, pulled up a chair, and started tasting. Sure enough, it immediately caught the attention of the customers. "Mo Chuan, brother, what new thing are you eating?" "Iron plate tofu." "Smells really good. Are you selling it?" "No, I'm not selling." "Here, turn right when you leave, find a tofu stall, buy a block of tofu, and cook it at home." Brother Mo Chuan is joking. How would we know how to cook it? These days, people rarely cook stir-fry dishes. Most prefer stews. It's simple, just add oil and cook slowly over low heat. Mo Chuan ignores them and quickly starts eating while it's hot. He believes that's the best way. The customers see how much he enjoys it and decide to buy a block of tofu tonight to try making it themselves. Tofu is cheap. Only 2 coins per piece. In the kitchen, the 3 from Huawan are also eating happily. Huasheng asks sister, "Why don't you cook the leftover tofu all together?" Huan says, "I have other ways to use this half, and it will be ready to eat tomorrow." Huasheng looks forward to it. "Sister, the simple iron plate tofu you made today was so delicious. Tomorrow's tofu will definitely be even more fragrant and tasty." Huan smiles, but doesn't say anything. The food is definitely good, but whether it's fragrant or not depends on personal taste. After eating, Huan leaves and buys a few pieces of stinky tofu that hasn't been fried. When she gets home, she drips some white wine onto the stinky tofu, mashes it with the back of a spoon, then adds a large bowl of plain cold water to dilute it. This is an essential step in making stinky tofu. She cuts fresh tofu into uniform pieces, places them in a sealed container, pours in the diluted stinky tofu water, and seals the lid. After 24 hours, the stinky tofu is ready. Once Huan finishes preparing the tofu, Lu Shi comes in to find her. Thanks to Mo Chuan's promotion, many customers have come to buy her tofu. With the villagers' support, all the tofu she made today was sold out. She comes to thank Huawan. Huawan waves her hand. "It's nothing, just a small favor." As Lu Shi returns to her stall, Lu Posey starts scolding her. Why are you always running to that shop? If you hadn't given her half a block of tofu today, we could have sold more, over 10 coins more." Lu Shi dares not argue. She lowers her head and packs up her stall, while Lu Posey keeps nagging nearby. No one here has ever tried stinky tofu before, so Huan isn't sure if they will accept it. But Huasheng and Mo Chuan clearly can't. When Huan opens the sealed container, Mo Chuan suddenly slams it shut again. My dear aunt, this thing smells so bad. Are you trying to scare away the guests outside? Looking at Huasheng again, she pinched her nose and stepped 2 meters back. Huan said, whether it smells or not, you'll see after I finish frying. Ma Chuan let out a loud bang.
What?
You still want to fry? Use oil? With this pot? Then he immediately vetoed. No, I definitely won't let you do that. Huan looked sad. You don't trust me? You actually don't trust me. Huasheng, do you also not trust your sister? My heart is broken. Huasheng was tricked by Huan. She took her hand down and stepped forward to hug Huan, saying, Sister, don't be sad. Just fry it. Ma Chuan was speechless. You were fooled by her. If you're going to fry, do it outside. The space inside is small, and the smell won't spread. Huan thought for a moment and agreed. She found the old coal stove from the shop and took it to the door to light it. Now everyone knew that as soon as Huan started messing around, there would definitely be something delicious. Soon many people gathered around. Chef Huan is making something tasty again. Today I want to be first in line. Don't try to cut in front of me. The coal stove quickly caught fire. Huan placed the iron pot on it, poured in quite a bit of oil, and then opened the lid of the food container. The container had a strange shape, and many people gathered to see what was inside. Suddenly, a strong foul smell wafted out. The guests at the front couldn't help but gag. Everyone was still surprised. When the smell finally reached them, their first reaction was to quickly turn around and run away. After a few steps, curiosity got the better of them. They stopped, holding their noses, and watched from a distance. The scene became very strange. Huan and the stove were in the middle, with a circle of people about 7 or 8 steps away. Huan felt like she was disarming a bomb. As the oil heated up, she picked out the stinky tofu, cut it into pieces, and slowly fried it in the pot over medium-low heat. She was patient, gently stirring the tofu with chopsticks to prevent sticking. A carriage stopped nearby, and Lin Mashu came again. He pushed through the crowd and saw Huan in the middle. He asked, Chef Huan, what delicious thing are you making now? Like everyone else, he already assumed that anything Huan made would be the best tasting. The smell grew stronger, and he frowned. What is that smell? Huan, used to everyone's reactions, told him, it's stinky tofu. If you can't stand the smell, you can stand farther away. Once I finish, it won't smell bad anymore. She underestimated Lin Mishu's love for good food and his trust in her. He chose to keep sitting nearby and watch. Strangely, the smell was making him more and more curious. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When the tofu floated to the surface of the oil, crispy on top, it was ready. Huan carefully cut a small hole in each piece of tofu, poured in her special sauce, then sprinkled sesame seeds, chopped green onions, cilantro, and chili sauce. The stinky tofu was now ready to serve. By this time, the delicious aroma completely covered the bad smell. Lin Mishu, standing close, was the first to smell the aroma. He rubbed his hands together, full of anticipation. Outside, more and more people gathered. Someone asked, what are they doing? Why does it smell so bad? It's like someone spilled a bucket of manure. It's Huajuan's shop. It looks like she's making some kind of tofu. Whose tofu smells so bad? It's probably that new tofu stand over there. As soon as those words were spoken, an old woman jumped out and loudly cursed, That's not our tofu. It was Grandma Lu. Yesterday, she sold all her tofu. Today, she had Lu air grind 3 more slabs, but no matter how Lu Shi tried to persuade her, she refused to change her mind. Yesterday's customers, after going home, realized that frying tofu needed so much oil, and the taste couldn't compare to the snack shops. So today, no one came to buy tofu. Grandma Lu and Lu Shi watched their stall, seeing no customers. They noticed the lively crowd outside the snack shop and went over to see what was happening. As they approached, they heard someone say the smell was coming from their tofu. Grandma Lu was furious. She spat at the speaker and strode toward Huan. Seeing her, Lu Shi knew what her mother was about to do. She quickly grabbed Grandma Lu, almost pulling her down. Grandma Lu turned and glared fiercely at Lu Shi, pulling her hand away forcefully. Why are you stopping me? I said our tofu isn't selling well today because someone is spreading rumors. She approached Huan and said, Boss Hua, tell me, is this tofu from our stall? Huan smiled slightly and replied, Ma'am, don't worry yet. The tofu is bought from your stall, but be careful with your words. This tofu has gone bad. How can you say it was bought from our stall? Before Huan could finish, Granny Lu loudly interrupted. The tofu your daughter-in-law gave you yesterday was freshly made and very new. She had long disliked Huan. The girl looked quite old for her age and didn't bother to find a good family to marry into, instead always showing herself off outside. She even called all the young women in the village to the embroidery workshop, closing the tent door every day. Who knew what they were doing inside? Her second daughter-in-law also seemed obsessed, running to the embroidery workshop every day, leaving all the housework to her. Yet everyone in the village praised her and was grateful to her. Granny Lu grew angrier the more she thought about it. She just relied on a little bit of money, and today she wanted to make her pay. You didn't pay us for the tofu, and now you're slandering us. Because of you, we lost business today. You owe me money. Lu repeatedly tried to argue with Granny Lu, but she was pushed back and shouted, Mother, stop causing trouble here. Come back with me. Granny Lu pointed sharply at her forehead and cursed, You ungrateful thing. Our Lu heir married you, and you're cursed for 8 generations. You can't even have a child, and your tofu sales are bad. Now our stall's reputation is ruined. Do you want my eldest grandson to starve? Lu's long-standing frustration finally burst out. All the money I earned went to you, and the main family. What more do you want? Do you have to cause a scene in front of so many people? For the first time in years, Lu shouted at her in anger. Granny Lu couldn't take it and grabbed Lu's hair, pulling her down. You've got some nerve.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Who taught you that? Huan saw this and quickly stepped forward to separate them, but Mo Chuan stopped her. Someone from the crowd suddenly rushed out and knelt in front of Granny Lu. Mother, please let go. Stop hitting her. It's all my fault. Granny Lu loosened her grip and slapped Lu Air. You're useless. Always worse than your older brother. And you still want to protect your wife. Lu stood up, tears streaming down her face. I can't live like this anymore, Lu Air. If you truly care for me, just divorce me. If you don't, I'll end my life. Seeing his wife upset, Lu Air felt sorry and made a firm decision. He said, I won't argue with you. Let's split the family. We will split. Old Lady Lu was surprised. These 2 honest people suddenly stood up today. Not because she looked down on them, but because they always looked so tired. How could they expect to have a good life? All right. You want to split the family, that's fine. But you can't take anything with you and no tofu stalls allowed. She was confident that without a livelihood, they would come back to her soon. Lu Air comforted Lu Shi, saying, I can do physical work. I won't let you go hungry. Lu Shi had other ideas. She turned and knelt in front of Huan. Boss Huan, I want to sell this stinky tofu. You can set the conditions and I will agree. Huan helped her up and asked, You want to sell such stinky tofu? Lu Shi had been working in the embroidery shop for a long time. She knew Huan always had good things. Since she made it herself, it would definitely sell well. She nodded firmly. All right, I'll give you the recipe later. When you set up the stall, we'll follow the usual rule. 70% to you, 30% to me. Lu Shi's tears suddenly flowed again. She was about to kneel. Okay, don't kneel to me. I'm the one collecting the money. Old Lady Lu rolled her eyes disdainfully, then thought of something and said to Huan, Boss Huan, you promised me earlier that I could set up a tofu stall nearby. Don't go back on your word. Huan replied, I wouldn't say I'm going back on my word. I only agreed that your daughter-in-law could set up the stall. I only recognize people, not stalls. When Lu Shi heard this, she immediately started to get angry and was about to curse. But Mo Chuan stepped in front of her, glaring down at her. She was someone who was afraid of stronger people. Seeing Mo Chuan's tall figure and dark face, she didn't dare say anything. Mo Chuan said fiercely, Is this your territory to cause trouble? Get out of here. Old Lady Lu was startled and quickly ran away in embarrassment. The farce was over. Lin Mashu was impatient and asked, "Can we eat now, Boss Huan?" Huan handed the plate of stinky tofu to Lin Mashu and smiled. "Try it." Lin Mashu didn't hesitate. He picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Instantly, his taste buds were overwhelmed by a strange aroma. The crispy outside and tender inside, combined with the unique sauce, was simply wonderful. "Delicious!" he exclaimed. Everyone around heard this and looked surprised. The bad smell from earlier was still in the air. A few brave diners stepped forward and asked, "Is it really that tasty?" Lin Mashu quickly nodded. "Then I'll have one too," he said to the flour roll. The flour roll brought a piece of oil paper, placed 5 pieces of stinky tofu on it, and drizzled some sauce. 5 cents. The person paid 5 cents and took the stinky tofu, eagerly tasting it. His eyes lit up. "I didn't expect this tofu to smell bad, but tastes so good." The news spread quickly. The crowd that had been scattered started gathering around. "Give me one too. I want one as well." 5 cents isn't expensive. Soon, the tofu in the pot was sold out. Those who ate it couldn't stop praising it, while others who didn't get a chance were left hungry and eager. Is it really that delicious? What does it taste like? It's hard to describe. Outside is crispy, and when you bite, the sauce flows out. It also smells like beans but tastes both stinky and fragrant. It's really exciting. Stinky and fragrant? That sounds so tempting. And it only costs 5 cents, making it the cheapest item in the snack shop. "Boss Hua, will you make it again tomorrow?" "Yes, I will." "Come back tomorrow." Lu Shi and Lu Er looked at each other, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Sure enough, with Boss Hua's products, they're always top quality. Now life won't be a problem anymore. Flour Roll took out the remaining pieces of stinky tofu and carefully taught Lu Shi how to make it. The tofu itself isn't smelly. It's soaked in a pungent marinade. After frying, most of the smell disappears. Both of them listened and understood. But the key to it being tasty is the sauce. Hua Roll provided all the ingredients and showed them how to make it again. Lu Shi sighed. "No wonder everyone says it's delicious. You put so many things in it." Hua Roll nodded. "The sauce is my own idea. You can mix it freely based on whether customers like sour, spicy, or cilantro." Lu Shi said, "Wow, there are so many skills involved." Hua Roll carefully thought if he missed anything. After making sure he taught everything, he discussed with them. Hua Roll would bring the ingredients tomorrow night, but they needed to prepare the tofu themselves. Mrs. Lu was extremely grateful and wanted to kneel again, but Huan stopped her. She could only bow deeply and say, "Boss Huan, we will never forget your great kindness." The next morning, Mr. and Mrs. Lu got up early. Lu Er cut some wood and made a simple stall. By the second time, he was very skilled. Mrs. Lu prepared tofu. Since she didn't have a grinder, she went early to buy tofu from another stall and then made stinky tofu following Huazhuan's method. In the evening, the tofu stall reopened. Customers heard about it and quickly formed a long line. "Today, I must try this delicious stinky tofu," a young man said excitedly. Lu Er skillfully fried the tofu, while Mrs. Lu was busy preparing the sauce. They worked well together. At that moment, an old man in the crowd frowned and said, "This stinky tofu is special, but it still smells a bit strange." Some people nearby, who hadn't tried it, hesitated after hearing this. Lu Er, who was new to selling, quickly explained with a smile, "Sir, this stinky tofu smells bad but tastes good. If you don't believe it, you can try a piece. If you don't like it, it's free." He handed him a piece. The old man hesitated, took a bite, and immediately showed a surprised smile. "Wow, it's really good." Everyone relaxed and felt reassured. After closing up at night, Mrs. Lu and her husband counted their earnings and smiled happily. Grandma Lu couldn't set up her stall next to the snack shop, but she didn't give up. She took her eldest son and his family to set up a stall closer to the city gate. When people passed by, they loudly shouted, "Selling tofu. Delicious tofu. Freshly made, definitely not stinky." Most passers-by were heading to the snack shop, so why buy tofu on the way? They shouted for a long time, but didn't sell a single piece. As time went on, more people returned home. Who would have thought stinky tofu could be so tasty? Exactly. One bite, and the juice is so flavorful, it's unforgettable. The praise reached Grandma Lu's family by the roadside. Ludo was worried and said, "Mom, didn't you say that the tofu my brothers sell is stinky and no one buys it?" Grandma Lu was also confused. Could it be that the stinky tofu really tastes good? She went over and stopped someone, asking directly, "You say that stinky tofu is delicious, but is it really true?" The passerby replied, "Of course. I've never tasted anything so uniquely flavored. The boss truly puts in effort. She should be the one making money." Lu Granny thought, "It's just moldy tofu.
What's so hard about that?"
Since I can't sell my tofu anyway, I might as well make some." So, after returning home, Lu Granny left the tofu to go bad and develop a smell. By the third day, the tofu indeed turned sour and stinky, and the people in the tent complained, "Lu Granny, your tofu is all spoiled. Just throw it away." Lu Granny felt disdainful. "You don't understand. This is called stinky tofu. It sells very well. All right, take the tofu away quickly. Are you still calling this a place to stay?" Lu Granny didn't argue with them. She was confident and had Lu De carry the tofu out to sell. She shouted to the passers-by, "Stinky tofu. Delicious stinky tofu." But the people walking by only glanced and pinched their noses, hurrying past. A few who stopped looked suspicious. "Is this the stinky tofu from the famous flour bun snack shop? It's way too stinky." Finally, a young man was willing to try it. But after taking a bite, he spat it out and said, "What is this? It's spoiled and tastes terrible." Lu Granny was stunned. She couldn't understand why the same stinky tofu could taste so different. At that moment, a kind passerby told her, "The flour boss's stinky tofu has a secret recipe. It's not just about making the tofu smell bad." Hearing this, Lu Granny looked at the 7 or 8 spoiled tofu blocks, feeling helpless and about to cry. Meanwhile, Lu Mrs. and her husband's stinky tofu business was booming. Seeing this, Lu Granny had some sneaky thoughts. Although they planned to split up, their house wasn't built yet, so they all still lived in the same tent. During the day, while Lu Mrs. prepared the stinky tofu sauce, Lu Granny pretended to have urgent matters to handle. She paced back and forth nearby, secretly glancing at Lu Mrs., trying to learn the secret recipe and method. Lu Granny appeared to be casually wandering, but her attention was fully on Lu Mrs.'s actions and the neatly arranged spice jars. The jars had no labels. Lu Mrs. could accurately measure and add the right amount of spices just from memory, then stir-fry and cook them. Lu Granny watched in a daze, only roughly remembering the shapes of a few spice bottles. At night, while everyone was asleep, Lu Granny quietly sneaked into the kitchen, trying to find those spice bottles based on her vague memory. She tremblingly opened each jar, smelling the contents, trying to find similar spices to copy the sauce. But the spices in the jars were unfamiliar to her. Even if she learned Lu's recipe, she couldn't find the same ingredients, so she gave up. The stinky tofu stall and the barbecue shop became the most popular stands besides the snack shops. As the saying goes, wealth and simplicity depend on the person. You can find expensive or cheap options. Many customers didn't have time to wait in line at the snack shops, so they bought a few skewers of barbecue and a piece of stinky tofu at the door. Spending a few cents, they could enjoy a tasty meal. Those with more time and money would comfortably go inside the snack shop to enjoy delicate pastries and dishes. If they craved barbecue or stinky tofu, they would call out at the door, and someone would bring it to their seat after a while. Outside the shop, the area became even livelier. The stone road at the entrance was flattened, so much so that if you didn't look carefully, you might think it was a main official road. Spring comes slowly. These days, only now do you see the trees sprouting green buds, and the snow on the ground begins to melt. As the saying goes, cold before frost, cold after snow. This is the coldest time, and the soil mixed with snow melt is muddy. Stepping into it, your pants get wet, making you feel uncomfortable all over. It's truly a season that can make people feel gloomy. How about making hot pot tonight? Huan suggested. She somehow felt that this weather was perfect for hot pot. Ma Chuan and Huasheng naturally agreed enthusiastically. They decided to do it right away. Huan bought more than 10 copper hot pots with dual compartments from the local market. The bottom could hold charcoal fire, and there was a small chimney on top. Around the edge, there was space for soup and vegetables. In the middle, a stainless steel divider allowed 2 different flavors of broth to be cooked at the same time. Customers could choose spicy or clear soup freely. Preparing the ingredients was also very easy. Ready-made beef and lamb rolls, pork slices, vegetables, and mushrooms could be delivered by a courier after a quick phone call. The only slightly complicated part was the broth base. Huan prepared 2 types, bone broth and spicy hot pot. They simmered pork bones, pork skin, and chicken frames with water for several hours. Before serving, they added some red dates and goji berries. The broth was milky white, perfect for cooking vegetables. The spicy broth was more complex. It not only used ready-made hot pot base, but also had extra spices for a richer flavor. Lard, oyster sauce, Sichuan pepper, fermented rice, bean paste, small chili peppers, and yellow rock sugar. No need to worry about the order. Just toss everything into the pot together, then add a big piece of spicy hot pot base. When it starts to smell delicious and makes your mouth water, pour in a pot of boiling water. The aroma is simply amazing. Outside the snack shop, customers are lining up, waiting for the door to open. The smell drifts out first. The customers are excited. Today's perfect. There's a new dish. When Ma Chuan opens the door and loudly announces, "Today we serve hot pot," everyone gets excited. Great. A new dish. It's really a new dish. They don't even know what hot pot is, but they recognize the spicy smell and unfamiliar name, so they know it's a new item. Eating a new dish at Huan Snack Shop is something to brag about when they go back to the city. The person at the front of the line is their regular customer, Lu Yuanwei. He visits the snack shop every few days and never misses a new dish. Huan and he are familiar. When he enters, she greets him warmly. "Lu Yuanwei, please come in. How many of you? Can you handle spicy food?" Lu Yuanwei follows her inside and sits in his usual spot. He doesn't see a menu, only hears Huan explaining. "Today we're having hot pot, which is basically cooking food in a hot broth. You can choose spicy or mild. There aren't many dishes, so I suggest you order a set meal with pork, beef, and vegetables. It's a new way of ordering, but they're used to it." After a few questions, they just tell Huan how many people there are, and she will serve accordingly. Others see this and say, "We'll follow Chef Hua Chuan's arrangements." Actually, they enjoy this surprise element. Soon, they see Ma Chuan wearing thick gloves, bringing out a strange-shaped, brass-colored pot. The chimney on top is still steaming. Everyone quickly moves aside, afraid he might accidentally spill the pot on themselves.
How?
How did he bring the pot here? Look, there are glowing coals underneath. Ma Chuan places the pot in the middle of Lu Yuanwei's table and warns kindly, "Be careful, don't burn yourself." Lu Yuanwei looks confused. Then he sees Huan bringing several plates, all filled with raw food. Raw beef rolls, pork slices, and raw vegetables and mushrooms. What's this? All the dishes are raw. Someone joked, "Boss Hua is now so easy to please. Just put one pot on the table and we can cook our own food. Does that mean Boss Hua still has to pay us wages?" Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at this. Huan smiled and explained, "That's the fun of hot pot. Look, the meat is sliced so thin, almost like paper. If you cook it too long, it loses its fresh taste. When the broth is bubbling, just dip the thin slices in, count to 30 silently, then take them out and dip in some sauce. Every bite will be full of flavor." Oh, I see. That way of eating sounds really interesting. At this moment, Huasheng pushed a small cart over to prepare dipping sauces for everyone. The sauces included peanut butter, sesame paste, spicy millet, chopped green onions and garlic, seafood sauce, and more. She introduced each one and offered different combinations based on guests' tastes. These sauces were colorful and vibrant, catching everyone's attention just by their appearance. If anyone couldn't decide what to mix, Huasheng helped with the blending. Many guests also chose to make their own mixes, and whether they tasted good or not was all up to luck. adding a bit of fun to the meal. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan opened the lids of the hot pots for each table. The steam rose up, carrying a spicy aroma that stimulated everyone's taste buds, making them eager to try. Lu Yuanwei loved spicy food. He picked up a slice of beef roll, shook it slightly, and the meat separated into thin layers, just as thin as paper. He put the beef into the spicy hot pot, thinking about how Huawan told him to count to 30. He doubted whether the beef could be cooked in such a short time, so he deliberately counted slowly. After finishing the 30 counts, he hesitated before picking up the beef. By then, the meat had already changed color completely. Dipping it in some sauce, he put the beef into his mouth and tasted carefully. The beef was cooked just right, tender and fresh. The spicy broth made the flavors even more lively, awakening all his taste buds.
Wow.
It smells so good. He couldn't wait to share his experience with his friends, but he saw they were busy eating with their chopsticks. Most of the meat slices on their plates had already been eaten. Two friends even started arguing. Where are the meat slices I put in earlier? Did you take them? Don't blame me. I only put in 3 slices, and now only 1 is left. They must still be in the hot pot. They hurriedly reached into the pot with their chopsticks to fish out the remaining slices. Lu Yuanwei quickly realized what was happening. He hurriedly picked up the remaining 2 pieces of meat from the plate with his chopsticks and put them into the pot. As soon as he did, a pair of chopsticks reached over to grab the meat. Lu Yuanwei simply kept holding his chopsticks in the same position and didn't let go. He only occasionally loosened his grip slightly, then quickly moved to another spot to pick up the meat again. He was afraid that if he put the meat down, someone else would eat it away. But those weren't just friends. They were rivals. This wasn't only happening at their table. Many other tables also had similar complaints. Don't take my meat. Can't you put some in yourself? My meat was barely in the pot before it was eaten. That's not fair. Some people even started arguing. 2 pairs of chopsticks grabbed the same piece of meat at the same time, neither willing to give in, and they just held on tightly. After a moment, they remembered proper manners and started to smile and politely take turns. The fun of eating hot pot is in the competition, feeling the warmth of the food and the friendliness of the people. The atmosphere becomes cozy and lively in this warm setting. After a night, the new way of eating at Huan Snack Shop became famous all over the city. People who tried it seemed to become the hottest topic in town, constantly talking about its unique taste. I tell you, the new way of eating at Huan Snack Shop is amazing. When friends gathered around, curious, they listened as someone proudly described. The broth is half rich and fragrant bone soup, half spicy, hot beef oil. But the real highlight is the ingredients. Vegetables go into the bone broth, while meats go into the spicy hot pot. You get 2 flavors at once. Especially the beef rolls. Tender, juicy, and melt in your mouth without needing to chew. Friends listen eagerly, some swallowing hard. Someone asked skeptically, "Is it really that good?" The speaker rolled their eyes and replied, "You can't even imagine how good it tastes. Just try it yourself, and you'll see I'm not exaggerating." Soon, people everywhere were asking about the snack shop. They learned it would serve hot pot that day, and they were determined to go try it. Fortunately, Huawan was prepared. She shared her spicy broth recipe with a man, and the 2 worked together to prepare twice as much broth as the night before. Huawan was busy all day, with no free time at all. But she was used to this kind of busy life now. By evening, the number of customers had doubled. They had all heard that those who like spicy food shouldn't miss the spicy hot pot, and those who don't should order a inyang pot. A single pot offers 2 flavors at once, and it doesn't cost extra. Not ordering it would be a missed opportunity. So, as soon as they sat down, they skillfully called out 1 inyang pot and a 3-person set meal. As for the sauce, everyone shared their tips. Sesame paste and peanut butter are must-haves. You can add some vinegar to enhance the flavor. If it tastes too bland, try the soy sauce called shengqiu, which really brings out the freshness. Huawan isn't very skilled at cooking and has little experience in the kitchen, but she knows that using the right condiments can make everything smell wonderful. Ordering food became faster, but the kitchen was under a lot of pressure. Luckily, the bone broth was prepared early, so they only needed to cook 2 spicy pots at the same time. Mo Chuan was responsible for ordering and delivering dishes, while Huaxing managed the distribution of each set meal. The four of them worked together quickly. Meanwhile, outside, a long line of customers was still waiting. Huawan thought that when the weather gets warmer, she would ask some people to fix the ground outside and set up a few tables. As she looked outside, she saw the ground was muddy. It was all brought in by the customers. If only they could pave the ground with stones. Suddenly, outside, there was a commotion. Mo Chuan pushed open the kitchen door and said seriously, "Two people came in and said they got sick after eating here." Huawan's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, this kind of thing had happened. She washed her hands quickly and hurried outside. She saw a man with a worried look, not pretending. Next to him was a stretcher with a woman lying on it, her face pale. She was clutching her stomach and weakly crying out. She looked very uncomfortable. When Huawan appeared, the man shouted angrily, "Your restaurant's food is bad. Someone is about to die from eating here." Huawan immediately responded, "Impossible. When did you come to eat? What did you eat?" The man said, "Last night, we ate your hot pot. My stomach started hurting afterward. I saw a doctor today who prescribed medicine, but it didn't help at all. We're about to lose her. There's a problem with your food. I'm telling you, you can't escape the blame." Huawan looked at Mo Chuan with her eyes, wondering if they really came to eat hot pot last night. Mo Chuan nodded, clearly remembering that they had indeed come last night.
Juan Frounet Taitli.
Are you sure you're not mistaken? So many people ate hot pot yesterday. Why is only she sick? You ate it too, didn't you? Other diners nearby also said, "Yes, we all ate last night and nothing happened. Why is only your wife sick? Are you trying to cheat us for money?" The man got angrier when he heard this. "You're all in it together. Now my wife is lying on the bed and you're still accusing us." He then harshly said to Huawan, "I'm here to get an explanation, not to listen to your excuses. Things are getting out of hand, and my wife is almost gone. What do you suggest we do?" He was getting too emotional, took a few steps forward, and stared at Huawan. Mo Chuan pushed him back and said, "Speak calmly and stand back." The man almost lost his temper. He swung his fist to hit, but Mo Chuan quickly restrained him on the table. The man struggled but couldn't break free, tears falling down his face. "You're all too cruel. My wife is about to die. If she passes away, I won't forgive you." Seeing this, Huawan told Mo Chuan to let him go. "If there's a problem with our food, I will take full responsibility. But as you can see, so many people ate and nothing happened. That shows it's not related to the hot pot." The man calmed down and muttered, "What's going on? What should I do? Did she eat anything else?" "No, she didn't eat anything else. It's impossible that two people ate the same food and only one got sick." But the man didn't seem to be lying, and they couldn't get any more information from him. Huawan went to the stretcher and crouched down to ask the woman, "What else did you eat last night?" The woman was very weak. She struggled to make a sound, so quiet it was almost inaudible. Huawan leaned close and barely heard her say, "Persimmon cake." She said she also ate persimmon cake. The man suddenly understood. "Yes, yes. The dried persimmon cakes at home are gone." Huawan asked again, "How many persimmon cakes did you eat in total?" The man thought carefully. "There were about 20 at home. Today, I see only 4 or 5 left." Huawan said, "She ate almost 20 cakes." The man said, "The other day, she saw that the persimmon cake was starting to mold. Maybe she was worried about wasting it, so she ate a little more." "What did the doctor say?" The man recalled. The doctor said she has internal damp heat and impurities that haven't cleared, which are blocking the flow of energy and blood. This confirmed Huajuan's idea. She ate too many persimmons and got a stomach stone. Everyone looked at each other. What is a stomach stone? Is it a kind of illness? From the name, it sounds like a stone growing in the stomach. Huan said, "Yes, persimmons are hard to digest. When they reach the stomach, they clump together and turn into stone-like things." Hearing this, the man seemed to find hope. "So, how can it be treated?" Doctors in this era should be able to treat stones, since this kind of illness is quite common. The doctor prescribed medicine. "Just follow the instructions." "I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what to do either." The man shook his head. "She took a lot of medicine, but it didn't work at all. The man wiped his tears and lifted the stretcher, dragging it outside. Hwan suddenly remembered a news report she had seen. During the persimmon season, many people ate too many persimmons and developed stomach stones. She also remembered that the news said doctors suggested drinking more cola could dissolve some of the stones and quickly relieve pain. But that was only a temporary solution. They still needed to take traditional medicine to slowly pass the stones. "Wait a moment," Hwan called out. "I have a home remedy. Do you want to try it?" The man turned around eagerly, looking at the shop owner. "Are you willing to help us? We're at our wits' end and willing to try anything." That was easy. Hwan remembered that the phosphoric acid in cola could dissolve calcium in the stomach stones. She took 2 large bottles of 2-liter cola from the kitchen. She opened the caps and handed it to the man. "Let her drink this." "Drink more." The man moved the stretcher to the shop entrance, gently placed it on the ground, then took the cola without even looking and helped his wife up, feeding her the drink. The woman was in so much pain she couldn't speak. She was weak all over. Whatever she was given, she drank. After a few sips, she found the medicine didn't taste bitter at all, but rather like sweet soup. Outside, a few more people gathered to watch. Not only villagers but also customers from the shop stopped eating, all curious. After drinking half a bottle of cola with pauses, she lay down and took deep breaths. The man anxiously asked, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" She didn't answer. After a moment, she held her stomach and struggled to sit up. Then she let out a big burp. It didn't stop there. She took a few more breaths and burped several more times. Her face turned a healthy color. "That's helpful. That's helpful." Someone in the crowd started clapping first. The man gratefully looked at Hwawan and said, "Thank you, Boss Hwawan." Hwawan said, "Drink more if you can." Hearing this, the man picked up the soda bottle and offered it to the woman. The crowd around them grew quiet, watching her closely. After finishing the bottle, the woman started to feel sour and uncomfortable. She covered her mouth and whined. The man looked at Hwawan nervously. Hwawan quickly said, "Don't worry. This might be a normal reaction." Just as everyone was worried, the woman suddenly vomited out a hard object, followed by a few more. As she spat these out, her painful expression gradually eased. "She passed a stone," someone exclaimed. The man was overjoyed and cried tears of happiness, repeatedly thanking Hwawan. Hwawan waved his hand. "Don't get too excited yet. It's better to see a doctor to be safe." The man quickly nodded and asked, "Boss Hwawan, how much is the medicine and the consultation fee?" Hwawan said, "I'm not a doctor, so I don't charge for consultation. This isn't medicine either. Just pay for some dessert." The man was so grateful, he almost knelt. He left 40 coins and carefully carried the woman back on a stretcher to the clinic. The situation was settled, but the people around didn't want to leave. "This sweet soup is amazing. It can cure stomach pain." "Exactly. Look at that woman, she was almost done for. This is a miracle cure. Boss Hwawan, can I buy some of this magic potion? I want to buy some too, just in case." Hwawan chuckled and said, "It's not medicine, just a drink. It only works sometimes for certain symptoms, but you can't rely on it as medicine." Everyone didn't believe him. They knew good things like this couldn't be sold so easily. Still, they weren't discouraged. As long as they kept their snack shop, they believed they would find a way to get some someday. Machwan was also confused. He quietly asked Hwawan, "Isn't this that happy soda? Does it really cure illnesses?" Hwawan patiently explained, "Cola has something in it that can quickly react with the stone in the stomach, dissolve it, and ease the pain." Mo Chuan listened with a puzzled look, frowning as he tried hard to understand. "I told you, knowledge changes fate, and reading can change your life." Mo Chuan thought of the bookshelf in the living room filled with books covered in tiny words, and his head started to ache. "I can just recognize a few words, that's enough. At my age, if I start studying again, people will laugh at me." Hwan held her forehead, wondering why it seemed like no one in the family liked studying. Mo Chuan was already an adult, so it was understandable he didn't want to study. But Hua Sheng was still so young, and all she thought about was staying in the kitchen. It gave her another headache. Maybe she should send Hua Sheng to a cooking school. She glanced at Hua Sheng, who was looking excited. Sister, you can even treat illnesses. That's amazing. That day, Huasheng's grandfather had brought a big basket of vegetables, greens, lettuce stems, and potatoes, so the menu had more dishes than usual. Surprisingly, most of the vegetables were gone by the end of the night. The potatoes were especially popular. Sliced thick, dropped into any soup base, then dipped in sauce after cooking, soft, fragrant, and delicious. Huasheng, whatever vegetables your grandfather has, bring them all here from now on. The vegetables of this time had no pesticides, and they really did taste much better. Grandpa was worried we couldn't finish them, but they sold out so quickly. Sister Aman and I were chopping vegetables non-stop. Aman nodded. These days, she felt more fulfilled than ever. Everyone loved the soup bases she cooked, praising them again and again. She finally felt she had value, and in her heart, she had already treated the snack shop as her home. At that moment, the kitchen was less busy, with only a few vegetables left to chop, so everyone gathered to chat. Huasheng said, "It's spring now, and there are lots of river snails by the water. Last time I went home, I even saw my little brother catching them." Hearing this, Huazhuan's eyes lit up. As the saying goes, spring snails taste better than goose. At this time of year, the snail meat was plump and tender. Stir-fried for a late-night snack, the joy of eating them was something only those who tried it would understand. Perfect. Ask him to catch more and bring them here. I'll buy as many as he can find, and we'll make stir-fried snails. Huan didn't want to sell the steamed buns, since they were just for kids to play with and not worth much. Only a few people in her shop ate them, and if there were leftovers, she could give some to General Liu and Jiang Shirua. Huasheng happily said, "That's great. My younger brother can now earn some money too." Huasheng usually stayed and ate at the shop, so she didn't spend much money. She mostly gave her wages and red envelopes from holidays to her grandfather. Plus, the silver coins Huawan bought her with and the vegetables she received from time to time had brought in quite a bit of money. Now, her grandfather's family was not poor. However, they had been simple for generations, saving all the money they received and rarely spending it. Huawan asked, "Your younger brother is not small anymore. Now that the family has some extra money, maybe he can go to school." She found it funny herself. Today, she was acting like a mother, eager to send someone to school. Huasheng nodded. Grandpa also said that. After spring planting, we'll look for a school. Our village doesn't have a private school, and the city schools don't accept us. The nearest private school is 5 miles away. Huawan sighed, thinking that going to school in this era was really hard. Not every village had a school. Usually, only larger villages had a private school. We do have a Huawan elementary school, but it only has one scholar who can teach reading. Huasheng's eyes widened. Private schools are just for teaching basic reading. You can't expect him to take the imperial exams. Huawan didn't know much about the scholar at the elementary school. He seemed quite dull, and sometimes people said he spent all his time studying, rarely leaving his tent. Even meals were brought to him by parents of students on a rotating basis. She wasn't sure how good his skills were. Huawan told Huasheng, "Let's go ask at that private school first. If it's good, we can buy a cart to go there, which will be more convenient. If not, he can study at our small school." Huasheng nodded silently, memorizing Huawan's words, planning to tell her grandfather when she got home. Life was busy but fulfilling. That day, Huasheng's younger brother really brought a basket of snails. They were quite big, enough to fry 7 or 8 dishes. Huawan happily accepted them and gave her younger brother 30 coins. He was shy and didn't say much, just quickly said, "Thank you," and ran off. Huawan took the steamed bun into the kitchen and started preparing the snails. She turned the basket upside down into a basin of water, added sesame oil and salt, and soaked the snails to help them spit out sand. Unexpectedly, many small river shrimps jumped out of the snails. This was a happy surprise. Huasheng helped pick out the tiny shrimps, which were enough for a small plate. Each one was lively and full of energy. Huasheng could only cover them with a lid. Perfect for making drunken shrimp. Drunken shrimp should be fresh. You can't use dead ones. The more lively they are, the better. Hwawan rinsed the river shrimps in clean water 2 or 3 times to remove mud, then drained them. She then started to drunken them. She poured a glass of white wine for sterilization, then added a bottle of yellow wine. The shrimps began to get dizzy. She covered the bowl with a plate and shook it vigorously. She let them sit for 10 minutes to make them more tipsy. Then Hwawan added soy sauce, aged vinegar, sugar, cilantro, garlic, and chili, mixing everything well. The marinated drunken shrimp was ready. At this point, the shrimps were still lively and jumping. If you're not a big foodie, you might not dare to try. Eat up, Hwawan said warmly, offering the plate. Not cooked, Mo Chuan asked. It's still raw, Hwasheng replied. That's the point. It's fresh, Hwasheng said. I don't dare to eat. I'm afraid they'll bite me. Hwawan looked at a man who shook his head and waved his hands to refuse. Even Mo Chuan hesitated, staring at the plate. Hwawan picked up one shrimp, calmly placed it in her mouth under the watchful eyes of the others, chewed and nodded. Tastes good. The 3 of them were stunned and took a step back. You really ate it? Could she really eat it? Was she joking? Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, Hwawan decided to try first.
Monta Chuan.
You try. Mo Chuan ran away quickly, but Hwawan grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. Come on. Didn't you say my cooking is always delicious? That's only true for cooked dishes. This is live shrimp. It's not a dish. Are you going to run again? Mo Chuan circled the kitchen 3 times, then stopped, looking worried. But he was still afraid of Hwawan. He picked up chopsticks and grabbed a shrimp. The tiny river shrimp on the chopsticks was still jumping vigorously. If he wasn't careful, it might slip away. With a look of fear, Mo Chuan bravely put the shrimp into his mouth, as if facing death. The shrimp was still moving in his mouth. He almost gagged, but the next second, Hwawan grabbed his lips with her hand and pinched them. He trembled as he took a small bite of the shrimp, and his features slowly returned to normal. The shell was crispy, and a gentle bite made it open. Inside, the meat was sweet, sticky, and fragrant with wine, with an unexpectedly good texture. Smells so good, Mo Chuan said happily, completely different from his expression just a second ago. Hwawan summarized, if you don't learn to change your face, you'll be missing out in the art of acting. Eating a shrimp shouldn't be so difficult. Mo Chuan chuckled and kept eating one after another, so excited that his eyebrows almost fell off. Hwawan warmly invited Hwasheng and a man to join, and surprisingly, a man was the first to accept. A man's idea was to become a great chef someday, always willing to try new dishes. After eating, she looked amazed and gave Hwan a thumbs up. Hwasheng saw everyone had finished eating, so she gathered her courage and ate one too. Unfortunately, she didn't like it much because she thought the wine flavor was too strong. Fresh river shrimp should be eaten quickly, so the 3 of them ignored the snails and finished the shrimp right in the kitchen. After finishing, everyone still wanted more, but luckily there were snails left. Hwawan took scissors and cut off the sharp tip of the snail shells to make them easier to season and eat. A man found scissors and helped her, carefully learning these new dishes every day, not missing any small detail. Hwawan saw this and was happy to teach. When cooking, she never hid her skills and was willing to share everything with anyone interested. After washing the snails thoroughly, she set them aside. Hwawan prepared green onions, garlic, and chili, waiting for the oil in the pot to smoke before adding the ingredients. She stir-fried for about 20 seconds, then added a piece of hot pot base to release red oil. At this point, she poured in the snails. Since it was stir-frying, she used high heat and kept stirring. When it looked almost ready, Hwawan poured in 2 bottles of beer, brought it to a boil, and waited until the aroma of malt was fully released before lowering the heat to reduce the sauce. Besides a man, who was diligently learning, the other 2 food lovers circled around the stove, their eyes bright and their mouths chattering excitedly. Under their eager watch, Hwawan brought a large basin, filled it, and placed it on a small table in the kitchen. By this time, the snails had gone through a winter hibernation, their meat tender and juicy, without any earthy smell, making them the best time to enjoy. There's a proper way to eat snails. Skilled people, like those making flour rolls, hold chopsticks to grip the snail shell, then press with their tongue and causing the meat to easily slide into their mouth. Less experienced people need tools. They use a toothpick to poke into the snail meat, then lift and pull out the whole piece. It's slower, but it still works. Mo Chuan loves good food and enjoys figuring things out. When he saw Huan eating so quickly, he stopped and watched carefully, then learned how to do it himself. This snail meat is rich and tender, with a fresh taste. If I had a bowl, I could eat it all night. While eating and chatting, Huasheng suddenly remembered something and said, "My grandpa went to a private school to find a teacher. I heard that a big bug came into the village and took someone away." Huan was surprised. A big bug? What kind of bug?
Can it eat people?
Wait, a big bug. Could it be a tiger? It's a very large one, with a character on its head. When the weather warms up and the snow on the mountain melts, it comes down looking for food. Hungry tigers in winter are very fierce. Huan felt a bit worried. The house isn't finished yet, only a tent. If a tiger comes along the road, it would be like a buffet. Especially at Amao's place, now doing barbecue business. He said he stored some lamb meat, but they're worried the tiger might smell it and come over. Huan kept thinking, the villagers are too fragile now. No sturdy houses, no proper weapons, only an untrained patrol team. Safety is very low. She reached into the plate with chopsticks to pick out snails. After flipping through, she only saw some spices. Then she looked up and saw Mo Chuan eating with a mouthful of oil, licking his fingers. Huan checked the remaining snails. There was enough to cook 2 more servings. She went back to the stove to start cooking. Aman stood up to help. She started a new pot and made gestures to Huan, trying to show her something. With 2 pots going, Huan followed her steps and remembered the method well. She picked up a snail and handed it to Huan. Huan took a bite. Good, the taste was very similar. Because Aman's strength was stronger, the flavor was even richer. Huan packed the snails into 2 wooden boxes and asked Mo Chuan to deliver them separately to Lu Mingli and Jiang Shiyue. After tidying up the kitchen, she went to the door. Amao was busy with his work. Seeing Huan, Amao grabbed 5 lamb skewers from the stove and handed them to her. "Boss Huan, here you go."
Enjoy.
Flour roll only took 1 string and returned the rest to Amao. Aunt Fat made an apron, holding the string while chatting with Flour roll. Thanks to Boss Flour, life is much better now. The sales are good and the sheepheads at home keep coming. They cherish their current life very much. After closing the snack shop each day, they carefully clean the barbecue stand and sweep the shop entrance. Flour roll said, "I heard that a big insect has entered a distant village." Amao also heard about it. "Yes, it's quite scary. I heard it took someone away." A customer waiting nearby for barbecue joined the chat. "Everyone in town knows about that big insect. They say its head is bigger than a well opening." Aunt Fat said, "I heard an old man from the village was out for a walk and saw the big insect running past. He was so scared he shouted, and then the tiger suddenly turned around and caught him." Flour roll broke out in a cold sweat. She said to Mao, "Find a way to get some dogs. I'll pay, you help me buy them." Mao scratched his head. "Boss Flour, there are no dogs for sale in the village. Besides, if a tiger really comes, dogs might not help. If a big insect enters the village, dogs can make some noise to warn everyone." She thought for a moment and added, "Go to the city tomorrow, buy a few. Pick the clever ones, and also give some to the patrol team." After speaking, he gave Aunt Fat 2 taels of silver. Aunt Fat only took 1, saying, "Oh, buying dogs doesn't cost much. I still have some left." Mao was going to buy supplies the next day. He wandered around the city and found that every household only had puppies for sale. These small dogs couldn't run fast, so they probably wouldn't scare the big insect and might even become its food. He thought for a moment and asked around about the hunter's house at the foot of the mountain to see if they had big dogs for sale. The hunter had a few dogs, but he considered them family and refused to sell them. So, he decisively declined Mao's request. It was already afternoon. Seeing the sun about to set, Mao couldn't find another way and had to beg earnestly. Our village's houses are not built yet, only tents. If a big insect comes, everyone might be eaten. Otherwise, you could rent us some dogs. When the hunter heard this, he stopped closing the door. You said tents? Are they the ones not far from Flour Roll Snack Shop? Mao saw that there was a chance and quickly said, Yes, that's right. It was Boss Hua who asked me to buy a dog. He tentatively asked, Do you know our boss? It turned out that this hunter was none other than Wu Qing, who had visited the snack shop when it first opened. He still remembered the taste of the food there. Later, he went a few more times, but sometimes the shop was closed or there were too many people. Plus, the prices had gone up, so he didn't dare to go again. Wu Qing nodded and said, I also visited the snack shop when it first opened. The owner seems to be a kind person. Exactly. She's a very kind person. She took in us refugees, gave us a place to stay, and even let me run a barbecue stall. When he mentioned the barbecue stall, Mao got excited. That lamb skewer was delicious, fat and lean together. Big brother, if you go, I'll treat you to some. Food always brings people closer. In less than half an hour, the two became good friends. In the end, Wu Qing lent Mao 3 big dogs and agreed to meet him at the barbecue stall that evening, where Mao would cook skewers for him. Mao took the dogs back to the village, checked the time, and decided he still had time. He rushed back to the city and bought 5 puppies. When the shop opened that evening, Mao tied all the dogs at the door. When Huawan opened the door, she saw 3 slim, shiny-coated big dogs and some puppies bouncing around, adorable and lively. Mao told Huawan where the 3 big dogs came from. Huawan wondered if they were the guests who wanted to give her wild mountain chickens. When Wu Qing arrived, Huawan recognized him immediately. She smiled and greeted him, saying, Hunter brother, it's really you. Thanks so much for the dogs today. Wu Qing hadn't been here for a long time. He sighed at how much the snack shop had changed. He remembered how it was just wasteland back then. Seeing how lively it was now, he felt a bit nervous about going inside, worried he might not be able to afford it. Mao was very friendly. He moved a chair for Wu Qing, then quickly grilled 5 lamb skewers and 5 pork belly skewers. He also bought a serving of stinky tofu from Lu's place, saying it was on him. Lu refused to take any money from Mao, saying, This is for the whole village. I can't take your money, especially since we're treating this big brother. Huawan brought a bottle of beer from the shop and offered it to Wu Qing to enjoy with the barbecue. Wu Qing stood up, thanked everyone, and then started chatting with Mao. There are indeed big insects on the mountain, as my grandfather told me. But over the years, I've never seen them come down. After all, there's plenty to eat on the mountain, so they don't need to come down. He shook his head, still puzzled. Anyway, everyone must stay safe. Huan warned everyone, if you see it, don't scream loudly or turn around and run. Face it, slowly back away, and run when it can't see you. Everyone nodded. Don't worry, we'll tell everyone soon. Wu Qing took a bite of lamb skewer and said, Food from the small shop tastes better. I often grill meat at home, but it's never this good. Mao said, Brother Wu, you're asking the right question. It's the special seasoning from Boss Hua. It's so tasty, even if you dip your shoes in it. Huan smiled and said, If you like it, I'll give you some seasoning later. Take it home, and when you grill your meat, just dip it in the sauce. The tiger came faster than expected. Luckily, they had bought dogs. 3 big dogs stayed outside the farthest tent, and 2 followed the patrol team on their night watch. Late at night, the big dog outside the tent suddenly stood up and whined softly toward the distance. Soon after, it barked loudly, waking the villagers. Everyone was prepared. When they heard the dog's bark, they quickly lit torches and gathered together. In the distance, a large, colorful tiger stepped forward. Seeing so many people, it didn't back down. Its eyes fixed on the crowd, and it moved slowly, pacing left and right. The villagers, new to the area, had heard of tigers but had never seen one. Today, they were shocked to see such a huge one. It looked to weigh about 200 kilograms, with strong, muscular limbs and sharp claws like knives. The villagers trembled with fear. Remembering Huajuan's words, they covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. The dogs barked and struggled to break free from their leashes, trying to attack. The tiger growled low and powerful. Its roar sounded like a charge, and it ran toward the crowd. The patrol team arrived just in time, waving torches and shouting. The two hunting dogs barked nonstop, trying to scare it away. Maybe the torches worked. The tiger paused, then swung its big paw and knocked down the nearest patrol member. It then turned and ran away. The patrol team held their dogs and chased after it for a few dozen steps. Watching the tiger run off into the distance, they finally stopped and returned. Everyone hurriedly checked the injured person's condition. The tiger's claw just grazed him, but it caused deep cuts and exposed flesh, which was very frightening. The villagers quickly made a simple stretcher, wrapped the wound with clean cotton cloth, and a few people carried him to the town clinic. After this incident, the remaining villagers were too scared to sleep. They all crowded into the tent closest to the snack shop, sitting cross-legged and waiting for dawn. The news of the tiger injuring people in the village spread to the town the next day. That evening, when Hwawan opened the door, she saw Lu Mingli looking serious. There were no customers outside the snack shop tonight. Everyone, having heard about the tiger, was afraid to come out at night. Hwawan was puzzled. Before she could ask, Lu Mingli directly told her, "Last night, a big beast attacked the village, and someone was hurt. Now the villagers are very worried and afraid to come out." "What? The tiger really came?" Hwawan was shocked. She hurried outside to see how the villagers were doing, but Lu Mingli stopped her. "Don't worry. I have sent people to patrol nearby, and I also ordered someone to burn mugwort. It shouldn't come back tonight." Hwawan then smelled a strong scent of mugwort in the air and felt a bit more at ease. She said, "Hopefully this method works." Lu Mingli, however, said, "It's just a temporary solution. I'm worried that last night, we might have angered it. It could come back." Also, on its way back to the mountain, it took another person. Hwawan shivered at his words. She couldn't help but look outside the snack shop, afraid the tiger might appear suddenly. In early spring, animals in the mountains become more active. The tiger probably has enough food on the mountain, so why would it risk coming down to eat people? Moreover, it has been traveling farther each day. If it was hungry, the nearest village to the mountain would be enough for it to eat. Lu Mingli said, "I'm not sure if burning mugwort will work. Be extra careful tonight and don't go out." Mo Chuan brought 2 glasses of cola for Hwawan and Lu Mingli. He said, "We must get rid of this big beast. I'm worried it might go further and directly enter the town." Lu Mingli said seriously, "I will stay here these days. If I face it directly, I will do my best to kill it." Mo Chuan suddenly became excited. "I want to join. I've never fought a tiger before." Hwawan said, "That's too dangerous. What will you use to fight it?" "It weighs hundreds of pounds, and its tail can knock someone out with a swipe." Mo Chuan pounded the table. "Swords, knives, anything works. He is just an animal. With so many of us, how could we be afraid of it?" Hwawan rolled her eyes at him. "Do you know what bloodline suppression is? I remember once going to the zoo. In front of the tiger enclosure, a kid was taking a photo with his back to the tiger. Suddenly, the tiger let out a low growl and jumped to the cage in half a second. I was so scared I froze completely and couldn't move." Mo Chuan asked, "Did the kid get eaten?" Hwawan said, "No, not really. There was a glass barrier. But everyone knows that even behind glass, it's scary enough to make your legs weak. That's a fear ingrained in our genes from ancient ancestors." Although they didn't understand all of Hwawan's modern words, they roughly understood her meaning. Her description was too frightening, and the room fell silent. Lu Mingli broke the silence. "We still have to try." Hwawan said, "Its fur is so thick, your swords probably can't cut through. There aren't many warriors like Wu Song in this world." Mo Chuan suddenly had an idea. "I have a plan." Both Hwawan and Lu Mingli looked at him. Mo Chuan continued, "Use a gun. 1 shot, and it's over." Hwawan said, "Are you crazy? Have you watched too many movies like Infernal Affairs? I can't get a gun. I can't even get a controlled knife." Lu Mingli asked, "What is a gun?" Mo Chuan explained, "A gun is a weapon that fires bullets. Just a light press of your finger can kill an enemy from 5 steps away." "Really?" Such a powerful weapon, Huawan sighed. It's useless, everyone. I definitely can't get a gun. They fell silent again. Suddenly, Huawan's eyes lit up. She thought of an idea. What about an axe? Mo Chuan said. A chopping axe. The handle is too short. It's better to use a knife. I think even though I can't buy a controlled knife, I can buy an axe. Made in D country, very tough and sharp. She added, the tiger's most vulnerable spot should be its belly. If it gets close, I could try to cut its belly with the axe, but that's pretty difficult. Loomingly thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. Seeing such a responsible General Liu, Huawan didn't want him to take risks. She racked her brains, trying to think of what to do if she encountered a tiger in modern times.
Yes.
An anesthetic, Huawan exclaimed. An anesthetic? Loomingly and Mo Chuan repeated in unison. Yes. An anesthetic. Just one bottle, and it will make him dizzy. Huawan immediately ordered a hatchet and veterinary anesthetic. The hatchet was easy to buy, a high-quality imported manganese steel axe with a hardened, sharp edge. However, when she searched for anesthetic, she was told it was legally restricted. She then tried searching for veterinary anesthetic, and this time it showed results. Huawan sighed, feeling her special abilities were too limited. Why could others get guns, cannons, and high-speed trains, but she couldn't buy anesthetic? Maybe the mugwort had an effect. That night, the tiger did not appear. Everyone stayed safe and anxiously waited until dawn. For everyone's safety, notices were posted at the city gate, and Huawan temporarily closed her shop. That night, Loomingly led a team of guards and patrols to watch over the village. Young men from the village guarded the outermost tents, surrounding women and children. The whole village was brightly lit, with mugwort burning and a mist filling the sky. The barbecue stalls were closed, but Huawan used the leftover lamb meat to make some warm food for everyone. Considering the crowd, Huawan asked Mo Chuan to cut off the ribs and lamb spine, soaking them in cold water for half an hour to remove blood. She took a large, deep pot, put the lamb in, added cold water, and then added Sichuan pepper, scallion segments, and slices, bringing it to a boil over high heat. It took a while to boil such a large pot of water. Huawan skimmed off the foam, but didn't change the water, like in making pork bone soup. Instead, she added a bowl of cold water, waited for it to boil again, skimmed off the foam, and added more cold water, repeating this 5 times. Aman was nearby, learning from her. She was clever. When she saw Huawan add cold water, she relaxed her doubts and only helped by fetching water. Huawan explained, it's like boiling dumplings. Repeatedly adding cold water helps change the temperature inside the pot. The hot and cold cause the blood in the lamb to be squeezed out, which keeps the flavor and makes the soup clearer. Aman listened and sincerely admired Huawan. She gave her a big thumbs up. In her heart, Hua Boss was all-knowing and very impressive. When the water boiled again, Huawan covered the pot and simmered on low heat for an hour. While waiting, Huawan was teaching Aman how to make flavored cola. The weather quickly warmed up, and this might be the last time they drank hot cola. They were cooking in the kitchen, while outside, the soldiers on patrol had a tough time. Every time they passed by a snack shop, the delicious smell made them swallow their saliva eagerly. Finally, on the 3rd time passing by the snack shop, someone couldn't hold back and quietly asked a teammate ahead, "What is Boss Hua making? Why does it smell so good?" The soldier in front had already noticed, and his stomach was growling loudly. "I can't take it anymore.
I'm starving."
The soldier behind looked longingly and said, "Is it food for the general? I heard Boss Hua is a great cook. I've never been so jealous of the general. Do you think we might get some too? Don't dream about it. How could we eat the same food as the general? I heard last time Boss Hua gave some pastries to the supply team. They were so tasty. We could have pastries too." Deputy Commander Guozhen had no idea when he had come over to these 2 soldiers. He spoke sternly, "What are you 2 talking about?"
"Keep watch."
The soldiers immediately answered loudly yes, and stopped talking, focusing on their patrol. After walking around many times and finally reaching the snack shop, Huan came out and called to Guozhen, "That general." Guozhen looked around and looked at Huan with suspicion. Was he calling himself? Huan said, General, may I ask where Commander Liu is? Guozhen quickly jogged over and asked, Commander Liu is at the village entrance ahead, watching. Are you here to see him? Huan smiled and said, the weather is cold. I brought some lamb noodle soup. You can take turns coming in to eat some. Before Guozhen could reply, he heard the excited voice of a soldier behind him.
Great.
Lamb noodle soup. Guozhen turned to give them a warning look. The soldiers quickly looked away and pretended nothing had happened. Seeing everyone behave, Guozhen turned back, his face full of smiles. He said to Huan, Boss Hua, thank you. I'll make arrangements. Please prepare some noodles for the general. It's already prepared. Please wait a moment. Huan went inside to get the lamb soup, while Guozhen arranged half the soldiers to continue patrol and the rest to rest and eat something. A dozen soldiers entered the snack shop and realized how warm it was inside. The lanterns hanging on the wall were brighter than the sun. They sat up straight, showing excitement on their faces. The creamy lamb soup had a beautiful layer of oil on top, with red dates and goji berries added. Finally, some chopped cilantro and green onions were sprinkled on top, making the whole pot look bright and tempting. One of them took a food box and filled it with lamb soup, then took another box with noodles. Why not put them together? Guozhen asked curiously. After asking, he felt a bit embarrassed because he didn't know the shop owner well, and it seemed like he was talking too much. He had never seen Huan before, but he had heard her name many times. During the disaster period, Huan was like a legend often mentioned by people. People said Huan healed generals, brought magical medicines, provided tents, and delivered rice. Many good deeds. He already admired Huan a lot. He wondered if she would think he was nosy for talking to her now. Huan didn't realize he had so many thoughts. She naturally explained, separating them this way keeps the noodles from soaking up too much soup and becoming soft and losing their texture. She packed the boxes and handed them to Guozhen. Later, you can ask the general to pour the noodles into the soup box and mix them before eating. Guozhen hurriedly took the boxes and replied, Okay, I'll go now. But inside, he thought, wow. She's so friendly. She even talked to me. Xiaoxing pushed out a small cart with over 10 bowls of noodles. She didn't need to do anything. The soldiers quickly gathered around and finished all the noodles in no time. Since they needed energy for hard work, Huan filled each bowl with plenty of noodles and added more than 10 pieces of lamb. The shop suddenly became quiet, except for the slurping sounds of eating noodles. They enjoyed the smooth, chewy noodles, then took bites of tender, fatty lamb ribs, and finally sipped a big bowl of fragrant lamb soup. There was no time for talking. Aman peeked from the kitchen outside. No one was talking. Everyone was focused on eating. She felt worried. Could it be that the noodles weren't tasty? Until the first person finished eating, he lifted his bowl, drank all the soup, let out a big burp, and exclaimed, I've never had such delicious noodles before. Then he lowered his head again and used chopsticks to pick at the last piece of cilantro stuck to the side of the bowl. Another young soldier finished eating. He picked up his bowl, went to the front desk, and shyly said to Huan, Boss Huan, this is the best noodles I've ever had. Thank you. Huan smiled and said, You still have a long life ahead. You will taste even better food in the future. The soldier scratched his head and said, Okay, then happily left. The bowls were gradually returned to the front desk. They had eaten enough but remembered they had a task, to go out and replace the next group of people for dinner. Huan called them over and gave them a large jar of flavored cola. They drank it quickly and hurriedly left. A group of people hurried to the patrol team to change shifts. As soon as they arrived, everyone smelled the aroma on them. Did you really get lamb noodles? Yes, really. They were very delicious. Hearing this, the remaining members of the team couldn't care about their image. They ran back to the snack shop as fast as they could. Meanwhile, Guozhen also found Loomingly. At this moment, he was squatting with a flashlight, looking at the ground and pondering something. Guozhen squatted nearby and saw the footprints scattered on the ground. He asked, Is there something strange here? Loomingly didn't change his expression and said thoughtfully, Look at this. Does it look like a big insect's footprint? Usually there are many footprints here from people passing by, so Guozhen couldn't tell much. It's too messy. I can't see clearly. Loomingly extended a finger and traced the shape of the footprints on the ground. Does this look like it? Oh, I see now. It really is a big insect's footprint. But it's still quite messy. Yes, the big insect might have been here, wandering around. Guozhen was surprised and said, "That big insect is so bold. With so many torches and people, it still dares to come." Loomingly stood up and said, "We need to speed up patrols. Send out a message and everyone should be more alert." He turned to leave. Guozhen looked at his lunchbox and suddenly remembered. "General, have some noodles." Loomingly didn't turn around and said, "No, I won't eat. This was sent to you by Boss Huawan." Loomingly finally stopped and turned back, reaching out his hand. "Give it to me." Before he could take a few bites, suddenly, the sound of dogs barking rose one after another and someone shouted, "It's the big insect. A big insect has entered the village." Loomingly immediately put down his chopsticks. His first thought was about Huawan. After thinking carefully, he said to Guozhen, "Go check it out. Be sure to stay safe." "I'll come right away." He ran back to the snack shop as fast as he could. Huawan was talking to Huaxing. Loomingly closed the door from outside and left a message. "Don't come out." He headed toward the village entrance, where the fire was blazing high, and there were loud noises and barking dogs, very noisy. When Loomingly arrived, he saw a large, colorful tiger standing in the middle. Villagers around him held torches in a circle, but no one dared to step forward. The tiger's eyes shone coldly, and it let out a deep growl. Loomingly picked up a thick stick, wrapped one end with cloth, soaked it in oil, and lit it to make a simple torch. He slowly moved closer to the tiger, and everyone held their breath. The tiger seemed to feel threatened, scratching the ground with its paws. When he was close enough, Loomingly suddenly waved the torch and shouted loudly. The fire and his shout scared the tiger back a few steps, but it didn't run away. Loomingly knew he had to scare it off completely. He kept waving the torch and led the villagers in shouting. The bright flames lit up everyone's tense faces. Finally, the tiger turned and slowly walked out of the village, disappearing into the darkness. The crowd cheered loudly. Loomingly let out a breath of relief, but his worry didn't go away. When he returned to the snack shop, Huan was so nervous she couldn't relax. She was worried about Loomingly, but didn't dare to open the door until he pushed it open. Huan hurried over and said, "Thank goodness you're safe. I was so worried I almost couldn't stand it." Just as Loomingly was about to speak, he swallowed his words when he heard her say that. Instead, he asked, "Were you worried about me?" Huan was surprised. She looked up at Loomingly, who was looking down at her with intense eyes. His gaze felt a little too sharp. Huan said, "Of course. We're friends. It's normal for me to worry about you." Loomingly asked, "Worried as friends?" Huan felt a bit guilty under his gaze. She lowered her head and mumbled softly, "What else would it be?" Then she quickly changed the subject. "What about the tiger? Did you scare it away?" Loomingly didn't ask further. His tone became a little worried. "It was scared off for now, but I don't think this big insect will give up easily." The flour roll also came over and asked, "Why'd he say that?" "Maybe it doesn't dare come because our village has many people." Loomingly shook his head. "Today, it first checked the area and then jumped over the fire. I don't know what in the village attracted it. I'm afraid the fire torch won't be able to scare it away for long." The flour roll said, "It's okay. Tomorrow, the axe and the tranquilizer will arrive. If it comes again, we will have a way to deal with it." The next day, the axe and tranquilizer arrived as scheduled. Everyone gathered around, looking at the new weapons and medicine, feeling very curious. Loomingly picked up an axe to try its weight. It was heavy, with a handle made of blue oak wood wrapped with non-slip leather cord, and the blade was shiny black. As expected from D country, every detail was perfect. The flour roll was curious and played with the tranquilizer syringe. It came with 50 tranquilizer guns, which could shoot darts with tranquilizer just by blowing with the mouth. Loomingly selected 20 soldiers with good eyesight, giving each a dart gun to practice while the tiger was not around. He also chose 5 agile fighters, giving each an axe, because if the tranquilizer failed, they would need to fight close up. At night, everyone was on high alert. Sure enough, the tiger appeared again. It let out a long roar, crossing the smoke and walking into the village, its body flickering between the trees. Its eyes glowed faint green in the dark, looking even more fierce than before. 25 soldiers formed a defensive line, all staring intently at the tiger, not daring to relax for a moment. The tiger first cautiously paced left and right, as if searching for a way to break through. Loomingly signaled everyone to stay calm and follow the plan. When the tiger got close, the soldiers with dart guns shot tranquilizer darts at it. However, the tiger was very clever and dodged most of the darts. Seeing that the tranquilizer was not working well, the 5 axe wielders quickly rushed forward. The tiger roared loudly and lunged at one of them. The soldier dodged nimbly, and the others took the opportunity to attack the tiger with their axes. But the tiger's limbs were strong and its skin thick, so the axes only caused minor injuries. The tiger was pushed back a few steps, but it quickly adjusted and charged again. At this critical moment, the tiger's steps faltered, and the tranquilizer started to take effect. The tiger began to sway and look dizzy. Its steps became unsteady. Seeing this, everyone did not relax but slowly moved closer. We still underestimated the tiger's fighting ability. It shook its head forcefully a few times and roared loudly, preparing to fight back hard. Just when the situation was at a standstill, Han suddenly had an idea. She told Emo Chuan to pour the prepared fuel around and set it on fire. The fuel caused the flames to jump up 3 meters high, much taller than a torch. The tiger was startled and retreated, but its path was blocked by a pile of firewood. With fire in front and wood behind, the tiger planned to jump over and escape. Taking this chance, Loomingly grabbed an axe, lowered himself, and ran behind the firewood. When the tiger leapt up, he raised the axe, leaned back, and swung it, cutting through the tiger's belly. The tiger roared in pain and, driven by momentum, fell forward and slid another 5 or 6 meters before stopping. A long bloodstain was left on the ground, and the smell of blood spread through the air, strong and sharp. The tiger was not dead yet. It struggled to stand up, but soldiers quickly surrounded it with axes, ready to deliver the final once it stood. Eventually, the tiger failed and crashed to the ground, snorting heavily. After about 10 minutes, its breathing slowed and its eyes closed. Although it no longer moved, everyone was still scared of such a huge beast. They held their axes tightly, not daring to relax. Loomingly checked the tiger's breath and announced to everyone, "The beast is dead." Everyone finally relaxed and cheered. Guozhen asked Loomingly, "General, what should we do with a big beast?" "Carry it back to the city and display it at the gate, so everyone can be at ease." Calming the people's hearts was the top priority. They used ropes to tie the tiger's front and back legs tightly, then threaded a thick branch through, and 6 people struggled to lift it. Suddenly, Loomingly said, "First, take it to the snack shop." Guozhen replied, "All right." "Let Huan see how mighty our general is," Loomingly said. "Don't talk nonsense. It was thanks to her weapon that we killed the beast. She should see it too." Guozhen looked unshaken and said, "Yes, the general is right." The tiger was carried outside the snack shop. Guozhen called out first, "Huan, the big beast has been killed by the general." After the fire started, Emo Chuan, afraid the tiger might go berserk, pushed Huan back into the shop and closed the door. At that moment, upon hearing Guozhen's voice, Huan came out of the door and just saw a huge creature hanging upside down from a tree trunk. Its belly was still bleeding heavily, soaking a large patch of fur. Loomingly added, "It's not just my credit. Everyone and Miss Huan also helped." Huan asked, "Is it dead?" Seeing the tiger's body hanging motionless, Huan felt a bit sad. In her time, tigers were protected animals. She had seen them at the zoo, and her impression was just of a large, golden-striped cat. She knew she shouldn't feel pity for the tiger, but she still felt uncomfortable. Huan adjusted her mood and smiled, praising everyone. "This is a wild tiger, very fierce." "You all did a great job," Loomingly said. "If it weren't for the tranquilizer, it would have been hard for us to escape safely." Guozhen, behind them, was very excited. "Boss Huan, you didn't see how mighty the general was. With just a quick move, he managed to loomingly turn back. All right, you talk too much. Just help carry it away. Watching everyone happily leave, Loomingly smiled and took a step forward, saying to Huawan, maybe in your world, big creatures are kept in cages for people to look at. They seem harmless, but here, just this one has already caused 3 deaths. Huawan was surprised. Loomingly had noticed her thoughts. She nodded. I know. In our time, tigers were nearly extinct, so they were protected. Extinct. Isn't that a good thing? No one would die because of them anymore. Huan sat on a chair by the door, poured a glass of water for Loomingly and said, not necessarily. Taoism also teaches that all things should reach a balance. If tigers go extinct, the food chain will be broken and eventually it will affect humans. Loomingly took the water but didn't drink right away. He didn't understand Huajuan's point, frowned slightly, and looked at her with curiosity. Huan explained, for example, tigers eat wolves, wolves eat sheep, and sheep eat grass. That's a food chain. If there are no tigers, the wolf packs will have no natural enemies and may overpopulate. They will hunt cattle and sheep extensively, which can also threaten human safety. Loomingly was deeply shocked. I never thought there was such wisdom behind it. He thought for a moment and said, it's like this. On the court, the emperor is at the top of the food chain. If he is unfair and allows noble families to expand their power freely, in the end, the common people will suffer. Huawan asked, is it okay to talk about this? Loomingly replied, there are no outsiders here. But the same applies in reverse. If the emperor is too strict, officials will be afraid to do their jobs, and disasters will happen among the people. He summarized, therefore, everything in the world must follow the principle of balance. Huawan sighed, wow, no wonder you're a general who fights in battles. You think so far ahead. Huawan's straightforward praise made Loomingly feel a little embarrassed. Are you always so direct when praising people? I'm just telling the truth. You are knowledgeable in politics and strong in martial arts. You are both talented in literature and combat. I want to praise you not just once, but really emphasize it. Seeing her words becoming more and more exaggerated, Loomingly took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and interrupted her, saying, it's getting late. I should go back to the city first. We can continue your praise another day. One more thing. Do you still want these axes and the remaining anesthetic? Huawan waved her hand generously. No. You can have them all. He nodded, took out a jade bracelet from his pocket, and placed it on the table. Silver is useless to you. Take this bracelet and sell it for money. The bracelet was a deep green, smooth and delicate, with a small streak of dark green running through it. When held up to the light, it was as transparent as glass. It was also quite thick and a bit heavy to hold.
Wow.
This must be worth a lot of money. Huan smiled sweetly at Loomingly. Thank you, General Lu. Loomingly smiled slightly. That's your reward. No need to thank me. He stood up, bid farewell to Huawan, and added, tomorrow during the day I will take some people up the mountain to look around and see if there are any more big insects. We will try to drive them deeper into the mountains to prevent them from coming down again and causing trouble. Huawan nodded and said, be careful. There is a hunter at the foot of the mountain who knows the mountain paths well. You can ask him for help. The next morning, the tiger's body was displayed at the city gate, and notices were posted on every street and alley. Before long, news of the big insect's death spread quickly, flying like wings across every corner of the city. Many people gathered around the tiger's body, exclaiming, wow, this big creature is so huge. How else would it be called a big creature? I heard that General Lu was fearless last night, leading a special team that took only half an hour to kill it. General Lu is truly brave. When something like this happens, the officials can't be relied on. They might catch thieves, but when faced with such a large beast, they would probably be too scared to move. There was also a foodie who was more excited about the food, shouting happily, finally, I can go to the Huan snack shop again. The next day, Loomingly took the small team from last night to the foot of the mountain to find Wu Qing and head into the deep forest together. Wu Qing explained the habits of tigers as they walked. Big creatures usually hunt in the early morning and evening, hiding during the day. The mountains have plenty of food, so if no one disturbs them, they rarely come down. If it is a male tiger, there is likely a female tiger nearby. The tiger from last night was definitely a male. Loomingly became alert and warned behind him, "Be very careful when entering the mountain. There might still be a female tiger lurking." Soon, they found tiger footprints in the soft soil. Following the tracks, they walked for over 2 hours into the mountains. At the back of the mountain, Wu Qing quietly called out, "General Liu, look. There are claw marks on this tree. We are close to the tiger's den." Tigers mark their territory near their homes with claw marks. Seeing this, Loomingly ordered everyone to stay quiet and not make any noise that might scare the tiger. Since they were far from the villagers' homes, his goal was to confirm how many tigers there were, not to cause trouble. Continuing along the tracks, they finally saw a large mother tiger under a very thick tree. How could they tell it was a female? Because there were 2 small tiger cubs beside her. When the mother tiger saw humans approaching, she stood up and let out a loud roar, protecting her cubs behind her, then stared fiercely at them. Maybe she was worried they would hurt her cubs, but she didn't make any aggressive moves, just kept her eyes fixed on them. Loomingly faced the tiger, slowly backed away, and made hand signals for everyone to leave carefully. The mother tiger showed her teeth and made a move as if to charge forward, but only after they had retreated far enough. Loomingly said, "It looks like a den of tigers. One has already died, and there are 3 left," he said to Wu Qing. "Remember the location and tell the villagers not to come to the back mountain anymore." Wu Qing nodded. "We wouldn't come here often anyway, but I wonder how that big bug came down the mountain. Maybe it took a wrong turn." Han quickly found out why the tiger came down the mountain. That night, the owner of Pinxiang Restaurant, Lord Shengwan, came to the snack shop. He straightforwardly asked Huan, "I heard a big bug came last night. Do you know why it came?" Huan shook her head. "No, we're also puzzled," Lord Shengwan said mysteriously. "I can tell you the reason, but you have to promise me one thing." "One thing? Can I do that?" "Only you can do it in the whole city and countryside." Han said, "If I can do it, then just tell me." Lord Shengwan said, "You know I love new and interesting food." The last time, the king crab left a deep impression. Huan asked, "So you want to buy another one?" Lord Shengwan shook his head. "Eating the same thing twice isn't fun. I think you probably have other good things I haven't tried before, and are new. I'm willing to pay a high price. If it's something new and I haven't eaten before, it can only be something from the sea." Huan said, "No problem, this is easy." Lord Shengwan nodded happily and then told Huan something. That night, someone in the city was auctioning a small tiger cub. The tiger might have come because it smelled the child and wanted to find him. No wonder that tiger appeared so strangely. It was worried about its child. Huan sighed. It turned out the tiger risked everything for its child and had finally reached a point of no return. Feeling sorry, Han asked Lord Shengwan to find out where the small tiger cub was. "I'm willing to pay a high price to buy it." Lord Shengwan quickly refused without hesitation. "Boss Huan, don't blame me. I can't help. I heard someone from the capital is after the tiger cub. He's already made arrangements with everyone, not allowing anyone to compete with him. I can't break the rules." Huan asked, "What does he want the tiger cub for?" "As a pet." Lord Shengwan looked at her with a smile. "As a pet?" "No, he wants to make tiger bone wine. It's said that tiger bone wine can boost vitality, strengthen the kidneys, and improve bones. There's plenty of medicine for vitality and kidney health. Why kill a small tiger? Rare tiger cubs are interesting. The less common they are, the more useful." Lord Shengwan said again, "I can't help with this." "Don't you know General Liu? Ask him. When I pass on the news, remember to promise me something." So Loomingly went down the mountain and Huan told him this news. "Are you saying you want to buy that tiger cub?" "Yes, I want to buy it and release it back into the forest. That way, the mother tiger won't come down the mountain." Loomingly thought for a moment and said, "I'll look into it and find out who wants to buy the cub. If it's someone I know, I will ask them to sell it to me. If it's a stranger, don't worry, I will find someone else to help." Han gratefully said, "Thank you. Also, if he wants to make wine to boost his strength, there are other herbs I can get like seahorses. The effect is similar." Loomingly's face darkened. "Who told you about boosting?" "You're a young lady. You shouldn't be talking about these things. He then asked, what are seahorses? Huan showed him a picture. Have you seen this? It's a sea animal. This was one of the few animals she could buy and turn into medicine. Loomingly said, I've never seen one. This place is far from the sea. If the news gets out, it will attract a lot of attention. Huan said, then please help me. I am willing to pay a high price to buy the little tiger, and I will also give you 20 seahorses. She thought for a moment and added, but the tiger must be alive. Leave it to me. I can give you an answer tomorrow. The next day, after much investigation, Loomingly finally learned that the auction for the tiger cub was held by a wealthy merchant from the capital. He approached the merchant and asked to buy the cub. The merchant refused immediately. General Liu, I know you are brave and highly valued by the emperor, but I haven't broken any laws. You can't force me to sell. This is a rare treasure, and I plan to make a lot of money from it. Loomingly said, I won't force you. Since your goal is to make money, tell me how much you want, and I will pay double. You won't lose out. Also, I can give you another rare item. The merchant wasn't short of money, so double the price didn't matter to him. But when it came to rare items, he became interested. General Liu, what kind of rare item are you talking about? The big insect only needs to go into the mountains and take some risks to get it, but I have something that grows deep in the sea. It looks like a horse but is only about a finger long, and like tiger bones, it has strengthening effects. The wealthy merchant became excited. If such a thing really exists, why would you need to pay double? I'll give you face. Take the tiger cub and exchange it for a seahorse. Since it was all about pleasing others, Loomingly would not break the rules. He left enough silver and promised to deliver the seahorse the next day, then took the little tiger cub away. Huan was very busy that day. She was preparing snacks for the evening at the snack shop and also shopping specifically for Lord Shangguan. Considering Lord Shangguan's visit, the hot pot was not served tonight, so the strong smell wouldn't cover the aroma of other foods. Huan ordered 50 roasted ducks, instructed Mo Chuan to set up a private room on the second floor with screens and silk, then headed straight to the import supermarket. She bought 10 pieces of grade A foie gras, 10 portions of New Zealand king salmon, 30 peony shrimps, and 10 boxes of 20-year-old fish roe. She chose a bottle of Cheong Yao Jiang white wine to pair with these ingredients. She also went to the herbal medicine counter, which had rare herbs like lingji, deer antler, blood dragon, and pangolin scales. Seahorses needed to be bought as a pair, one male and one female, for better nutrition. Huan took 10 pairs. Almost everything was prepared. When she returned to the shop, she found Mo Chuan and Huasheng had already redecorated the second floor. One side was separated by wooden screens, and the other created a hazy atmosphere with smoky gray silk. The screens were carved with pine trees, echoing the silk embroidered with cranes. Huan praised, nice, this is the feeling. Indeed, ancient aesthetics were quite elegant and refined. If it were her, she might choose pink silk. In the evening, the snack shop operated normally. Due to the tiger incident, business had not fully recovered and there weren't many customers. Compared to usual, everyone was more relaxed, eating and chatting. Mo Chuan sighed. It would be great if there were always so few people, so peaceful. Huan rolled her eyes. If other bosses heard you say that, they'd fire you immediately. But I think it's pretty good too, hee. They looked at each other and then both laughed at the same time. Later, Lord Shangguan arrived with 2 attendants. Huan led him to a private room on the second floor, where they sat down. As agreed, Huan prepared a special dinner for him. The first dish was thick-cut emperor salmon. The fish had bright orange-red flesh with clear white fat lines running through it. Huan explained, this is emperor salmon, one of the tastiest types of salmon. Lord Shangguan hesitated. Huan, I asked for something new and interesting, but you can't serve me raw fish. Is it safe to eat? Huan replied, you just need to dip it in the soy sauce and mustard on the side before eating. It will taste great. I promise on my small restaurant's reputation, Lord Shangguan was usually open to trying new things. He picked up his chopsticks, took a slice of salmon, and dipped it into the soy sauce. Huan advised, since it's your first time, Don't use too much mustard. He then scraped off a bit of mustard from the fish and slowly put the piece into his mouth. What was the texture like? Cool and soft, slightly sticky, like tender, cooked tendon, chewy yet smooth. It wasn't sweet, but had a rich, fragrant flavor. When paired with soy sauce, the fish's taste was enhanced, and the spicy mustard helped balance the richness. Lord Shengguan was amazed by this texture. Was this really fish? The mild flavor wasn't overly tempting on its own, but it had a magical quality that made him want to eat another piece immediately. High-quality ingredients like this are rare and precious. To show its value, Hwan served him 5 slices. Without saying a word, he had already finished 4 slices. Fortunately, Mo Chuan's announcement of the next dish snapped him out of his trance. He hurriedly put down his chopsticks, saving some space for the next dishes. He quietly savored the rich taste and said to Hwan, "Hwan, you really have some good things here." The next dish was peony shrimp. When Lord Shengguan first saw peony shrimp, he was captivated by its bright appearance. The shell was reddish-brown with white markings, resembling ribbons wrapped around the shrimp. "This shrimp is truly beautiful," he said. Hwan nodded. "Because it looks so good, it has a lovely name. Peony shrimp." Lord Shengguan examined it more closely and said, "Indeed, it is as stunning as a peony." He removed the shell, revealing pink, nearly transparent shrimp meat. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed, finding no fishy smell. "Is it raw again?" he asked Hwan. "If we cook this shrimp, it won't be as sweet and fresh," Hwan replied. Lord Shengguan sighed. "I've heard of eating fish raw, but shrimp. Hwan, you really surprised me today." He shook his head resignedly, dipped a piece of sashimi in soy sauce, and ate the whole shrimp. Unlike the oily texture of salmon, the peony shrimp was full and firm, smooth, and without any fishy smell. When he chewed, the shrimp made a slight squeaking sound, and a sweet, fresh flavor burst out. Wow, today I've really opened my eyes. Whether it's the king salmon or this peony shrimp, both are delicious in their own way, truly exceptional. After saying this, he looked up, but Hwan was no longer in the private room. Hwan explained, "Sister, Hwan went to prepare the next dish for you. Please wait a moment." The next dish was the highlight of the evening, French-style pan-seared foie gras. The foie gras had been thawed 15 minutes earlier and was just the right softness. Hwan used kitchen paper to wipe off the moisture, set it aside, and then prepared the toast. She cut off the 4 edges of the toast, toasted it in a pan over low heat until golden and crispy, then placed it on a flat plate. Next, she slowly seared the foie gras in the same pan. The foie gras was very fatty, so no oil was needed. It released its own fat as it cooked. When it was ready, she added pineapple slices, letting them absorb the rich foie gras oil before removing everything from the pan. She arranged the dish in order. Toast at the bottom, pineapple slices on top, then the foie gras, and finally a spoonful of caviar. This simple yet elegant dish was ready. Lord Shengguan asked, "Is this the main course?" "It looks plain, but those 2 ingredients are quite novel. Do you know what this is?" Hwan asked back. He leaned in to look. The layered ingredients were arranged in 4 tiers, with a unique shape. The dark brown, meat-like piece was topped with shiny, dark green beads. He quickly guessed that the top 2 layers were the main parts of the dish. He guessed, "This piece looks like meat, maybe beef? And those round beads look like some kind of fruit seeds." Hwan smiled and explained, "That's not quite right. This is foie gras and this is fish roe." "Chef Hua, are you joking? I've eaten foie gras before. It's grayish-white, but isn't fish roe yellow? Your fish roe is dark green, and it's quite large." "I could believe it's insect eggs," he said. Hwan said, "That's different. This foie gras comes from a special goose, and the fish roe isn't from an ordinary fish. It's from a sturgeon." "Are there even geese raised specifically for foie gras? And what kind of fish is a sturgeon?" "I've never heard of such things." But Lord Shengguan has already been shocked enough tonight. Now, Hwan's dishes don't surprise him anymore. Still, he asked, "Is the foie gras raw again? Raw fish and shrimp are barely acceptable, but raw foie gras? That's disgusting just to think about." Hwan said, "Of course not. The foie gras has been pan-fried. Please enjoy it. He finally relaxed and picked up his chopsticks. He grabbed the top fish roe, but Hwawan stopped him. You must put the whole piece in your mouth. All these flavors are essential. Lord Shangwan nodded, reaching to take the dish. Hwawan suddenly remembered there was wine left to serve and said, "Wait a moment." He put down his chopsticks, a bit speechless. "Chef Hua, what's wrong? Can I still enjoy this dish?" Hwawan made a quick move and brought over a light green bottle, popping the cork with a bang and pouring out a pale yellow liquid. "This is wine, perfect with foie gras. This particular wine, with its lychee aroma, helps cut the richness." Lord Shangwan took a sip and praised, "This wine is sweet but not cloying. It's top quality." Then he asked, "Can I now eat the foie gras?" Hwawan spread his hands. Yes, go ahead." He carefully picked up the bottom piece of toast, worried it might fall if tilted. He even leaned forward to catch the food. He put everything into his mouth, first feeling the warm toast and foie gras, topped with cool fish roe. The fish roe was very salty, and the foie gras was rich and greasy. Eating it alone wasn't very flavorful, but combined with the toast and pineapple, the taste immediately improved several levels. The taste was extremely complex, and he couldn't find the right words to describe it at first. The toast was crispy and crunchy, the pineapple was sweet and juicy, the foie gras was smooth and sticky, and the fish roe was salty and flavorful. With one bite, you could enjoy 4 different textures and flavors. If any one ingredient was missing, the dish wouldn't taste as good. But when they all mixed together, the flavors balanced perfectly, creating a wonderful harmony. Lord Shangwan ate 2 pieces and then wiped his hands, saying, "This food is delicious, but you can't eat too much, or you'll get tired of it." After finishing a glass of wine, the tired feeling gradually faded, and he realized how carefully Hwawan had chosen this wine. Hwawan said, "Yes, with ingredients like these, it's all about the texture. Eating too much isn't good." Lord Shangwan ate the last piece of salmon, then looked at the table and at Hwawan, asking, "Is that all?" Hwawan replied, "Yes, that's all." Lord Shangwan felt a little disappointed. He said, "These foods are tasty, but I'm still not full. Should I make you a bowl of instant noodles?" "Okay." The hot, spicy beef noodles had a strong flavor, and after finishing the bowl, he felt satisfied. After seeing Lord Shangwan off, Mo Chuan looked at the remaining salmon and asked, "Is King's salmon really that good?" Hwawan poured some sashimi soy sauce and added a bit of mustard, saying, "Try it." Mo Chuan, who had been listening from the side, couldn't wait. He picked up the salmon with chopsticks, dipped it in soy sauce, but added too much mustard, and the spicy flavor hit him right in the head. In just 5 seconds, he changed his expression over 10 times. He opened his mouth wide and gasped, "Spicy! Spicy!" His head was full of a burning and tingling sensation. He couldn't help but keep hitting his own head with his hands. After a few minutes, the sensation gradually faded. Mo Chuan said, "This stuff bites back. It's so spicy, it almost killed me." Hwawan smiled and said, "That's mustard. You shouldn't eat too much at once. But it's different from chili. Chili's heat lingers in your mouth, but mustard's heat disappears quickly." Mo Chuan reflected for a moment and said, "Indeed, it's amazing. The spiciness is completely gone." When the snack shop was empty, Lu Mingli brought Xiao Huzi inside. 2 little soldiers carried a small metal cage, inside of which was a fluffy little tiger with yellow and black stripes. It was only a few months old, about the size of a small golden retriever. It had a big head and a tiny body, very cute. Maybe it was hungry, so it looked sad and tired inside the cage, with little energy. When they first entered the shop, the bright lights startled it. It suddenly jumped up and started crying loudly. Although it made a lot of noise, it was just a small animal, and not very dangerous. Too cute. Hwan was very happy. She asked Ma Chuan to close the shop door, then open the cage. The little tiger looked around, took a step out, and slowly came out of the cage. Hwawan took a piece of raw lamb and threw it in front of the tiger. It smelled the meat, sniffed it tentatively, and after a moment, started eating eagerly. It looked very hungry. The little tiger sat down and carefully chewed the lamb. Its fluffy head bobbed as it ate, inviting Hwawan to pet it. Unable to resist, Hwawan slowly approached and squatted beside it. Seeing it didn't react, she reached out and gently grabbed a handful of fur from the back of its head. Hey! Loomingly was about to stop her, but Hwawan had already happily pulled her hand back. She looked up happily at Loomingly. I touched the little tiger. The tiger's fur was not as soft as expected. It was a bit coarser than a cat's. Loomingly reminded her, even though it's a young one, its claws are very sharp. Be careful. Then he added in a gentle, caring tone, if you like it, you can keep it. I can find a tiger trainer for you. Hwawan shook her head. I like it, but it belongs to nature. Living with humans won't make it happy. It should be returned to the forest. Unlike kittens, which might struggle to survive in the wild after leaving humans, this is the king of all animals. It has its own world. The little tiger was at an age when it was very alert. After eating such a big piece of lamb and being in the warm shop, it was starting to get sleepy and looked like it might doze off. Hwawan gently picked it up. It didn't resist. She took the opportunity to pinch its tiny paw pads and then placed it back in the cage. Loomingly said, I will return it to its mother tiger tomorrow. After that, there probably won't be any more tiger sightings coming down from the mountain, Flower Roll said to him. Thank you. People in this era have no concept of protecting animals and see wild animals as enemies. Lan Mingli has gone so far for her, and she truly feels grateful from her heart. By the way, have you had dinner? Would you like to eat something? I have some new and interesting things here. Mo Chuan suddenly looked up and said, General Liu, try the salmon. It's very delicious. Lan Mingli was a bit puzzled. Why did Mo Chuan suddenly start talking to him today? Usually they don't seem very familiar. He usually doesn't refuse Flower Roll's food.
He nodded and said, Okay.
Sorry to trouble you, Flower Roll girl. I'll just eat something simple. Flower Roll turned and went into the kitchen. She took out some salmon from the fridge and sliced it. Mo Chuan also came in and poured soy sauce on the side. Flower Roll glanced and saw him squeezing mustard into the soy sauce, using more than half a tube. Do you have such a strong opinion about General Liu? Flower Roll asked curiously. Mo Chuan looked up and said, No, I just wanted to see what he looks like after eating mustard. Hee hee, don't you want to see too? Flower Roll thought for a moment and said, Not exactly like that. She chopped onions, small chili peppers, cilantro, and garlic into fine pieces, then added them to the salmon. She also peeled 2 peony shrimps and put them in. Then she poured the soy mustard sauce Mo Chuan made all over it. Seeing that the soy sauce wasn't enough, she added some more. She squeezed some lemon juice and cut a few small limes. The dish was ready. Mo Chuan asked, Why is this different from what I just ate? Why are there so many ingredients in this one? Indeed, it's different. This is a raw marinated dish. Flower Roll stirred it a bit, making sure the salmon and sweet shrimp were coated with the sauce. Then she carried it out. Mo Chuan followed closely. Flower Roll placed the marinated dish in front of Lan Mingli. He also stood opposite, staring intently at Lan Mingli. Lan Mingli asked, Young Master Mo, is there something you want? No, I was just wiping the table, he said, pretending to wipe the table with an apron. Flower Roll smiled. Don't mind him. Try the salmon. Lan Mingli picked up a slice of fish with red and white colors and asked, Is this fish? The color looks strange. Yes, this is New Zealand king salmon, which lives in the deep sea. Under Lu Mingli's eager gaze, Mo Chuan ate the food. After tasting it, he said, It has a fatty texture and a hint of sweetness. Mo Chuan waited a moment and noticed his face showed no change. He was surprised and asked, Is it not spicy? Lu Mingli replied, It has some spice, but it's not strong. He ate a few more bites, feeling a bit tired of it, and put down his chopsticks. Hwawan said, I'll go make some hot food for you. No need trouble yourself. I've already had dinner. It's getting late, so I'll take the cub back and send it to the mountains tomorrow. Wait a moment, I'll get you a seahorse. Mo Chuan followed Hwawan into the kitchen. He looked at her and asked, What's going on? Why is it spicy to me, but not to him? I squeezed so much mustard. Hwawan rolled her eyes and said, You're silly. The mustard has been mixed in, so it's not spicy anymore. Then I'll eat these leftovers. No waste. Loomingly brought a delicate box containing a seahorse to the wealthy merchant. As soon as he opened the box, the merchant's eyes widened. Inside was a small, exquisite, and lifelike seahorse. Its detailed patterns were visible, and it was shaped like a warhorse lifting its front hoof, elegant yet powerful. This is a very rare species, and it has been specially treated. Its value for collection or medicine is very high, Loomingly said calmly. The merchant carefully picked up the seahorse, examined it closely, and looked amazed. It truly is a rare find. Such a unique item is impossible to see on the market. Of course, I obtained it by chance, Loomingly said, crossing his arms with a calm expression. The merchant was captivated and quickly said, General Liu, this deal has truly opened my eyes. As you said, the big insect can be obtained with some effort, but I've never seen a seahorse like this. I believe when I return to the capital, many will want to compete for it. Loomingly politely responded, How much you sell it for is entirely your skill. The merchant then asked, Why is General Liu interested in that cub? Are you planning to make wine with its bones? I can introduce you to a tiger-killing expert who can handle it very cleanly. No, I am not interested in tiger bones, Loomingly said. Oh, then it's just to impress the lady, the merchant joked. He was not foolish. Since separating from Loomingly yesterday, he had gone to gather information. When his men saw him taking the tiger cub to the snack shop, he understood. Heroes often struggle with matters of the heart. Loomingly wanted to argue, but felt guilty. He had only bought the tiger cub for Huawan, but hearing it from his own mouth sounded harsh. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, Liu is only trying to keep peace in the area. This has nothing to do with personal matters. Please speak carefully and do not damage the reputation of the young lady. Thank you. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. The wealthy merchant, seeing Loomingly ignore his teasing, continued to speak disrespectfully. Why are General Liu so impatient? I heard that the young lady runs a shop and deals with many customers daily. It should be easy to win her favor. Why bother with all this trouble? If you lack experience, I can teach you some. Hearing this, Loomingly's anger flared. He turned to face the merchant, his face dark and intimidating. In the next moment, he drew his sword, a flash of silver, and the table in front of the merchant was cut in half. He spoke coldly, suppressing his voice. If I hear such words again, this will be your fate. Then he turned and left. The merchant was already sweating profusely, trembling uncontrollably as his legs were no longer blocked by the table. He thought to himself that he had only been polite in discussing business, but he had forgotten that Loomingly was a seasoned general who had fought on the battlefield. His own status was insignificant in front of him. The next day, Loomingly returned with a group of people, carrying the cage with the tiger cub once more into the back mountain. The tiger cub seemed to sense the feeling of freedom and became restless inside the cage. When they reached a wide valley, Loomingly signaled his men to open the cage. The cub cautiously poked its head out, then slowly stepped out. It looked back at Loomingly with a hint of gratitude in its eyes. At that moment, a tiger roar echoed through the valley, as if calling to it. The little tiger felt the call of its mother and leapt into the forest, running deep into the woods. Soon, it disappeared from sight. Loomingly waited for a while, and when the forest returned to silence, they turned to leave. He let out a breath of relief, thinking that he had finally fulfilled his task, relieving the tiger's suffering. The journey back felt surprisingly light. On the way, he remembered what the merchant had said yesterday and thought about Huawan. She was always sincere and generous in her dealings, never pretentious. She deserved better than to be misunderstood like this. But she knew that Huan wouldn't care about others' opinions, not because she was very open-minded, but because she didn't belong here in the first place. She came from a better world. Thinking of this, he realized how far he was from Huawan, and his mood grew heavier. Today was a good day. As soon as Huawan arrived tonight, she received good news. The embroidery workshop was finished. It was built not far from the snack shop. Lin Yang took Huawan to inspect it. Outside the workshop was a stone wall, and inside was a small 2-story wooden building. Huawan held a flashlight. They entered the workshop, where a faint smell of wood filled the air. To let in more light, many windows were installed on the first floor walls. In the middle, several new embroidery frames were neatly arranged, with shelves of silk threads of various colors beside them. Lin Yang gently touched the embroidery frames, her eyes full of joy. "Thank you, Boss Huawan. Now I finally have a safe place to settle in a strange land. I promise I will do my best to run the workshop well." The second floor was used for storing clothes, fabrics, and for the embroidery women to rest. Looking further back, there were many wooden racks for washing fabrics. Huan was very happy with the embroidery workshop, except for the floor. In this era, only wealthy families would have stone or tile floors. Ordinary people laid broken stones, and villagers, being short on money, used packed dirt and fine stones, then hammered them down with wooden sticks to make the ground firm. This was called a rammed earth floor. Although this method saved money, if it got wet, it would loosen and turn to mud. That was a problem for the workshop. So, Huan asked a villager who was working on the floor, "Do you have any way to cover this floor with wood?" The villager was a middle-aged man. He looked down and replied, "Boss Huan, rammed earth floors are quite common. Why would we need to cover it with wood? That would be too wasteful." Huan said, "It's okay. Just tell me if it's possible to do it. I will find a way to get the materials, and I will pay you extra." The man was anxious. He stood up and said, I didn't mean that. Last time, I still have some silver from the 10 taels you gave me. I just think the workshop doesn't need such expensive materials. Since you need it now, we can definitely do it. All right, it's just bricks." That's simple. The next day, Huan found a wooden flooring factory. She ordered enough flooring and supporting beams based on the size of the workshop upstairs and downstairs. She also found an outdoor tile factory and bought enough tiles for the courtyard. Additionally, she purchased yellow sand and cement to lay the foundation for the ground. She left the warehouse address, so Huan only needed to go back and wait for the delivery. All these factories had stock, and the materials were delivered to the warehouse that evening. Then, Huan cleverly used a forklift to transport the materials outside the snack shop. Seeing Huan bring so many materials in a magical way, the villagers were amazed and couldn't stop talking about it. Mo Chuan directed everyone to start moving things. The wooden flooring was taken to the workshop, and the tiles were placed in the courtyard. This is such fine craftsmanship, to cut the wood so evenly and make the surface smooth enough to be used as bedboards. An uncle said, picking up a piece of flooring and admiring it. Huan said, "Uncle, the ground needs to be leveled first. Then we lay the supporting beams and finally the flooring. This way it won't easily warp and it will last longer." The uncle agreed happily, "Sure, no problem." Huan thought for a moment and added, "If we have more workers, we can also repair the village roads and pave them with blue stones. I will pay for the labor and materials. The roads are all in our village. We can't let you pay for it." Some villagers have already started digging and repairing the roads, beginning from the entrance of the snack shop. Someone replied. Huan said, "Since the fields aren't producing yet, if you work for free, you might go hungry. Just repair the road from the city gate to the end of the village. That way, it will be easier for everyone to go into the city or for city folks to visit the snack shop." When Huan returned to the shop, a few customers stopped her, wanting to order hot pot again. "Boss Huan, I heard your shop has a new dish called hot pot. Why haven't we been able to try it after coming several times?" they asked. Huan had been thinking that hot pot was quite simple, loved by many but disliked by others, and it produced a lot of smoke. She hadn't made hot pot for a few days. "Yes, I had it once and was craving it. Now I come back and can't get it," she replied. Some customers said, "I don't like greasy food. I prefer waiting to open mystery boxes every day. Whatever you sell, I'll eat it. So simple." Huan reassured them, "Don't worry, hot pot will be available again in the future." Every day, a menu is posted outside the door for the next day. If anyone wants to eat something, they can come and enjoy it. There's no need to wait every day. That's true, but I feel uneasy if I don't come for a day. Even if there's no hot pot, I still want to eat other things. At this moment, Grandpa Huashing brings over some vegetables, and Huan comes up with an idea. She asks, "Uncle, are you interested in opening a hot pot restaurant?" Grandpa Huasheng hears this and feels happy, but also a little worried. "I've been farming all my life. I don't know how to run a restaurant." Huawan says, "Don't worry. We will provide the hot pot base and beef, and you can prepare the lamb and vegetables. We'll split the profits 3 ways, and I'll take my share. We don't need a big building, just a sturdy shelter will do." This way, the small eatery can safely sell some simple snacks. Grandpa Huasheng is happy to agree. He nods happily and agrees. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The road outside the snack shop is almost finished. Now, not only at night but also during the day, many people walk by. The road is paved with stones, making it smooth for carts. It's much better than the bumpy official roads, which are full of potholes and dusty when you walk on them. Loomingly sent someone early to deliver a message. He plans to return to the capital for a while. It's been nearly 20 days since Huan last saw him. On the official road, a group of riders on fine horses approaches from afar. The leader suddenly pulls up his horse. Strange, why is there an extra road here? He turns his horse around and rides back to report to the captain. "Captain, there's a new road ahead. It looks even wider than the official road." The captain stops his horse and orders, "Everyone follow the original path. I'll check out this new road." He rides forward and indeed sees another road not far ahead. It's paved with stones. Who would pave stones outside the city in the wilderness? That's a big effort. And he hasn't been back to the capital for long. How could there be such a big change? He walks forward with questions in mind, but then a bigger surprise appears. This isn't wilderness at all. How could a village suddenly appear out of nowhere? Wooden houses line up neatly. The sun has already set, and countless lights shine brightly, illuminating the sky. He continues riding toward the village and stops in front of it. There are 3 large characters written above. Manhwa Village. These characters look a bit familiar. How is it that his handwriting matches his disciple Lu Mingli's so perfectly? Just then, a woman happened to pass by and kindly asked, "Are you going to the snack shop? Just follow this road straight ahead. The busiest place is right there." Too many doubts made the captain hesitate for a moment. A soldier nearby leaned in and whispered, "Captain, could it be that there's a ghost?" He didn't dare to say the last part aloud. Could this cobblestone road lead to the king of his palace? The captain glared at him. What nonsense! Didn't the villagers say there's a snack shop up ahead? Maybe the snack shop is just a disguise for the king of his palace? The shop owner might be that old king of himself. The captain angrily slapped the soldier on the back of his head. The soldier staggered forward with the force, but managed to steady himself. He touched his head and said, "It will hurt, but I'm not dreaming." The captain said, "Let's go. Whether it's a person or a ghost, we'll find out." The smooth road and the lanterns along the side made them feel like they weren't in the human world. As they followed the road, they smelled delicious food before they even saw anyone. First, there was a faint smell of roasted meat, which grew stronger and stronger. The soldier had already pushed aside his doubts and took a deep breath, feeling completely immersed. Gradually, the noise of people grew louder. Soon, they saw the snack shop that the villagers had mentioned. Why was it strange? The shop was especially bright, with customers lining up at the door. There were 2 small stalls on either side, selling unknown foods that smelled both fragrant and foul. The captain held the reins, sitting quietly on his horse, observing calmly. The soldier couldn't hold back anymore. He licked his lips and asked, "Captain, what are they selling over there?" The captain nodded and handed him a silver ingot. The soldier dismounted and headed toward the shop, walking faster and eventually breaking into a run. Soon he was weaving through the groups, glancing at this and that. "Brother, may I ask what they're queuing up to buy here?" "Barbecue. It smells so good." "Barbecue? Isn't that just roasted meat?" He often ate it on the frontier, and he was already tired of it. "This barbecue isn't ordinary. You should try it before judging too quickly." Following the principle of, since you're here, he decided to wait in line. The customer was kind and noticed he looked tired and not local, so he reminded him, "If you want to eat at the snack shop, just line up at the front. Also, Tell the vendor, and they will bring your food to your seat. Looking in the direction his finger pointed. Wow. The line was almost endless. The officer was still waiting for him, but he didn't have time to go inside. He shook his head. The customer looked eager and said, I heard they're serving grilled fish today. I just took a quick look. There's a big iron tray with a whole fish and various side dishes. Eating it with some rice smells amazing. The soldier hadn't eaten a proper meal in a while. Hearing this, his mouth watered. They still serve rice. Of course. Since the snack shop opened, they've always had rice. It's like a magical place. The soldier tiptoed to look inside. The inside was so bright it hurt his eyes. Well-dressed customers sat at tables, eating and chatting happily. Why don't you go eat? It's too expensive. We ordinary folks can't afford to go there every day. Luckily, the street stalls outside also have good food. Oh, and remember to try the stinky tofu later. It's very fragrant. Add some cilantro, and if you like spicy food, add more chili. He pointed in another direction. The soldier nodded silently, repeating to himself what he heard, planning to go there soon. Soon it was their turn. The customer in front ordered confidently, Excuse me, 2 skewers of lamb, 2 skewers of pork belly, and 1 grilled eggplant. With cilantro and spicy green onions. Just here, the female vendor responded loudly. Got it. 2 skewers of lamb, 2 of pork belly, 1 grilled eggplant, medium spicy. Eat here. Please sit over there. The customer moved to the side. Only then did the soldier notice many tables and chairs in the corner, all now full. Hey, little brother, what would you like to eat? He asked, snapping him out of his daze. He quickly looked back and tried to imitate the previous customer. I'll have 4 skewers of lamb, 4 of pork belly, and 2 grilled eggplants. Thinking it should be enough for 2 people, he added, and spicy, with cilantro and green onions. All of it. Are you eating here? No, I'm taking it to the officer. All right. 4 skewers of lamb and pork each. 2 portions of roasted eggplant. Spicy. Package to go. Please wait here, young man. Next customer. The young man paid and took a few steps forward, making space for the person behind him, then stood to the side and waited. A chubby lady took her order for a while, watching the young man stand straight as if guarding her, and then she started a conversation. Hey, young man, are you still going to buy stinky tofu? You can line up over there first. I'll call you when it's ready. The young man chuckled. Thanks for the kindness. Please do call me when it's my turn. The lady warmly replied. No problem. Go ahead now. The young man happily ran over to the stinky tofu stall. He patted the customer in front of him. Big brother, why are so many people lining up for the stinky tofu if it smells bad? You're from out of town, right? Well, you wouldn't understand. Stinky tofu smells bad, but tastes delicious. Once you try it, you'll want more. The young man believed him and patiently waited. Stinky tofu cooks faster than barbecue, so soon it was his turn. The tofu had already been fried once. Now, just add the requested toppings, and it's ready to be taken away. As usual, the young man bought 2 portions, with all kinds of toppings. The vendor packed them into a paper bag. He walked to the side, opened the bag, and sniffed. Sure enough, the freshly fried tofu didn't smell so bad anymore. With the toppings, it looked hot and tempting. Young man, your barbecue is ready. The chubby lady's voice came from the other side. He looked up and saw her smiling at him, holding a paper bag. He quickly ran over, took the bag, and thanked her. His arms were full of food, and a delicious smell wafted into his nose. He slowed down, opened the bag, and looked inside to see what was there. When he opened the bag, the aroma hit him strongly. He slowly walked toward the officer, picking up a skewer. On one bamboo stick, there were 8 pieces of meat, some fatty, some lean. The fatty pieces were shiny and translucent, the lean ones glowing red. There were 4 skewers in total. He thought, maybe I can eat 1 or 2. Then he decisively started eating, muttering as he chewed. Delicious. So tasty. Why is it so good? He really should invite the cooks from the camp to learn how to make this. After finishing 1 skewer, he reached for another, completely forgetting that the officer was still waiting for him. When he finally arrived at the place, the captain's face darkened. The captain sneered and said, "If you don't come back soon, I might think you were taken by little ghosts, and I was about to go find the king for help." The young soldier chuckled and replied, "That wouldn't trouble the captain, would it? What did you bring back?" The young soldier quickly handed him a paper package. "There are so many delicious things there. Barbecue, stinky tofu, and a big tent with steaming heat inside. I'm not sure what it is." The best part is that snack shop. He remembered the customer's eager expression. "They say the food there is incredibly good, and they even have rice." The captain opened the package and asked, "Did you eat it? Did you check for poison?" The young soldier's face froze for a moment. He had long forgotten his previous doubts about that place. Many people bought from there, so it shouldn't be poisonous, right? Seeing that he was fine, the captain sighed. "How have I been teaching you all along? You're so careless. What if it's a black shop? Your life could be at risk." He dismounted, took off his armor, and placed it under a tree. "Let's go and see for myself." The two leisurely walked through the crowd to the busiest place, the Hwawan snack shop. The captain looked up at the sign. The 5 characters were written in a lively, elegant style. Luckily, the handwriting didn't look like his apprentice's. He shook his head with a smile. Maybe he was mistaken earlier at the village entrance. How could Loomingly come here to write a sign for a village? But if the captain took a few more steps forward and saw the Hwawan embroidery workshop, he would recognize the familiar characters again. The young soldier whispered in his ear, "Captain, this little shop is very special." The captain flicked his sleeve and led the way inside. At the entrance, a customer saw them and shouted, "Why aren't you two lining up?" Someone behind quickly grabbed him and said, "Stop talking. Look at his belt. He's at least a third-rank official." The man hurriedly hushed and carefully looked at the captain's back. Although he was wearing plain clothes, his belt was unusual, and the boots on his feet were clearly military boots. The captain was tall and strong, standing inside the shop with a commanding presence. The Hwawan snack shop was right inside, and it was hard not to notice him. The captain also observed the only woman standing inside the shop. She has a moderate build, fair skin, and her features are not stunning but pleasant to look at. What is especially valuable is her confident and calm demeanor that radiates from within. When facing herself, she stands straight, with determined eyes, showing no signs of hesitation. She spoke, "This guest, our shop requires waiting in line. Please go outside and take a number. I'm not here to eat, I just have a question for you." Hwawan thought for a moment. She had never seen him before and didn't know what he wanted to ask. Mo Chuan came out of the kitchen and was surprised to see the visitor. As someone of his rank, he had never met the captain before, but he recognized his belt. Mo Chuan immediately saluted. "May I ask what your business is?" Hwawan turned around. "Do you know him?" Mo Chuan whispered to her. "I recognize the belt. It looks like a third-rank official." Before the captain could speak, a soldier exclaimed, "General Liu." "Captain, this is General Liu's jade pendant." He pointed at Hwawan. She looked down at her waist and saw the pendant given to her by Loomingly. "Do you know Loomingly?" the soldier said. "He is Captain Qin and also General Liu's master." So, he was Loomingly's master. Hwawan looked at the captain with a friendlier expression. "Sorry for the misunderstanding. Please follow me to the private room upstairs." They went up to the second floor. Once seated, the captain asked directly, "Are you engaged to Yuan Zhou?" Hwawan was confused. "Who is Yuan Zhou?" "I don't know him. Yuan Zhou is his courtesy name. I saw the jade pendant on your waist, which is passed down from the Liu family, so I asked." Hwawan understood now. Loomingly's courtesy name is Yuan Zhou, which sounds quite nice. "Oh, that was a misunderstanding. I am just friends with General Liu, and the jade pendant is temporarily with me. I haven't had a chance to return it." Captain Qin nodded. "Yuan Zhou once wrote to me, saying that his loss of appetite was cured by a woman. That must be you, right?" Hwawan smiled but didn't want to take credit. It was just a coincidence. Captain Qin asked again, "Were you also involved in helping the disaster area?" Hwawan thought to herself. Loomingly really did write a lot of letters. Captain Qin was clearly a capable leader. With just a few words, he understood everything about the snack shop. His opinion of Hwawan had completely changed by this time. Although he is just a businessman, he cares deeply about his family and country. He generously provides supplies and properly cares for the refugees. More importantly, he is also very skilled in cooking and managed to cure his apprentice. Hwawan saw the two men looking tired and a young soldier secretly eating stinky tofu nearby. He asked, "Captain Shin, we have grilled fish today. I'll bring some for you. Let's eat and chat." Today, villagers went to the river to fish and caught many grass carp. Hwawan bought some and thought there was no special way to cook them, so he and a man discussed how to make grilled fish. They cut the fish open from the belly, made a few slashes, brushed on some oil, and baked it in the oven for half an hour. Then they placed it on an iron tray. They heated oil in a pan, added a handful of onions, garlic slices, and slices to stir-fry. Then they added store-bought fish seasoning and boiled it with clean water. The sauce was poured over the fish. They also added cooked enoki mushrooms, tofu puffs, and soybean sprouts, then topped it with cilantro. They simmered everything on low heat. As they ate and talked, the food was very delicious. Meanwhile, Mo Chuan, wearing thick kitchen gloves, carried the grilled fish and alcohol stove to the table. Captain Shin no longer worried about the food being poisoned because his apprentice's jade pendant was with the others. He always had high standards. Captain Shin picked up a piece of fish and took a bite. The tender, juicy flavor spread across his taste buds. He couldn't help but praise, "No wonder Yuanzhou likes your cooking. It's truly exceptional." The fish slices were crispy and charred, with a spicy, fragrant sauce that completely masked the fishy smell. The side dishes, common on ordinary tables, were soaked in sauce at this moment. Their flavors were just as good as the fish, and the complex textures made them even more appealing. The young soldier couldn't even speak clearly, stuffing his mouth full and nodding constantly. Hwawan smiled and said, "This fish is fresh, and the method is simple. As long as the ingredients are good, it's delicious." After finishing the last bite of rice from his bowl, Captain Shin sighed. "Yuanzhou will be lucky in the future," Hwawan said. "He's a general. How could he not have good fortune?" Captain Shin smiled and replied, "He wasn't born a general. His journey has been very difficult. Yuanzhou has always been able to endure hardships. It's thanks to his character that the Liu family is still standing." Hwawan regained her senses and said, "Of course, please wait a moment." The young soldier also raised his hand and weakly said, "I want another bowl too." Hwawan simply brought over the small electric rice cooker, which still had 3/5 of rice inside. "Eat freely. Today there is enough rice for everyone." The young soldier was happy but first filled a bowl for the captain, then scooped rice into his own bowl, pressing the rice down tightly with a spoon. The captain scolded, "There's still rice in the pot. No need to press so hard." The young soldier then put down his spoon and said shyly, "I am just used to doing that." He added, "Boss Hwawan, if you really marry General Liu, I could come here every day to eat white rice." Captain Shin said, "Don't mind him, Boss Hwawan. This kid talks nonsense without thinking." The young soldier muttered, "I'm not talking nonsense. With Boss Hwawan here, General Liu will never think of that matter again, and he won't lose his appetite. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you never get food again," Captain Shin said, turning to Hwawan. "But this kid is right. Thank you, Boss Hwawan, for saving my disciple's life." Hearing this, Hwawan curiously asked, "Why did General Liu develop an eating disorder?" The young soldier interrupted, "That goes back to that winter. Captain Shin with Liu Mingli had been facing the Dinu and D people at Danu for over a month. Reinforcements were delayed, and their supplies were running out. After waiting another half-month without any food supplies, they received orders to retreat. There was no choice but to withdraw back to Danu City. On the way, they received news that the D people were moving toward Tuha village from the other side of Chipon Mountain. Because of the war, nearby villagers had already evacuated, except for the villagers of Tuha village, who hadn't had time to leave. Tuha was separated from the fighting area by a mountain. They thought it would be safe, but it turned out the D people had taken a different route. Worried, Liu Mingli decided to go back and lead the villagers to retreat behind the second line of defense. After discussing with Captain Shin, they agreed that Liu Mingli would lead a small cavalry team along the mountain trail to Tuha village to evacuate the villagers, while Captain Shin would bring the main force from another side to rescue them. So Loomingly led a small team of about a dozen people straight through the mountain pass to Tuha village. The weather was very gloomy during those days, and it started snowing heavily. Snow, as big as soybeans, mixed with ice particles, kept hitting their faces. They had already been enduring this for 2 months, and everyone was very tired now. However, no one hesitated. They kept waving their whips, and the sound of horses galloping echoed through the valley. When they reached Tuhu village, they could see the enemy's advanced troops. The enemy hurriedly led their people to retreat into Chipon Mountain. Most of the villagers, including the elderly, women, and children, were slow to move. The enemy was fast and reached the edge of the village in no time. Fortunately, not many enemies came. Loomingly told them to go ahead first, while he and 2 others stayed behind to cover their retreat. The battle was very tough. The enemy was much stronger, so they could only fight while retreating. As night fell, they finally all made it into the mountains. Chipon Mountain was easy to defend but hard to attack. Since it was night, the enemy dared not enter the mountain and only lingered at the mountain pass. Some of the enemy recognized Loomingly. If they could capture him, they would be rewarded with 100 sheep. They definitely wouldn't let such a prize slip away. So, some of the enemy went back to send a message, while others stayed to watch. They prepared for a long fight. It was snowing now, and there was no food in the mountains. They wondered how long they could hold on. As for reinforcements, that was impossible. The enemy had already bribed the general of Danu's defense army. Danu was now under their control, and they were determined to win this battle. Loomingly and his group found a sheltered spot and gathered some dry wood to start a fire. They thought they would wait until the next morning for Chin Doing to bring help, but unexpectedly, they waited for 3 days. Loomingly kept checking the mountain pass many times, but the enemy never left. The enemy was eating roasted meat, celebrating, and bragging about taking more land. Loomingly and his team had been without food for 2 days. The weather was extreme, and if they kept going like this, they might not last much longer. There were also some children among them, so hungry that they couldn't even cry anymore. They lay weakly in their parents' arms, looking like they couldn't go on. After 2 more days of waiting, no reinforcements arrived. Someone suggested, "General, we can't hold on anymore. Let's kill the horses." They were all cavalry, and saying this made everyone's hearts heavy. Horses were precious, worth a lot. It wasn't easy to get a good horse. Loomingly patted his horse gently. This was a 10th birthday gift from his father, a small foal at the time, now grown into a magnificent steed. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he had no choice. He rested his head on the horse's neck, and the horse seemed to understand, rearing its head and neighing loudly, full of sorrow. Loomingly did not look up. He carefully drove a dagger into the horse's heart, quickly ending its suffering. One horse had saved nearly 50 people. Loomingly didn't eat anything. When he was very hungry, he would chew on tree bark. Trusting Commander Chin, he finally received rescue. Commander Chin defeated the Dili people at the mountain pass and rescued Loomingly and the others. It was difficult for Commander Chin to arrive. The garrison soldiers kept blocking him, tricking his team into giving up Danu and retreating to the back. It took a lot of effort for him to return to Chipon Mountain. At first, Loomingly could eat a little. When he returned to the camp, he even drank a bowl of hot porridge. He blamed the garrison general, who thought he was clever, and held a banquet to entertain Commander Chin and Loomingly. At the banquet, he boasted endlessly. If it weren't for the fact that the court would suffer more losses, he wouldn't have cared about treason. He also mocked the prince's envoys, claiming that the war depended on him. Chin Kwa could tolerate it, but Loomingly, proud and stubborn, could not. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and cut the man's throat. Blood splattered onto the dishes. Seeing what he had endured these days, Loomingly felt nauseous and disgusted. From that moment on, he stopped eating. Chin Kwa reacted quickly, immediately sending people to control the garrison soldiers, find evidence of treason, and confirm Loomingly's innocence. The matter was settled. Hwawan listened and felt some sympathy. Killing his beloved horse and discovering betrayal must have been a huge to him at that time. Qin Kuo, despite opposition, did not give up on him. He was truly a brave man. Huawan turned around and took a bottle of rare Maotai, opened it, and poured some for him. Commander Qin, this is a gift for you. You and General Liu are heroes. Heroes deserve good wine. Qin Kuo looked at the beautifully packaged, smooth-tasting wine. He knew he owed his good fortune to Lu Mingli. Otherwise, even if he killed 200 Dili people, Hua Boss wouldn't give him this wine. Mo Chuan was curious. Don't you know about General Liu? His deeds are famous all over the country. Huawan asked back, why didn't you tell me then? Mo Chuan replied, you didn't ask me. Huawan thought for a moment, but when Lu Mingzhi came to the shop to pack up, everyone showed a lot of respect for Lu Mingli. At that time, she was only focused on running the shop and making money, so she didn't pay much attention. Later, although she got to know Lu Mingli a little better, she never wondered about his past. Mo Chuan said, but I know something else. You don't need to ask. I'll tell you directly. General Liu was engaged. Huawan was surprised. Really? Is that true? Absolutely. Do you want to know the details? Hee, just give me a bottle of that wine I mentioned earlier and I'll tell you everything. No, I don't want to know, Huawan said firmly.
Ah.
You're so stingy. She thought that if it was really like that, she should return the jade pendant quickly, since it was a family heirloom. Just as Huawan was about to go back to the shop, she saw Hua Sheng's younger brother carrying a large basket, walking this way. He was small, and the basket was taller than him. Huawan hurried over to help him unload it. Why are you carrying so many things? You're going to be crushed. Hua Sheng's brother smiled and said, it's okay. Not heavy. It's mugwort. This wild grass appears everywhere in spring. People like to crush it and mix it with flour to make green steamed buns, which are fresh seasonal treats. Mugwort. Let's make green rice balls, Huawan said. She had seen many shops selling them recently and wondered if she could try to sell them for profit. Green rice balls? But we only know how to make green steamed buns, Hua Sheng said. It's okay. I'll find a way. Let's make some first and see if they sell well. Huawan washed the fresh mugwort thoroughly, then blanched it in boiling water to remove the bitterness. She drained the water and chopped it into small pieces. Although she could use a blender, chopping by hand made the flavor better. She added some sugar to glutinous rice flour, then kneaded while gradually mixing in the mugwort paste, stirring constantly until the dough turned green, smooth, soft, and elastic. Next, she prepared the filling. This time, the flour roll plans to make only red bean paste green dumplings. The method is very simple and only requires a rice cooker. After washing the red beans, put them into the rice cooker with enough water. Cook until the water is gone and the beans turn into a paste. Take them out to cool, then roll into small balls. Divide the dough into small pieces, then flatten each with a rolling pin. Place a spoonful of red bean paste inside, then shape into a ball. When ready to cook, add some oil and steam. 4 people have clear rolls. Aman is responsible for kneading the dough, Mo Chuan for rolling it out, and Huawan and Huasheng for wrapping. Early the next morning, Huawan arranged the green dumplings on a steamer to cook. The snack shop opened surprisingly early. Mo Chuan set up a table outside the shop, placing the uncooked green dumplings on it, waiting for customers. It was still early, and passers-by included grocery shoppers and students heading to school. 2 high school girls in uniform walked past the shop. One with twin ponytails stopped her friend and gestured toward the shop. That person is so handsome, she whispered. The other girl looked at Mo Chuan, then said, wow. When did a tall, handsome guy come here? Let's buy some food. The 2 girls stopped at the shop entrance. Mo Chuan was playing on his phone when he suddenly sensed someone. He looked up at the girls and asked, would you like to buy some green dumplings? Wow. He looks even more handsome now. They whispered for a moment before saying, yes, we want to buy some. How much? 3 yuan each, 2 for 5 yuan. How many do you want? I'll take 2. I want 2 too. Mo Chuan went inside and told Huawan, for sold. Huawan said, it's been a long time since our shop opened. You have a way with customers. Mo Chuan grinned mischievously and took the green dumplings outside. He handed the dumplings to the girls. After scanning the QR code and paying, the girl with twin ponytails said to Mo Chuan, "Big brother, you're so handsome. Can I add you on WeChat?" This straightforward request made Mo Chuan almost jump back in surprise. His face turned bright red and he stammered, I don't have WeChat. Please respect my privacy." After saying that, he really went inside the shop to hide.
Wow.
He blushed. So cute. Forget it, I won't tease him anymore. Let's hurry to school. Hwawan saw Mo Chuan acting sneaky and asked, "Why aren't you at the door? What if someone wants to buy something?" Mo Chuan peeked behind the wall, saw two girls leave, and then stood up straight. He said, "You scared me. Two women just asked for my WeChat." Hwawan laughed so hard, she almost couldn't stand up. "I knew I should have let you sell things." She looked carefully at Mo Chuan's features. His skin was dark, and when she first saw him, he was with Jiang Shuriwa. Jiang Shuriwa was very handsome and impressive, so Mo Chuan seemed a bit less outstanding in comparison. But when looked at alone, his features and presence were quite striking. She pushed Mo Chuan out and said as she pushed him, "Just stay here. Whether the green rice balls sell or not depends on you." Mo Chuan said, "Your local customs are really tough," but he still obediently sat back down. Soon an older woman came over. She looked at the shop sign and then at Mo Chuan. She said, "Strange, why is this shop selling breakfast now?" She stepped closer, looked at the green rice balls, smelled their fresh and light scent, and asked Mo Chuan, "How much do you sell these for?" Mo Chuan replied, 3 yuan each, 5 yuan for two. Give me 10 yuan's worth." Mo Chuan turned to get the rice balls. The woman immediately noticed his long hair and said enviously, "Oh, kid, why is your hair so long and so smooth? How do you take care of it?" After saying that, she reached out to touch his hair. Mo Chuan was startled and quickly pulled his hair back. Then, from a distance, he stretched out his hand and handed the rice balls to her. The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Look at you, kid. What's the big deal about touching your hair?" She paid and looked at Mo Chuan again, muttering to herself, "His hair is really nice." Mo Chuan ran over to Hwawan and said, "I can't do this job anymore." It looked like he was about to cry. Hwawan asked, "What's wrong?" "Someone just touched my hair." "Why did they touch your hair?" She said, "I take good care of my hair." Ha ha ha, I was laughing so hard. She was genuinely complimenting me, with no other meaning. I think she was actually trying to flirt with me. Hwawan put away her smile and said seriously, "Don't say silly things. She's just admiring, nothing more. Don't overthink it." Mo Chuan had no choice but to continue standing at the door, watching the stall. The street was busy with people. He sat at the shop entrance. Honestly, he was quite eye-catching. But after 2 scares, Mo Chuan put on a stern, unfriendly face, so no one dared to bother him again. An hour passed, and not a single green rice ball was sold. Hwawan waited inside the shop feeling bored. She came out to see what was happening and found that Mo Chuan was actually turning customers away. "Mo Chuan, are you trying to ruin my reputation with that sour face?" Mo Chuan snorted. "What reputation do I have to ruin? Look at how long this snack shop has been slow. The entrance is overgrown with grass." She threatened him fiercely. "I tell you, if we don't sell all these green rice balls today, we can't sell them tomorrow. The 3 of us will have to eat green rice balls for a whole day." Mo Chuan was stunned. Although the green rice balls were tasty, who could eat them all the time? He wanted rice instead. Seeing Hwawan's determined back, he clenched his teeth, convinced himself, and stood up to attract customers. "Fresh green rice balls. Anyone want to buy some? 3 yuan each, 5 yuan for two." As soon as he called out, some people stopped. Mo Chuan grabbed a young girl and forced a stiff smile. "Miss, would you like to try our green rice balls?" He also smiled at an older woman. "Annie, our green rice balls are freshly made. Would you like to buy a few?" He underestimated modern people's obsession with thick, shiny hair. Many asked about his long hair. He explained with a smile, "It's probably because I wash my hair with well water regularly, no special care." Touching his hair was definitely not allowed. That was his bottom line. Mo Chuan started actively selling, and more customers came. Most were attracted by his unique presence. He sold boxes of 8, convincing people to buy one box at a time. Soon, over 100 green rice balls were sold out. Great. No more green rice balls to sell, Mo Chuan said proudly as he moved the table inside.
See?
I sell things pretty fast, right? In the afternoon, Huan closed the shop for a break and planned to reopen in the evening. Suddenly, the door was knocked on. Huan curiously opened the door, and standing outside was a customer who had bought green rice balls earlier that morning. She looked inside and asked uncertainly, "Is this the shop where a tall, handsome guy sold green rice balls this morning?" Huan nodded and called Mo Chuan over. The female customer saw Mo Chuan and said, "Your green rice balls are really delicious. When I took them to the office, everyone said they smelled much better than the ones from outside. Our boss wants to order some as a company Qingming festival gift. Would you mind adding WeChat so we can contact you?" Mo Chuan was confused and looked at Huan. Huan explained, "This lady wants to order green rice balls and is asking to add you on WeChat for easy contact." Then Huan whispered to him, "I'll give you a commission for each order you sell." Mo Chuan added her WeChat. The female customer immediately ordered 50 boxes and then introduced Mo Chuan to another HR friend at her company. The HR friend asked for a sample to taste. If it was good, she would place an order. Later that afternoon, a few more customers came back to buy again, and Mo Chuan added all their WeChat contacts. Today alone, Mo Chuan received pre-orders for 80 boxes. With so many orders, just the 3 of them couldn't handle all the work. That evening, Huan asked someone to go to the village and see if anyone was willing to help make green rice balls, paid daily. Suddenly, 7 or 8 women came together, all very happy. They were eager to take on the work, almost fighting to get involved. If Huan hadn't said only 7 people were needed, they might have all come to make a batch. Everyone's been saying that working for Boss Huan pays well and is easy. Now it's finally our turn. We have to do a good job and leave a good impression. Huan was indeed easy to talk to. She only told them not to worry about using plenty of ingredients and to pay attention to hygiene, then let them start working. After making some, Huan steamed a batch to taste. It was very good, soft, sticky, and delicate, with just the right amount of sweet bean paste. Huan thought for a moment and asked Mo Chuan to give each customer a sample to try. She also told him to promote the shop's new Qingming Festival Picnic gift box, which contains 8 green rice balls and could be ordered in advance. Everyone was trying the green rice balls for the first time. They also asked if the gift box had the name of the small snack shop printed on it. Almost every guest ordered a box. One person even ordered 5 boxes. All this was arranged by Mo Chuan. He remembered the guests' names and how many they ordered, and he collected some deposits. Soon, another 100 boxes were sold, and the supply of mugwort was clearly running low. A woman helping out quickly said, "No problem, flower boss. I have plenty of mugwort. I'll ask my husband to go harvest some tomorrow." "As much as you need," Huan nodded. "All right, I'll buy it by the Jin, a Chinese weight unit. Just make sure it's fresh and tender, not old." "Of course. We'll do our best to serve you." The next morning, after Mo Chuan handed over 50 boxes of green rice balls to the female customer, he suddenly noticed more and more people gathering at the shop entrance. Most of them were girls, whispering among themselves. 2 girls even pushed each other slightly. Mo Chuan, who had served in the military for many years, had good hearing and could faintly hear their conversation. "Go ahead first. Just say you want to buy the green rice balls. What are you afraid of? Let's go together." Mo Chuan pretended to look at his phone and patiently waited until they finally approached. He looked up and asked, "Would you like to buy some green rice balls? They must be reserved in advance. 20 yuan per box." The 2 girls each bought a box, paid quickly, and then asked, "Can we take a picture with you?" Mo Chuan hesitated. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she clasped her hands in front of her chest. "Please." Mo Chuan remembered Huan's encouragement. "Sell a little more and you'll earn more. The villagers will also have income." He clenched his teeth and said, "If you buy 3 boxes, you can take a photo." The girl happily agreed. "No problem. But can you wear traditional Chinese clothing?" Mo Chuan nodded. "Sure, wait a moment." He went back to the shop to change into his traditional clothes. When he came out, everyone exclaimed, "Wow! So handsome. Mo Chuan looked like a true ancient person, dressed in hanfu with long hair, perfectly fitting the style. His every movement was calm and dignified, full of ancient charm. The two girls each paid for 2 more boxes, added Mo Chuan on WeChat, and took a photo with him. After they left, someone asked, "Can we take a group photo if we buy 3 boxes?" Mo Chuan decided to go all out and announced loudly, "3 boxes for 1 group photo." Hwawan announced, "This month's top seller, Mo Chuan. He sold 100 boxes today through his excellent sales skills. No, I mean by using his charm. Let's give him a round of applause." Hwawan led the applause, then sincerely said to Mo Chuan, "Well done. Keep up the good work." Mo Chuan looked very uncomfortable. His mouth was forced into a smile that was neither happy nor sad. "My mouth feels stiff from smiling. Selling things is really hard." Hwawan patted his shoulder. "Everyone will remember the contribution you've made to the village." Recently, he had been very busy. He even created a WeChat group just for taking orders. Thanks to his efforts, more and more people joined the group, from ages 13 to 63. There were big orders of dozens of boxes and small orders of just 1 or 2 boxes. 8 helpers were not enough, so Hwawan called in a few villagers. Now, outside the snack shop, there are tables and chairs full of green rice cake stalls. Hwawan used the thousands of yuan he earned to buy over 10 silver hairpins. Lucier took them to the city to sell, and the money earned was used to pay workers. The silver hairpins were carved with different flowers for each month, each with its own meaning. For example, January's flower was the plum blossom, symbolizing perseverance. February's was the apricot blossom, symbolizing love. And so on. These were very popular with ancient people because of their novelty. Loomingly finally returned from the capital. As soon as he arrived, his subordinate brought him a gift box of green rice cakes, saying they were very trendy in the city and hard to get. Loomingly saw that the box was engraved with the words, "Hwawan Snack Shop," with small characters underneath. 1 bite of green rice cake. Enjoy spring in Jiangnan. He couldn't help but smile. He had only been away for half a month, and Hwawan had already come up with such a clever idea. His subordinate saw him smile and thought he liked the gift, so he happily left. Loomingly opened the box. Inside were 8 shiny green rice cakes, as green as jade. Each was placed in a small compartment so they didn't stick together. He picked up one. It was heavier than he expected, with a good weight and a soft texture that made him pinch it a few times. When he pinched it, his fingers stuck to the sticky rice skin, unable to separate. He took a bite and discovered there was filling inside. The skin of the green rice cake was soft and sticky, with a slight sweetness. The red bean paste filling was sweeter, but not overwhelming. The inside of the mouth was filled with a fresh, pleasant smell, just like what the flour roll said, like tasting the spring of the south. He ate another piece, and then took the rest to his grandmother's room. It was just after lunch, and the old lady was about to take a nap. His visit was perfectly timed. Grandmother loved green rice cakes, but unfortunately, they were made from sticky rice. Loomingly was worried she might have trouble digesting, so he only let her eat one. She took a sip of water, cleared her mouth, and asked, "Is this snack from that small shop again?" Loomingly nodded. "That lady really has a clever mind. Her food is quite special." Loomingly agreed. "Yes, it is." Grandmother patted his hand and said, "I heard you are quite close to her. If you have feelings for her, why not ask to marry her?" Loomingly replied, "Grandmother, you're overthinking. The reason I am close to her is because she has helped me a lot. Besides, we are not from the same world." Grandmother thought he was talking about their different social statuses and comforted him. "Our family doesn't have those strict rules. You don't need to worry. I think merchants are quite good, willing to work hard and think smart." Loomingly smiled. "Grandmother, you're right. Bring her here to meet me sometime." Loomingly helped his grandmother lie down and tucked her in, saying, "Yes, I will definitely bring her to see you when I get the chance." After seeing her fall asleep, he returned to his room, took a shower, then went to the study to read for a while. When he thought it was about time, he headed to the small shop. The shop was lively, as usual. He went straight inside and saw Hwan holding a silver ingot, smiling so much her eyes nearly closed. Seeing Loomingly, she eagerly told him about meeting Qin Kwa. I saw my master in the capital. He couldn't stop praising you. Loomingly smiled and said, that's not an exaggeration. When Qin Due saw him, he kept talking about how good the wine was, how tasty the food was, and how nice the people were. Huan remembered the jade pendant. She took it off and said, I need to return this to you. Loomingly refused. I don't need it. You can keep it, but I heard you're engaged, and this jade pendant is part of your family heritage. Loomingly asked with a serious look, who told you that? Why didn't you say everything? Ma Chuan sneezed in the kitchen. Huan said, isn't that common knowledge? Mo Chuan, who wasn't very familiar with him, knew it too. Everyone probably knew. He sighed and said, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just hadn't found the right time to tell you. This sentence sounded a bit vague, and Huan felt her face grow warm. She whispered, you don't have to tell me that. Loomingly seemed to ignore her and said, I was once engaged to someone, but after something happened in my family, the engagement was cancelled. He added, I haven't had any contact with her, not even spoken a few words. Then what about the jade pendant? He hurriedly said, keep the jade pendant. As long as you don't sell it, you can do whatever you want with it. Seeing that he wouldn't take it back, Huan took the pendant and said, don't worry, I won't sell it. Loomingly saw her take back the pendant, relaxed, and pretended to be casual as he asked, and you? Are you engaged? Huan shook her head. In our time, people valued free love. There was no custom of engagement. Free love?
How is that free?
What does love mean? Huan thought for a moment and explained. Love is when a man and a woman date with the goal of getting married, to see if they are suitable for each other. Free means you don't have to listen to your parents or matchmakers when choosing a partner. Loomingly, with his old-fashioned thinking, found it hard to imagine such a relationship. After thinking for a moment, he said, that sounds interesting. How do you know if you're suitable for each other? Huan tilted her head and replied, you can eat together, watch movies, chat, and share your feelings. If you feel comfortable with each other, then you're probably a good match. Loomingly nodded, seeming to understand, but not completely. He couldn't help but think, eating together, watching movies, and chatting. He often ate with Huan, and was now talking with her. She should feel comfortable around him. As for watching movies, he didn't know what that was. He asked, Huan, what is watching a movie? Huan's eyes lit up with interest. Watching movies? It's hard to explain. If you have free time later, I can find a movie for us to watch together. Loomingly listened, full of curiosity. Very well, I will wait for you. When it was time to watch a movie, everyone was very excited. No one had ever been so eager for the guests to leave quickly. Finally, after selling the last items, Mo Chuan hurriedly closed the door. It was still early, so man stayed to watch the movie together. Huan brought chips, soda, and some snacks, then thought for a moment and said, how can we watch a movie without popcorn? She remembered that the shop owner had given her 2 bags of popcorn kernels when she bought something before. They just needed to be fried briefly. She looked at the instructions, took out a frying pan, poured in some corn oil, then added the kernels and turned on medium heat to stir slowly. Curious, Hua Sheng asked, you can eat raw popcorn kernels, so why do we need to fry them? As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud pop, and the first piece of popcorn burst out of the pan. Both Hua Sheng and Man were startled. Huan covered the pan with a lid, turned the heat lower, and kept shaking the pan. Soon, the sound of popping filled the air, like fireworks during New Year. Mo Chuan peeked in and asked, are you setting off firecrackers? It's so lively. Huan said, you'll see in a moment. Before long, the popping slowed down. Huan turned off the heat, removed the lid, and a sweet, fragrant smell wafted out. The once hard kernels had turned into fluffy popcorn, filling the pan like blooming white flowers.
Wow.
It's like magic. The kernels turned into flowers, Hua Sheng exclaimed in amazement. But it's not over yet. Huan took another iron pot, added cold water and sugar, then heated it until lots of bubbles appeared. She cut a small piece of butter and added it, letting it melt slowly. Soon, the butter was fully melted and turned creamy. She then put the popcorn back into the pot, stirred well so each piece was coated with butter, turning the white popcorn golden yellow. That was the final step. By then, Several snacks were already on the table. Hwawan brought out a projector and cast the movie onto the wall. Hwawan started to worry, unsure which movie to choose. Foreign films were out because they wouldn't understand the language, and the subtitles were in simplified Chinese, which was hard to follow. She browsed on her computer and finally chose a martial arts film. The success hit the wall, and Hwawan turned off the light before finding a seat. Loomingly sat right in the middle, as expected. Mo Chuan sat to his right, while a man and Hwashing quietly left the space on his left empty. So, when Hwawan returned, she naturally sat down beside him.
It was the first time she sat so close to him.
Hwawan felt a little uncomfortable. She shifted her body, trying to find a comfortable position. Loomingly didn't say anything. Even in the dark, he could keenly sense every move Hwawan made. She came over and sat next to him. Her clothes brushed against a sleeve. Suddenly, Loomingly felt a flutter in his heart. It turned out that people tend to be busier when they are embarrassed. He picked up some popcorn from the table and placed it in front of Hwawan. Hwawan didn't take it. Instead, she reached into the bowl and grabbed a small handful. Loomingly didn't speak either, and he put the bowl back on the table. It seemed like they shared a silent understanding, Hwawan thought. She looked down at the popcorn in her hand, trying to hide the slight smile she couldn't suppress. Fortunately, Mo Chuan broke the silence at the right moment. It's starting. It's starting. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the wall. The film was about a few heroes planning to assassinate King Qin. The colors and composition of the movie were top-notch, and the story was quite simple. Despite that, the four of them watched with wide eyes, stunned. From the beginning, with the galloping horses, they were deeply amazed. Mo Chuan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "The scenes are so realistic. It's as if 1,000 troops are charging right in front of us." Hwashing and a man also looked incredulous, leaning back as if afraid the horses might jump out of the wall. Later, scenes of flying rooftops, sword fights, sometimes thrilling, sometimes touching as they followed the characters' stories. When the movie ended, they were still immersed in it. After a long while, Loomingly finally came back to himself and said, "This is extraordinary. Today's experience feels like living another life." Hwashing also excitedly said, "It's even more exciting than storytelling." A man silently shed tears beside them. Mo Chuan asked curiously, "If you don't want to kill King Qin, why go through so much trouble and risk so many lives to reach his palace?" Loomingly replied, "Great heroes serve the country and the people. They understood that King Qin's power was unstoppable, so they risked their lives to advise for the good of the people. But many brave heroes lost their lives. Was it worth it?" Loomingly thought for a moment and replied, "Wen Jian died, Wu Zhan died. For the country and family, it is all worth it." Hwasheng didn't think much about it. She just enjoyed the beautiful scenes. She sat aside, constantly grabbing popcorn to eat. Mo Chuan looked over and saw only a few pieces of popcorn left. He quickly moved to claim all the remaining popcorn and started arguing with Hwashing over it. Loomingly turned to Hwawan and said, "The movie is truly amazing. No wonder you put it on the same level as eating and chatting." Hwawan asked, "Do you think it's good?" Loomingly nodded. Seeing that it was getting late, he knew it was time to leave. He felt a little sad. It was rare to spend time with Hwawan. Even though they weren't alone, he was happy. He stood up and remembered something important. He said to Hwawan, "In a few days, the city will hold a food contest. Zhao Zhizhou asked me to ask if your snack shop wants to send someone." Hwawan thought for a moment and said, "No, I won't go. Please tell them no." Loomingly nodded and left.
Montag Chuan was confuset.
"Why refuse?" Hwawan said. "Our shop's seasonings are so good that one bottle can beat them easily. If we compete, they might think we're bullying them." They thought it would end there, but the next day, someone came to visit again. It was an old man with white hair, about 60 years old. He looked around the shop. The decor was simple, not special. The food was strange, and yet many people flocked here. He looked displeased and sneered. Mo Chuan approached and said, "Sir, please take a number." The old man flicked his sleeve and said arrogantly, "I'm not here to eat. Tell your boss that Zhang Qingyuan from Bai Xiangju is here to discuss something with her. Mo Chuan didn't accept this attitude. Zhang Qingyuan? I haven't heard of him. Since you're not here to eat, please leave. He made a move to drive him out. The old man, angry, blew his beard and pushed Mo Chuan. You little servant, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. I tell you, I know how to handle old men. I only hurt skin, never bones. Huawan ran out and saw the two of them staring at each other. She asked Mo Chuan, what happened? Mo Chuan replied bluntly, that old man said his name is Zhang Qing and that he has something to discuss with you. Zhang Qing looked Huawan up and down. As a young woman, she shouldn't be running a shop instead of getting married and having children. He looked down on her small eatery even more. Are you the shop owner? I am here to invite you to join the food competition. The message has been delivered. It will be held in front of Manhwa Tower in a week. Be on time. Huawan smiled and said, sorry, we've already declined. We won't participate in this contest. Zhang Qing urged, please consider it carefully before refusing. The cooking contest is held once a year and has a history of 20 years. Any well-known shop in the city takes pride in participating. Whether you win a prize or not, it will benefit you. Huawan replied, sorry, but we still don't want to join. Why are you so stubborn? You're now staying in your small corner, claiming your own territory, and many customers are avoiding you. This is the time to prove yourself, yet you keep refusing. That's not fair. Customers are free to go wherever they want. I can't force them to stay. Zhang Qing snorted and said, at this point, whether you go or not is up to you. Zhao Zhizhou has spoken highly of your shop, but now it seems to be just empty praise. Even he can exaggerate sometimes. Impressive bringing Zhao Zhizhou into this, trying to drag us into the competition? Who's afraid of whom? Huawan said, all right, if that's what it takes, then I agree to participate. She asked again, can we bring our own ingredients? Zhang Qing thought to himself that the winner of this contest was already decided, and there was no way to surprise him. Of course. This is a food competition where each shop sends someone to prepare their signature dish on the spot, aiming for friendly exchange. Huawan nodded and said, all right. Zhang Qing's stern face softened a little. Then I look forward to seeing you, shop owner. He left the shop and went straight to a carriage waiting outside. A man was inside, and when he saw Zhang Qing get in, he asked anxiously, how did it go? Did she agree? Zhang Qing said nothing, just nodded. The man finally showed a hint of relief. Sure enough, old Zhang's move won't go wrong. As long as she participates, it will be easy. If they lose the match, it will teach them a lesson. He paused and asked, I've heard that this woman has a good relationship with Lu Mingli. What about the Manhwa Tower? Zhang Qingyuan replied, the top spot has rotated among our three families for years. This year, it's your turn. Kids don't understand the rules, but Manhwa Tower shouldn't break the rules either. The man finally relaxed and ordered the coachman to head back to the city. Huawan looked back at the three of them, scanning them with her eyes, finally settling on a man. A man, do you want to join? A man looked into Huawan's eyes, slowly touching her face with her right hand, hesitating. She really wanted to represent the snack shop in the competition. If she won, it would boost the shop's reputation and prove herself. But she was worried. What if she lost? If everyone saw her face, would they look down on her and affect the shop's business? Huawan understood and said, don't be afraid. Just go and have fun. If you lose, it's okay. Our shop isn't worried about losing customers. Hearing Huawan's words, a man felt a little comforted and nodded slightly. While the kitchen was quiet, they started discussing which dish to use for the contest. Mo Chuan boasted confidently, what's there to be afraid of in this kind of contest? Any dish from our shop will win if we just serve it. Huawan laughed. You're thinking too simply. Old Zhang just said we have to cook it right there on the spot. Mo Chuan said, but a man isn't as experienced as those chefs who've been cooking for decades. We can't just bring a microwave or oven, so the chances aren't good. Huaxing said, I think a man's cooking skills are just as good as anyone else's. Egg fried rice is so delicious. I could eat it every day and never get tired. Mo Chuan replied, it's tasty, but who takes egg fried rice to a food contest? Usually the more complicated the dish, the better. A man really wanted to enter the contest with egg fried rice. As the saying goes, the simpler the dish, the harder it is to make it perfect. She had been practicing lately, and compared to trying unfamiliar dishes, she felt more confident with this one. She wrote her idea on a piece of paper. Hwawan looked at it and agreed. No matter how simple or complicated egg fried rice is, we have soy sauce and chicken seasoning for flavor. Can they really beat us?
Aman disagreed.
She wanted a fair competition. If she used special seasonings beyond the usual, winning wouldn't feel right. Hwawan said, "Foolish girl, you're representing our Hwawan snack shop. Shouldn't you cook dishes that show our shop's special style?" Aman thought for a moment and agreed. She nodded. Hwawan asked again, "What makes our snack shop special?" Manhwa said, "I know. Our special thing is that it's tasty." Hwashing said, "No, that's not enough. Our special thing is that we have many fun and delicious options." Hwawan shook her head and said, "No, no, no. Our shop's real feature is that we cheat. If we have to compete, we must be ready to win unfairly. There's no such thing as perfect fairness in the world. Not cheating is just being foolish." After some persuasion, Aman gave up the idea of making her own soy sauce. These days, Aman's main task was making egg fried rice. Hwawan said practice was very important. She told Aman not to worry about wasting ingredients because Manhwa could eat a lot. So, Aman kept frying rice, practicing controlling the heat and her arm strength, and carefully measuring each drop of seasoning to reduce mistakes. The first to give up was Manhwa. He shouted, "I can't take it anymore. If you keep giving me fried rice, I swear I'll right here." Seeing Manhwa really couldn't eat anymore, Hwawan changed the snack shop menu to only serve egg fried rice. In just a few days, customers also couldn't stand it anymore. They said, "Boss Hwawan, the fried rice is good. We support Aman girl, but we can't just keep eating fried rice every time. Aren't you worried about losing us?" Hwawan tried to calm everyone. "Just hold on a little longer. A few more days, and after the competition, everything will be fine." The night before the contest, Hwawan carefully packed all the things Aman needed. The ingredients for the fried rice were simple. She checked everything and packed it up. Thai jasmine rice, premium soy sauce, pork fat made from black pig meat, ham sausage, fresh green onions, corn kernels, and diced carrots. Everything was ready. Hwawan smiled and said, "When I come over tomorrow night, your first match will be over. I'm just waiting to hear your good news." The next morning, Mr. Liu, Mrs. Liu, and Lin Yang helped a man load her things onto the ox cart and headed into the city. When they arrived at Manhwa Tower, many people were already waiting there. There were 12 restaurants participating, and today's 6 would be eliminated. Each restaurant had a table with its name written behind it. Over there, Hwawan Snack Shop, Lin Yang found their assigned table, and the 4 of them moved the ox cart forward. The owner of Manhwa Tower, Mr. Chung, kept an eye on the snack shop's table. When he saw a man and the others stop behind it, he quickly approached. "Are you Miss a Man?" he asked, noticing a woman wearing a veil, and looked directly at her. A man looked up and saw a stranger smiling warmly at her. She relaxed a little and nodded. "I'm the owner of Manhwa Tower, Mr. Chung. General Liu has already spoken to me. I've personally checked your stove, so please feel at ease. I'll have the waiter help move your ox cart to the back of the shop, and after the competition, we'll bring it back." As he spoke, 2 waiters arrived, quickly unloading the items from the cart and leading the ox away. Lin Yang patted a man's hand. "Don't be afraid. I think General Liu has already given the okay. Today will go smoothly." Thanks to Lu Mingli's warning, these people had never been to the city before, so they felt a bit more relaxed now. Mr. Chung smiled and said, "I'll be going now. I wish you good luck." Next, Zhang Qingyuan announced the competition rules. The rules were simple. Each restaurant's owner would be the judge. The chefs would cook dishes based on their skills. Tasty dishes would stay in the competition, moving on to the second and third rounds. Dishes that weren't good enough would be eliminated. Winning first place would be a great honor for each restaurant, especially since the 3 dishes they entered were in high demand every day. They could gain fame and attract more customers. A man was surprised. Why did the competition have to be 3 rounds? No one had told her beforehand. Lin Yang said, "It's okay. Boss Hua will have a way. Just cook as you normally do. A man took a deep breath and walked to the stove. She silently thought about how to make egg fried rice, her eyes growing more determined. The other chefs also prepared to show their skills. With the sound of a gong, the competition officially began. Suddenly, the stove was blazing, and the sounds of various cooking utensils clashing filled the air. Aman practiced for many days. She skillfully prepared the ingredients, while Lin Yang and others watched nervously nearby. Fried rice with eggs is not difficult. Aman quickly finished cooking it. But other shops prepared more complicated and eye-catching dishes. Aman looked around. Everyone was still busy with their ingredients. The fastest had just put their dishes into the pots. Zhang Qingyuan sat at the judges' table. He noticed her and sneered, then told the person behind him, "Make them cook more slowly." If everyone finished cooking, the fried rice would be cold and hard to eat. Aman was prepared. She took a stainless steel cover from her bag, the kind used to cover steaks, and placed the fried rice back into the pot, covering it to keep warm. When the time was up, a waiter brought each beautiful dish to the judges' table. The judges tasted each dish in turn and then voted. The 6 restaurants with the fewest votes would be eliminated. The results were announced quickly. Surprisingly, Aman's fried rice only received 1 vote and was eliminated. Aman stood there in shock. She couldn't believe this was the result. Lin Yang gently supported her and softly comforted her. Everyone suspected that this was a targeted move. Many regular customers from snack shops were there today to watch the competition. When they heard the results, they were shocked. Someone shouted, "What kind of judges are these? They're just guessing. Haven't you all eaten the fried rice from Han Snack Shop? It's better than Lou's restaurant's spicy soup." "Exactly. I've tried Lou's spicy soup. It's just spicy and makes your mouth numb. And it still got into the competition. I think there's cheating involved. Everyone, let's leave. This contest is fake. The results were decided long ago. Why are we still watching?" More and more people started to cheer and shout. Zhang Qingyuan stood up, trying to calm everyone down. Although it was obvious that the snack shop was being unfairly eliminated, it couldn't be too obvious. If people found out, no one would want to hold a food contest again. "Everyone, please stay calm. Believe us. We've tasted the dishes." Aman from Huan Snack Shop cooked the rice early, and by the time she brought it here, it was already cold, so the taste wasn't good. A bystander immediately argued, "You're lying. I saw the fried rice steaming when it was served." Aman used the special silver cover from her snack shop. It wouldn't have cooled down so quickly. When Zhang Qingyuan heard this, he realized that this trick didn't work. Are these people really from the snack shop? They keep talking to them as if they are. He said again, "But this is a food contest, and the main thing is good food. Fried rice may taste okay, but appearance, aroma, and flavor are all important. Look at the red-feathered goose from Manhwa Tower or the embroidered lamb from Bai Xiangju. Which one is more difficult to make and looks better?" Another shop owner nearby also spoke up, "The fried rice is really sloppy. It's obvious they look down on our food contest." Everyone else started laughing and criticizing. Zhang Qingyuan's face turned red with embarrassment. After a quick discussion, they announced, "Although the fried rice from Huan Snack Shop is not very fancy, it tastes excellent, so we will make an exception and let it advance. We hope next time they can bring even better dishes." The person leading the crowd was clearly not willing to let them go. He shouted, "You people are just pretending. Even if they cook fancy dishes tomorrow, if you don't like them, you'll still eliminate them. This contest isn't fair at all. Why hold it? Go home and play with your grandchildren." Manager Chung came over and said to Zhang Qingyuan, "Boss Zhang, I think he's right. If we can't convince the public, we might lose our reputation. Future contests might be laughed at, and it could even affect our shop." Zhang Qingyuan was very angry but dared not lose his temper in public. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Manager Chung, what do you suggest we do? Why not select 10 ordinary people as judges? That way, we can also prevent trouble." Zhang Qingyuan hesitated. That. Manager Chung patted his shoulder. As for what kind of people that can be arranged, Zhang Qingyuan understood now. He looked at Manager Chung and smiled. "Haha, Manager Chung, you're really clever. Let's do as you say." Zhang Qingyuan stood up and announced, To prove the fairness of the contest, tomorrow we will select 10 ordinary people as judges. They will help us decide which restaurant can advance. Please stay tuned. The leader of the crowd shouted. That's more like it. We'll wait and see tomorrow. The competition is temporarily over. Everyone is packing up and preparing to leave. Aman feels no joy about advancing. She only feels sorry for the snack shop and for Boss Hua. She quietly holds back tears and silently packs her things. The second person from Manhwa Tower brings out the cart and helps load the cooking utensils. Manager Ching says, Miss Aman, don't be sad. I tasted your egg fried rice. The rice is fragrant, sweet, and each grain is distinct. It's chewy and springy, with a strong egg aroma. But did you use lard? Aman nods. No wonder. It tastes just like it, only more fragrant than usual lard. Miss Aman, your skills are excellent. No wonder Boss Hua sent you here. Manager Ching speaks sincerely, and Aman feels a bit more relaxed. He then says goodbye. We won't bother you anymore. Travel safely and take care on the way. Meanwhile, on the second floor of Manhwa Tower, the man who cheered loudly during the competition is in a room. He respectfully says, General Liu, I've completed the task you asked me to do. Lu Mingli sits by the window. He puts down his teacup and looks downstairs, saying, I saw. Good job. He has long known about the tricks behind these kinds of competitions. He doesn't want to interfere much, just wants to ensure a basic fairness for Huawan. When Huawan opened his shop, Aman and Lin Yang were already waiting at the door. Seeing their worried expressions, Huawan understood half of what was happening. It seems corruption is everywhere. Lin Yang explains the details of what happened to Huawan. Before he can speak, Hua Sheng and Mo Chuan start angrily discussing. This is clearly bullying. I think we shouldn't participate in this broken competition anymore.
Exactly.
They begged us to join before, and now they're deliberately trying to eliminate us.
Why?
Sister, we're not going tomorrow. Huawan asks, why not? We qualified. Hua Sheng says, thanks to that brave person who spoke up for us today, or we wouldn't have qualified. What if something happens tomorrow? Huawan interrupts her. People's eyes are sharp. They just think we're not flashy enough. That's simple. Aman, we'll participate again tomorrow and give them a little surprise. Aman hesitates. She pulls Huajuan's hand and writes in her palm, I'm worried that if we lose, it will embarrass you. Flower Roll said, don't be afraid. If we lose, we lose. Does our shop worry about not having customers? Besides, we might not lose after all. Then she said, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back. She ran out, drove to the supermarket to buy some ingredients for tomorrow, and then pulled a man into the kitchen to carefully teach her how to make a new dish. The two of them worked in the kitchen until it was closed. With Flower Roll's constant encouragement, a man regained her confidence. The next day, they arrived at Manhwa Tower on time, just like the day before. Unexpectedly, today's crowd was more than twice as large as yesterday, packed tightly in several layers. Before the competition started, Zhang Qingyuan stood on the front steps and began his speech. Today, we will select 10 judges from the spectators. I will start calling names now. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd started to stir. Dozens of people pushed forward, while those in front held their ground, not giving up their spots. But since there weren't many people, they were soon pushed to the back. Lin Yang looked at the people in the front row and recognized some of them. Wasn't the leader A Mao? Seeing this, Zhang Qingyuan quickly shouted, You guys, don't push. And he made a frantic gesture to the people behind. The people behind started to push forward again. A Mao and the others held hands tightly, not relaxing at all. Seeing that the people he had arranged couldn't push through, Zhang Qingyuan had no choice but to delay the selection. A Mao called out, Why aren't you choosing judges? We've been waiting. He wanted to point to his own people in the back, but since a Mao and the others were tall and stood on tiptoe, they blocked the view of those behind. Zhang Qingyuan pointed left, and a Mao and the others moved left. When he pointed right, they moved right. They were stuck in a deadlock. At this moment, someone came up to Zhang Qingyuan and whispered a few words. After listening, Zhang Qingyuan angrily scolded a Mao. Why are you causing trouble here? So, you're from that refugee village outside the city. You're working with Flour Roll's snack shop. Hurry up and step aside to avoid suspicion. Amao said, We'll leave, but can you guarantee that the people behind aren't your own? The man sent by loomingly said, I knew it. I didn't see these people yesterday, but today they're very eager, almost as if they're deliberately doing this. Are they sent by you? Zhang Qingyuan said, Nonsense, Amao replied. To be fair, you guys can find the judges in that corner. We have no objections. Amao pointed to the people huddled in the corner watching the scene. I think what this gentleman said makes sense. Those people are crowded and can't get close. It's unlikely they're cheating. What do you think? The crowd agreed, saying, Good. Zhang Qingyuan looked back at his companions. They all shook their heads, so he had to say, All right, I'll just pick 10 people at random. He chose 10 people who looked somewhat familiar and dressed neatly. He thought these people looked refined and probably wouldn't go outside the city to eat. Shopkeeper Chung brought over 10 more chairs, and then the contest officially began. Today, everyone was more prepared than yesterday. After this competition, only 3 restaurants would remain. They all cooked whatever dishes they thought were best. It was already quite a while, but few had started cooking. Most chefs were still cutting decorative patterns on their ingredients. Some cut tofu into chrysanthemum shapes, others carved cucumbers into flowers. Everyone was showing off their skills, eager to use their best dishes. Over at Alma's side, she was calm and steady. She took out 3 large from her box. These were fresh she bought last night, still lively and covered with a damp cloth. The judges exchanged glances, feeling puzzled. How could there be such fat in the season? Alma opened the crab shells and set them aside. She removed the gills and other inedible parts, then cut each crab into 4 pieces. She took a bag of flour, pinched some out, and sprinkled it over the crab meat to prevent it from falling apart. Next, she prepared the side dishes. She took out shredded onions, minced garlic, and sliced green onions, followed by parsley, bell peppers, and Mexican peppers. Zhang Qingyuan's face changed. What were these? So many different kinds of peppers? He had never seen such colors. Here is the improved and simplified version. Now for the main part. Amon took out a whole bottle of Thai red curry paste, poured it all into the pot, then added some water, and shook the bottle to get the remaining sauce, pouring it in as well. She continued to add her special touch. She added a can of coconut milk, a few drops of fish sauce, some oyster sauce, and a handful of sugar. Next, she cracked 3 eggs and slowly poured them into the curry while stirring. The eggs blended into the curry, turning into golden egg drops. Then she added the crab and kept stirring. After adding some water, Amon covered the pot and let it simmer for a few minutes. She wiped her hands with a towel, looked around, and noticed the judges paying attention to her. She casually looked away, estimated that it was about time, and uncovered the pot. The smell of coconut milk and curry filled the air, making the nearby chefs look over. She added some chopped Mexican peppers and colorful bell pepper strips, stir-fried until just cooked, then was ready to serve. She placed the crab on a large plate, covered it with 3 crab lids, and garnished with cilantro and celery leaves. The contest just ended. A young helper came over to serve the dish to the judges. He quietly asked Miss Almon, "What is this dish called?" Liang answered for her, "Signature coconut milk traditional curry crab from Huawan snack shop." The shop owner said, "The longer the name, the more impressive it sounds." The helper repeated the name a few times to remember it, then hurried over to the judges. Each judge had their own bowl and chopsticks. They tried each dish one by one until the curry crab was served. First, they looked at its appearance. The rich, golden curry sauce coated the red crab shells. Colorful strips of yellow, green, and red peppers decorated the dish, with a few green leaves on top. Then they smelled it. The unfamiliar aroma of coconut milk and curry was very gentle. Even though they had never tasted it before, everyone felt it must be delicious. Chef Ching used a small spoon to scoop some of the curry, which looked like egg custard. He tasted it carefully. The creamy coconut and egg flavors blended perfectly, with a hint of curry spiciness. After eating, he felt warm all over. There were also some chopped onions, which added a special touch. They balanced the richness of the coconut milk and enhanced the overall flavor. As for the crab, it was hard to eat without proper tools, but that didn't matter. The rich coconut curry had already won the day. Shopkeeper Chung sighed, thinking that with some rice, it would taste even better. Or maybe with noodles. Every strand coated with the sauce, one bite would be very satisfying. As he thought this, someone suddenly spoke out loud. The curry crab was brought to Boss Lu at Lu's restaurant. He loudly called, "Bring me a bowl of rice." His words were a bit abrupt. Seeing everyone turn to look at him, he quickly added, "This dish has a very unique flavor. I want to taste it carefully." The judges who had already tried the dish understood his intention. Hearing this, they all agreed. This dish would go well with rice. Shopkeeper Chung, please also give me a serving of rice. Zhang Qingyuan scolded loudly. Are you here to eat or to judge? This is not appropriate. After tasting the curry crab himself, he was stunned. His first thought was, could this be a flavor found in the mortal world? His second thought was he had lost. There was no doubt he lost this competition. There were no fancy tricks or showy skills. Just the new side dishes, seasonings, and the exotic taste had already left them far behind. Boss Lu from Lu's restaurant approached and saw him deep in thought. He pushed him gently and said, "This is hard to beat. How can we compare to their crab dish?" Zhang Qingyuan snapped out of his thoughts and said, "We have 9 votes. We can take a gamble." Boss Lu hesitated and said, "I think this crab dish is truly excellent." Not voting for it. That's hard to accept. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyuan was furious. Am I doing this for myself? I'm doing this for everyone. Why should I care so much? He was so emotional that he raised his voice, causing others to turn and look at him. Realizing this, he lowered his voice and continued to speak with Boss Lu. You guys brought me here and said you didn't want to be overshadowed by the snack shops, right? To show off a bit? Now you're changing your mind? Is this just my problem? Boss Lu touched his nose but said nothing. Inside, he thought, Zhang Qingyuan is a bit too bossy. Although his original intention was for everyone, this competition was already set to make his restaurant the winner. He's the only one benefiting. But now, it's clear that the crab dish was truly outstanding. Everyone saw it. If they went against it, they would definitely suffer a loss. He couldn't really argue back, so he just said vaguely, "Brother Zhang, don't worry. Even if the crab is perfect today, it's just for a chance to move up. The real contest is tomorrow." Zhang Qingyuan snorted and looked around at the others. At this moment, the other judges started whispering. Some thought the food was rare and worth voting for, while others remembered the promise to avoid supporting snack shops. As the disagreement continued, someone urged them to decide. They could only shake their heads and sigh before casting their votes. At the end, when the votes were counted, the signature coconut milk curry crab from Hwawan Snack Shop received 16 votes and easily moved on. Amon and Linyang hugged happily. Linyang kept saying, "This is so great, so great." The villagers clapped and cheered loudly. Inspired by Hwawan, they also started shouting, "Yeah." The scene was filled with cheers. Zhang Qingyuan couldn't hold back anymore. He flicked his sleeve, snorted angrily, and turned away with a dark face. As he left, a few judges quickly came to Amon. "Miss, I just voted for you. Can you tell me how to make that crab dish?" Linyang replied, "It's the signature coconut milk curry crab from Hwawan Snack Shop. Since it's their specialty, of course, we can't share the recipe." They didn't mind being turned down. It was just a polite request, and they had other reasons. "Could you sell me one more? It's so delicious. I want one too." "I voted for you." Linyang smiled and said, "Don't worry, the snack shop will put this signature coconut milk curry crab on the menu soon. Please look forward to it." Many people gathered around. Amon kept her veil low, looked down, and said nothing, avoiding their gaze. But from her eyes, it was clear she was very happy. She was eager for evening to come, so she could tell Boss Hua the good news right away. Master Ching felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I didn't have time to wash it. Someone ate the bread with sauce and left no leftovers, so it's very clean. I'll wash it now." Linian refused and said, "Thank you, Master Cheng. We need to hurry, so just wash it when we get back. They packed their things and sat on the ox cart heading out of town. Linian was curious and asked a man, "Is it really that delicious?" A man smiled, held up his right hand, pointed to himself, then made a walking gesture with, mimicked cooking, and finally pointed at Linian. Linian asked, "Are you going to make it for me when we get back?" A man nodded with a big smile. Linian also smiled, hugged a man, and they happily headed home in the sunset. Hwawan was busy during the day preparing ingredients for the next day's final competition. The dish was quite complicated, and she had to visit several supermarkets to buy everything. That evening, she opened her shop. A man, Linian, and a Mao hurried to tell her the good news. Linian excitedly said, "Boss Hua, we won with the curry crab today." "You were right to see through their tricks," Hwawan smiled and said, "It's nothing special. I've seen plenty of shady deals. Today is a good day. To celebrate our victory, how about a man makes the curry crab again for everyone?" A man nodded eagerly, with a big smile. Everyone was very happy. They had already been craving the dish after seeing the judges enjoy it during the day. On the way home, they kept thinking about it. Just tasting a bite would be wonderful. "Boss Hua, you're so generous." Hwawan told Imo Chuan that there would be no guests upstairs tonight. They would gather there for a celebratory feast. She also asked him, "Ask General Liu if he wants to come. If he's busy, that's fine." The guests kept congratulating Hwawan, saying, "Congratulations. We just wonder when we might get to try that curry crab too." Hwawan smiled and replied, "There will be a chance." There were about 10 left in the kitchen, along with a few jars of curry sauce, enough for 5 servings. A man quickly washed his hands thoroughly and started preparing the. Hwawan also helped so they could work faster together. Soon, the delicious smell of curry crab filled the house. Imo Chuan also returned and said, "I met General Liu on the way here. He's also heading this way and will arrive soon." General Liu pushed open the door and said to Hwawan, "I heard you had a big victory today. I just happened to join this celebration." Hwawan took him upstairs. He immediately saw Mao and some villagers already seated, and a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Eating with villagers in the same house was something he had never experienced before. But then he understood. Hwawan had said that everyone was equal, so there were no class distinctions here. When the curry crab was served, everyone eagerly started eating. A man nervously watched everyone. After tasting, each person looked satisfied. General Liu praised, "No wonder they flocked to it during the day. This flavor must be heavenly." Seeing Hwawan using curry sauce to mix with rice, he also tried, scooping a spoonful into his bowl. Hwawan said, "That's not enough." She used a large spoon to add 3 more scoops on top of his rice. "That's too much. This sauce isn't salty at all. Eating it like this is so satisfying." Liu Mingli mixed the rice with more sauce than rice itself and found it really delicious. Seeing everyone finished eating, Imo Chuan asked, "Are you all done?" "Finished eating? I'm about to clear the plates." Without waiting for a reply, he poured all the rice from his bowl into the curry crab plate. He was afraid someone would compete with him. Liu Mingli and Hwawan looked at each other and smiled. Hwawan said, "General Liu, I hope you're not embarrassed. Imo Chuan is like this. When he sees something tasty, he forgets everything else." Liu Mingli glanced at Imo Chuan and suddenly asked, "Brother Imo Chuan, do you still hold your military rank?" Imo Chuan suddenly stopped eating. Hwawan was also stunned. "What happens if you keep it?" Imo Chuan swallowed a mouthful of rice. "I forgot about that." Liu Mingli replied, "If you can't be reached when called, you're considered a deserter. But it's not a big deal. I can tell them later." Imo Chuan relaxed. He said to Liu Mingli, "Thanks to you, General Liu. I knew someone in charge would handle it well. I want to toast you today. Hwawan, go get a bottle of mitai. Today, the two of us won't get drunk until we're satisfied." Hwawan said, "You really can't forget mitai, huh? You're not toasting General Liu. You just want to drink it yourself." Liu Mingli smiled and shook his head. However, Hwawan still brought a bottle of Mao Tai and handed it directly to Liu Mingli. "General Liu, please accept this. Consider it a thank you gift from us. Is this the wine you gave my master? He has been praising it everywhere since he returned to the capital." Imo Chuan said, "Open it." Hwawan rolled her eyes at him and turned to smile at Liu Mingli. "You don't need to pay attention to him. No one is as shameless as he is. You kindly helped him, and he's still thinking of thanking you with this gift. Loomingly also smiled and said, in a few days, it will be my grandmother's birthday. You all should come. At the banquet, I'll open this wine so everyone can taste it. Mo Chuan grinned and said, all right. Everyone enjoyed their chat. Huawan, a man, and some other important matters said goodbye first and went back to the kitchen to prepare for the next day's competition. In the kitchen, only the two of them were left. Huan looked carefully at a man's face and said, a man, your scar has faded a lot. A man smiled gratefully. Thanks to Huachuan's ointment, she noticed that her scar was no longer as red as before. Huan said, tomorrow's dishes aren't difficult, but they require many ingredients and nothing can be missed. There's an interesting dish called Buddha jumps over the wall. She continued, remember what you need to use. I'll read the list now. Abalone, fish maw, sea cucumber, pig's trotter tendons, squid, shiitake mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, quail eggs, shark fin, dried scallops, and Beijing ham. The broth needs pork knuckles, pork spine, pig's trotters, chicken feet, and pumpkin puree. A man listened carefully, planning to memorize it with her mind. But as Huawan kept talking, the list grew longer. She quickly took out paper and pen to write it down, so she could memorize it at night. Huan then showed her each ingredient, matching each one with its name. She said, the most important part is the broth base. It needs to be simmered 5 hours before starting. The others are secondary. Now let's pretend we have the broth, and I'll show you how to make it. Huan demonstrated once, with all steps clear and easy to understand. She taught carefully, and a man learned diligently. Neither of them noticed Loomingly standing quietly at the door for a long time. Until he cleared his throat softly, Huan finally noticed him. Sorry, I came to say goodbye. I didn't want to interrupt your focus, but I had to. One more thing, my grandmother's birthday banquet. I need you to help organize it. Loomingly's family has no butler, and in previous years, the celebration was always arranged by Manhwa Tower. It has been the same every year, which is quite dull. He thinks Huan might be able to surprise his grandmother, especially since she also wants to see her. This is a good chance. Huan is slightly surprised and says, of course I want to. But I've never organized such a big banquet, so I'm worried. Don't worry, Loomingly interrupts her, his eyes full of trust. I believe in your ability. If you have any questions, just ask me directly. Huan feels his expectation and bites her lip, agreeing. Okay, I'll do my best. Things started to pile up, but she took them one by one. She first set this matter aside, and then reviewed everything with Amon. Making authentic Buddha jumps over the wall is very complicated and takes more than 7 days, so there's no time. But that's okay, there are pre-made dishes now. The most troublesome parts are soaking sea cucumbers and shark fin, so she just bought pre-soaked ones. In the middle of the night, while everyone was still asleep, Amon got up early to prepare the broth. She washed her hands, quietly went to the kitchen, spread out a large bag of ingredients Huan gave her, and found pork shank bones, pork spine bones, pig's feet, and chicken feet. She blanched them in boiling water to remove blood, then rinsed them with cold water. She took out a large clay pot, added a few slices of, put in the bones, poured in pure water, brought it to a boil, then turned down the heat to simmer slowly. There was nothing else to do now, so she didn't plan to go back to sleep. She sat down with a notebook, carefully memorizing the process, like a student preparing for an exam. As dawn broke, she heard the rooster crow. She gently stirred the soup with a spoon, then covered the pot again and patiently waited until Lin Yang came to call her. By then, the broth had been simmering for 5 or 6 hours and the chicken feet had dissolved. She turned off the stove, filtered the broth, and poured it into a thermos. All the ingredients were packed onto a cart, and they set off. Compared to the heavy mood the next day, today's journey was quite relaxed and carefree. When they arrived outside Manhwa Tower, 2 other restaurants were already in place. The competition area had fewer people, but the spectators had increased several times. As soon as Amon and her team arrived, they drew everyone's attention. Yesterday's curry crab was already impressive, and everyone was curious about what special dish the snack shop would present today. The competition began. Amon first took a handful of quail eggs from her bag and boiled them in a pot. Next, she took sliced mushrooms and king oyster mushrooms and set them aside. Then, she took a pumpkin, placed it in a steamer, and started steaming. Seeing this, the judges relaxed a little, thinking, it's just common ingredients. Amon then bent down into her bag and pulled out some dark-looking items. They didn't seem tasty, and the judges exchanged glances, nodding slightly. It doesn't look too threatening today, Zhang Qingyuan thought. As long as they don't bring out strange things, our restaurant still has a good chance to win. Another person felt relieved, thinking, fortunately, we won't lose too badly today. Amon put sea cucumbers into boiling water, added green onions, and cooking wine and boiled for 3 minutes. Then she took them out and soaked them in cold water. She peeled the boiled quail eggs and set them aside. She sliced Jinghua ham for later. She prepared broth for cooking. She set aside bones, spine, and pig's trotters used for making soup. A bottle of huadiao wine was placed nearby for use. Dried scallops, abalone, and fish maw were also set aside. Shark fin, yao shell, sea cucumber, abalone, monkey head mushroom, and morels were prepared separately. With each item she took out, Zhang Qingyuan's face darkened a little. He wished he could peek under Amon's table to see how many things were in that bag. A few minutes ago, he was hopeful, but now he realized he was too naive. All the spectators held their breath, watching intently. Amon's movements were quick and confident, full of calm and assurance, making everyone's eyes naturally follow her actions. Finally, she stopped bending and began preparing the ingredients on the table. She took a new clay pot and carefully arranged the ingredients inside, one by one. At the bottom, she placed slices of king oyster mushrooms and shiitake mushrooms. Then, she added quail eggs, pig trotters, bones, and spine. Next, she added Jinghua ham, abalone, shark fin, fish maw, sea cucumber, yao shell, monkey head mushroom, and morels. She poured pumpkin puree into the broth, stirred well, and then poured the broth into the clay pot. Finally, she added half a bottle of huadiao wine, covered the pot, and started simmering. Amon took out a towel to wipe her hands, then folded it and set it aside. She sat down calmly and began to wait. At this moment, the others slowly regained their senses and started whispering among themselves. Do you recognize what ingredients those are? I haven't seen them before, only quail eggs and pumpkin. Look at those 2 stalls. One makes roasted venison with honey and pigeon. The other makes 5-flavor apricot cheese goose. All meat dishes. Why is the snack shop only making pumpkin soup today? Exactly, they should make the curry crab from yesterday again. That would definitely win. That's right. Look at what Amon is making today. It's like a mixed vegetable stew. Are we going to suffer the same loss as the first day? As they spoke, a strong aroma began to fill the air. Everyone couldn't help but close their mouths and look for the source of the smell. On Amon's table, a clay pot was emitting wisps of white steam, and the delicious smell was coming from there. Everyone had given up guessing what was inside the pot. After all, the snack shop always managed to surprise with unexpected dishes. They just hoped that later, someone would tell them exactly what was in the soup because it smelled so tempting. So fragrant. Miss Amon, looks like you're going to win again today. At this moment, a stranger approached, pretending to check the stove. When he stood up, he quickly reached out and pulled off Amon's veil. The incident happened in an instant. Before Amon could react, everyone had seen her face. Someone shouted, "I wondered why you wore a veil. Now I see you have a ghostly face." Another person, clearly an accomplice, echoed from the other side of the crowd. So scary. A ghostly face and you're cooking? Can we eat this? I wouldn't dare. I'm afraid it's poisonous. Forget about this dish. I wouldn't even dare to eat at that snack shop anymore. Amon hurriedly looked for her veil. She saw it in the strange man's hand, and he had no intention of returning it. She reached out to grab it, but he hid the veil behind his back. Hearing the voices from the crowd, she was frightened and shocked. She could only cover her face and hide under the table. She sobbed while wiping her face with her sleeve. Lin Yong felt heartbroken, but she was just a weak woman. What could she do? She quickly crouched down, hugged her, and gently patted her back to comfort her. The two people were proudly shouting among the crowd. At that moment, someone quickly ran over, swiftly grabbing the man on stage by his collar, giving him a hard punch, and then snatching the veil. He turned around, squatted down, and handed the veil to a man, saying, "Miss a man, I have already taught him a lesson. Here is your veil." A man hurriedly grabbed the veil and clumsily wrapped it around her face. Seeing her panic, Lady Li gently held her hand, took the veil, and helped her put it on properly. The man who was beaten got up from the ground and was about to shout back, but was stopped by a kick from the other man. He, like a hero, addressed the crowd below. "I have tasted Miss A Man's cooking, and it is delicious and unforgettable. I also know the story behind her scar. She is just a young girl, yet you have humiliated her like this. If you have the courage, come at me." Suddenly, there was a thunderous applause from the crowd, with everyone shouting, "Good! Well done! Miss A Man is skilled in cooking and has a gentle personality. Shut your mouths and get out of here. Go away. Don't tarnish Miss A Man's reputation. People who judge others by appearance have dark hearts."
Bah!
Such foul smell. The turn of events was so quick that it surprised a man and Lady Li. A man never imagined she would be so supported by so many people. She felt a bit overwhelmed. Lady Li stepped out from behind the table, reached out her hand to a man, and smiled at her, nodding. A man handed her hand to Lady Li. Lady Li held her hand tightly and gently, but firmly pulled her up. A man looked at Lady Li. Tears still wet her eyes, and in her hazy vision, she saw Lady Li's face. Suddenly, a strong feeling arose from within her. She tore off her veil, smiled, and looked back at Lady Li. For some reason, tears welled up in Lady Li's eyes as well. The crowd kept clapping, offering encouragement and admiration. A man looked at everyone, smiled faintly, and felt the sunshine on her face, warm and comforting. She finally stood proudly in the sunlight once again. The competition was nearing its end. A young assistant came over to take away the hot pot and, as usual, asked, "What is the name of this dish?" He took a deep breath, pricked up his ears, ready to hear the 14-character name. "Buddha jumps over the wall," Lady Li answered with a gentle smile. "That's it. Just call it Buddha jumps over the wall, okay? That name is easy to remember." The waiter brought the clay pot to the judging table. Seeing all 3 dishes served, the 20 judges took turns tasting each one. To make the most of the final moment of the competition, Zhang Qingyuan and a few others discussed briefly. They decided that after tasting the dishes, regardless of the outcome, everyone should praise each other's food. This was to help describe the flavors to the public and to boost the reputation of the dishes, which could help attract more customers to the restaurant. Zhang Qingyuan slowly tasted the dish in front of him, shook his head, and said, "This deer jerky honey roast dove is sweet and fragrant when you taste it. When you chew carefully, you can smell the rich oil. The deer jerky is tender but not tough, and the dove is soft but not falling apart. It's a top-quality dish." Boss Lu smiled, stroked his beard, and pointed at the dish in front of him. "Now look at this 5 flavors apricot goose. Speaking of these 5 flavors, enough already. Are you done talking? Just eat, no need to talk so much. Who wants to hear about your goose and dove? It's just old goose cooked with almonds, honey brushed on the meat, and steamed. Like we've never seen it before. Tell us something we haven't tasted. Like that soup over there." The 2 of them lost interest and felt both annoyed and embarrassed. They passed the dishes back and brought out a man's clay pot. Boss Lu's face flickered with frustration, but he forced himself to stay calm and opened the lid of the clay pot. Suddenly, a strange aroma filled the air. Everyone who had been impatient before now changed their expressions. They all stretched their necks to look ahead. Boss Lu frowned, picked up a spoon, and tasted a bit. His eyebrows relaxed and he said, "Sweet and fresh, with rich layers of flavor. Wonderful, truly wonderful." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Qingyuan quickly pulled the clay pot closer. He stirred the contents with a spoon a few times, then took a sip. His face froze in surprise. After a moment, he shook his head, put the spoon down on the plate, and pushed the clay pot to the side. He truly felt what it meant to be overwhelmed. In front of this dish, he had no chance to win. Continuing to insist was pointless. He stood up, bowed to a man, and said, "I humbly admit defeat." If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have challenged them in the first place. Now he felt like he had become someone else's. Chef Chung saw this and followed the rules of the competition. He counted the votes and announced, "Buddha Jumps Over the Wall is the champion of this food contest." Everyone's hopes were fulfilled, and applause continued, without stopping. Master Chung asked a question everyone wanted to know. "Miss a Man, what are the ingredients in Buddha Jumps Over the Wall?" The room fell silent, and everyone listened carefully for the answer. Zhang Qingyuan, who was about to leave with his hands behind his back, also stopped. He didn't turn around but quietly listened. A man nodded to Lin Yang and handed her notes. Lin Yang read out all the ingredients from her notes to everyone. Everyone admired their open and generous attitude toward sharing information, especially the restaurant owners. Despite their teasing and challenges, a man showed great resilience. Even though she was just a woman, she made all the men present feel a bit ashamed. Actually, Huan had already explained. If they want the recipe, just give it to them. Anyway, they can't gather all the ingredients. "Miss a Man, I am truly sorry. May I ask, where does the name Buddha Jumps Over the Wall come from?" Lin Yang knew the story and said, "The name has a real story. In ancient times, someone cooked this soup at home, and its aroma was so strong that monks from nearby temples came to smell it. A poet once said, 'The rich aroma of the dish surprises the neighbors. Even the Buddha jumps over the wall to come.' So, the soup was named Buddha Jumps Over the Wall." "I see, so this dish has a story behind it. The name is very fitting. If I smelled it from next door, I might even jump over the wall to try it. Haha." Master Chung, like an NPC, then stepped forward and said, "As usual, the winner of the food contest will receive a prize of 20 taels of silver. Additionally, there will be a calligraphy piece gifted to Huan Snack Shop." At this, Zhang Qingyuan finally turned around and asked, "Master Chung, why haven't there been any calligraphy pieces in previous years? Why suddenly now?" Master Chung smiled warmly and said, "Sorry, Boss Zhang. This was General Lu's idea. Why don't you ask him yourself?" Zhang Qingyuan could only hum and stand aside, watching. Master Chung unfolded a piece of paper with these words written on it. "In the food, taste the flavors of the world." Huan was very happy when she received the calligraphy. The characters were strong and powerful, clearly written by Lu Mingli. She held up the paper and started sketching on the wall, planning to frame it and hang it up the next day. When Lu Mingli entered, he saw her holding the paper and looking around for a wall. He asked, "Are you satisfied with this paper?" Huan said, "I'm very happy. The general's writing is meaningful, so of course I'm pleased. I wasn't talking about the writing, but about the paper." Huan didn't understand. She looked at the paper carefully again and held it up to the light. The paper was smooth, ivory-colored, with some rough lines, and was quite thick. Lu Mingli pointed out, "Smell it." Huan brought the paper close to her nose and sniffed. A cool, slightly medicinal scent came from it. "What kind of paper is this?" "This is Jing Mountain tribute paper. Its making process is complicated, and only a few sheets are offered to the emperor each year. I specially asked for a few. You can sell it for money." Huan immediately felt the paper in her hand warm. Tribute paper. It must be valuable. But she still wanted to ask clearly, why is it called tribute paper? What makes it special? Lu Mingli patiently explained, "This paper is made from wind spirit vines. It takes over 160 steps and several weeks to make. Wind spirit vines grow only on the top of Jing Mountain, where clouds and fog surround it. Picking the vines is very dangerous. Only 5 out of 10 people return. The vines can prevent insects, and the paper made from them is good for writing and painting. It is said to last for hundreds of years." Huan said, "That really is priceless. Thinking about how time-consuming and difficult it is to make such paper, it probably will disappear with the tide of history. The one in her hand might be a rare edition." She thought, never mind, she should stop holding on to it. Later, she would find a glass frame to store it and keep it safe. "General Lu, you came at the perfect time. Let's have barbecue and drink beer tonight." The weather had warmed up a bit. Huawan called everyone and set up a table in front of a Mao's barbecue stall. Today they would eat outside. Loomingly, Huawan, Mo Chuan, Hua Sheng, a man, and Lin Yang sat around the table. If they wanted something, they just shouted, and a Mao would grill it and bring it over. Following the idea of not stopping until they were drunk, Huawan asked Mo Chuan to bring a box of beer. Each person got a bottle. Before the food arrived, they took a big sip. Hua Sheng was under 18. Huawan didn't let her drink alcohol, and Lin Yang said she couldn't handle alcohol at all. The others didn't insist, so they let them drink cola instead. The happiest time of the day was now. The shop was not busy, and a few friends sat together, chatting about interesting things, feeling very relaxed. A Mao's barbecue skills are very good now. The skewers are juicy and flavorful. When served, they sizzle with oil. The mix of chili and cumin powder is just right, not overpowering the meat, but giving the skewers a special taste. Anyone who eats them would definitely give a thumbs up and say they are delicious. The best way to eat the skewers is to pull them. When Loomingly takes chopsticks and gently scrapes the meat off the skewer, Huan quickly stops her. That's the best way to enjoy it, she says, holding the skewer sideways, opening her mouth to bite the first few pieces of meat, then pulling, so all the meat goes into her mouth. She chews, then takes a sip of cold beer.
Wow.
It feels so good. That's so satisfying. Mo Chuan cheers her on. Loomingly smiles, puts down her chopsticks, and starts eating the skewers in a relaxed way, just like the locals. Some customers see this and raise their glasses to toast them, celebrating their victory. Of course, they also toast Man. She sits outside the shop with a veil, and no one looks at her strangely anymore. Not long after, Huawan feels dizzy, seeing double images. She rubs her temples, shakes her head, trying to stay awake. A man sees this and quickly goes back to the kitchen. She makes some hangover soup. Huawan drinks it and feels much better, though her stomach still feels a bit uncomfortable. A Mao says, "In our hometown, there's an old folk remedy. If you feel sick after drinking, soak some roasted peanuts in old vinegar and eat a few. It helps." Thinking that the snack shop probably doesn't keep such down-to-earth things, he tells Fat Ant, "Quick, go get some roasted peanuts for Boss Hua." Fat Ant smiles and stands up, wiping her hands on her apron. She replies loudly, "Okay. I just roasted a batch today and haven't eaten any yet. I'll bring some right away. Aw man, could you pour some vinegar on them later? Our vinegar isn't very good." Aw man nods happily and watches Fat Ant leave. She glances at Lin Yang out of habit, but notices her face looks strange. Worried, she pats Lin Yang's hand. Lin Yang snaps out of her daze, smiles at her, and makes a mouth gesture to say, "It's okay." Soon, the roasted peanuts arrive. A man pours some old vinegar over them. To prevent Huawan from feeling too sour, she adds a spoonful of sugar and stirs well. She places the peanuts on the table. Just then, a Mao brings over the skewers. He enthusiastically invites everyone, "Try these. The peanuts are big and red. We picked them carefully when we bought them." Andy Pang smiled and said, "That's right." When choosing, the shopkeeper at the dry goods store looked unhappy and rolled his eyes. Huawan, unable to refuse the kindness, picked 2 pieces of the food despite not liking the vinegar taste. When she tasted it, she realized Man had added sugar, making it much tastier. She nodded to Man in appreciation. Then she handed the plate to Loomingly. He had never tried this before, so he took 2 small bites out of politeness and then pushed the plate back to the middle of the table. A mouse saw that even General Liu had eaten some, which made him very happy. He looked to the side and noticed Lin Yang staring blankly at the peanut plate. He said, "Lin Yang, you're from our village too. Try the taste and see if you like it." Lin Yang remained lost in thought and didn't respond. No one noticed her hands tightly gripping the edge of the tablecloth underneath. She felt her arm's hair stand up, especially her right arm, as if countless needles were stabbing her. She knew this was just an illusion, so she tried hard to control her actions. A Mao reached out and gently touched Lin Yang. Suddenly, she seemed to wake up, trembling violently. Everyone looked at her with surprise. Lin Yang forced a faint smile and said, "I'm a bit unwell." Excuse me. She quickly left the table. A man watched her go with concern. Hua Sheng whispered to Hua Wan. What's wrong with Lin Yang? She looks upset. Hua Wan nodded slightly. Lin Yang ran to a quiet corner behind the house. She rolled up her sleeves and kept rubbing her arms hard with her hands, even though there was nothing on her arms. She still felt uncomfortable. Her mother-in-law heard the noise behind the house and came out, just in time to see Lin Yang. She asked, You're back? What's wrong? Lin Yang quietly wiped her tears in the dark, then stood up and said, It's nothing. Have you eaten? I'll cook for you. Just a moment. Lin Yang was busy sewing in the workshop every day. After 3 months of breastfeeding, she stopped and gave Xiaobao formula milk brought by Huawan. Lin Yang nodded and remembered that her mother-in-law couldn't see clearly, so she added, All right, it's getting late. I will go check on Xiaobao. You should rest soon. The room was dark. Lin Yang found the candlestick and lit the candle. Suddenly, the room was bright. She walked to the bed, looking at Xiaobao sleeping peacefully. Just as she was about to sit down nearby, she heard something fall in the next room. There were only her and her mother-in-law at home. When they built the house, they left 2 rooms, one for her and Xiaobao, and one for Grandma Jiang. Worried that her mother-in-law might have had an accident, Lin Yang quickly went to her room. She saw a clothes rack had fallen, and her mother-in-law was bending down, trying to pick it up. Mother, sit down quickly. I'll help you. Lin Yang didn't bother with the clothes rack first. She helped her mother-in-law to the bed. She looked her over carefully and asked worriedly, Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere? Grandma Jiang shook her head and sighed. I'm not hurt. I'm getting old and useless. Now my eyes are blurry and I can't do anything right. Look, I was just hanging clothes and I knocked over the rack. What's the difference between me and a useless person? Lin Yang put the rack back in place and picked up the clothes her mother-in-law had taken off. She dusted them off and draped them over her arm. Mother, don't say that. From now on, I'll hang the clothes. You shouldn't strain yourself. Thanks to you taking care of this old woman all this time. Otherwise, I'd be just a pile of dirt by now. And I feel bad that you have to sell your belly band for food. Fortunately, Boss Hua didn't tell anyone. Otherwise, how could you survive hearing this? Grandma Jiang's guilt grew stronger. She didn't care about her poor eyesight anymore, and tears kept flowing down her face. Lin Yang didn't speak. She just wiped her tears gently. She turned her face toward the candle, her face half-lit and half-shadowed. Belly band? She chuckled to herself. Life really had been too easy lately.
She almost forgot about that.
You're good at embroidery, aren't you? You're always busy in the workshop, welcoming and sending off people. Such a shameless, mean person. A man's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Yang. The familiar voice made her shiver. She looked down and realized she was holding a belly band in her hand, and her right hand was clutching an embroidery needle. Before she could understand what was happening, a whip struck her from behind. The force almost made her drop the needle. She shivered involuntarily, wanting to avoid, but in the next moment, she was struck again with a whip. Why aren't you embroidery anymore? You worthless girl. You like embroidery so much. Why won't you make a little pouch for your belly? Hurry. Let me see if the pouch you embroidered is really exciting. If you don't, I will beat your face today. After saying that, he swung the whip again. Lin Yang's body stiffened. She wanted to move, but couldn't. Feeling the pain, she begged tearfully, Stop hitting me. Please, let me go. I won't go to the embroidery house anymore. Is that okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt rough fingers grabbing her chin, forcing her to lift her head. The man was backlit, and shadows on his face made it hard to see his features. But even so, she recognized him. A deep fear made her tremble all over, but she also felt something was wrong. Why was he here? He shouldn't be here. You talk so easily. If you don't go to the embroidery house, then who will take care of the old folks? Who will buy wine for me? Don't even think about it. She smelled a disgusting alcohol smell coming from his mouth, splashing onto her face. Instinctively, she turned her head to avoid it, but her eyes caught a plate of vinegar-soaked peanuts on the table. She cried out in fear, quickly sat up, and realized she was in her bed. It was just a dream. But the dream felt so real. She could feel her clothes on her back soaked with sweat. Xiaobao was awakened by her fright and started crying. Lin Yong held Xiaobao, gently patted his back, and hummed a lullaby to comfort him. The door was pushed open, and Granny Jiang groped her way inside. She asked anxiously, "Lin Yong? What's wrong? Are you okay?" "Did something happen?" Lin Yong hurriedly answered. "Mother, I'm fine. It was just a nightmare." Granny Jiang patted her chest. "That's good. You scared me to death. I thought something serious happened. It's good you're okay. You should go back to sleep now." She turned to leave the room. Lin Yong was about to get up. "Mother, wait. I'll see you off," Granny Jiang said. "You're busy with Xiaobao. It's okay. I'll go slowly myself." "No problem." She kindly closed the door for Lin Yong. The room returned to silence. Lin Yong softly comforted Xiaobao, still thinking about the dream. Vinegar-soaked peanuts. Just thinking of it made her feel as if needles were stabbing all over her body. She remembers that every time he wanted to drink, he would call her to make vinegar-soaked peanuts for him. He would take a sip of wine and then eat 2 peanuts. By the time he finished the 3rd jar, he would start to get drunk, and the peanuts would almost be gone. Then he would begin to hit her. At first, he used a rope to whip her. The rope was as thick as her braid, and with each lash, her skin would turn red. After 2 lashes, it would start to bleed. Later, he switched to using sewing needles. He would poke her with long embroidery needles. It hurt, but it didn't leave scars. She cried and begged him to stop, but that only seemed to make him angrier. He seemed to enjoy it. When he finally fell asleep exhausted, Lin Yong was almost at her limit. She would always wait until the next day after he left to come with bottles and jars to help her apply medicine. Lin Yong hated it. She had, more than once, snatched her mother-in-law's medicine bottles and thrown them on the ground. But her mother-in-law never blamed her. She would stay silent, pick up the bottles, and continue to help her apply medicine. After several times, Lin Yong grew tired. She couldn't throw anymore and just lay quietly. "Stop pretending here. If you hadn't raised such a son, I wouldn't have to suffer like this," her mother-in-law said. Mrs. Jiang paused her work, but said nothing. After a moment, she continued to apply the medicine. Like a mute, Lin Yong had no choice but to stop bothering her. Until one day, she accidentally saw that her mother-in-law also had many needle marks on her arms. She pulled Mrs. Jiang into the room and locked the door, demanding, "Who did this?" Mrs. Jiang stood quietly like a silent doll. Lin Yong shook her hard.
"Speak."
"Who did this?" She kept her head down and didn't say a word. Lin Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it him? A tear fell from Mrs. Jiang's face onto the floor and disappeared instantly. Lin Yong covered her mouth. "Is he even human? You're his mother." Lin Yong shouted at her. "You can't even control your own son. How can you call yourself a mother?" She sneered. "I thought you didn't want to care." "How funny. Turns out you also." Crying, Lin Yong said, "Do you know how miserable I am? Do you know how much I hurt? I can't go on like this." "I do know. I have also been through the same experience." Granny Jiang finally spoke. Lin Yong asked, "Why did he hit you too?" "For many years, I was always beaten by his father. His father hit me, and sometimes even hit him. I thought he would help me when he saw me being beaten. But I didn't expect that after his father left, he would learn his father's ways. Growing up in such an environment, how could he learn to be good?" Granny Jiang continued, "When you're not around, he drinks and even stabs me with a needle." "But if he doesn't drink, he wouldn't do that." Lin Yong frowned. "Are you just making excuses for him? Have you gotten used to it?" Granny Jiang cried. "What can I do? Life still has to go on." Lin Yong felt disgusted and realized she had nothing in common with her. She thought if she kept talking, she might. Gradually, she noticed that the more she was beaten, the less courage she had to fight back. She was afraid she would end up like Granny Jiang, a woman trapped in this life. A sad woman. She had no choice. When she heard him say, "Go soak some peanuts," she couldn't help shivering. That sentence was like a switch. Once spoken, she couldn't think clearly, only fear remained. She didn't know how long she had endured this life, long enough that she almost got used to it. Until one day, she found out she was pregnant. Maybe it was her maternal instinct, or maybe she didn't want her child to be born into such an environment. That day, after he left, she quietly returned home. She started packing her clothes, just a few sets of clean clothes and some money she had hidden. She saw Granny Jiang watching her at the door. "Are you trying to tell him?" she asked, glancing at Granny Jiang, then continued packing. "You can't leave." Lin Yang paused for a moment, then sneered and kept packing. "I can leave." "You can't leave," Granny Jiang repeated. Lin Yang got angry. She slammed her bag on the table, stood up, looked into Granny Jiang's eyes, and said fiercely, "I can leave. I will leave. I say I can leave." She walked toward Granny Jiang, pointing at her nose. "I'm different from you. You don't dare to run away, but want to stop me? I tell you, forget it." Grandma Jiang remained as calm as ever. "You can't leave. Your household registration is hidden by him. You can't get out of this town, especially since you're pregnant," she muttered. "My household registration is gone too." "I can't leave either." Lin Yang heard this, and her lips trembled. She wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. She knew Grandma Jiang was right. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. In a society like this, a single woman without her household registration couldn't go far. Maybe from that moment, she felt her heart had died. Every day, she endured small beatings, and every 5 days, a bigger one. She started to think maybe it would be better if she could just end the pregnancy. Then he wouldn't have to come into this world, live in such a home, and grow up to be another him. She secretly prayed, but the baby was surprisingly strong, surviving the most dangerous first 3 months. As her belly grew, he seemed to have a change of conscience and stopped hitting her. Life seemed a little easier, and she even started to like him more, sometimes smiling at him. If she stopped being beaten, someone else would surely suffer. Grandma Jiang looked more and more worn out, her face pale. Lin Yang had secretly seen her arms, covered with needle marks. Grandma Jiang didn't say anything, so Lin Yang pretended not to notice. Soon, little Bao was born, and the good days ended. A plate of pickled peanuts brought her nightmares back. That day, he came home drunk and ordered, "Go, make me a plate of peanuts. I haven't had enough fun outside." Lin Yang froze in place. She knew what that meant. Seeing her stand still, he raised his hand and slapped her. Lin Yang covered her cheek, her eyes full of fear and despair. She lied to herself, pretending everything was fine, but it was like a bubble that burst at the slightest poke. Her shock only made the beating worse. He couldn't wait any longer and used his fists, hitting her over and over. She fell to the ground, and nearby, little Bao in his swaddle looked at everything with wide, innocent eyes. That pure gaze pierced her heart like a bright light. Little Bao raised his tiny hand and hummed softly. On his soft arm, there were 2 tiny needle holes. Lin Yang ignored her pain. She propped herself up and, trembling, asked him, "Did you really hurt Xiaobao?"
Such a small child. How could you do that?
"Are you even human?" he snorted coldly. "What are you? If I didn't hit you, you'd forget who rules this family, right?" He walked over and looked down at Lin Yang, then quickly grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the bed frame. Once, twice, 3 times. He cursed as he hit her. Lin Yang eventually fainted. When she woke up, she was lying in the woodshed. Her head was pounding. She thought of Xiaobao. She struggled to sit up and wobbled to the door, only to find it was locked. She kept knocking and called out weakly, but no one answered. She slid down to the ground, leaning against the door, tears silently falling. Suddenly, there was noise outside, people running and shouting, "Wake up! Run for your lives! The flood is coming!" She stood up again and kept knocking, using all her strength this time. "Is anyone there? Please let me out." The door suddenly opened. It was Granny Jiang looking anxious. "The flood is here. Hurry and wake him up. Take Xiaobao and run first. I'll gather some things and come right away." Lin Yang didn't hesitate. She rushed inside to find him and Xiaobao. He was still drunk on the bed, snoring loudly. Lin Yong picked up Xiaobao and shook him hard. Wake up. The flood is coming. We need to leave. He groggily opened his eyes, saw Lin Yong holding the child, and reached out to hit her. She dodged and shouted loudly. You're about to lose your life, and you're still hitting people, he muttered. If you keep making noise, I'll beat you to death. Then he turned over and went back to sleep. Outside, people kept running and shouting. Inside, everything was terrifyingly quiet. The flood had already entered the house. Lin Yong's shoes were soaked, and a cold feeling crept from her feet to her heart. She stood there, motionless. She tentatively pushed him, but he didn't move. On the table, a candle flickered. Next to it was her small bamboo basket for sewing, with needles and scissors inside. Somehow, she found the courage to quietly pick up the scissors, holding them with the blade pointing down. She stared at the man on the bed, her mind only thinking, just end it all. She raised the scissors high, and the candlelight cast her shadow on the wall, making it look very big. She moved step by step toward the bed, then sharply stabbed at his chest. Lacking experience, she accidentally pierced his stomach. He was startled by the sharp pain and opened his eyes to see her fierce, angry eyes. She no longer looked like the gentle, kind woman she used to be. Realizing she had missed her mark, Lin Yong quickly pulled out the scissors. The man stared in disbelief at the blood hole in his stomach. He instinctively pressed his wound, then looked up with a fierce face. Are you crazy? Trying to kill me? If you keep this up, I will hurt you back. Without hesitation, Lin Yong stabbed him in the chest again. This time, she hit her target. He was stunned for a moment before collapsing into a pool of blood. Lin Yong suddenly seemed to wake up. She released the scissors, shook her head, and took a few steps back. I've killed someone. I've killed someone. I've killed someone. I am a murderer. She covered her face in pain. Xiaobao kicked his feet in her arms, catching her attention. Yes, and Xiaobao too. I need to take Xiaobao and leave. We have to get out of here. She turned to leave and saw the small bamboo basket with a little apron on the table, which reminded her of past humiliations. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. He got what he deserved. Yes, he deserved it. He should die. Lin Yong felt a little relief inside. Grandma Zhang's voice came from outside the door. Is it done? Are you leaving? Lin Yong grabbed the apron, stuffed it into her chest, and ran out holding Xiaobao. Grandma Zhang was outside. She only saw the two of them come out, open her mouth, but said nothing. Lin Yong relaxed a little, glad she hadn't asked any questions. The three of them hurriedly ran out, through a crowd of panicked people trying to escape, unable to push forward. A wave of water hit, sweeping many people away. Lin Yong held Xiaobao tightly and quickly climbed a nearby tree. When she looked back, she saw Grandma Zhang being blocked by the crowd a few meters away. She shouted loudly at Grandma Zhang, urging her to hear her voice and push toward this side. When she finally reached the tree, she stretched out her other hand and called, Quick, grab my hand. She pulled Grandma Zhang up into the tree. Still feeling unsafe, she looked upward, wanting to climb higher. Fortunately, the tree was strong and had many branches. Lin Yong placed little treasure in Granny Zhang's arms, then climbed a bit and pulled them up. Once they were settled, many people were already hanging on the branches below. This way, they survived the flood. Soon, the village chief and some strong men rowed small boats slowly to higher ground. When they saw Lin Yong's family, he asked, Where is your husband? I didn't see him. Lin Yong was still shaken and couldn't speak for a long time. She wanted to tell the truth, but was reluctant to leave little treasure. Just as she hesitated, Granny Zhang said, My son didn't make it up. He was swept away by the flood. After speaking, she wiped her tears. The village chief listened and believed her, sighing and saying, My condolences. Lin Yong slowly turned her head to look at Granny Zhang, full of doubt. Granny Zhang looked at her deeply, closed her lips, and said nothing. After the flood receded, the ground was a mess. Many people lost their farmland and homes, which they couldn't accept. They cried loudly and decided to leave their village to find a new place to live. They also decided to escape with the main group. It was a good chance to leave this sad place. Although the journey was hard, they felt very free inside. Neither Lin Yang nor Granny Jiang spoke about the person who disappeared. They understood each other, without words. Lin Yang also felt uneasy because she had killed someone. Many nights, she closed her eyes and saw bloody scenes, sweating coldly. After waking up, she secretly took out the small cloth pouch, reminding herself that the person deserved what happened. Later, she met Huan. She exchanged the cloth pouch filled with painful memories for food, feeling like she had made a big profit. She also felt guilty toward Huan. Huan trusted her so much, giving her full control of the embroidery workshop. She didn't know she was a murderer, an assassin hiding beside her. Lin Yang worked harder at the embroidery workshop, trying to ease her guilt. But as she grew closer to Huan, she received more kindness from her. When she carefully counted, Lin Yang felt she might never repay her in this lifetime. She often wanted to confess everything to Huan, to let her report her to the authorities and arrest her. At least then, she wouldn't have to deceive Huan with a guilty conscience anymore. If that were the case, Boss Hua would surely be very disappointed in herself. She might hate herself for deceiving her and become strangers from then on. And man, she is so innocent and kind. She trusts herself so much. If she knew about her past, she would probably be scared. There is also the embroidery workshop, which she poured all her heart into. She can't be honest. She's too afraid of losing everything. Every day, she feels guilty and lives with regret. She thought she hid everything well, but in the end, Mao's vinegar-soaked peanuts almost revealed her true self. She washed her face with well water to wake herself up, tidied her clothes, and headed to the embroidery workshop. On the way, she greeted many villagers. Seeing their natural expressions, she realized no one suspected her strange behavior last night. Her worries eased, and she responded with a smile. As soon as she entered the workshop, a man came over. She was very worried about Lin Yang, who hadn't slept well all night. When she saw Lin Yang, she immediately went to hold her hands, full of concern. Lin Yang held a man's hands back and forced a stiff smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just felt a little unwell last night." A man looked carefully into Lin Yang's eyes, trying to see if she was telling the truth. After a while, she nodded. Lin Yang's guilt was almost overwhelming her. After she saw that she was okay, a man went back to her own work. But it wasn't over. When night fell, Huan came to visit. She asked kindly, "You looked very pale yesterday. Did you eat something bad? Are you feeling better now? If you're not feeling well, tell me. I can buy medicine for you." Lin Yang, unable to lift her head in front of Huan's gentle concern, could only say, "I really am fine. She wanted to make up an excuse, but couldn't find the words. Every time she lied to Huan, it felt like her soul was being pulled out and roasted on Mao's barbecue grill. Today, she truly didn't want to lie anymore. Seeing her silent and not asking further, Huan stopped and said, "Rest well." Then she turned and left for the snack shop. Lin Yang sat alone in front of the embroidery frame for a long time. When the outside noise gradually quieted, she took a cloth bag from her box and went out to the snack shop. She entered the shop and saw only Huan and a man. She handed the bag to Huan. "What's this?" Huan asked curiously as she opened it. "It's a dress embroidered for you and a man by Huashen. I haven't had a chance to give it to you before. The embroidery isn't perfect, so please don't mind." Huan opened one dress, and the entire hem was decorated with bright patterns, including colorful peonies and butterflies flying above. The colors were lively, and the design looked very realistic.
Wow.
"It's so beautiful. I love it. Thank you so much." A man picked up her dress, also full of surprise, and couldn't put it down. Also, Lin Yang took out a notebook and a set of keys from the bag and handed them to Huan. "These are the keys to the embroidery workshop and the account book. Please accept them." Huan was stunned. "Why are you giving me these?" Lin Yang hesitated, tears welling up in her eyes. She spoke in a broken voice. "Boss Huan, I'm sorry. I am a criminal. You should report me to the authorities." "What?" Huan looked at her in disbelief. Suddenly, there was a loud bang from under the counter. All three looked over. Mo Chuan, holding his head, stood up from below. Ouch! That hurts so much. Then he turned his head and looked at the three of them with a surprised expression. Seeing him, Lin Yong quickly lowered her head and wiped her tears. Huan asked, "Why are you here?" Mo Chuan looked confused. "Why can't I be here?" "I saw the table was a bit unstable, so I wanted to see if I could fix it." He raised his other hand, holding a hammer. Huan asked again, "How much did you hear?" Mo Chuan replied, "I was busy downstairs. I didn't have time to listen to your conversation." Huan sighed in relief. Mo Chuan said, "It's just killing. What's the big deal?" Huan looked up. "You say you didn't have time to listen to us." "Yes, I didn't, but your voices were too loud and kept ringing in my ears." "Wait, you. Don't tell me you want to kill me to keep this secret." Huan glanced at the dress beside her, which was the only thing she had. She had nothing else to throw at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Come out quickly and go lock the shop door." "Okay." Mo Chuan jogged to the door, peeked outside both sides, and quickly locked the shop. "When did you kill someone? And who else did you kill?" Lin Yong tearfully told the full story, then added, "Boss Hua, you should report this to the authorities." "I accept my punishment." "Why should I report it? Do you realize you're trying to save yourself? You did nothing wrong." Lin Yong looked at Huan hesitantly and asked, "Really?" Amon, after hearing her story, was already crying and felt both sad and anxious. He was sad because such a gentle girl, like Lin Yong, was treated so badly. He was anxious because he worried that the law would catch up with her someday and she would be taken away. Hearing Huan say this, Lin Yong seemed to have hope again. Maybe she wouldn't have to pay with her life. Amon looked at Huan with hope too. "Yes, that man is heartless. If he doesn't die, you'll be the one to die. If he runs away with you and Xiaobao, and there's no food on the way, he might even sell you and Xiaobao." Lin Yong was still worried. "But I still killed someone." "Stop saying but. The body is gone. No one will believe you if you tell them. But, alright, stop with the but. Hurry and take the keys and the account book back. If you give up now, I'll really be worried." Lin Yong hesitated and asked what she was most afraid of. "You won't blame me for hiding this? You still trust me?" Huan exaggerated and shouted, "Oh my. Who would spread the story around? And how could I blame you? You've worked at the embroidery shop for so long without any mistakes." "Of course I trust you." Amon held Lin Yong's hand firmly and nodded at her. Ma Chuan added, "Exactly. What's so strange? Who hasn't killed someone? I haven't seen anyone go around telling everyone." After hearing this, everyone looked at him again. "Why are you all looking at me?" Ma Chuan asked Huan. "Haven't you?" Huan shook his head. He looked at Amon, who quickly shook his head too. Ma Chuan chuckled. "Just joking." Whether true or not, it made everyone laugh. Amon gently hugged Lin Yong and used body language to show her he would always consider her friend. Huan jokingly said, "You gave me this dress, and I'm not giving it back." Lin Yong wiped away her tears and smiled, saying, "No need to retreat. This is just a gift for you to wear during the hot weather." Relieved of her worries, Lin Yong happily went back home. Huan thought for a moment and said, Lin Yong was too impulsive. The man was already drunk and unconscious. She could have done nothing and waited for the flood. That man would have been safe. Mo Chuan disagreed, saying, "Don't forget, she has been bullied for a long time. That day, she was beaten until she fainted. How could she stay calm and think clearly? Plus, she didn't go to school. Since she was young, she was taught to obey her husband and follow strict rules. She rarely leaves her house, and the only people she interacts with are other women like her. It's already brave of her to take this step." This made Huan think, "How many students are there now at our small school?" Mo Chuan pondered and said, "About 30 or 40. Some are villagers and some were bought by Lin Yong." "Do all the children in the village go to school?" "Maybe, probably. The children bought by us are in school, but the others, their parents expect them to work on the farm." "Not every child goes to school." Huan asked again, "Is only Sun Shuotsai teaching?" Mo Chuan replied, "Yes, just some basic lessons like the 3-character classic. That's not enough. They're at the perfect age to learn more." Huan thought for a moment and asked, How can we help them learn more comprehensively? Mo Chuan got anxious and said, Don't ask me. I didn't go to school. You should ask General Liu. As for me, I want to ask, when will the food be ready? I'm hungry, Huawan said impatiently. You eat 5 meals a day, and you're still hungry? That's not counting the snacks you sneak from the kitchen, but I work hard. I have a lot of strength, so I need to eat more, Huawan replied. That's true. Get ready, call Huasheng. Let's try the new dish. Amon and Linyang returned to the village together. When they reached Amon's house, they reluctantly parted ways. Linyang went home and saw a packed bundle on the ground and Granny Zheng busy tidying things up. She asked, Mother, what are you doing? Where are you going? Why are you leaving? Grandma Zheng asked, Are you running away? Aren't you going to talk to Boss Hua? Did she chase you away? Linian said, Mother, I've never asked you before. Do you know something? Grandma Zheng sighed deeply that night. I was at the door, I saw everything. Linian was very surprised. She took a step back, holding onto the table to steady herself. You saw everything. She had killed her own son.
And she had kept it a secret all this time.
Grandma Zheng nodded. My eyes aren't good, but my heart isn't blind. You're a kind girl, caught up with such a man. Even if he's my son, I have to say, he deserves to die. Lin Yan's eyes filled with tears. She threw herself into Grandma Zheng's arms. Mother, I initially felt guilty towards you, and I took care of you all the way.
But now,
I see you as my real mother. Grandma Zheng stroked Lin Yan's hair and said, I also see you as my own daughter. Let's live happily together. Even if we're driven out of the village, I'm not afraid. If the officials catch you, I'll bring you food every day. If you're punished or even sentenced to death, I will still raise little Bao to be a good person. Linian wiped her tears and smiled at Grandma Zheng. Mother, Boss Hua didn't chase me away, and she won't report to the officials. You can rest assured and stay here. Really? Then why did she do this? She said I did nothing wrong. I was saving myself. Grandma Zheng nodded. Yes, she was right. It's his punishment. Linian felt the world had become better. The heavy stone in her heart finally fell, and everyone around her was so kind. She could do what she loved, and she even had her own house. Mother, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming. Grandma Zheng laughed. Aren't you pinched enough yet? No one will pinch you anymore. This isn't a dream, she added. People should remember to repay kindness. From now on, you must take good care of Boss Hua's embroidery workshop. Do your best, understand? Linian nodded and said, I understand. She had always thought this way. Now that she had this hard-won happiness, she would cherish it. Hua Wan, under the watch of Mo Chuan and Huasheng, took out a large iron tray, bigger than a wash basin, and placed it on a stove. She lit the fire and waited for the iron tray to heat up. Today, when I looked at the entrance, I thought, we have stinky tofu, barbecue, and hot pot, but none of these are quick meals for passers-by to fill their stomachs. Nowadays, more and more travelers avoid official roads and instead take the small streets in front of snack shops to enter the city. I observed that over half of these people are not very wealthy. It's not that they can't afford barbecue or stinky tofu, but these foods are not cost-effective compared to bread. After walking for a long time and buying 2 skewers of meat, they don't feel full. In fact, they feel hungrier. So, they often stop by the roadside, check the prices, and then leave disappointed, waiting until they reach the city to find something to eat. For them, quickly and cheaply filling their stomachs is the most important. Therefore, these people are potential customers. So I thought, since they pass by our place, isn't it a loss not to make some money from them? Huan decided to set up a pancake stall at the entrance to fill this gap. The iron pan heated up. Huan turned down the heat, took a large bowl filled with a pale, batter-like mixture. She used a big spoon to scoop out a full spoonful and poured it onto the pan. Then she took a small board, spun it around, and spread the batter evenly. 1 pancake with an egg inside for 5 cents. Is that okay? She took an egg, cracked it into the center of the batter, and used the board to spread the egg evenly. Huan sprinkled some black sesame seeds on the pancake. When it was ready, she held the board with one hand and used her other hand to flip the pancake. If it's not enough, We can add grilled sausage, pork tenderloin, or vegetables. Different toppings mean different prices. The main idea is to offer a variety for everyone. She took out a bottle of sweet sauce with a small brush. She asked, "Would you like some sweet bean paste?" Mo Chuan and Huashing nodded. She quickly brushed the sauce on 4 or 5 times, and the golden pancake changed color, releasing a fragrant bean aroma. "Do you want it spicy?" Huan asked again. "Yes, yes, yes," Mo Chuan answered eagerly. Seeing Huan make the pancake and hearing her slow explanation made his mouth water, but Huan was not in a hurry. Like performing magic, she took out a bottle of chili sauce and spread it on as well. Inside, there's lettuce, green onions, and small pickled vegetables. These are free. If you want a crispy one, it costs just 1 cent, she spoke as she added these ingredients to the pancake. Then she took out a starch sausage, removed the packaging, cut it in half, and placed it on the pancake. But adding 1 sausage costs 2 coins. It's a starch sausage. Mo Chuan couldn't help but stand up. If you want to add tenderloin, it will be more expensive, costing 3 coins. Tenderloin. Mo Chuan became even more excited, but he didn't see what Huan was doing. He couldn't help asking, "Where's the tenderloin?" Huan shrugged. "Not prepared yet. Let's just eat it like this today." She slowly rolled up the pancake, cut it in the middle with a small board, dividing it evenly into 2 parts. Then she wrapped each half in 2 pieces of oil paper, with the cut side facing up, and handed them to both of them. "Try it." Huashing took the pancake, and Mo Chuan, in a quick grab, snatched it away. He took a big bite, feeling his teeth first touch the soft outer layer of the pancake, then the slightly harder, crispy part. With a little force, he cracked the crispy layer with a snap. Inside was ham, sausage, and lettuce. The cool lettuce brought a fresh taste to the pancake and the sausage. Oh my, it was simply delicious. Like a cat treat with a tempting scent. "Yummy, yummy," Mo Chuan said. As he spoke, some broken pieces of the crispy part flew out of his mouth. He quickly caught them with his hand and put them back in his mouth. Huashen quietly said nearby, "I also think it's delicious. I like the sweet bean paste flavor." Mo Chuan preferred the crispy texture. While Huan was lost in thought, he grabbed 2 pieces of crispy snack from the bag. Huan nodded happily. "Since you all think it's good, tomorrow we can officially start the bidding. Everyone, wash up and go to sleep." Mo Chuan. "But is that all?" Such a big effort, and only half a pancake. He looked at the remaining pancakes in Huajuan's hand, smiling widely. "Sister, you can't finish it? Brother will help you." Huan turned away. "I can finish it. I don't need Mo Chuan's help." Huan found Aunt Peng. "Aunt Peng, could you help me ask if there are reliable people interested in opening a stall? They can come try tomorrow." Aunt Peng raised her voice. "Oh, you're opening a new stall? What kind is it this time?" "Pan-fried pancake stall." Aunt Fat was initially worried that opening a new stall might hurt her barbecue business. After all, the other person had set up the stall and was doing very well, so busy that they couldn't keep up. It made sense to open another one to make more money. When she heard it was a pancake stall, she immediately relaxed and smiled happily. "That's great. Pancakes sell well. Not only passers-by, but villagers can buy them too, which helps with dinner." Huan smiled and said, "Yes, I just thought it would be convenient for everyone to have pancakes at night." "Aunt Fat, can you find a few reliable people for me?" Aunt Fat patted her chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'll find honest and hardworking people for you." "Oh, and they should have some skills too." Aunt Fat was usually quick-witted and good at remembering orders. Now that Huan asked her to help, she was even more dedicated. That evening, she went back to the village and found a few honest folks. She didn't tell them exactly what they would do, just acted mysteriously and asked, "Boss Hua asked me today to find someone to help with collecting wastewater at the snack shop. Would anyone like to do it?" When she said this, a few people hesitated. Although they were farmers and didn't mind getting dirty, they had to work in the fields during the day and do this at night. They weren't very willing, and 3 or 4 people politely declined. The remaining few asked boldly, "Aunt Fat, isn't this work unpaid? Do we get paid?" That question caught Aunt Fat off guard. She hadn't thought about how much to pay yet, but her mind was quick. She replied, "Of course there's pay, but it's only for an hour. How much more can you get? When the time comes, Just ask her for the price. Some thought to themselves Hua boss was helping them, so it wouldn't be right to ask for money. They didn't want to lose out either, so 2 more people decided not to go. There were 5 left. They said, "It's okay if we don't get paid. Boss Hua is a great benefactor to us. We've all received her kindness. It's just a small matter. So what's money got to do with it? I'll go." Aunt Fat was happy and said, "Good, I knew I didn't make a mistake. It's just you 5. Isn't it just collecting wastewater? Do you really need 5 people?" Aunt Fat hesitated and said, "Boss Hua wants to pick one of you. Don't ask too many questions. Just show up on time tomorrow." The 5 people believed her. They said, "As expected of Boss Hua, she's so careful. She even chooses people for wastewater collection." Haha. At this moment, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s came in and said, "Count me in." Fat Ant looked at him. It was old man Zheng, who was usually very shy and kept to himself. He didn't usually socialize with others. Why was he here today to join the fun? Fat Ant felt a bit embarrassed and said, "We're just going to dump some kitchen waste. It's not a big deal, so please don't come along." Old man Zheng replied, "I know it's just kitchen waste. I live alone, and I don't have much to do at night. I might as well go." Fat Ant thought to herself, "Why doesn't he understand what I'm saying?" She then said, "I've already chosen someone." "Look," he interrupted, "I just heard outside that Boss Hua wants to pick someone. No one has been chosen yet. What's the harm if I join?" Before Fat Ant could say anything, Amao stopped her and said, "All right, you can come tomorrow at the right time." After they left, Fat Ant asked Amao, "Why did you pull me?" "Boss Hua asked me to find a trustworthy person. Zheng usually doesn't socialize with us, and I don't know his character. Why should we put someone like him in Boss Hua's face?" Amao said. "I think he's reliable. Don't you remember? That time we passed by Zhang's ferry, and the son of the Pillar's family fell into the river. Wasn't it Zheng who jumped in to save him?" Hearing this, Fat Ant suddenly remembered. That's right. After the kid fell into the water, no one reacted at first. I only heard his mother crying loudly, and then someone jumped into the river. If you say so, that person was Zheng. At that time, after the child was pulled out, everyone was shouting and helping, but no one paid attention to who had saved the child. Yes, I saw it clearly. After he pulled the child out, he wrung out his clothes and then went to sun himself on the side. Thinking about it, he was a cold-faced but kind-hearted person. Fat Ant nodded. All right. Let Boss Hua pick someone tomorrow. It's not like we're really going to dump kitchen waste. It's more about the skills, right? Thinking this way, she felt she was very wise. She used this method to help Boss Hua choose some honest people. Feeling pleased, she pulled the quilt and went to sleep. The next day, at the agreed time, the 6 people arrived punctually in front of Fat Ant's barbecue stall. She was counting skewers when she saw them. She said while working, "Wait a moment, I'll take you to see Boss Hua right away." Once the order was prepared, she wiped her hands and led a few people into the snack shop. When they first entered, they thought, today was worth coming. We've seen so much. The snack shop was bright and clean. The lanterns on the walls gave off a light that was much brighter than their own candles. The floor was spotless, as if it could be slid on easily. Working here, even just pouring out wastewater, made them feel happy. Aunt Fat smiled at Huawan and said, "Boss Huawan, I brought the people you wanted. These folks aren't afraid of getting dirty or tired. They are honest and hardworking." Huawan nodded and said, "Thanks, Aunt Fat. Shall we try working here first?" Aunt Fat replied, "Okay, I'll go back to work. Call me if you need anything." A few villagers looked at each other, confused. Why did they need to try working by pouring out wastewater? Anyone with hands could do that. One villager quickly said, "Boss Huan, let me try first." Where is the wastewater bucket? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to show off his strength and work hard. "Wastewater bucket?" Huan asked, puzzled. "What do you want it for? Aren't we here to pour out wastewater? Without a bucket, how can we do it?" The others looked surprised too. At that moment, Aunt Fat hurried in and said, "Boss Huan, look at me. I forgot to tell you. I told them we're here to pour out wastewater." Huan thought for a moment and understood. Aunt Fat had cleverly come up with a plan to pick people. He admired her and gave a thumbs up. Aunt Fat, you're wise for your age. Feeling proud, Aunt Fat blushed and rubbed her hands. I'm just a simple person. I don't know much. Don't blame me for acting on my own. Well, I'll go now. Mao needs help over there. Aunt Fat left, and Huan was left facing a few villagers who looked confused. Boss Huan, what's going on? Are we here to pour out wastewater? Aunt Fat clearly told us it was for pouring out wastewater. If it's another job, maybe we can do it better. Should we look for someone else? Huan said. It's okay. It's not a hard job. I called you here today because I plan to open a pancake stand. I want to pick someone from among you to run the pancake stand. It's not about pouring wastewater. It's about opening a pancake stand. They all cheered together, each one seeing how much money Mao and the others had earned. They asked around the village who wasn't jealous. They initially came to help a little, but ended up getting involved in such a good opportunity. Mr. Hua's stall is such a profitable business. Feeling happy but also a bit worried, they wondered if these people, who weren't chefs, could make good pancakes. One villager said, I don't know how to make pancakes. At home, we only make simple bread. Huan waved his hand and said, No problem. I'll make one first and you can watch. Then you try. Whoever makes the best one can stay. The others relaxed, thinking they could watch first and then try. It shouldn't be too hard. It really wasn't difficult. The pancake batter was bought ready-made by Huan, pre-mixed batter. The sauces, vegetables, and sausages were all prepared in advance. Huan made a full house pancake with the most complicated toppings. The others only needed to remember the steps and techniques. It was quite hard to make a bad pancake once they saw how to do it. After Huan finished, he gave up his spot for the others to try. As expected, making a pancake wasn't hard, just put the ingredients in one by one. If there was a difficulty, it might only be remembering the names of the ingredients. They cut the finished pancakes in half. Mo Chuan and Huan tasted them, then decided who would stay. They tried 5 pancakes and all were pretty good. Using the same ingredients, the same pan, and the same heat, the results were quite similar. Huan started to doubt his way of testing. Since it was so close, he thought they should test who could remember all the fancy toppings perfectly. Old Man Jing watched from start to finish. He also saw the problem. The pancakes made this way were all the same. No one would lose, so he couldn't win either. So when it was his turn last, he made a pancake. Seeing that Hua boss couldn't decide, he decided to try himself. He asked Huan boldly, Can I have a taste? Huan looked at the old man. He took a piece of the pancake from Mo Chuan's hand, cut it, and handed it to him. Old Man Jing took a bite, shook his head, and said, Not good. The pancake skin is too soft, not chewy enough. Not tasty. Another villager said, Old Jing, are you crazy? This is your own pancake. How can you criticize it? Old Mr. Jing said seriously, It's not my frying problem, it's the batter's issue. Come on, it smells amazing. It's all fine flour. Where outside can you find such good flour? Huan understood and suddenly realized pre-made batter isn't as good as handmade. She asked, Do you know how to make batter? Old Mr. Jing nodded. I'll try. Huan went to the kitchen and brought back a bag of flour for him. He opened it, dipped his finger in, tasted it, and said, No, this flour will make the crust soft. She looked closely at the package, which said, High-gluten flour, suitable for bread. Wait a moment, she said, running back to the kitchen to find a bag of medium-gluten flour. Old Mr. Jing tasted it, nodded, and said, This is better. He mixed flour and water with one hand, stirring constantly with the other, watching the ingredients blend. He scooped some with a spoon and slowly poured it back, saying, All right, this batter needs to sit here for a while. A villager asked him, Old Mr. Jing, how do you know about plain flour? It looks pretty good. Old Mr. Jing didn't want to answer. He usually didn't talk much with villagers. But when he saw Huan looking at him curiously, he said, It's not hard. Just try a few times and you'll know. Everyone was impressed. Using such good flour for testing showed their courage, and they lost just for that. The batter sat for about 10 minutes. Old Mr. Jing said, It's ready, and started making pancakes. While working, he complained about Huan's scraper. This scraper isn't good. It doesn't feel right. I'll make my own someday. After finishing, Hwawan tasted the pancake. The crust was soft and a little chewy, making it more flavorful. To be fair, she divided the remaining pancakes into small pieces for others to try. Now, it really tastes better. Old Mr. Zheng, you're quite impressive. Looks like we won't get this job today.
Thank you, Boss Hua.
We're leaving now. They had no complaints and admitted defeat willingly. Hwawan thanked them and saw them out. When she turned back, old Mr. Zheng stroked his chin, thinking about something. He said, if we add some cornmeal, the pancake will look better and have a nice corn aroma. I think it's worth trying. Just as Hwawan was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. What's going on here? Hwawan turned and saw Lu Mingli, who was curiously looking at the pancake pan. Hwawan replied, I'm making pancakes. I plan to set up a pancake stall at the door. To his surprise, Lu Mingli seemed quite interested in this. Really? That does sound tempting. I wonder if I might have the chance to try one. Hwawan said, of course. Let's use this opportunity to practice taking orders. Practicing taking orders? Lu Mingli didn't understand. Old Zheng also looked confused, both of them watching Hwawan. It's like this, you pretend to be a customer, order a pancake, and let Uncle Zheng make it. But your goal is to see if he can remember exactly what you asked for. Lu Mingli understood. Got it. Hwawan explained what toppings could be added. After a moment of thought, he said, 1 pancake, thin and crispy with 2 eggs, a sausage, extra green onions, no cilantro, no pickled vegetables, sweet and spicy sauce, more sweet sauce, less spicy sauce. Uncle Zheng listened without repeating, without hesitation, and started making the pancake with a spoon. He worked quickly and finished in no time. He wrapped it up and handed it to Lu Mingli, saying coldly, 5 cents for the pancake, 2 cents for an egg, 1 cent for the crispy part, 2 cents for the sausage, total 10 cents. Thank you. He calculated quickly. Hwawan nodded, but there was one thing. Uncle Zheng, could you smile a little? Customers feel happier when they see a smile. Good service attitude is also important. After hearing this, Uncle Zheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, but it looked, how to say, like a forced smile. Hwawan compromised. Forget it if you don't want to smile, no need to force it.